Chapter 301, Meeting with Dark Earl, 2. Within a lavish dining hall, a huge table filled with all kinds of dishes and beverages was meticulously arranged. Hallberg, followed by Jacob, and the two giants entered the hall, followed by some masked maidservants. Every servant working within the castle wasn't allowed to reveal his/her face, nor were they allowed to talk with anyone outside the Dark Castle without the Dark Earl's permission. This was done to make sure no one had any inside information on the city administrator, and the Dark Rose made sure of it. The Dark City puts the safety of its own nobles first, as well as guards the secrets known by these nobles. Especially a city administrator, who has the most knowledge about the Dark City and some secrets that Dark nobles won't know unless they have city administrator authority. Jacob looked at the table full of all kinds of meat, and the aromas emitting from them were quite appetizing. He could also tell all that meat belonged to extraordinary Tier 6 magic beasts and was made with at least intermediate Type 1 ingredients. As for those beverages, their intoxicating scent was evidence of their being intermediate Type 1 quality at least. He had to admit, Hallberg really meant it when he said he was going to hold a feast, and this feast was the best beast anyone could get in the Rare Plains or even in the Dark City. With Hallberg's amiable attitude up till now, Jacob felt this guy might be sincere about meeting him. But he knew things could turn ugly within a moment, especially when he still had no idea why Hallberg had contacted him and even invited him into the noble circle, and those two giants could be seen as his bodyguards. So, it was quite clear Hallberg was also quite careful of him, especially with his current reputation. Trust me, Jack, this meat is the best I could arrange in haste. If you had told me a day before your arrival, I could have done more. Hallberg sighed ruefully. But his made the giant's eyes spasmed while Jacob gave him a side eye and said, "Then I'm glad I didn't." "Ha ha ha, so you do have humor, huh?" Hallberg chuckled as he pointed Jacob to his seat right beside his main seat. "Please, thank you." Jacob nodded before he sat down, and Hallberg sat right beside him. The two giants sat on the right and left. Stonehammer sat close to Jacob, while Waterwave was close to Hallberg. Jacob didn't mind those two vigilant gazes, and he thought of something and said to Hallberg, "I prepared a gift for you. Do you mind if I take it out?" Since Hallberg was being so considerate and showing him respect despite his superior status and background, he didn't want to be seen as someone with a lack of respect. He liked to treat people as they treated him. Of course, things would have been different if he had ulterior motives. Especially in Hallberg's case, he wanted to buy something from him. But he was treating him like a guest and even holding this luxurious feast, so he would be slapping the guy in the face by bringing up his purpose. Lastly, Jacob wanted to see something in the sham of this gift. The two giants' eyes flashed in wariness as they looked at Hallberg with meaningful looks. When they heard the same faceless ancient who was the person behind the massacre over 8 days ago were coming here to meet with Hallberg, their first reaction was, this was an insane idea. Hallberg was taking a huge risk by inviting a tiger into his house. Even they weren't sure if they could survive the siege of over 500 trained warriors, but Jacob did, and he even killed them all. In the end, Hallberg was adamant about meeting with Jacob since he had his own reasons, so he asked them to stay as well. In the end, they agreed, but they wanted to confiscate Jacob's items, especially if he had a space ring, since it would be too dangerous to allow him to keep it. However, Hallberg rejected this idea as he knew this would be rude to Jacob, and he might not even agree to it and made Jacob even more vigilant, which he didn't want. Although it was dangerous to let Jacob keep his stuff, Hallberg knew if Jacob wanted to act, he might not even need anything. Those over 500 deaths and Jacob coming here without seeming to be mortally wounded was quite clear that among the living, he was probably the most powerful person in the Rare Plains at this moment. So, it didn't matter if they took his space ring or not. It would be a lie to say that Hallberg wasn't fearful of Jacob. But he has thoroughly studied this mysterious man called Faceless Ancient, and he found that he never acted against anyone unless they provoked him first. Or he wasn't foolish enough to invite him here if he thought that Jacob was a bloodthirsty killer who killed as he pleased. Like everyone else, he also thought when he called him that Jacob would be wounded and might not even agree to meet him until his wounds healed. But to his astonishment, Jacob agreed to his meeting in 10 days, which could only mean he was most likely recovered from that battle. So, it didn't matter if he was wounded or not since he was fine after that kind of massacre. This means he had the means to recover fast and preserve his life. After meeting with Jacob, Hallberg was even more sure that Jacob wasn't as his image had been portrayed by those events around him. Although he was arrogant, he showed appropriate manners when he needed to, and his arrogance came with his strength. If those two giants did not feel threatened and apprehensive by Jacob's achievement, they would have never behaved like well-mannered nobles. The giants were arrogant by nature, and they only respected strength. Jacob has strength, so they were not taking any inappropriate action that could offend him despite the fact that they have their reasons not to trust or even hold a grudge against him. Now that he brings up this gift, they feel alarmed but don't jump the guns and look at Hallberg since it was his call. Let's see it. Hallberg smiled and nodded as he allowed it. In his eyes, Jacob didn't need to seek his permission to bring something out, but he did, which means Jacob knew what they all felt about him and took those feelings into consideration. It was enough to prove that he wasn't just a killer. As an alchemist himself, Hallberg knew how a mind of an alchemist works, and they only do things logically, not driven by killing intent. Jacob's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint before he nodded and flipped his hand with a space ring on his middle finger. The next moment, a 2-foot gray disc appeared in his hand covered in a silver sheen, and it was half an inch thick like it was an ordinary disc. But it actually wasn't, because this was one of the 2 discs Jacob found from the first 2 legendary descendant mutants he killed. Although Jacob was sure those guys were from the Killer Skull Society, he just wanted to make sure that someone else wasn't involved, especially after today's assassination attempt right outside the Dark City, because only Hallberg knew he was going to come back to Dark City, and he hoped it was all just a big coincidence, because if it wasn't, E302, Chapter 302, Meeting with Dark Earl 3-3. Looking at the gray disc in Jacob's hand, the 2 giants frowned with unkind expressions since they found that disc extremely ordinary, but they didn't comment because, with Jacob's current status, they didn't think he would bring out such an insulting gift for the Dark Earl. Furthermore, a magic treasure's true worth could only be found when it was channeled with magic energy. Some magic treasures could appear extremely ordinary, and only a true alchemist could tell them apart with their discreet eyes. As for Stonehammer and Waterwave, they were not alchemists like Jacob and Hallberg, so they thought it was some kind of extraordinary treasure with special functions, and Hallberg might know what it was. However, what they heard next made them astonished. Hallberg looked at the disc curiously before he looked at Jacob and asked amusingly, "What kind of treasure is this?" Jacob was looking at Hallberg's eyes like a hawk all time, as well as the giant's reactions, and as long as these guys were at the terrifying level of hiding their true expression and controlling their eyes on a whim, he knew these 3 had no idea what this disc was. So, it was just the Killer Skull Society then. Or they might be involved and had never even seen this disc before. Or I'm simply thinking too much, and the society may be laying in wait outside the Dark City just in case I come back, and it has nothing to do with the Dark City or the Dark Earl, Jacob thought, as over half of his doubts related to his assassination about the Dark Earl vanished. Still, it was a lost cause. Unless he could read their minds or tell them about the assassins, he would not find anything this way. Nevertheless, he decided to let it go for now, as he should be focused on the main purpose he was for. Once he got what he needed, he would be long gone from the rare plains, leaving everything behind. Furthermore, taking this disc out has another purpose. Jacob was curious about this thing himself, and he tried activating it, but there wasn't any switch or activation sequence. So, he knew this disc was fueled by magic energy, which was quite frustrating. Still, since he had 2 of them and he couldn't seem to use them yet, he decided to show one to Hallberg, as he heard he was also an alchemist and a very good one at that. But he also seemed not to have seen it before he took it out. This is a special treasure that can help you take flight in the sky as long as you pour your magic power into it. As for its other functions, I'll let you explore them on your own. Sometimes mysteries made things more attractive. Jacob impassively stated as he put the disc in front of Hallberg. What? Such treasure exists in rare plains? Hallberg's eyes visibly twinkled when he heard about this fascinating treasure. It was quite clear he really didn't know about this disc, not to mention it was capable of taking flight. The rare plains didn't have aircraft despite having cars, which were quite strange in Jacob's mind. But he didn't put much thought into it, as it wasn't his problem since he could move between the places just fine. But these discs were quite novel since they could make people fly with magic power, and they could be very handy. Alas, Jacob couldn't enjoy this luxury right now since he had the machine but no fuel to run it, which was quite frustrating sometimes. Even those giants looked quite intrigued by the description of this ordinary-looking disc. Just its function of flight is enough to make it a unique treasure in the rare plains, so Jack, I won't reject this gift, but it's too precious, so don't hold back if you need anything from me. Hallberg happily stated as he picked up the disc, and he was astounded when he found just how lightweight it was. Alright, let's eat first before I try it out. I can't wait. Hallberg stowed it away, and Jacob didn't reject his arrangement, and he felt it was worth trading that one disc if he could get materials from Hallberg. The mask-made servants were waiting for Hallberg's exact words and started to serve. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Jacob, who was concealing his appearance even more meticulously than Hallberg. Jacob sensed the atmosphere, as it was quite clear if he wanted to eat, he had to reveal his face, but he didn't do so just because he was under the spot. He turned his face toward Hallberg and said meaningfully, "Shall we?" Hallberg wasn't a fool, as he knew what Jacob was implying. He was clearly asking him to remove his mask as well, which was quite audacious of him. Still, Jacob wasn't someone who was going to hesitate when his words held some authority. Heh, of course. Or do you think I'm going to watch you guys enjoy those precious ales? Hallberg sneered jollily before he removed his mask, revealing his beard face, which was as Jacob imagined it to be. Jacob then didn't chuckle slightly before the mask under his hood vanished, and he took off his hood as well, revealing his maimed face. Furthermore, his hair was blonde and his ears were pointy. Jacob had thought that he might have to show his face in this place, and the occasion might be one where he could not reject it unless he wanted to make things grim between the Dark Earl and himself. So, he prepared his golden elf disguise just in case. The only unexpected touch was his charred left eye socket, which made his handsome face less attractive and scarier, something he appreciates at any time. Just as he thought, those three were quite startled seeing the mysterious, faceless ancient was an elf, which shouldn't be possible since a golden elf could never be this powerful. So, they all thought he had a terrifying secret. As for his maimed eye, they thought less of it, as scars among warriors were considered akin to honorable symbols. Your eyes, it's not permanent, right? Hallberg couldn't help but ask at this moment. Yes, it was an unfortunate encounter, Jacob coolly replied. A peculiar glint flashed past Hallberg's eyes before he didn't stir that topic anymore and said, "All right, let's eat." A303, Chapter 303, Meeting with Dark Earl 4. After the short conversation with Hallberg, the meal went without any important topics discussed, and everyone seemed to be enjoying that table of sumptuous delicacies. Jacob, in particular, didn't have such a meal for a while now, and the ale especially made me comment on its unique, intoxicating flavor that he never had tasted before. Accepting his praise, Hallberg revealed that he had brewed this ale himself, and it was kind of his favorite hobby, which was definitely a dwarf thing. However, as time passed, the three hosts were surprised by Jacob's appetite, which seemed endless. Even the giants couldn't eat so much high-nutrition meat since it would be difficult to digest even with their powerful digested system. Still, the giants were known for their big appetite and most powerful digested system and physiques, yet here they were, looking at Jacob dumbfoundedly. In the end, everyone was speechless, as over half of that 20-meter table filled with all kinds of dishes was cleaned up by Jacob, and they wondered how this guy wasn't exploding. "You can really eat," Hallberg commented without holding back his amazement. "I must admit, I didn't have such a meal in a very long time, so I hope you don't think little of me," Jacob impassively said as he cleaned his mouth with a napkin, despite the fact that he could probably eat far more than just that one table. But Jacob knew they might freak out if they knew he could eat more, so he was satisfied with this much. At least it was far better than eating everything and anything raw. Ha ha ha, this is the best comment a host could get from his guest, and I'm really glad I can satisfy your taste buds. Besides, I know we alchemists rarely have enough time to tend to ourselves, much less enjoy these kinds of meals, so I can relate to your feelings. The two giants hadn't spoken a word since the start of their meeting with Jacob, as they were silently observing as if they weren't here at all. But they were now starting to feel different about the elf called Faceless Ancient. Jacob merely nodded as he understood the last part about not being able to enjoy a meal with others if someone was obsessed with research. Once you realized all the work you give away your entire life for was going to vanish with your life, you're starting to realize just what you missed, Jacob suddenly lamented. "All right, I'm full. Let's go for a walk. I'll show you the Dark Castle as well, for we can try this gift of yours. I can't stop thinking about it. What do you think?" Hallberg excitedly asked. Jacob naturally had no objection as things were going fine with Hallberg, so he decided to let them progress as they were. So he nodded, and they all left the dining hall under Hallberg's lead. Hallberg was walking beside Jacob in the big hallways of the Dark Castle while he showed off the same precious antiques and told history related to those items to Jacob, while those two giants followed quietly from behind. Jacob only listened attentively as he didn't know much about the history of this world. Still, he soon lost interest since the so-called history related to those items was all about the Dark City of the Rare Plains, not actually about the world. For some reason, there wasn't any history of this place anywhere, which was quite unusual. The only information available was from the beginning of the Freedom Plains, and before that, everything was almost blank. While talking, Hallberg led the group into an open field that had an open battle ring as well as many weapon shelves placed around it. "This is my private training ground where I can let loose once in a while whenever I am fed up with my research," Hallberg jokingly introduced. Jacob nodded. "No bad." Hallberg then quickly took out the gray disc as he looked eager to try it. The giants also looked quite interested in that disc, which seemed to be capable of flight. Jacob himself wanted to see its functions up close and made some countermeasures if those guys decided to show up again from the air next time. This disc was the only useful thing he had on that group of assassins, and it seemed unique to them since not even the Dark Earl knew about it. "So, I just need to pour my magic energy into it?" Hallberg asked. Jacob clearly had no idea if it worked or not. However, he still nodded as it was most likely the case since there wasn't any kind of mechanism on it to start, and his crafter's intuition shouldn't be wrong, especially after he learned magic smiting and had knowledge of rune artificer. Hallberg didn't find any falsehood in Jacob's words, and he didn't have any reason to doubt Jacob providing him with false information on the item he had just gifted him away. He was going to use his magic power when Waterwave suddenly stopped him, as she appeared right in front of him and said impassively, "Your Excellency, let me try it first. It should be dangerous to fly, and we still don't know if this thing has a protective function for its user to keep him from falling, or its max speed. I don't think Mr. Ancient has any other intention of keeping this information on himself, except to give His Excellency some thrill of novel experience. But as your advisor today, I can't allow you to try something this dangerous. So please just let me test it first, and this way you will also know how it works and won't face any threat or an accident. What do you think, Mr. Ancient? I mean, not offensive, but I hope you understand Dark Earl is too important for the Dark City, and we can't let some unfortunate accident happen to him." Waterwave's tone was exempt from any emotion as she looked at Jacob. Jacob looked deeply at the giant woman, and he could feel her vigilance and a faint hostility toward him, and he had this feeling from the start that she held some kind of grudge against him. Still, what she just said makes a lot of sense, and she pointed out really major threats to Hallberg if this disc didn't have those functions. Jacob didn't think about it much since he thought they could easily avoid falling or could balance themselves by using some sort of magic, but it seemed it wasn't the case at all. Jacob was still quite oblivious about how magic energy worked since he didn't have any, and his point of view was different from those who had it, so it could be understandable if he overlooked these important points. As for Hallberg, he didn't think Jacob would try to harm him, and he also had his own way of protecting himself from falling. More importantly, he won't try to take flight on this disc right away before testing it. He wasn't a fool. But Waterwave still brought it up, which was akin to looking down on his own intellect while also doubting Jacob's kind intention behind this gift. Even Stonehammer thought this was quite excessive since he also didn't think Jacob would try to do anything to Hallberg after that meal they had, as he's been showing proper restraint. Still, Waterwave's points were valid, and he also thinks that Hallberg shouldn't be this trusting to someone who they met just over an hour ago. I don't mind, Jacob replied without many expressions on his face. But deep down, he now started to feel uneasy about giving away this untested treasure to the Dark Earl just to quench his own curiosity and test the other party's intentions. Still, he would do it again if he had to, since it was important to know the involvement of the Dark Earl in that assassination, despite the result were not what he expected. But Jacob still believed that there wasn't anything wrong with this treasure, as they were being used just fine when he picked them up after killing their owners, and he didn't believe they had any chance to do anything to these discs since he killed them instantly. Hallberg, on the other hand, frowned slightly while giving Waterwave an unhappy look as he found this insult toward his guest. Still, he didn't want to berate Waterwave as she was one of his dark nobles, but he decided to give her a piece of his mind when they were alone. As for now, he gave her the disc with a stiff expression and said, "You better not break it, of course." Waterwave nodded without any emotion in her eyes before she took the disc from Hallberg's hand. "Please step back." After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc, and it suddenly shimmered in a blue hue and 3004, Chapter 304, Meeting with Dark Earl, 5. After the three got a few feet away, she finally activated it and poured blue magic energy into the disc. It suddenly shimmered in a blue hue, and almost instantly, it started to float in front of Waterwave. The gray disc now shimmered in a blue hue under Waterwave's water element magic energy. Hallberg muttered while looking at the disc with shining eyes. How fascinating. Waterwave then tried to control it, and she was shocked when she found that just as he willed to move it below with her magic, the disc seemed to react to her thought and shimmered faintly before it slowly descended toward her feet and only stopped when it was only an inch away from her touching the ground. She then couldn't help but glance at Jacob with a strange glint in her eyes, and when she saw he was as dismissive as before, coldness surfaced in her heart. "You shouldn't keep Lord Dark Earl waiting." It was Stonehammer who said coldly at this moment. His words contained a strange type of warning in them while he looked at her meaningfully. Don't do anything stupid. This is what he wanted to convey, but it was unknown if Waterwave got it or not. She inhaled sharply before she stepped on the disc, and she was even more astonished when she found that the disc remained completely stable as it didn't even flinch under her weight. Then something fascinating happened. The blue hue on the disc suddenly started to rise and covered Waterwave's feet, and she instantly felt that her feet seemed to have embedded in the disc as she couldn't even flinch them. But it didn't end there, as she felt more magic power suddenly start to enter the disc as if it was out of her control, and that blue hue kept rising over her body until it completely encased her within. Under everyone's scrutinous eyes, the moment the blue hue encased her entirely, she suddenly vanished. Jacob, who was watching this, thought grimly, "So, these things also have stealth function, and even I can't sense her anymore. Moreover, this thing seemed to be extremely precious, and I just gave it away as a gift. But I can't use it anyway, and it was worth the reconnaissance provided by these guys, as well as now Hallberg would think I have a terrifying backing since I can bring out this kind of thing as a mere gift. Things are still in my favor. The only problem is I just got to know the Killer Skull Society has these kinds of terrifying weapons at their disposal, and I just happened to piss them off enough that they are now unleashing them on me." The more he thought about how he almost got killed, the more he felt he was still not out of the wood. At this moment, Hallberg couldn't contain his curiosity and yelled, "All right, I've seen enough, and it's clearly safe. Now hand it over. It's my turn." He was really alarmed by the stealth effect of that disc, and as an alchemist himself, he knew that treasure could probably be rivaled by Type 2 treasures. When he thought about how Jacob gave away such a precious gift, he felt even more alarmed by Jacob's unknown means. Just who is he, and how the hell can he have this kind of weapon at his disposal? Is he got this from the rumored champion shop, or he found some ancient ruin? He might have a mysterious background that no one is aware of. Whichever the case is, he's worth having as a friend than an enemy. If he had another this kind of disc, then I'm afraid he's invincible in the rare planes, and maybe this is the secret behind the massacre over a week ago. The more Hallberg thought this way, the more he felt he was right and felt even more respectful and apprehensive of the man standing beside him. He was now sure that if Jacob wanted him dead, there was nothing that could stop him from doing, not even his city's best combatants. So it was meaningless to keep testing him since it might just ruin everything if they got on Jacob's nerves. Why aren't you deactivating the disc? He frowned when he saw Waterwave still didn't appear despite his command. Stonehammer felt something amiss when Waterwave still didn't appear, and he looked at Jacob and coldly asked, "Can that thing really be turned off?" Jacob gave him an impassive answer. Since it can turn on, it can naturally turn off. It's all come down to the person who is riding over it. However, he wasn't sure about this either, but he won't admit it and continued to observe without showing his true intentions. This answer, however, made both Stonehammer and Hallberg thought of other possibilities, and their expressions started to cloud. She dared to bug her off with it? Hallberg couldn't help but say it out loud with disbelief. No, it's not possible. We both know her. She's a rational person, and besides, if she dared to rob you in broad daylight, the Dark City would not let her off. She will lose everything she accumulated in her entire life for a mere treasure. It's not worth it. Stonehammer tried to defend Waterwave as he had known her for decades. But when he thought about something, he glanced at Jacob and couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. No, she won't do it. Just as he was giving himself a false sense of security, he suddenly felt death looming from his racial battle instinct, but this feeling only lasted for a mere moment before it vanished. Still, his entire body was frozen on the spot despite knowing that terrifying feeling was gone, and this was also evident that he didn't feel wrong at all. He just felt death was imminent, but then it disappeared. But he clearly felt the source of it, and when he shakily turned his head towards it, he was horrified when he saw Jacob was now clenching air with one hand. Jacob's deadly cold voice sounded at this moment as he looked in the air. "Are you seeking death?" 305, Chapter 305. Meeting with Dark Earl 6. Are you seeking death? Just as Jacob's chilly voice trailed off, he yanked his hand, which was clenching the air, and the next moment, a suffocating shrill rang before Waterwave's figure materialized in everyone's view. The shimmering blue disc under her feet also lost its luster and fell on the ground, as well as a short purple sword fell with it. If he hadn't used his 15x acceleration for a moment and reacted fast, she would have stabbed him in the head, which was not something Jacob would take kindly after the event a few hours ago. However, Hallberg nor Stonehammer paid any attention to the disc as they looked at the Waterwave's pale face as she struggled under Jacob's grip and was on the verge of suffocating to death. She was like a mannequin under Jacob's grip, which was about to lose its head. But Jacob didn't kill her since it would make the matter end. He wanted to know why the hell this woman, who he had never seen before, wanted to take a shot at his life. Not to mention she did it right in front of Hallberg and in the Dark City. It was a huge risk that only a lunatic would take who either had no other choice or held a deep grudge against Jacob. Before she could suffocate and lose consciousness, he waved his hand and threw her in front of Hallberg and Stonehammer before he coldly said, "You owe me an explanation, Your Excellency." His tone was exempt from any emotion, which sent chills to both Hallberg and Stonehammer's spines, and the scene of Jacob easily taking care of Waterwave and holding her like a little girl under his grip played in their mind again and again. The next moment, Jacob picked up the disc, and without any explanation, he stowed it away. Now he had perfect justification for taking it back since it was used against him, and Hallberg won't be able to object. This disc's exact rank might not be a Type 1. I need to research it more and make more countermeasures, especially to get rid of that cloaking effect. But this cloaking effect was different from those guys, as I was able to sense her killing intent when she was a few feet away from me, and her heartbeat became clearer. But those guys are too strange as they appeared out of thin air without making any sound or releasing any kind of intent. This might be something to have to do with them being mutants, Jacob thought grimly as he analyzed the two attacks. In comparison to the assassination attempt earlier today, Waterwave's attempt was too predictable and easy to counter. Cough, pant, cough. Waterwave's violent coughing drew Jacob's attention again, since it was more important right now to find what drove this woman to try this stunt. Why why? Hallberg was literally trembling with rage and agitation as if he would explode. He never thought this entire pleasing meeting would be turned nasty because of his side's idiocy. Furthermore, he had some idea about why Waterwave or Stonehammer held a grudge against Jacob, but he didn't know the specifics of why Waterwave took this kind of drastic action. As Stonehammer said earlier, Waterwave was a ration person and one of the oldest nobles in the Dark City, and she should know better than anyone that once she crossed a certain line, it was over for her, but she still ended up crossing it anyway. He was usually busy with his research in alchemy, so he paid little attention to these Dark Nobles' personal affairs. He only knew these two in the Dark Viscount's circle personally, while the others never had seen his face. The rare planes was never his focus of concern anyway, so he had very little interest or connections with it. Meeting with Jacob was also a matter which was unrelated to the rare planes, and he felt he was the only person who was worth it. However, he never expected things would turn this ugly this quickly, and now he lost face as well as credibility in the other party's eyes, and he was furious as well as somewhat relieved. Furious naturally because things turned out like this, as he felt betrayed by someone he trusted, while relieved because Jacob didn't outright start killing people. Jacob gave him face and a chance by sparing Waterwave, and this also made him even more humiliated as the Dark Earl of the Dark City. Waterwave slowly gained some color on her face, but the fear of almost kissing death was evident in her eyes. I don't remember. A hint of bewilderment flashed past her eyes at this moment, as if she was in complete disbelief. You fool. Hallberg was livid and almost kicked her. I know why she did it. It was Stonehammer who spoke with a rueful expression. You should use. Giants are very protective of our brethren, especially our family or spouse. A giant can hold a grudge upon his tribe men's death, and a blood feud is forged when a family member or a spouse is killed. Over a week ago, when over 500 people died by Faceless Ancient, there was also a universal mercenary giant named Fire Cannon, who was killed as well. He was Waterwave suppose, so she did what she did for revenge driven by her natural instincts. Hallberg almost had a stroke when he heard the truth, and you're only telling me about this important matter right now? Stonehammer bitterly lowered his head. She assured me she wouldn't do anything out of the line as long as that man was Lord Hallberg's guest, and she also wanted to see herself if revenge was possible or not. Even I didn't expect her to take action right when she got the chance. You both, get out of my face. Hallberg was too furious even to stand still as his entire face was red with anger. Dark Rose, punish Dark Viscount Waterwave for her current treasonous action according to Dark City law. You have full authority. No, I didn't do it because I was controlled by that evil treasure. Waterwave was ashen as she finally snapped out of her stupor while she tried to defend herself with a horrified expression. She then looked at Jacob, who was just listening from the side as a bystander, and madness filled with hatred shone in her eyes as she pointed her finger at Jacob and menacingly roared, him. It's his scheme to get rid of me and put you in a difficult position so he could easily manipulate you. You have to believe me, Stonehammer. I would never do such a foolish thing. A hint of hesitation flashed past Stonehammer's eyes as he looked deep into Waterwave's eyes, and he didn't find them the eyes of someone who was lying. As a giant, he knew, despite their hot temper and arrogance, they were not idiots. It was given that some of them were driven by pure emotions and didn't back down from a challenge. But Waterwave wasn't one of them as she was ration, and he was also not someone who would seek death just for the small grudge of Jacob killing giants. He knew Jacob was stronger than him, and seeking trouble with him was akin to throwing his life. It was even more clear after he took out such a treasure like that disc, but Waterwave's actions were completely different from her usually calm and collective character. Bang! Before Stonehammer could even pacify his inner struggle, he was shocked by Hallberg when he threw a vicious kick right on Waterwave's face, and it wasn't just a normal kick, but a kick from someone at the extraordinary Tier 6 being. She was already drained out of her mana as well as in a weakened state because of Jacob's manhandling her, so she couldn't even react as she was sent flying and smacked into a wall, raising a cloud of dust. Hallberg's eyes were colder than ice as he uttered while looking at the dusty area where Waterwave had just landed. Do you think I'm some sort of pushover just because I never interfere with you guys' businesses? Today, you humiliate me and try to harm my guest, and not only you're not admitting it, you even try to twist reasons? He then looked at Stonehammer, stunned by this sudden outburst of Hallberg, and said in an equally cold tone, take her away to the castle jail. She will be judged by Dark Rose there. If you do anything silly, you'll see more of me. Now get the hell out of my face. Stonehammer, a giant at this moment, felt fear from a dwarf and didn't dare even to speak a word as he walked toward Waterwave, who had a bloody face and her nose was broken, and she had lost consciousness. Hallberg ignored the pair and looked at Jacob, who hadn't interfered with him from the start. He sighed ruefully before he bowed his head. I apologize. 3006. Chapter 3006, A Dark Mission Offer. Jacob looked at Hallberg, who was bowing his head in apology. He knew with Hallberg's current status, it was quite a big deal for him to lower his head in front of him. Since no harm was done, and His Excellency has already taken care of the matter, let's consider it over. He stated impassively. Although he got to know why Waterwave tried to take a shot at his life, the entire thing was filled with ambiguity, especially the part when she said it was the disc that intensified her emotions and made her do it. If Jacob had known the disc's entire functions, he would have scoffed at her accusation. But the thing is, he had no idea what kind of functions this disc had, and he really doubted that it might have some kind of effect on Waterwave's brain. Or the Killer Skull Society might have some way to control it remotely. Whatever the case was, Jacob needed to test this thing thoroughly, and he was even glad that Waterwave was the one who tried it first, not Hallberg. Because if the disc really can mess up with the brain, then he won't be able to explain himself if Hallberg was the one who lost his mind. Still, he will not be talking that disc out anymore, not until he knows its full deal or if it was absolutely necessary. Hallberg looked at Jacob and sighed again with a hint of complication. You are not what you appeared to be. Let's go. We should have a serious conversation now. Jacob nodded in agreement, and he knew it was time to talk business after what had happened. He wasn't in the mood to have a tour around, nor was Hallberg. Hallberg, in a sullen mood, led Jacob to another luxurious hall where another table was filled with beverages waiting for them. It was clearly prepared beforehand. Hallberg sat on the seat and instantly poured himself a glass of purple-color ale and gulped it down without even a second delay. Sigh, he exhaled sharply before he looked at Jacob, who was sitting in front of him without moving. That really ruins the mood, huh? Hallberg bitterly lamented before he said, "So, why were you looking for me? If there's anything I can do to make amends, I won't hold back." Jacob didn't get to the point. Instead, he replied ambiguously, "As I said before, no harm was done. I shouldn't have brought that thing out despite knowing the people of Rare Plains weren't ready for it. Anyway, I can see your excellency is more interested in me than I am in you. I hope you can satisfy my curiosity about why did you give me this chance despite knowing what I'm capable of. Like right now, you appear to want my forgiveness more than anything. I would like to know what you seek from me so we can move on with our conversation without being wary of each other's intentions." Jacob plainly laid it down as he didn't think there was any need to beat around the bush anymore. He had an advantage over Hallberg, which he clearly wasn't expecting, but it didn't mean he won't use it just because he might be at fault. Jacob had learned the hard way about the art of negotiation, and kindness or remorse has no place in it. Hallberg chuckled wryly as he said, "I guess there's no point in hiding it anyway. I was interested in you first because of your one-star privilege, which led me to believe that you were the mysterious champion of Rare Plains trial. But it was only a fleeting interest until you abruptly became the Alchemy Guild leader, which was quite unexpected given the old man Braelen's astute personality. However, you then abruptly vanished for almost 2 years, and when you appeared again, you caused another huge event over a week ago. Trust me what you did, I don't think anyone in my position didn't want to befriend you or at least know if you are an enemy or friend." Jacob nodded in understanding as he would have done the same if he was in Hallberg's position. But it was not this simple, not by a long shot, because Hallberg was not just anyone. He was the Dark Earl of the Dark City. "Then what do you think? Am I an enemy or friend?" Jacob asked in a subtle tone. Hallberg looked deeply into Jacob's impassive eyes before shaking his head. "I don't know if you're a friend or not, but I do know you won't become an enemy if I don't give you a good reason for it." Jacob nodded without denying Hallberg's claim and said sharply, "That's right, so tell me the real reason you want me here?" Hallberg was startled before he wryly asked, "It's not enough?" Jacob shook his head. "It's a good judgment of character, not a reason. If you know I don't have a reason to be your enemy, you could have just stayed as far away from me, and there's no reason to invite me into your house, which is a risk, not inquisitiveness." Hallberg's eyes shimmered with a sharp glint as he drank another glass of ale and laughed suddenly. "You know, now that I think about it after meeting you, it was a right decision to invite you here. All right, I'll give it to you straight. I want to issue a dark mission to you." Jacob cocked an eyebrow as it was somewhat unexpected. "What kind of dark mission?" "Since you know my capabilities, you won't give me something trivial." Hallberg nodded, and without hiding it further, he revealed, "It's actually an escort mission, and the reward will be the Dark Baron title and 1 million ZC. Jacob's eyes narrowed as the rewards were quite enticing that even he felt compelled. Just the title of the Dark Baron was enough to make almost all the people in the Dark City crazy. However, this will also make this escort mission just as dangerous as well. "Continue," Jacob stated impassively, as he still wanted to know the details before he would reject or accept it. Hallberg revealed with a hint of a smile, "The escort mission is actually escorting me to the Epic Plains." 307. Chapter 307, A Trial by Fire. Jacob remained silent for a moment after he heard the content of this dark mission, while he looked at Hallberg with a peculiar glint in his eyes. "You want me to escort you to the Epic Plains? Is Dark City running out of manpower?" Jacob asked impassively. But his tone was pretty much disdainful because, in his opinion, Hallberg was demanding something absurd from him. Not to mention escorting Hallberg out of the Rare Plains, he didn't dare to leave without being absolutely careful himself. Unlike the Rare Plains, where the power level was bonded by a bottleneck, the Star Ocean wasn't like that at all. He had seen the map to the Epic Plains, and he knew it would take him about 3 to 5 years to reach it if he didn't encounter any danger or somehow lost his way. Hallberg clearly knew what Jacob meant by those words, and he didn't seem flustered at all and said, "I know you probably think this is some kind of a joke since a Dark Earl didn't need an outsider to be my escort. But hear me out first, and then you can reject me all the same. If a request is not a command, you have full right to accept it or reject it." Jacob thought for a moment before he nodded. "I understand." Hallberg then didn't delay and speak. "The thing is, like the 3 hegemonies, the Dark City has its own customs, and trust me when I say these customs are absolute and far stricter than the 3 hegemonies. One of these customs is the process of ascending a plane. You could take it as a trial by fire. If an official Dark City member wanted to leave a Dark City in a lower plane and enter a higher level plane's Dark City, they had to do it according to the Dark City customs unless they wanted to get expelled from the Dark City." Jacob finally showed a hint of interest as the Dark City was quite mysterious, and it was the first time hearing about its customs. Besides, by Hallberg's solemn expression, Jacob knew he wasn't joking. How did Dark City select its official members? He couldn't help but inquire. Previously, Jacob thought that the Dark Nobles were the official members of the Dark City, but it clearly wasn't the case, as the Dark City gave those titles to anyone who cleared dark missions. There was no restriction on the person's affiliations. Unlike the 3 hegemonies who didn't allow their official members to join the ranks of the other hegemonies' official members, the Dark City seemed to have its own unique system. That's why he asked Hallberg, who seemed to be an official member, since it was a rare chance. but Hallberg's reply was not what he was expecting. Please forgive me, I can't reveal this information to you. All I can comment on this topic is the Dark Cities demand absolute loyalty from its members, Hallberg ambiguously stated. Jacob frowned ever so slightly, but he didn't push the matter further since it seemed to be some kind of core secret of the Dark City. Hallberg also didn't want to dwell on its topic and continued about that trial of his. Anyway, as I was saying, to leave a lower plane Dark City, an official member needed to clear certain conditions, which I also can't reveal to you. After those conditions were complete, we can proceed with our journey toward the higher planes, which is the actual trial by fire, in which we can only select one escort from the same plane we want to leave. If you think that this system can easily be cheated since no one can monitor us, then you couldn't be too wrong. We are required to wear our star watches all the time, and Dark Rose will monitor the entire thing once we call it the start of the mission. The chosen escort will also have to sign a no-objection certificate, NOC, and be part of the same kind of monitoring. If anyone is caught cheating, then the escort will be banned from entering any Dark City, while the trial taker will suffer a fate worse than death. Jacob finally showed a clear frown on his face, as this entire thing was too absurd for him, especially the conditions inflicted on both parties involved in this absurd trial of fire thing. Is it worth taking all this risk just to be part of an organization? He couldn't help but question with a cold tone. Jacob's impression of the Dark City greatly plummeted after he heard about this trial and just how harsh they were toward their own members, who probably served them faithfully for decades. Especially someone like Hallberg, who would leave all this luxury behind to go to the Epic Plains. Yet not only he has to take the risk of going there by himself, but he also had to be under constant monitoring. Hallberg suddenly smiled in a decisive manner as he nodded without hesitation. If you're a member of the Dark City, then you will know this small trial is nothing in front of what you can gain. It's absolutely worth it. Jacob's frown deepened as there wasn't any hint of falsehood in Hallberg's words or his expression. Hallberg still wasn't done as he continued. Look, the reward I promised you are the one I will give you personally, not the rewards you will get from the Dark City. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard this and said, so you can make anyone Dark Baron, and what kind of rewards are we talking about? I can naturally bestow Dark Baron title once I reach the Epic Plains, and the 1 million ZC will be your advance payment. As for the reward you will get from the Dark City, I can only say they will be as lavish as the rewards you got from the champion shop, Hallberg said matter-of-factly. Jacob finally fell into silence at this moment when the champion shop was brought up. He knew better than anyone just what kind of status the champion shop represented. That shop has anything that could exist in a plane, which makes it alluring to anyone. If he's telling the truth, then I can get many things right off the bat after I entered the Epic Plains. I had to go into the Epic Plains either with him or without him, and I would be at the bottom of the Epic Plains once I got there. So, if I take this risk, I can change my situation around, Jacob thought as he couldn't ignore rewards akin to the champion shop, especially if this shop's content were from the Epic Plains. So, are you in or out? Because trust me, you would want to leave this place after you know what's coming. Hallberg smilingly asked, as he knew he almost convinced Jacob by his subtle silence, so he decided to reveal his final trump card. Jacob squinted his eyes as he asked, what's coming? Hallberg's expression went dark as he gloomily said 3 words, the Dark Being. 38, Chapter 3-8, A Hired Gun. Jacob was confused about this ambiguous reply. I don't understand what you're hinting at. The Dark Beings could be said to be on the other side from where the Dark City was, and he knew about their successful conquest of the Freedom Plains. So, Hallberg bringing them up clearly didn't make sense in Jacob's mind. Furthermore, Hallberg seemed to be appeared somewhat scared, which was quite strange since Dark City shouldn't be afraid of Dark Beings because they have a huge geographical advantage and they normally aren't afraid of anyone. Hallberg then explained, what I want to say is, the Dark Being's king, the Lich King, has pointed his sword toward the Magic Beast Forest after his conquest of the Freedom Plains. Not only that, but he deliberately called out that he would eradicate all the living beings on the rare plains, including the ones hiding in the Dark City, which is not normal at all. The Lich King seemed to have gone mad after you claimed the win for the life faction from right under his nose. As for a reason for his losing it, according to the hierarchy of the Dark Begins, this kind of failure would normally result in the incompetent ruler's death. So, he could have already foreseen his impending doom when the reinforcement from both sides will come in over a year from now. He will be replaced by another Dark Being. However, he seemed to be not wanted to accept it, so he probably decided to try one last time to regain his position and his life. Hallberg's expression was grave as he revealed. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Don't tell me if he eradicates all the life and conquers the entire rare plains, he'll escape from his punishment and will keep his position. Is that what this is all about? Hallberg shook his head. Normally, he should have been able to preserve his life after he claimed the entire Freedom Plains for the Dark Faction, and it was also seemed to be the case until a few days ago when he suddenly decided to move his armies in this direction, despite knowing this entire march would cost him too much. Yet he did it anyway, which is akin to throwing away his life again, which he fought so hard to earn back. So, you're suspecting that there's some other purpose in him doing all this, and his specifically calling for the Dark City is also not normal, right? Jacob quickly grasped at the situation. Hallberg nodded in affirmative, yes, which is why it made the Mad Lich King even more terrifying. Many of the people in the Dark City have already started to leave the Dark City since they're thinking the target of the Lich King this time is specifically the Dark City because he called out for it. Jacob frowned slightly. Can Dark City not do anything about the Dark Beings? You guys are clearly an advantage here. Furthermore, won't you suffer in repercussions for abandoning the Dark City as its current ruler? Jacob quickly understood that Hallberg was clearly trying to desert the Rare Plains because of the Dark Beings, and he wasn't shocked by it or had any opinion since he would do the same if he encountered something he couldn't handle. Nevertheless, he was curious about the Dark City's viewpoint on this. Hallberg's previous words also made it clear that they might have given up on the Freedom Plains to quench the Lich King's wrath. This means they let that slaughter happen so that they could avoid confrontation with the Dark Beings. This also made Jacob remove the slight bit of remorse he had for those people. He has done nothing wrong by lifting the barrier over them. They can only blame the cruel world they were born in. Hallberg suddenly smiled, which seemed somewhat cold. Let me worry about the matters of Dark City. So I'll ask you again, are you willing to escort me out the Rare Plains? Jacob looked at Hallberg's current expression. He could tell he was really someone who only cared about himself, so he didn't question the matter related to the Dark City or how he was going to handle it since it really wasn't any of his concern. Instead, now he has a choice of his own to make. In truth, Jacob didn't care about the Dark Beings since he knew they couldn't do anything to him as long as he wanted to run. Even in the direct confrontation, he was confident in killing the Lich King. But the thing was, the Dark Beings' real strength lies in their numbers and their undead bodies. He now had all the information on the Dark Beings which he bought from the champion shop. They were too difficult to deal with as they seemed only to have one weakness while they had terrifying advantages. He was even skeptical about it and finally understood just why those guys seemed to be in a dominating position despite losing their advantage of number. Because the Dark Being didn't seem to bother by the number at all, heck, they didn't even know the concept of low in number. Because Dark Beings can turn living in the dark begins like zombies. While a Lich or Wight can straight up turn dead into their own undead puppets. That's why the Dark Beings were never afraid of warfare. They were simply born for it. Jacob then finally speaks, I can be your hired gun. But I can't leave the Rare Plains until I complete some of my own matters. Hallberg's eyes glow in ecstasy as he says, what matters? Just tell me, and I'll help you out. We still have 2 or 3 months before those guys will be upon us. Jacob nodded as he wanted to hear exactly this thing. Actually, my purpose of looking for you was also the same exact thing. I'm looking for some materials, and if you have them, then I don't mind leaving after 1 month from now. Hallberg appeared even more excited as he agreed without hesitation. Tell me, what do you need? Jacob also didn't shy away as he stated the 3 remaining materials he needed for the ritual. Hallberg appeared surprised before he said, quite rare materials you're looking for, not to mention peculiar. If you want just white assassin parasite bug's blood, then you can take it as much as you want. I also have 1,000-year-old nightmare lily. However, I only have 1 9-star Night Salve's poison magic core and should have 3 8-star magic cores. Night Salve's poison magic core is quite a good ingredient to make advanced type 1 antidote and detoxifying pills. So, it's instantly bought whenever it appears and even more quickly used in an alchemist's hand, but I can look for them. Give me a day and I'll tell you about it. Hallberg truthfully replied. Jacob's eyes shimmered in elation since almost all the materials were available right this instant, which was more than what he was hoping for. So, he agreed without hesitation. All right, I'll wait for 1 day. C309, Chapter 309, Type 1 Universal Magic Manual 1. After their short briefing, Jacob was given a courtyard to stay in the Dark Castle while Hallberg returned to his lab, which was in the basement of the Dark Castle. Hallberg inhaled a sharp, long breath for a moment, as if he was completely exhausted before taking out a wine bottle and starting to drink directly from it. Only after calming his nerves did he stop and mutter, those 2 big-offs almost ruined everything today. They even robbed me of that astonishing treasure, and I can't even ask for it since I would lose too much face, and he might not even agree to give it away anymore. Since I couldn't after my own gift was used against me, Hallberg still couldn't forget about the disc despite not showing it on his face. He really wanted it after seeing its abilities. However, he wasn't that shameless to ask Jacob about it since it was not his to ask for. It still made him indignation nevertheless. In the end, he was still glad that despite Waterwave's foolishness, the thing went extremely well, and he secured Jacob's help, which was his true purpose anyway. He asked coldly at this moment, how did you deal with Waterwave? Dark Rose's voice sounded. According to the Dark City laws, Viscount Waterwave has attempted assassination on the city administrator's guest. The guest's identity was 1-star privilege holder, current alchemy guild leader of the Dark City, Faceless Ancient. Her crime magnitude is graded D, thereby she has been demoted to Upper Dark Noble. All her assets have been confiscated, and she will be imprisoned for 100 years. Hallberg pursed his lips as he said, only D, not C? He was clearly unsatisfied with this punishment as that bitch almost ruined everything, yet she was getting out of it too easily. Dark Rose emotionlessly replied, crime above D grade can only be denoted against at least Baron rank Dark Nobles or if she had killed the guest. The punishment is all in accordance with the Dark City rules and regulations. Hallberg then only cussed in his mind as he knew even he couldn't interfere with the punishment process of the Dark Nobles above the upper Dark Noble rank. He can only call for a trial, but the judge will always be Dark Rose, who monitors every Dark Noble in the Dark City. Alright, in 100 years, who knows where I'll be. That guy might have already forgotten about her as well, so it's fine, I guess. He muttered ruefully before his expression turned solemn. How is the evacuation plan being handled? It's ready. I just need your final confirmation to initiate it, and all the Dark City will be shifted to our secret bunker, No. 3, and merged with the Dark City of the Freedom Plains. City Administrator Dark Viscount has already been informed, and he's preparing as we speak. Hallberg's expression great eased up when he heard it, and his lips curled into a cold smile as he said, No need to make haste anymore. I need you to wait until the Dark Being enters the Dark Zone, and only then can you start the evacuation process. In the meantime, anyone who abandoned the Dark City in need of crisis bans them if they were commoners and revoked their noble titles if they were Dark Nobles. You have full authority to do that according to your time of crisis protocol. Dark City didn't need ingrates. As for those who stayed to protect the Dark City, evacuate them and start the convergence process as we did in the Freedom Plains. Those people will be dead in the view of the outside world and reborn as members of the Dark City, he declared imposingly. Dark Rose's emotionless voice rang at this moment. Understood. In his large courtyard, Jacob closed himself in his room. Not because he was tired or anything, it was just that he was planning on reading the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual, which he had put on hold because he had too many things to worry about. However, now that all his preparation was over and hopefully he would find the materials from Hallberg, he has time now. Furthermore, after today's assassination attempts, he felt an urgent crisis to have another trump card like magic. Before, he still thought that having magic or not with his current self didn't really matter in the rare planes, and he'll research it on his way toward the epic planes since he would have too much time on his hand. But his thinking changed as he knew no amount of preparation could counter the unknown, and he needed to be absolutely prepared the best he could when he could. Now, Jacob's plan was to make some special glasses that could help him see the electromagnetic waves so he could at least see through cloaking treasures or, hopefully, abilities. He was quite positive that it would work since he could do the same in the 15x or higher level acceleration. Afterward, he would go to the marked location in Mason's map scanner to see if he could get his hands on more plutonium. That's why he gives Hallberg a 1-month time period since he knows he will be done with this small chore if he puts his top speed to use. Anyhow, the magic became his priority again as he was traveling with Hallberg, which he clearly didn't trust fully, so every extra advantage could decide a matter of life and death for him. Jacob opened the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual and skipped the introduction part since he already had it down just for the sole reason of not being ignorant about it anymore. In the introduction, the power structure was the same as Immortality described it about the common, rare, and extraordinary ranks and their tires, and then the 9-star magic cores. The only extra information it had was about the magic spells and magic scriptures. A magic spell was like a command that could manipulate mana in the magic orbits. The manual described the magic orbits as the channels of invisible pathways that are spread in every being's body, and they were what caused the mana to circulate in the entire body. Before forming a magic core, all the magic orbits could be set in disarray as they didn't have a command center to manipulate them. The very first steps, called the primary stages, were the process of arranging these disarrayed magic orbits. Only once these magic orbits were fully arranged could they be connected with one energy source, which was the magic core. The magic core actually formed once all the magic orbits could focus on one focal point. Mostly, magic cores can form in 3 spots: the head, the middle of the chest, or below the navel. These spots could be different depending on a race's talent in magic, as some formed magic cores in their head like the magic beast, while some in their bellies like elves, and some between their chests like orcs or trolls. Lastly, every magic orbit set has its own unique elements, which will decide the element of the magic core once it is formed. According to the manual, it can't be changed or manipulated as it was inherited. The magic spells were ranked based on the mana they used upon casting. A 1-star magic spell would take the lowest amount of mana, while a 9-star magic spell would take the highest. Then there was casting time as well. The higher level spell one was casting, the more time it would take. But this flaw can be solved by learning silent casting, which was actually a magic scripture that usually didn't exist in the rare planes. E310, Chapter 310, Type 1, Universal Magic Manual, 2. A magic scripture, unlike magic spell, doesn't have anything to do with using magic. Instead, it can do 2 things. First, magic scripture can refine the mana and make it more potent or cultivate, thereby making the magic core achieve higher ranks. These magic scriptures were known as magic evolution scriptures. The second and rare type of magic scripture can alter or modify the magic orbits, thereby granting someone a special ability related to magic like the silent casting ability. These magic scriptures were known as the magic ability scriptures. Lastly, there were some extremely rarest types of magic scriptures that can not only make magic core evolve, but can also grant certain abilities by evolving a magic core in a special direction, making it more compatible with those abilities. These magic scriptures were then called the universal scriptures. When Jacob learned about the universal scriptures, he instantly thought about the time when Immortality introduced itself as one of the 9 universal godly scriptures. Upon his inquiry with Immortality, he was only met with frustration, as always. Still, one thing was quite clear: universal scripture and universal godly scripture were completely different, and the difference was like heaven and earth. Jacob mused the universal godly scriptures were a higher and perfect form of a universal scripture, or even more advanced than his imagination, since he was the owner of one himself. But this also made him even more perplexed, since he still can't use magic despite owning a universal godly scripture. Anyway, Jacob didn't get any further information except this vague introduction to the realm of magic, while he was hoping to have more information on the growth-type magic cores as well. But knowing their rarity, he knew their information wouldn't be lying around in just one simple book. Lastly, the Type 1 Universal Magic Manual has basic and rare element spells, each from 1 star to 9 star, and most importantly, a rare rank magic evolution scripture in it, which only has guidance on primary stages, sensing, using, and storing on basic and rare elements. It could be said the most basic and lowest rank magic evolution scripture in existence. But knowing the rarity of a magic scripture, and there might not be 2 in the entire rare planes, Jacob knew he should be happy that he even had one. Jacob directly opened the scripture written in the manual, as he can only use those spells once he awakes mana first and know his element. However, at the start, what he read made him narrow his eyes in scrutiny. Please test your magic aptitude with Magic Aptitude Orb, and confirm if you're a blanker or not. In case of non-blanker, you can skip through the information below and start magic training with the Magic Evolution Scripture if you have basic or rare elements. Note: if you do not have basic or rare elements, this scripture is useless for you. In the case of blanker, you need to either awake a basic or rare element first to train in this scripture, or you need a Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers. Recommendation 1. You should search for Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers that can truly bring out your true potential, because it would allow you to train in multiple elements at once. It is the advantage of being a blanker. Recommendation 2. If you can't find the Magic Evolution Scripture for blankers, or are satisfied with only basic or rare rank elements, then please perform an element aptitude test by downloading this Star Network application through this link. It would tell you which element you have the most affinity with and how you could increase the affinity further. You just need 100% affinity with basic or rare elements to get rid of your blanker state and start training with this scripture. Warning: choose your element wisely, as once you get rid of your blanker state, it's not reversible. Jacob was astonished after reading the entire thing, as he didn't think there was such a thing about blankers, and they seemed far more extraordinary than the rare planes know about them. So, a blanker has a special type of scripture for them which can help them train in multiple elements. It has to be quite rare. Jacob couldn't help but frown when he thought about the last point and shook his head bitterly. I have no idea where I can find even normal magic scriptures except the champion shop, much less a specific scripture for blankers which seemed nothing but ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was only a pipe dream to get his hands on something like the scripture for blanker in a short amount of time. At least there was over a 99% chance that they might not even exist in the rare planes. I can't be greedy or can delay learning magic anymore, especially if the Killer Skull Society has more of those mutants waiting for me out there somewhere. If I have no life, then there's no point in having talent or a natural gift that I can't even use. Preserving my life came first, and it's not like I don't have a godly scripture already, so being greedy will only lessen my life, not increase it. My goal is immortality, not supremacy. Jacob's eyes shimmered with undying resolve as he recited his true goal. Without hesitation, he then tapped on that special link given in the scripture, which took him directly to a unique interface. The applications on the Star Network could only be accessed by links or invitations. There was no application store for them, just like private servers. Furthermore, higher-level Star Watches also had their own unique applications. Like the Life Force scale only exists in advanced Type 1 Star Watches, the lower-ranked Star Watches need links to download it, and they are absolutely not free. Jacob read the white color interface with blue words, "Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale Application Portal. Your Star Watch is fully compatible with the Element Aptitude Scale application. Install application 50,000 ZC. Note: this payment is only one time, and the application will be automatically registered with your Star ID and will automatically be installed upon new sign-in. INSTI 311, Chapter 311, Element Aptitude Scale, 50,000 ZC. Jacob showed a fleeting frown before he tapped on the install button while thinking coldly. It's better worth the cost. Although he had earned quite a lot in these past 2 years, and Ellie's last payment was also quite generous, his total wealth was still below 300k ZC. So, spending 50k ZC out of the blue was quite a pinch for him. Nevertheless, Jacob knew the path toward magic would not be going to be easy or free, and there was no room for acting stingy with numerical wealth. As long as wealth was spent on his purpose and clearing his way ahead, he won't hesitate to pay any price, even if he had to sell everything. The next moment, the payment was deducted from his bank account, and an application started to install on his Starwatch. After 10 seconds, a rainbow color icon appeared on his Starwatch interface with the name EAC, and he opened it with very high expectations. Welcome to Element Aptitude Scale Application. Description. Now you can check your element affinity right on your Starwatch without any need to go through cumbersome, expensive rituals. Please note that a Starwatch of a particular grade can only measure a particular rarity of elements. You are logging in from an advanced Type 1 Starwatch which can only measure primary, basic, and rare elements. If your element aptitude scale result is unknown, then it means you have element belong in scare or high element category. Thereby, you need a Type 2 or higher grade Starwatch. Do you want to proceed with the element aptitude scale test from this device? Yes or no? Jacob narrowed his eyes. So there is still a variable of element rarity, huh? Well, I shouldn't be worried about it since I'm supposed to be a blanker, which means I should have an affinity with multiple elements, and I just need to increase the highest one to 100%. So even if I have scarce elements like lightning, light, dark, and so on, it won't matter much. With those thoughts in his mind, Jacob pressed yes, and the interface changed as a scanner screen appeared before words started to flash past his Starwatch screen. Establishing a connection with Star ID detected. Type 1 ID detected. Faceless ancient note. This scan will be free of charge, and all the recommendations can be bought at 90% discount. Scanning has been commenced. Jacob suddenly felt his wrist heating up before a very light current suddenly started to pass through his skin. This scanning was even more intense than the life force scale. Just what kind of technology has been used to create these watches? The moment I tried to open one of them, they will instantly self-destruct like a small bomb. While in the Type 1 Starwatch's case, I can't even find a way to open them as if they are made with fabric. Jacob couldn't help but think about some of his crazy experiences when he tried to peek into a Type 0 Starwatch and ended up blowing it. He was naturally curious about these watches and wanted to see just what kind of technology was used, but he was met with a terrible failure. The moment he tries even to separate the rubber band-like material of Type 0 Starwatches, they would instantly explode. But the most astonishing thing Jacob discovered was they would only explode if he tried to deliberately separate them, not if they got stabbed by some sharp object or cut accidentally. Not only that, if a Starwatch were stabbed or cut, it would get fully destroyed, meaning the internal structure would somehow automatically obliterate itself, turning into fine black powder but not with the blast that occurred if someone tried to open it deliberately. The former was clearly done to protect the technology from someone like Jacob's ideas, while the latter was done not to harm the wearer who accidentally broke it. Nevertheless, Jacob was completely awed by the mind of whoever invented this thing and would very much like to learn from this person if he ever got the chance. Anyhow, from that point on, he completely dropped the idea of dismantling a Starwatch. At least his current knowledge, skills, or equipment available for him were not capable enough to do it. As for if this thing could still be spied upon, Jacob knew it was completely possible, but he also knew he wasn't at that level yet where he could draw the attention of someone like the creator of the Starwatch. Since he was very sure the Starwatch security couldn't be breached by anyone, not even those highly intelligent AIs seemed to be capable of it. At this moment, the result was finally out. Element Aptitude Scale Scan has been fully completed. Element Affinity detected, 1 affinitive element, water affinity rate, 3%, recommendation to increase water affinity best for the tease taker, Faceless Ancient, 2 recommendation, 1 rated, average below 20% chance of succession, price, 10 ZC, after 90% discount deduction, recommendation, 2 rated, good below 40% chance of succession, price, 100 ZC, after 90% discount deduction, Jacob frowned, looking at the result, only 1 element of affinity? According to my research, a blanker has multiple element affinities at less than 100% rate and can even add more as long as it doesn't have 100% affinity. That's the sole reason this kind of individual is called blanker. So, I'm also supposed to have more than 1 element affinity since I'm a blanker. Or is this work another way around? Is this thing even working right? Not only is it showing only 1 element, but it's giving me a pitiful rating of 3%. But this application was recommended on the manual I bought from the Champion shop, so I don't think it's a fake or scam. Then, why is my result like this? Am I even blanker or not? Confused? Jacob had various questions about this result, but pity no one was available to answer them, not even Immortica. Furthermore, his talent in magic seemed quite poor with that kind of single affinity. One could even say he didn't have talent at all. Frowning, Jacob decided to give it another try, but this time he changed his Starwatch with another advanced Type 1 Starwatch. He now had many of those lying around in his storage after he killed so many people over a week ago. Furthermore, he was going to ask Halberd to sell them for him since they took up quite a lot of space, and his purpose in collecting them was to sell them in the first place since they were in high demand on the market, especially the high-level Star Watches. Jacob easily logged in on a new Star Watch without needing to log off from his original one. No one can log into his Star ID without his special life signal. Speaking of which, his original Star Watch from the Champion shop was of higher quality than the one he was now wearing, but he still wanted to confirm if this result was accurate or if there was a problem with his Star Watch. When he conducted the same scan on the new Star Watch, the result appeared identical, and he changed it into his original Star Watch with a gloomy expression. I should check those suggestions now. Since I have an affinity with water, it doesn't matter if I have an affinity with another element or not. I just needed to increase it to 100% and then learn water-type magic. Jacob quickly let go of his confusion about the blanker thing, since it clearly didn't matter much if he didn't care about having some rare element. Although it might be possible to form another affinity, he had no method for it. So, he was happy with what he had right now, which were the two suggestions that could help him increase his affinity with water, and he bought both of them without hesitation. After buying the two recommendations from the element aptitude scale, Jacob opened one of them without hesitation. Recommendation average. Affinities of an element are graded in faint, lower than 10 pers, low, lower than 20 pers, half, lower than 50 pers, incomplete, lower than 80 pers, complete, lower than 80 pers, complete, 100 pers. Your water affinity is faint 3 pers, the most common, effective, and safe way to increase the affinity of a basic element like water from faint grade to low grade is by absorbing the element particles. Element particles are the primitive state of any basic element, and only with a unique combination of these elementary particles can a basic element come into existence. Water element is made with two unique element particles known as oxygen and hydrogen. To increase the water affinity from faint grade to low grade, it is recommended to absorb oxygen into the magic orbits until it crosses the 10% threshold. Then it is recommended to start the abortion of hydrogen into the magic orbits until the half grade. At last, once the magic orbits will mold with oxygen and hydrogen together, they will be ready to absorb the water element force directly from the treasure rich with water element energy. Method to absorb the element particles is very simple. Just expose your body to element dense with the specific element particles, and once the body fully gets used to the element particles, they will automatically start to enter the magic orbits. Disclaimer, this method is very slow, and there is even a slight possibility that it will not work entirely. There is also over 50% possibility that you might suffer from extreme pain because of directly exposing your entire body to the element particles. Once the element particles start breaching the magic orbits, the initial pain will be tripled. Recommendation, good, make a magic element serum of basic elements and directly inject it into the bone marrow. This method is fast and highly effective despite being extremely painful. A magic element serum is a special serum made with a special recipe that only a potion alchemy elder grandmaster can create. Recommended dosage, 1000 ml of water element magic serum. Forget about the second recommendation. Jacob's eyes were affixed on the first one, and he was reading the entire thing again and again. In contrast, his eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Because right now, only one thing was circulating around Jacob's head. Isn't this abortion of the oxygen the same effect I experienced whenever I practiced the art of nature? Jacob felt his mind blown away as realization dawned upon him. Don't tell me the water affinity I have is also because of the art of nature. Jacob felt a huge veil had been lifted from his head, and also, he suddenly felt like he was a fool. Because he had been neglecting the art of nature for a long time as he thought he no longer needed it after awakening the fluid acceleration. But Jacob also wasn't to blame for this, because who could think that some life-prolonged exercise from a magicless world could grant the affinity to perform magic? Not only that, but this art of nature has 5 different levels or exercises, and Jacob hasn't even managed to complete the first one, water meditation. But now, Jacob felt like he was searching for gold outside while he had a treasure chest filled with diamonds right in his home. Suddenly, Jacob couldn't help but ground his teeth. That goddamn book probably knew about the secret of the art of nature, and it even dropped a subtle hint about when I inquired about Blanker. If it had told me straight, I wouldn't have wasted so much time in a goose chase and might have already awakened magic. The more Jacob thought about it, the more frustrated he became with Immortalita's habit of hiding things and playing riddles without caring about the consequences or severity of the situation. Jacob knew better than anyone just how much he wanted to use magic, yet he was helpless in this matter for a long time. He might not even felt all this anger if he hadn't discovered the art of nature's hidden effect. But now that he did, he was naturally furious about wasting so much time and money to find out about it when he could have learned it without doing all this if Immortality had told him, or dropped a more solid hint at least. Now, after walking in circles, here he was back to square one, and he could literally hear Immortalita's wanton laughter filled with amusement after finally watching him figure it out. Jacob didn't know what was making him more flustered. The fact about Immortality not telling him or him being stupid enough not to fully dig deep enough into the art of nature's true capability. He started the water meditation because his body size would increase after he ate so much, but after he got the fluid acceleration, the problem was solved. He also didn't get much chance or time to pay attention to the art of nature, which had no further use for him anymore. In the end, he could only blame himself for being an idiot who completely discarded a method that wasn't even fully explored just because he got another convenient and powerful one. After lamenting at his own idiocy, he finally calmed down and regained his calmness. But the coldness in his eyes couldn't be colder as he closed the Star Watch entirely. In the end, it's my fault, and I should still consider it an achievement to find out about it before it's too late. The only thing worth learning from all this is, I can't discard things that I still have yet to understand fully, and that Cursed Book's riddles can't be overlooked even for a second. Afterward, Jacob made up his mind, and he was no longer in the mood to do anything anymore. No, after knowing he might be able to use magic or discover something new as long as he completes the water meditation. With his current strength, Jacob knew he should be able to do it quickly, and all he had to do now was to find a place with a huge water reserve, and he just knew where to find one. 31. Chapter 31T Tying Up Loose Ends 1. The very next day, Jacob has a meeting with Hallberg at breakfast, which he has been waiting for since the last day after he discovered the secret about the art of nature. If he hadn't needed those materials of the blood insect enslavement ritual array, then he would have even stayed for a second longer in the Dark City. The blood insect enslavement ritual array could be said to be equally important as his awakening magic, or carved his way towards it. Here, I guess, I got lucky and managed to find the missing materials from one of my suppliers, said Hallberg smilingly. He was clearly in a very good mood as he waved his sleeve over the table, and 4 white wooden boxes and 1 glass bottle filled with crimson liquid appeared in front of Jacob. Jacob's eyes shimmered with elation as he looked at those packed materials. I finally collected everything. Thank you. This is very helpful for me. Jacob really appreciated Hallberg's gesture as he stowed away those materials without even checking them. If he started to examine them, it would be akin to slapping the other party's face who was giving him those rare and hard-to-find materials for free. Although he knew Hallberg was probably doing it to win over his trust, he still appreciated it nevertheless. Hallberg waved his hand and chuckled. There is no need. It's the least I can do with what happened the other day, and despite that, you still agree to lend me your aid. If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be me thanking you. Jacob merely nodded. It's only natural for me not to turn down good business. Anyway, now that this is a done deal, tell me, how are you planning to leave? I mean the routes and our ride. Despite already having the route map of the Star Ocean as well as his new ship and all the preparation he had prepared for his departure, he won't reveal them to Hallberg. Because as the Dark Earl of the Dark City, he had clearly prepared even more meticulously than Jacob, and he clearly got more time than Jacob as well. So, Jacob was clearly inclined to go with Hallberg's preparation. Furthermore, he wanted to keep the fact about his initial plan of already leaving the rare plains a secret and as a backup plan just in case he needed one. The Star Ocean was filled with unknown, and one couldn't be more prepared, especially when the journey was years long. Hallberg also found this quite reasonable, but he only ambiguously smiled and replied, You leave both things to me. 1 month from now, meet me above the canyon's waterfall right outside Dark City. Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly before he shook his head and said, All right, I'll leave the preparation to you then. However, 1 month is no longer enough. I need 2 months now to take care of my matters. I know it's uncouth, but I want you to trust me and let me do my job to keep us alive. Hallberg frowned slightly as he clearly wasn't expecting this sudden change, but when he looked at Jacob's solemn expression, he knew Jacob wasn't joking and was serious. In the end, he didn't inquire about why he needed 1 more month. Just as Jacob said, he hired him to protect him, so he let the man do his job and gave him more time. All right, 1 month more is the same for me as 1 month. It'll pass, even if you need more time, I don't mind. But I want us to leave before the dark beings enter the core region of the Magic Beast Forest, Hallberg impassively stated. Jacob nodded without hesitation. Don't worry, 2 months mean 2 months this time. Then he suddenly said, Before I go, I have over 500 Star Watches and I want to sell them. Can you help me with them? For your inconvenience, you can keep 5% of all the profit. Hallberg widened his eyes ever so slightly as he instantly guessed just how he got all those Star Watches and then chuckled. Just leave them here. They'll sell just like that, barely an inconvenience, and I don't need anything. I'll transfer all the money to your Star ID. Jacob looked at Hallberg's sincerer smile and nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Now, I'll better get going and take care of my matters before I come back again in 2 months. I'll be in contact. Jacob then took out all the Star Watches he had collected from the dead that day on the table, creating a small pile while he kept 5 advanced Type 1 Star Watches as replacements for himself, just in case he ended up destroying his own. Afterward, he stood up, intending to get going. He was even more eager to leave this place, and the 1 extra month was obviously to practice the water meditation. Hallberg also didn't stop Jacob, as he knew the sooner he went, the sooner he'll return. As for Jacob running away from their deal, Hallberg didn't think Jacob was such a person. Even if on a blue moon chance that happened, Hallberg knew Jacob owed him nothing, and it's not like he didn't have another plan ready, just in case. Still, he likes to believe things would go smoothly with Jacob, and in 2 months, they'll leave this barren place for good, or at least he will. After leaving the Dark Castle, Jacob headed directly toward the station and embarked on a cable lift going into the inner circle of the Dark City. His first stop was naturally the Alchemy Guild. There were 3 things he needed to do at the Alchemy Guild right now. First, to successfully perform the blood insect enslavement ritual array and make Brainhunter fall into full submission. Second, to forfeit his guild leader position as he had promised. Third, he had many potions, pills, and magic weapons he had created during these 2 years while practicing and raising his rank stashed in his private lab, and he also collected some high-quality weapons from that massacre as well. He wanted to sell them all through the guild channels as well. He could have done the same thing with Star Watches, but he handed that matter to Hallberg because he could help him earn more profit. Those Star Watches all have different price tags, and some can even sell for extremely high prices. So, he left them to Hallberg, who had all the Dark City market under his thumb. As for that stash in the guild, those things have fixed prices, and the guild was the perfect place for selling them. Now that he was leaving, he wanted to earn as much money from those things he didn't need, since the more ZC he had, the more option he had in the Epic Planes. Furthermore, he still has those closed space rings. He was going to initiate his plan for them as well. Afterward, he'll leave the Dark City for good and start his journey toward the plutonium, and only then will he start the water meditation practice without worrying about anything. Sri 313, Chapter 313, Tying Up Loose Ends 2. The Alchemy Guild of the Inner Circle was the same as Jacob left it, but there was a slightly different, which Jacob noticed almost instantly the moment he entered the building with his signature outfit. Everyone was looking at him with terror as if he was some monster walking among a flock of sheep. It seemed the news about the massacre by my hands had reached far and wide. Jacob easily guessed why they were giving him those wary and appalled gazes. However, for Jacob, it doesn't matter how people look at him as long as they won't get in his way. The moment Jacob entered the top floor where his workshop lay, he found 3 guys standing in front of the lift with anxious looks on their faces. They were Dilly, the gnome he had tasked to find a way to contact Hallberg, Clayton, the soon-to-be guild leader, and Audrey, the soon-to-be vice guild leader. These 3 could be said to have some ties with Jacob, and the moment they heard Jacob had returned, they didn't even waste a moment and quickly appeared here to greet him like loyal subjects. They naturally knew about the ghastly deed done by Jacob the very day he left the guild. And truthfully, they were scared out of their damn minds when they thought about how they were living with a monster for almost 2 years, and he will be returned very soon. As for those who, in any way, offend Jacob, like those 3 guys who lost limbs, they had long fled the inner circle and hid somewhere. Right now, Jacob could be said to be the most terrifying existence in the entire Dark City. Even the Dark Nobles feared him, and the Mercenary Guild didn't dare to seek justice for all those lives lost by Jacob's hand. Jacob coldly looked at the 3, which made them sweat more profusely as he said, "I was about to look for you 3. You saved me some time at least. Come walk with me." Jacob left the lift and started to walk toward his workshop while those 3 looked at each other with great surprise in his eyes before they gulped and then followed him behind with trepidation. "First, tell me why you were here," Jacob coolly asked while walking without looking behind. We were here to greet you and seek your opinion on some very important matters." It was the kobold, Clayton, who spoke respectfully while choosing his words carefully as if his life depended on it. "I don't care about guild's matters. You 2 can do as you please. I didn't appoint you 2 as the leader and vice leader to seek my opinion on every matter. Now, if there's anything else, then out with it," Jacob dismissively stated. Clayton and Audrey glanced at each other with wry looks in their eyes before they could only smile in self-mockery to even think Jacob would be interested in the measly guild power when he could probably win over the entire city. "Then it's about the matter of Dark Being. I heard they are heading our way." Dilly finally spoke with a grim expression. Jacob's eye finally shimmered with a hint of interest as he asked, "I heard about it as well. Since you also know, then it means the other 2 hegemony's higher-ups also knew. Tell me what your thoughts are about it and the sides." Dilly wasn't surprised as Jacob didn't know about the Dark Being's invasion. He quickly reported, "They are naturally planning to evacuate their people from the Dark City as the Lich King's target is most likely the Dark City. So, we naturally thought the same thing. We need your words to start the process as well. Where would everyone go once they leave the Dark City? Aren't the entire rare plains will be under the Dark Being's control once the Magic Beast Forest is also conquered?" Jacob impassively asked without many reactions from the revelation. "We will go to the Star Ocean and then wait for the incoming reinforcement heading our way, and then we'll regroup with them. This is the only chance of survival at this moment." It was Audrey who replied. "I thought so as well." Jacob thought before he said, "What if the Lich King were to be killed instead, as well as all the top-ranking Dark Beings?" The 3 were shocked by Jacob's unexpected question and then looked at each other with widened eyes before they looked back at Jacob with shining eyes. I don't think we need to run away at all. Instead, people will fight back because they were only afraid of the Lich King and high-ranking Dark Beings, not those low-ranking Dark Beings," Clayton quickly replied before he hesitantly asked with some courage, "Leader, are you planning?" Before he could finish his words, Jacob cut him short with his cold words. "I was just curious. I'm not a hero, nor do I have any enmity or personal grudge with the Dark Beings. But aren't Dark Beings the enemy of all living being? Audrey couldn't help but softly refute. The two men couldn't help but give Audrey a hard look as well as secretly admire her courage to refute Jacob's words like this. Even Audrey felt her blood run cold when she realized she had instinctively spoken and forgotten just who she was talking with and wanted to apologize quickly, but Jacob spoke first in a dismissive tone. Enemies are those who we actively oppose or hold deep hostility towards them, but when you start feeling fear of your enemy, it's no longer your enemy but your menace. Right now, the way everyone is running away from the dark beings, instead of opposing them, it's quite clear they feared them. Even if someone is foolish enough to stand on their feet and oppose them, why it had to be me? Do I owe those cowards anything, or do I have something to prove by putting my life in jeopardy? Heroes and saviors are those who leave behind a legend, but the one who wrote those legends will always be a bard who observes those heroes from up close. And I'm none of these two types of person. Jacob then suddenly stopped in front of his workshop and then turned his hooded head toward the three with bewildered looks and said coldly, I want to be a cowardly king who always hides in the face of danger until the danger is gone and then comes out and pays or gets rid of that bard to replace the hero's name in the legend. Lee 314, Chapter 314. Tying up loose ends. 3 afterward, Jacob handed the three all those weapons, pills, and potions to sell and sent all the money into his account. At the same time, he offered them 2% profits for their efforts, which those three naturally rejected, and he didn't insist either and closed himself off in his workshop. At this moment, Jacob stood in front of a work table. On the table was placed a crimson flower, which was none other than the advanced Type 1 blood flower. A small glass bottle filled with ruby-like blood of extraordinary Tier 6 white assassin parasite bug's blood. Another glass bottle filled with twinkling sand, it was the advanced Type 1 rainbow stardust. 3 gem-like purple orbs shining with 9 white dots like stars, 3 9-star night salves poison magic cores. Finally, a black color lily with ghostly blue spikes spread at the edges of its tentacles like flower petals. It was the nightmare lily of advanced Type 1 rank. They were all the 5 ingredients noted in the ink recipe formula of Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array, and Jacob finally collected them. Without hesitation, Jacob picked up a small silver cauldron and started to etch 9 magic gems into 9 engraving between its dark brown magic patterns. The cauldron instantly started to heat up the moment those 9 gems were placed in their positions. This advanced Type 1 silver cauldron was a magic treasure that used magic energy as a medium to create magic potions or magic pills. This silver cauldron was one of Braylon's prized possessions, which Jacob inherited with his workshop, and it had helped him a lot during these 2 years of his solitude alchemy training. Now, this cauldron was also required to make the ink for Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array before he could move forward with the ritual. Jacob then took out the Blood Insect Enslavement Ritual Array design and read the recipe formula, and then, with a solemn expression, he started the process. First, he opened the glass bottle with the bug's blood and then picked up a measuring beaker and then poured exactly 100 milliliters in it and then emptied it into the cauldron. Jacob then quickly picked up the rainbow stardust bottle and opened it. There were exactly 10 grams in it. Pour the rainbow stardust when the black smoke starts to rise. Jacob stared at the cauldron mouth like a hawk while the faint red smoke was rising. He didn't have to wait for long, as only 10 seconds later, the faint red smoke turned black, and Jacob instantly turned it upside down. The instant the glittering sand fell into the cauldron, sizzling sounds were generated before the black smoke suddenly turned like a normal white smoke. Jacob didn't dare to delay the next step, which was to throw a 9-star magic core right after the black smoke turned white. Now, I need to wait for full 90 seconds before throwing the blood flower and another magic core, and finally wait another 120 seconds to include the nightmare lily and the final magic core, and then seal the cauldron for 500 seconds. Jacob patiently waited before he completed the final 2 steps right on the clock. The time measurement was the least of his problem with the Star Watch. Then he sealed the cauldron by simply placing the lid on it, and then engraved another magic gem within the lid, and with magic energy, the cauldron was now air-sealed, and now he had to wait for another 500 seconds. The time passed slow as Jacob kept his eye on the shining silver cauldron as it trembled faintly. He won't get nervous about just anything, but this time he was as nervous as it could get. Jacob was afraid this cauldron would be blasted apart, which happens in the case of failure. However, this could be avoided by using a higher rank cauldron like the one he was using right now. But despite that, Jacob was still nervous because if a blue moon chance anything goes south, he might really go on a rampage. All those materials were too precious to collect in a short time. Especially the blood flower, which was the most precious of them all. However, after the final second ended and the cauldron stopped trembling, Jacob's tight nerves finally loosened as he quickly detached those magic gems, which was akin to cutting the power supply of the cauldron. With great anticipation, Jacob then opened the lid and a nasty smell suddenly filled with air, but there was no smoke, which was usually the sign of success. When Jacob peered inside, he saw a transparent liquid like clear water inside, and his lips curled up in ecstasy. Water-like liquid is the sign of the succession of the ink creation, and now all is left is the final part. Jacob's eye went sharp before he removed the black gloves from his hand, and his short sword appeared in his other hand. The next moment, he made a deep cut in his palm, and then his blood gushed out, and he let it stream into the measuring beaker. He only retracted his hand when the breaker was 200 ml filled and stowed away the sword and took out a white color pill and cursed it before sprinkling it on his palm wound. The very next moment, the bleeding was stopped, and the wound was also started to mend. But Jacob didn't care about it, as he knew with that basic type 1 healing pill, the flesh wound would soon mend, and he had far more important things to tend to. He picked up the beaker, filled his own blood, and poured it all into the transparent liquid. The final step is to mix the blood of the person who wants to perform the ritual in the freshly made ink. When all the blood fell into the transparent liquid, it started to change color. First, it turned into a ruby color like Jacob's blood, but the next moment, its shade turned deeper and deeper before it was inky black. This was the complete blood insect enslavement ritual array ink, and ready to be used any time by the person whose blood was mixed in it. Free 3-5. Chapter 315. Tying up loose ends, for Jacob looked at the black ink in the cauldron with elation. The hardest part is done. Now came the moment of truth. Jacob knew the ink creation was the difficult part because of the materials, and there was a chance of failure. However, the next part was difficult on its right because it was finally the time to perform the blood insect enslavement ritual with the fantastic insect. But before that, Jacob thought coldly, Cursed Immortality. Cursed Immortality appeared, and pages turned before the familiar writing started to appear. Hehehehe, don't tell me you are getting cold feet at final moments? Jacob sneered. It's called cautions, not getting cold feet. I want you to alert me the instant anything goes wrong so I can kill the brain hunter. Hehehe, what makes you think I'll do that? Immortica asked. Because it'll ruin your so-called entertainment, and you might have already guessed if I go down, I'll make sure you'll rot for hundreds of years, and right now, I'm fully capable of doing just that. By the way, I'm still pissed about you hiding the truth about art of nature. Jacob replied matter-of-factly. T.S. Key, you're as petty and paranoid as ever. But this is what makes you more interesting. However, I'm not your danger alarm clock, so no promises. And I have no idea what you're talking about. My memories are all jumbled up. Hee. We'll see about that. Jacob scoffed before he ignored the eccentric book. He couldn't be bothered by it, as he knew it wouldn't answer about the art of nature, even if he begged as long as it didn't want to, so it was meaningless to say more. Then a band appeared in his wrist with a gem before he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized pitch-black centipede appeared, which was none other than the Eclipse Aleitz Imhoff, aka Brain Hunter. The Brain Hunter was just the same as Jacob had stowed it a few years ago and almost forgotten about it if he hadn't acquired the information about the fantastic insects. Furthermore, the Brain Hunter could be said to be Jacob's companion from the moment he reincarnated in this mysterious world. They were both Decker's slaves, but Jacob ended up turning the tables on him, and Brian Hunter, in Pighead's body at that time, became his slave instead. How ironic, both of Decker's slaves had mysterious backgrounds which that Dick has no idea about. He even managed to steal Cursed Immortality from under the giant race's nose. He was truly lucky, but in the end, all those things become mine. Jacob couldn't help but snicker in mockery when he thought about that shit of a goblin who he hated as well as slightly admired. It is still common tier 5, or was it 6? Jacob asked while he looked at the cold centipede in his hand, which seemed dead, but he knew it was very much alive. This was the ranked 18th fantastic insect, and he was holding it alive right in his palm, and probably soon it would be turned into his eternal slave. It was a strange feeling of accomplishment Jacob was having right now. Does it matter? It's still just a common rank, mindless insect that has no idea about its true background. Only after reaching the rare rank will it start to awaken its intelligence, and once it awakes its growth-type magic core, trust me, it'll be as intelligent as you when you were 12 years old. Hee, I guess you're right. Jacob agreed before he placed the Brain Hunter on the table, and then a paintbrush appeared with a magic gem attached to it. The very next moment, every cloth on Jacob's torso vanished as he appeared bare chest. I'm still somewhat unsettled about painting this ritual array design over my torso with magic nonetheless. Ritual arrays have different meanings behind them, and they all have their own unique method to perform them like different cultures have different rituals for their gods. This is the same things. That's why it's called ritual array. But not all of them are gentle like mine. Ha. Gentle my ass. Jacob refuted it as he remembered when he performed the ritual after collecting all the magic cores, and it was nothing but gentle. He was feeling unsettled because of his previous experience in the first place. Still, he knew there was no point in backing down now after coming this far, so he dipped the brush into the black ink and then carefully started to draw over his torso according to the ritual array design scroll. As he drew the ritual array, the magic gem on the brush shimmered, and Jacob felt a cold, eerie feeling as the ritual array was slowly materializing over his torso. By the time it was complete, Jacob was filled with cold, noxious feeling as if he wanted to vomit out his entire stomach. But he didn't dare to mess up as Immortica had not written anything, which could mean nothing was wrong or it simply didn't care about anything. Whichever the case was, Jacob was now too far away from the turning point. When the finally small pentagram in the middle of his chest was drawn, Jacob's entire torso was now filled with strange symbols, and the very next moment, the cold, noxious feeling started to vanish, as it was now replaced by a feeling of warm rising from that array on his body. According to the instruction, I need to put the fantastic insect in the pentagram as quickly as the array is complete. Jacob quickly laid down while picking the Brian Hunter as his torso was now really starting to heat up. All that wet ink had now turned into tattoo-like markings. Without hesitation, he placed the Brian Hunter in the middle of his chest where the pentagram was and ordered it to stay there. The very moment Brain Hunter was placed over inside the pentagram, something astonishing happened. The black ink on Jacob's torso suddenly started to shimmer in the black glow. 0316, Chapter 316, Tying Up Loose Ends 5. When the blood insect enslavement ritual array started to glow over Jacob's torso, Jacob felt like someone had started a bonfire over his chest. But he had gone through far worse pain than this during the cursed heart emergent stage, so he could endure this fiery pain. Jacob's eye was on Immortality instead of his own body because he had no way of knowing if everything was going as it was supposed to, since there wasn't any more description about what would happen after the blood insect enslavement ritual array would get active. However, Jacob knew Immortality would be able to tell because it knew his body condition better than him and had almost omniscient level knowledge. What a fascinating array, whoever created it has to be, ha 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 ha. In the end, it's going to be used by my inheritor. What a fate. Jacob could only frown after reading those ambiguous lines and was preoccupied at this moment to even inquire about them. Right at this moment, something astonishing happened. The symbols on Jacob's torso, drawn in a square, suddenly came alive as they started to crawl toward the center of his chest where the Brain Hunter was lying motionlessly. As those symbols moved over Brain Hunter like ants, they would vanish into his pitch-black body. Jacob could clearly feel when those symbols were absorbed in the center of his torso, the fiery pain was also shrinking toward the center. The entire array drawn over Jacob's torso took 100 seconds to be fully consumed by Brain Hunter's tiny body, and right at the end, Brian Hunter's body was glowing. At the same time, Jacob felt something like molten iron laying over his chest, and it wanted to tear apart his skin and enter his body. At this moment thereafter, Brain Hunter's body suddenly started to sink into the center of Jacob's chest magically. While there was no trace of cuts or blood gushing out before it fully sunk into the chest, it vanished without a trace. On the other hand, Jacob was completely alarmed by this because all that feeling suddenly vanished. He looked at his masculine torso, which was now without any trace of the blood insect enslavement ritual array. But before he could inquire about it from Immortality, his eye winded when he felt something digging out right at the place where Brain Hunter had sunk into his chest. Not only that, but the gem band he was wearing on his wrist, which was the slave controller of the Brain Hunter, the gem on it suddenly cracked before it shattered, which alarmed Jacob even more. If the Brain Hunter broke free from the enslavement while it was right inside his body, then he was as good as gone if the blood insect enslavement ritual array had failed. But attention was drawn to his chest again when he spotted a black marking suddenly starting to emerge at the center of his chest. Soon he discovered that the black marking was not just a random marking, but it looked exactly like Brain Hunter, like a vivid tattoo of Brain Hunter right in the middle of his chest, and Brain Hunter's body was twisted like a spiral. The moment the tattoo was complete, a foreign memory suddenly appeared in Jacob's mind out of nowhere. After processing the memory, Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment and disbelief. Still, his panicked expression soon vanished, and calmness with a hint of ecstasy returned to his face as he stood up on his feet. "You get it, right?" Immortality wrote. Jacob sneered. "You knew this would have happened, so I don't think I need to tell you about it." Now, I only discovered when the blood insect enslavement ritual array was activated entirely. Who could have thought that not only this enslavement array can fully enslave a fantastic insect, but it could even make it reside in your solar plexus? This kind of method that can make any being reside in your solar plexus is legendary. This method has many benefits. Like now, you can summon the Brain Hunter at will as well as retract it back into your solar plexus as long as it is in a certain range and even sense its general direction no matter how far it is from you. In a sense, even if Brain Hunter ran away from you, it would never be able to escape your grasp anymore since it had entered your solar plexus. It now held your mystic signature. I'm pretty sure this is all the information you already got after the succession of the ritual array, right? Jacob didn't deny it as he nodded. Except for the part about this mystic signature thing, the rest is as you said. I can feel Brain Hunter's presence somewhere in my chest, but it's not within my body like an organ or blood, but something ethereal. Jacob then flipped his hand as his eyes shimmered mysteriously, and the next moment, the tattoo over his chest suddenly shimmered darkly, and Brain Hunter appeared in his hand, looking the same as before. But not for Jacob Bacaju, he could now feel its thoughts, and he had this strange feeling that he could end its tiny life with a single thought and order it as long as he thought in his mind. Go forth, Jacob thought, and the next moment Brain Hunter instantly reacted and started to crawl toward Jacob's forearm before Jacob told it to stop, and it did instantly. You'll know what mystic signature is eventually, so consider it as a heads up. But this time, you have really profited big time, and if this blood insect enslavement ritual array now can make this brain hunter into your eternal slave as well, then the future possibilities are limitless. Immortality wrote. Jacob fully agreed with Immortality, as only after successfully performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array did he understand just how powerful this ritual array was and the benefits of having a fantastic insect in his solar plexus. But the final step still remains, which was to let the brain hunter use its first poison on him. Lee 317, chapter 317, tying up loose ends. 6. After performing the blood insect enslavement ritual array in succession, Jacob didn't delay the next step, which was to let Brain Hunter evolve into a star rank being. Simply put, he had to help it evolve until it formed its growth type magic core. For this exact reason, Jacob has already prepared as many Titan tears as he could. Right now, another 2 feet cauldron filled with glossy black liquid, which was, of course, the advanced Type 1 Titan tears, was placed on the table. As for the small silver cauldron, it was still half filled with blood insect enslavement ritual array ink, which could be used one more time. So, Jacob stowed it away carefully, as he might need it again someday if he managed to find another fanatic's insect. At Jacob's behest, the brain hunter crawled at its fastest speed and entered the gray cauldron filled with Titan tears and started to absorb it greedily. It will be enough to let it evolve into an extraordinary tier 1 or 2, right? Jacob asked Immortality while patiently waiting as he watched the Titan tears were slowly decreasing. Extraordinary? Hehehe, what are you nurturing? A chicken? This is a fantastic insect of 18th rank. Its evolution conditions are already too hard on their own, although the Titan tears are special, but not that special to have such an effect on a fantastic insect like the brain hunter. This many advanced Type 1 Titan tears are barely enough to let it evolve into rare tier 3 or even the rare rank itself. So, I'm afraid you have to cough out your full stash just to let it awake its growth type magic core, much less let it cross into extraordinary rank. If you want to use just advanced Type 1 Titan tears to let it evolve into extraordinary rank, then you need at least 10 gallons of it. And if it really becomes your eternal slave, then you have to spend bottomless resources to nurture it with Titan tears. I guess this is the price of having a fantastic insect as a pet, huh? Jacob frowned deeply when he read those words, and he didn't doubt Immortality was lying, as there was no reason to lie about such a thing. Furthermore, he also knew just how precious and terrifying a fantastic insect was, so nurturing them would naturally be not a walk in a park. Just to control them was an atrocious task on its own. Then tell me about how I can evolve it without needing the Titan tears. You have already told me there are natural limitations on the fantastic insect, but there is also a way to break them as long as they complete the conditions placed on them. I would eventually run out of higher-level Titan tears formulas, so I need to take this route eventually if he needs to evolve it at higher levels. You already told me it needs an epic being brain and magic core to evolve into a rare rank. What about extraordinary, epic, unique, or even legendary rank? Jacob quickly asked while Immortality was still replying to his questions. Jacob knew if anyone knew how to evolve and nurture a fantastic insect, it was this cursed book. Ha 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 ha! Legendary rank? Your ambition is really commendable. Do you know, since the start of the universe, no one has ever seen or even heard about a legendary rank fantastic insect? Yet here you are. You want to achieve the impossible, huh? Besides, do you think I would give you such information just because you asked nicely, huh? Regretfully, you couldn't be more wrong. Just the information about the first poison is already enough to buy this entire Type 2 planes. And even if I want to tell you, I'm afraid I'm restricted. All I can say is just let the brain hunter follow its instincts. Ha ha ha. Jacob frowned grimly, but he didn't waste his words to persuade Immortality since he knew he had reached his limit to what he could learn from it. At this moment, his attention was drawn to the cauldron, and he was astonished because the slowly disappearing Titan tears suddenly started to decrease at an alarming rate. Within 5 seconds, all the Titan tears from the cauldron had vanished, and right at this moment, the tattoo on Jacob's chest started to heat up, which alarmed him greatly. A foreign thought started to appear in Jacob's head, which clearly wasn't his. It was trying to express something. Confusion, joy, fear, thrill, strange emotions starting to appear. Oh, it has awakened its intelligence, which means it has evolved into rare rank. What are you waiting for? Pour all the Titan tears if you want the process to be quick. When a being is evolving, they can gain many things by their bloodline as long as they have a suitable environment and resources. Jacob didn't dare to ignore Immortality's words, so without any delay, he took out a 5-liter jar which was more than half filled. This was all the Titan tears he was able to prepare with every resource he had. But he wasn't expecting to use it all on the brain hunter, and he was even hoping to save some for himself so his eye could recover, but now it seemed his eye had to wait a bit longer. Without hesitation, he turned the jar upside down in the cauldron, and the next moment, those foreign thoughts exhibited pure joy, and the liquid started to get absorbed with an even more terrifying speed. It was so fast that the moment it dropped into the cauldron, it vanished as if there was a bottomless pit inside. Although Jacob felt the pinch as he saw the jar getting emptied by second, he knew if everything went as planned, he would earn a fantastic insect enteral loyalty. This investment was nothing in the face of unlimited profit. Furthermore, the tattoo on his chest was heating up as the Titan tears got absorbed, and its diameter even increased as more rings started to appear within, like a true spiral. At the same time, those centipede legs, like tentacles, also seemed like they were moving. When the entire jar was emptied, Jacob's chest was boiling. At this moment, Immortality wrote, "It's starting to form its puppet poison magic core. Get ready." Sturdy 18. Chapter 318, Tying Up Loose Ends 7. Jacob looked solemnly within the gray cauldron, which was completely empty right now, while ignoring the burning heat over his chest. Inside, he saw the brain hunter, which was no longer like its appearance before it started to absorb the Titian tears. First, its size actually decreased instead of increased. From 7 inches, it had decreased to only 2 inches, and it was as thin as a needle. However, with Jacob's current eyesight, he could clearly see, despite its current size, its 13 body segments had increased to 100. In 50, and there were now strange crimson markings over those shining black triangular body segments which looked like tiny scales. Not only that, but its eyeless head now had grown 2 sharp sword blades like tiny red fangs, and its crimson antennas were not as fine as a hair. Last but not least, its 300 pairs of legs now contained sharp red claws, which were so tiny that they were barely visible. Right now, a crimson and black glow was surrounding the brain hunter, especially those crimson markings that were shimmering menacingly. No one would believe that this tiny thing that anyone could squish with their fingers was a terrifying being. But Jacob was different, as he could now clearly feel those foreign thoughts started to become clearer and clearer. He could now understand the intent behind them and was astonished. It still wants more Titan tears. Jacob wanted to sneer at the tiny greedy bastard. Still, he was preoccupied with that burning feeling getting intensified with every second as the brain hunter developed its growth-type magic core. He even wonders just how tiny would that magic core be since it was forming in such a tiny body. Nevertheless, he was ready to give it a command to bite him the instant it completed the core formation. But if it tried to resist or break free from the enslavement, he would kill it without hesitation. As for worrying about turning into its slave, he had already tested multiple poisons and parasite gems, even some special magic enslavement contracts. As Immortality told him, they won't work on him at all, so he was prone to believe that things go according to how Immortality had described them to be. However, he hadn't tried anything over Type 1 or Extraordinary rank since they were not available in the rare planes. Still, he was 90% sure that Immortality wasn't screwing him over by turning him into the brain hunter's puppet. At this moment, the marking on the brain hunter stopped shimmering as the glow on its body also faded away. This is the moment of truth, huh? Ha 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 ha. I haven't felt this much excitement in a long time, Immortality wrote in mad relish. Jacob couldn't help but feel nervous as he looked at the static brain hunter at the bottom of the cauldron. He inhaled sharply. This was such a bad idea. He gritted his teeth before he took out something from his pendant. It was a palm-sized transparent cylinder which has glowing dark green liquid. On top of it was a black switch and a red button right beside that switch. Jacob looked at Immortality coldly before he turned the switch upward and said while putting his thumb on the red button, "This is a radioactive plutonium grenade, aka atomic grenade, and probably above Type 1 rank as well. Although it's made crudely since I lack the proper equipment, it's still enough to blow the entire Dark City and bury it for a very, very long time. Not to mention the area 100 kilometers around the Dark City will turn inhabited with the radiation and no living being would approach it. So, I don't need to tell you what would happen the moment I felt like I'm started to lose control of my body, my mind. Even if I feel my toenail is not under my control, I'll make sure everyone will bury it with me, including you. Although I want to live, I don't want to live as someone's eternal slave or even less for someone who schemes against me. Since I'm being greedy, I'll bear the consequence. But from where that greed originated, I naturally root it out as well. So, tell me, is there anything you still want to share?" Jacob's words were impassive as he looked at the empty page of the hovering book. Jacob knew what he was doing was as rewarding as it was risky, but he was willing to take the risk because Brain Hunter's capabilities were something he needed in the long run. Furthermore, Immortaka's words were more assuring than anything else, but this didn't mean he would blindly follow its instruction after he discovered Immortaka's knack for hiding things and even hinted him toward certain dangers. Although he didn't know if it was intentional or some restriction, or even for entertainment, for him, it was nothing but a one-time thing, and there were no do-overs. So he could only prepare himself for the worst just in case things really turned out to be not what they seemed to be. This was the measure he prepared just in case things went south with the Brain Hunter. He would not let himself become or end up like Decker. Ha ha ha, your paranoia is increasing day by day. Well, I guess it's only natural the more you learn about the kind of world you are in and still have no idea about its true depth. Anyway, I never lie to you about anything, and I'm the only one you can trust in this place, so all I would say is, why the hell are you still wasting time? Jacob stared at those words for a while before a chuckle escaped his mouth. What the hell then? The next moment Jacob's hand moved and entered the cauldron, but his other thumb didn't leave the red button. Not only that, his heart rate climbed like a rocket, and he entered 20x acceleration. With a terrifying calm look, he coldly commands the static Brain Hunter, use your puppet poison on me. 319, Chapter 319, Tying Up Loose Ends, 8. Use your puppet poison on me. The moment this command left Jacob's mouth, the static brain hunter suddenly started to churn, which made Jacob's eyes narrow in astonishment. Is it resisting? The tattoo over Jacob's chest was burning even more fiercely like magma, and those foreign thoughts were now becoming chaotic again. Humph, stop resisting, and do as you were told. Jacob coldly uttered as he felt now more confident about Immortalita's information that the brain hunter would rather die than use its first poison on someone like him. This only made him want to make it use it even more. But in the end, it was still a matter of whether the enslavement array was powerful enough to make the brain hunter go against its free will. The moment Jacob tried to inflict more force with his order, the brain hunter, who was trembling, finally moved toward his finger only an inch away from its position. However, when its fangs were about to touch Jacob's skin, it shook violently as Jacob suddenly felt the urge to clutch his chest, which was now bead red. That tattoo was now suddenly started to emit a black sheen, and black veins started to spread over Jacob's body. It was like something wanted to dig that tattoo out of his chest, and not only that, but kill Jacob in that process as well. Furthermore, a strange force suddenly attacks his mind, wanting to crush him entirely. This sent him into a state of mental shock, and he almost pressed the red button. But right at this moment, how could a universal limitation be broken so easily? But you are very close. All that is left is to preserve and use more willpower to force it to use the puppet poison. Jacob suddenly heard Immortalita's eerie voice in his head, which he hadn't heard for a long time, and that damn spooky voice seemed to do the trick as Jacob was instantly awake from that painful state. With bloodshot eyes, he roared in his head, "Use the puppet poison, damn it." The next moment, the trembling brain hunter again moved its retracted fangs toward Jacob's finger, and under Jacob's bloodshot look, it finally pierced into it. Despite Jacob's current physical strength, the brain hunter's tiny fangs were easily passed through it like a tiny needle. The next moment, Jacob, who was feeling like his mind would break at any moment or his chest would blow off, suddenly felt a strange chill over his finger before it vanished without a trace. Thereby, the pain in his head and the heat over his chest started to fade away. But it was far from over as just that pain faded. Jacob suddenly experienced blankness creeping into his eye, and he lost his vision. He heard an emotionless and majestic voice at this moment, "Heretic." However, he was only able to hear that single word which almost made his mind shattered before his vision returned as if nothing had happened, and Immortalita's voice rang instead. "Ha ha ha ha, you were finally able to do it. I must congratulate you on your succession with my own voice for acquiring an eternal slave like the Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff, ranked 18th in Fantastic Insects. Right now, it is rare tier 6 and has 1-star puppet poison magic core, which should be enough even to affect 9-star beings. It will awaken its bloodline memories as it grows stronger. But never forget that its true strength lies in brain hunting. Oh, since I speak with you, my time is up for today. See you next time, and I look forward to what you will do with this new pet of yours. Entertain me well, ha ha ha." Before Jacob could even recover from his stupor, Immortalita's eerie voice fades with its spooky laughter as well as the book also vanishes. What was that voice? Did Immortalita not notice it, or was it deliberately avoiding this question? What just happened? I only remembered heretic, and that word almost crushed me. Jacob was bewildered as well as he felt a strange terror coming from his heart, and it was all because he heard that word from that strange voice. It took him a while to calm down and finally focus on the matter at hand, which was what Immortalita told him before vanishing. Furthermore, he just discovered that the atomic grenade was lying on the floor as it should have fallen from his hand at some moment, and his 20x acceleration was also cancelled somehow, which made him smile in self-mockery. So much for blowing up everyone with me if something were to happen. How foolish of me to think I could even stand a chance against a book that could make someone immortal if it wants to harm me. He could only feel bitter about it. Still, that feeling was only fleeting as he had really profited big time. As Immortalita said, he now had a fantastic insect as his eternal slave. It might never have happened before since I experienced firsthand just how resilient Brian Hunter was despite the enslavement array in the place. If not for Immortalita speaking in a timely manner, he could have lost his mind without even realizing it. It won't be an understatement that Immortalita practically helped him big time, and he also had this feeling that he escaped that voice because of Immortalita as well. However, Jacob had no time to inquire about it, nor did Immortalita want to comment on it, so this matter was as good as buried, since he might not ever know what that was not anytime soon. Anyway, Jacob looked toward the cauldron before he noticed something astonishing. His single vision had turned normal, which made him shocked, and when he touched his chart eyes, he discovered it had somehow recovered completely. But how? Jacob was bewildered as he looked down and finally noticed the tattoo over his chest had also vanished. But this didn't make him panicked at all, because right now he could literally tell where Brian Hunter was and what kind of intention or thought it had, and their connection was even clearer than before. And not only that, but he could still summon or unsummon it. It's just that he didn't need the blood insect enslavement ritual array anymore, as he was now fully in control of the Brain Hunter ever move. He could even change its entire thought process and manipulate it like a puppet. This was what it means to have an eternal salve which cannot betray you no matter what. 320, Chapter 320, Tying Up Loose Ends 9. When Jacob achieved the unachievable by making Brainhunter use its first poison on him and making it forever loyal, within an endless ocean of infinite stars, a vortex suddenly formed, and its size was immeasurable as the entire ocean of infinite stars stirred. The very next moment, something in blazing white color shot out from the vortex eye like a white meteorite, but it was so tiny in front of all those stars that it looked like a speck of dust. If looked closely, it was a humanoid-shaped white object surrounded by blazing white flames. An emotionless voice suddenly rang from the ocean of stars, and this voice contained absolute authority in it, as if no one would be able to resist it. A heretic has been born within the lesser planes. Your task is to track it down and bring it back, alive. I have already installed a compass in your conciseness, which will allow you to sense its general position. But be warned, as something is protecting it, and you won't be able to pinpoint its exact location because of that thing's interference. But it can only do this much like me. Anything comes in the way, get rid of it. As the majestic voice trailed off, the white meteorite wrapped around space and vanished from the ocean of stars. The next moment, the vortex also slowly fades away as everything returns to normal like nothing ever happened. The same voice rang from the ocean of stars at this moment, but this time it contained a hint of impishness. Who was it? I haven't been this enthusiastic for an insurmountable time. Jacob, at this moment, was looking at the tiny Brainhunter in his palm with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Although the Brainhunter hadn't changed much, but for Jacob it was completely different from before, as now he felt very close to it like kin, but also close like a king to his loyal subject or royal guard. Furthermore, he was still quite shocked that his maimed eye was able to recover just like that, and he was sure it had something to do with this tiny guy in his palm. The Brainhunter's crimson antennas were twiddling at this moment as if it was conveying something which Jacob, despite not hearing it, clearly understood. You want to eat? What do you want to eat, a brain? Jacob asked with his thoughts as he talked with Immortality. The Brainhunter was asking Jacob to feed it, so Jacob could only think about one thing that it could eat or might like to eat. Just as he said the name Brain, Brainhunter's antennas swayed left and right vigorously. Heh, figures. Since that book said your true strength lies in brain hunting, then we'll focus on that from now on. I also want to know more about what kind of abilities and those memories you'll get from your bloodline would be. So, I was planning to find you a host anyway, since it's also related to my plan. It would also be better if you could speak clearly. Your thought process is still like a little kid who was learning to speak. Jacob told Brainhunter like he was talking with a puppy. The closeness he felt toward Brainhunter made him less vigilant toward it, unlike when he enslaved it using blood insect enslavement ritual. This was quite a unique feeling, which wasn't bad since he had yet to trust someone in this place fully. Now he could feel like he could trust Brainhunter with his life. Even Immortality had yet to give him such a feeling. The Brainhunter antenna swayed again as it was the only body part that seemed to express its emotions. All right, I'll give you a tasty brain. Jacob's lips curled up before his eyes went cold as clothes started to appear on his body again. The next moment, Brainhunter also vanished from his hand and appeared within his solar plexus, which was a strange black space that seemed like an abyss that existed within Jacob himself. After completely subduing the Brainhunter, Jacob seemed to gain the ability to peer into this strange space as he could in the Infinity Pendant. Brainhunter could live here indefinitely without needing to eat anything, since here it would be kept alive as long as Jacob lived. But this place wasn't like the Infinity Pendant as well, since he could only seem to let Brainhunter in or out. Nothing else nor the time seemed to stop here, as Brainhunter could still move its body or convey its thoughts to Jacob. Not only that, but this place might have a far more mysterious effect than just this much, which Jacob was clearly oblivious to. Nevertheless, since he can now gain access to this place, he would naturally research it and find a way to fully understand what solar plexus actually is and its true effects. He also needed to figure out just how far can he summon Brainhunter or reverse summon it, and when he lost such ability. All in all, Jacob was planning to understand this ability before he left the rare planes fully. But first, Jacob spent another 8 hours in his workshop before he collected everything from the workshop, which he needed since he was not coming back and left the room. Jacob was done with the entire process of enslaving the Brainhunter in less than an hour, which was quite fast than he initially thought it would take. In contrast, the other 8 hours were spent on his other preparations. Nevertheless, the faster he was done with the Brainhunter matter, the better, and he will have more time to finish his things. This matter was one of the top priorities he had, and now it was complete, which was like a huge burden had been lifted from his shoulder. So, he summoned Clayton and Audrey to the meeting room post hastily. Those two didn't dare to delay the moment they received Jacob's message. They were also quite fearful when they came in, since it hadn't been even 10 hours since Jacob had dismissed them, but now he summoned them on moment's notice. So, they were naturally feeling trepidation and thought they had done something wrong. But what Jacob said next made them bewildered. I'm surrendering my guild leader position and leaving the Dark City for good. But before that, I need you to select 3 crook Grandmaster Alchemists for me. Tell them they will be my assistants in my journey, and it will be very rewarding for them. First, 321, Chapter 321, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect, 1. In the evening, at the exit of the Dark City, Jacob walked out of the Dark City exit, But this time, he wasn't alone, as 7 capped figures of different sizes followed him. 3 of them were naturally the selected Grandmaster alchemists by Clayton and Audrey to follow Jacob on his demand. At the same time, the other 4 were alchemy grandmasters from the Alchemy Guild within the common circle of the Dark City. These 7 were both excited and apprehensive when they found that the infamous Alchemy Guild leader was looking for alchemy assistance. The 3 from the Inner Circle branch didn't dare to reject when they found they were selected by Jacob specifically for their skills. These 3 were first shocked and then felt something was not right as their performance was below average during Jacob's exam, so why was he looking for them? However, Clayton or Audrey didn't give them too many details and only told them they had to go if they didn't want to enter the guild leader's bad side, and it was not like they would not gain anything from following Jacob. Right now, Jacob was like a high noon sun in the Dark City, and there was probably no influential figure left who hadn't heard about his deeds. So, despite their reluctance, they had to agree, so they quickly handed some matters to their men and left with Jacob, and they thought they would return soon after this journey. As for the senior Grandmaster from the Common Circle branch, they were even quicker to agree than the Inner Circle, as they had all experienced the true terror of Jacob first-handed. Not to mention, Braylon was literally trembling when he heard Jacob had come back, and he was even gladder that Jacob didn't select him to follow him. As a matter of fact, Jacob won't touch him at all since he is an official member, even if he wants to take him. So, he was content with some old senior Grandmasters. As for the main purpose of selecting alchemists like Grandmaster and Senior Grandmasters to follow him and take them out of the Dark City, it was extremely obvious. An alchemist has probably the most practical and talented brain. You all can swim, right? Jacob asked the 7 alchemists behind him. Yes, guild leader, they all answered in unison. I'm not guild leader anymore. Let's go, Jacob coolly stated before he jumped down the canyon's river stream, and those 7 followed suit. After they reached the land again, Jacob instructed, all right, set up close to the riverbank. We'll leave tomorrow. Tonight, I'll check your aptitude and even increase it so you lot can be more useful to me. Is that clear? The 7 were shocked, and they quickly agreed, with their heart beating in disbelief and ecstasy as they didn't suspect anything. Under Jacob's newly created mask, his lips curled up in a cold smile seeing those guys enthusiastically setting up camps without even daring to question or doubt his words, like mindless idiots. These guys all had one thing in common, greed, especially the 3 from the Inner Circle, and they will do anything for money or opportunities with no questions asked. Jacob was akin to a golden goose in their eyes, while the senior Grandmasters were already too old, so they would also do anything to improve if the chance was given, and Jacob was that chance. After the camps were set, Jacob summoned the Gnome Grandmaster from the Inner Circle branch first, while letting the other 6 wait. Thank you for selecting me, my lord. The gnome had this fawning smile on his brown face as he sat in front of Jacob. It's only natural for me to do it since you're following me by leaving the Dark City's protection. Jacob impassively said before he commanded, now close your eyes and I'll cast a spell to see your aptitude. This might hurt a little, but you need to endure for your own sake. The gnome was shocked as he asked with uncertainty, there is such a spell? He was an 8-star magic expert himself, so it was only natural he hadn't heard about this type of spell. Are you doubting my capability, or are you comparing your knowledge with mine? Jacob coolly questioned instead of answering it. The gnome's heart palpitated, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions since he couldn't forget who he was talking to, so he quickly did as he was told. I'll be troubling my lord then, he said with a determined look. Jacob saw the gnome had closed his eyes and wasn't peeking, and his eyes suddenly shimmered while he focused on the gnome's pointy ear. The very next moment, Brain Hunter appeared right at the ear hole, and like a lightning bolt, it bolted into the gnome's ear within a single second. Ah! The gnome suddenly shrilled softly as he felt a very faint pinch like an ant had bitten his ear, but then he returned to normal as he thought it was just Jacob casting his spell. Jacob, on the other hand, was thinking with a sharp look in his eyes, I can summon the Brain Hunter directly on the position where my eye can see. Furthermore, this idiot didn't even notice that the Brain Hunter might have already been on its way toward its brain, or it might be one of its abilities not to get noticed by anyone until it's too late, or the puppet poison could also into play here. If it's true, then it's pretty scary. However, he was in for another shock as, within 5 seconds, the gnome opened its eyes, but they were deadpan. It opened its mouth before broken words sounded, I, A, am, G, gnome, and no, I am, alchemist, T. It was like the goblin had lost its ability to speak and now trying to learn it again. Jacob felt his scalp tingle because he knew the gnome was as good as gone, and Brain Hunter had replaced him, and it did it within less than 10 seconds, and now it was even capable of speaking, which the old pighead wasn't. 322, Chapter 322, The Terrifying Fantastic Insect. 2 Jacob patiently observed the Brain Hunter's actions. For 3 or 5 minutes, the gnome was blabbering incomprehensible words and broken speech. However, after 5 minutes, its speech started to become more comprehensible, and after only 15 minutes, it was peaking like a native speaker. Jacob was really shocked at its ability to comprehend the speech, and when the gnome suddenly stopped blabbering and stared dead at his face, Jacob's eyes narrowed. The gnome, or more precisely the Brian Hunter, uttered emotionlessly, "Brain analyzation has been complete. I have all the life memories of this goblin name, Fredial. According to this memory set, the feeling I have toward you is known as loyalty and undying trust, yet my memory set told me I should not have such feelings for anyone except the demiurge. Can you please clear this conflicted feeling of mine? Again, I feel like I should ask you and follow your instructions." Jacob's eyes winded behind his mask in trepidation and astonishment when he heard all that robot-like talking from the brain hunter. He almost reverser summoned it when he heard about part of this demiurge. "So, you can annex all the life memories of someone? How does that work?" Jacob was more concerned about this peculiar revelation than answering the last question, as this ability was simply too terrifying to be true. "I can feel I can trust you with this secret information in my memory personal set." Affirmative. I have an ability called brain analysis which can help me gain all the life memories of anyone's brain. Then this ability is branched into two more effects: Memory Bank, which allows me to stow infinite numbers of memory sets, and Memory Mimic, which allows me to mimic the memory set according to how the original owner should to the very perfection in anybody I control, including its profession, abilities in case my controlled body is capable of performing those abilities as well, fighting experience and such. The only drawback is the brain analysis will directly kill the host once it was used. And second, the brain has to be a living brain if the body's owner died even a second ago. This ability is useless. Jacob was now feeling really glad he didn't nurture this monster into rare rank, or he might not even know how he died once this guy got his hand on some extremely powerful body and its memories. Just this brain analysis ability is enough to make Brain Hunter absolutely horrified, as it could gain access to any secret and infiltrate anywhere with this ability alone despite its drawback. Even Jacob might take any risk to have this type of ability. Still, although Jacob couldn't have such an ability, the owner of this unique ability was his entral slave, so it was akin to having this ability himself. Just a thought about what he could do with it made his blood boil, and he felt it was worth every risk he took to make Brain Hunter fully submit to him. Hiding his ecstasy, he nodded and questioned again. "What other memories do you have?" "I have memories from the point when I was awake in your hand a few hours ago and our small interaction," Brian Hunter replied. So, he didn't remember anything before he turned into my eternal solve, and he also didn't seem to know his true connection with me. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding, and this development was in his favor. So, he quickly asked something else. "So, what other abilities do you have?" Brain Hunter again replied like an answering machine, including brain analysis. "I have puppet possession ability which can help me control bodies to perfection as long as they are killed through my brain analysis. My third bloodline ability is called Brain Devourer, which is a pensive ability I cannot stop or have any control over because Brain Devourer is directly connected with my growth and evolution path. This ability will automatically become active once I use the brain analysis and puppet possession. Once the Brain Devourer is active, it will channel all the magic force, life force, and biological essence present in my possessed puppet into my body, which will increase my own power and help me grow further. However, as a side effect, that body would start to rot like a corpse from the inside out. The more powerful the body I control, the longer time my Brain Devourer would take to digest it fully. Except for these three bloodline abilities, I have my puppet poison magic, which can not only help me in multiple ways while I infiltrate someone's body, but it can also turn anyone below epic rank into my puppets, which I can remotely control within my 500-meter range. But to activate the puppet poison magic, the puppet needed to be directly bitten by me, and I have to inject poison in them the same way. I can't do it remotely, nor my puppet poison can be harvested, or it would instantly lose effect within 1 second. The successfully created magic puppet can't leave 500 meters radius perimeter, or it will become free from my puppet poison magic in 60 minutes, or once it becomes a full rank more powerful than me. Lastly, in star rank, I can only have 3 magic puppets of star rank. This is all the abilities I currently have, Brain Hunter statically said with a deadpan expression. Jacob was deep in thought at this moment with clear astonishment in his eyes. All the Brain Hunter's bloodline abilities are interlinked with brain analysis, and they all had strange limitations despite their ridiculous effects. The same goes for its puppet poison magic. It's as powerful and dangerous as it is easy to break free from. Is this the reason why a fantastic insect had never been able to reach the legendary rank? Although there were limitations which he was expecting anyway after Immortality told him about the universal limitations of the fantastic insects. But even with these limitations, it was still too dangerous. 3023, Chapter 323, Autarch 1. Jacob looked at the stoic gnome, looking at him with deadpan eyes without blinking, which was creepy, but he wasn't bothered by it all. He said, "I like your honesty with me, and I hope you will be this honest with me in the future as well. I will always reward your loyalty and never treat you badly. All your abilities are pretty much useless if you hunt alone, especially while dealing with powerful beings. So you need someone strong to help you with those problems. So I will clarify your doubts as you requested as a reward for your honesty and clarify our relationship while we are at it. The answer to your question is actually quite simple. You said your memories tell you differently, but your feelings tell you the exact opposite. All you have to do is follow your instincts, which came from your feelings, not memories, and only instincts can keep us alive. Furthermore, if you thought it more carefully and followed your memories which told you that you can only have such feelings for Demiurge, then can't I be the Demiurge since I give you the same feelings, Jacob impassively stated. Although he had no idea if something like Demiurge even existed since it was just a fabled concept, nor did he care if it exists or not. But Jacob cared about only one thing. He wasn't going to let someone else hold the same position as his in his pet's mind. So, he'll just become the same thing in Brainhunter's mind to save himself future trouble. Even if such a being really exists, since the possibility was there, he was pretty sure he won't care about an ant like Brainhunter or him. They weren't even a speck of dust in such a being's eyes. Hearing Jacob's ambiguous yet revolting words, the Brainhunter remained silent for a while, and Jacob didn't say anything as he knew the Brainhunter was thinking it through. Jacob's biggest advantage was the Brainhunter had no memory of what happened before it became Jacob's slave for eternity. So, in the end, the Brainhunter nodded. You are right, no one had ever seen the Demiurge, and since I have such feelings toward you, it means you are the Demiurge for me. So, I have another small request for Demiurge. Do I have your permission to state it? Jacob was quite pleased that it turned out so well and nodded. Call me sir from now on, not Demiurge. As for your request, speak freely. Understood. In this gnome's memory set, I learned the concept of name, which gives everyone their unique identity and meaning, like this gnome name was Fredial. So, I want to give myself a name that represents my unique identity, not the name that represents my species as a whole. But only if it's okay with you, sir. I can't seem to take this action without your permission. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. This is a strange turn of events. Well, it's just a name, and I also can't keep calling it Brainhunter. He then nodded. Go ahead. You can choose any name you want. I won't have any problem with that. You should indeed have a name which would belong to you. Thank you, sir. The name I chose for myself is Autarch, which means a ruler who has absolute power, and this is the only name that suits me. Autarch? Jacob looked at the deadpan gnome with astonishment, as this name was really quite oppressive. Still, he nodded in the end, as it mattered little to him. All right, you will be Autarch from now on. Autarch will forever be loyal to you, sir. Brainhunter or Autarch bowed its head. There is no need to do that around me. I have also prepared 6 more brains for you. Just how many do you need before you can increase your tier further, especially if you want to enter the extraordinary rank? Jacob asked, as he hoped to get the answer to this question since Immortality didn't tell him. Furthermore, Autarch said that the Brain Devourer is the only way for it to evolve further, so Jacob would naturally go with it. Autarch replied, Thank you, sir. Once I devour Fredial, I'll enter a new host, and with my current rank, it would take me about 1 day to fully digest a tier 5 extraordinary being. Then I shall move on to a new target. As to increasing my tier, I can only focus on increasing 1 tier at a time, meaning I can't raise both physical and magic tiers at the same time as the other begins. I can only focus on 1 at a time. Like if I want to increase my physique tier, then I can't increase my magic core star tier unless I finish my physique first, and the same goes for the magic core. Simply put, if extraordinary rank has 6 tiers, they will convert into 12 tiers for me because I can't evolve both the physical tier and magic core tier at the same time. As for entering another higher rank, I need to be at the peak of both physique and magic tiers of that rank like anyone else, as well as I need to complete a special prerequisite which will be revealed once I reach the peak of a rank. Right now, I'm at rare tier 6 and have 1-star magic core. The limit of the rare rank is 9 tiers, and the magic core could grow into 3 stars, so I need to cross 6 more tiers to enter the extraordinary rank, but only after I clear a requirement that I would get to the peak of the rare rank. As to evolve up to each tier of the rare rank, physically, I need to devour 10 beings of at least 1 full rank higher than mine, and the count will increase by 10 with each higher tier. To evolve my magic core tier, I need to devour 100 beings with the same magic core rank as mine or higher, and the count will be increased by 100 as well with a higher tier. The limit of 10 or 100 and their increase will not change even if I devour 3 or 10 ranks higher beings from my current rank, and so is the case for the final requirement, which has to clear before I can enter a new rank. Lee 3024, Chapter 32-4, Autarch 2-2. Jacob looked at Autarch as if he was looking at a bottomless pit. Truth be told, he was expecting there to be limitations and absurd demands to nurture it, but he was never expecting those demands to be this absurd. It was literally like having to cultivate 2 cursed immortality at the same time, and all that joy of acquiring a fantastic insect turned into smoke. If what it said is true, then when it reached the epic rank, it needed to consume the unique rank beings to increase its physical rank while at the unique rank. At this point, Jacob's mind went numb just thinking about the terrifying condition to let it evolve into the legendary rank. It finally occurred to him why there was never a legendary rank fantastic insect ever seen. In comparison, he was more at ease in the magic core conditions. But he was still quite bitter about those conditions remaining unchanged even if Autarch ended up devouring a higher level being than it needed. Then, why can Titan tiers able to bypass these absurd limitations? What is their background? Jacob thought as the fog ahead was only becoming thicker. Nevertheless, he knew he was not at that point where he should even think about unrevealing these mysteries, and he should focus on the present. I'll stick with the Titan tiers as long as I can, while in the meanwhile, it shouldn't be a problem to let Autark reach the peak of the rare rank. With such thought in mind, he said, "Very well, then I'll leave those 6 to you. But don't let them find out about what you are. Just destroy the body when you don't need it before moving on to the next target. In the future, we will have more ground rules when we go to the higher planes. With all the knowledge you have, I don't need to teach you just how dangerous this place is, and for survival's sake, we can't let our guard down even for a second. I won't interfere with your free actions as long as they won't bring trouble to both of us. All I want in return is for you to be extremely careful and master your abilities to perfection. I will be relying on your abilities to carve the path toward our bright future. Right now, your only task is to learn as much as you can, and if you discover something unusual, report it to me like if some memory related to epic rank. Oh, one more thing. Can you use this guy's Star Watch and magic abilities despite devouring them at the same time?" Autark answered, "I will keep your instructions in mind. I should be able to use the Star Watch as long as the brain is active because, according to my memory, the life signal originated from the brain as well. As for using magic, I won't be a problem as long as I won't fully consume his magic core. It will work like the original owner. Although I can start or stop the brain devourer ability, I can make it slow a bit." Jacob was quite astonished when he heard about the life signal's true secret, and he suddenly had another question. Are life force and life signal not the same? I don't know. I did not have any recollection of memory about the life force and only know about the life signal, which the brain emits when it is connected with the flesh body. It only stopped when the brain started to decompose, and I can easily stop it from happening with healing or rejuvenation potions or herbs. This is how I should be able to perverse the body from decomposing as well. Jacob suddenly remembered how Pighead's body only started to decompose after he stopped giving it the healing potions. "It seemed you have already thought it through about how you will proceed with your future endeavors," Jacob praised. "This is all thanks to Sir for giving this alchemist brain to me. With his rich memories and experiences, it was a piece of cake to prepare countermeasures for such weakness," Autark emotionlessly stated. Jacob didn't find this explanation wrong, as he also chose those alchemists for their powerful brains, but the result ended up far more than he could ever ask for. "Alright, since you can control their Star Watches, remember my bank account number. From now on, you will transfer your target money into my account before you dispose of your target with a Star Watch. Moreover, if they have a space ring, then stash it away after taking anything important we can use for ourselves. Afterward, we can look for them later," Jacob shamelessly instructed. He didn't care about what Autark would think since this guy was a bottomless pit, and he needed as much money as he could get to nurture Autark, so it should help as well. Not to mention his plan for all those accumulated space rings in his pendant was also Autark itself. "I will follow your instructions." Autark agreed without hesitation. Pleased, Jacob then told Autark his bank account number, which Autark remembered instantly, and then with a thought, a small pile of space rings appeared between them. "Take these space rings, and I want you to sort out materials in them within separate rings, like knowledge-related books in a separate ring, herbs in another, and finished products like potions, pills, and weapons in different rings, and don't use another ring unless the first one is full. This is your task which you have till the morning to finish before you hand them over to me. Another task for you two is the 6 outside. I'll let you deal with them as a test to see how much you can handle being someone else and deceiving them. Now you are dismissed if you don't have anything else you are curious about," Jacob stated coldly. He had learned what he needed to know about the Brain Hunter and also achieved his goal now. He wanted to move on to his other important task. Autark collected all those space rings into the space ring Fredial was already wearing and stood up. "I'm not for the moment, and I will not disappoint you, sir." Autark then left the tent without saying an extra word. Jacob's lips curled up, seeing Autark leaving the tent, forming an icy smile. "You won't, I know, because I didn't go through all those troubles and took a huge risk just to suffer disappointment." See 325, Chapter 325. Starting the practice. After sending Autark away, Jacob kept observing with his hearing, and he was quite astonished when he saw Autark appear the same as the dead Fredial. The way he walks, talks, and even his breathing pattern seemed to be the same. No one would doubt for a moment that it was the Brain Hunter controlling Fredial's body, even his own mother. Furthermore, Jacob also noticed that his connection with Autark was still strong despite Autark moving a few meters away. He can still send him commands through his thoughts or even hold a conversation. And lastly, he can summon Autark back into his solar plexus directly from Fredial brain. Now all was left was to know the exact range in which he could perform all these things, as he was pretty sure there was some limit to these abilities. Nevertheless, Jacob was content with Autark and all the things that came with it. After dealing with the Brain Hunter matter and concluding his small experiment, which went extremely well, Jacob was at ease, and now he knew he could move on to the next important matter, the water meditation. Although he was planning on putting it on hold until he was also done with the search for the plutonium, then he changed his mind and put the water meditation at first. The biggest reason was after hearing about Autark's abilities. He felt a strange urgency to become more powerful, as his current power was not enough in front of unknown threats like Autark. Jacob was 99% sure that if another brain hunter like Autark selected him as its target, he wouldn't even see it coming unless he was in his 20x acceleration, and this was a rare rank insect we were talking about. At the same time, he was now considered an epic rank. The illusion of invincibility in the rare planes seemed like nothing but a sham put on his mind by none other than himself, and external objects like plutonium was useless unless he had the ability to use them, because death won't wait for him to draw his trump card. Jacob then snuck out of his tent silently as no one noticed him, since those alchemists were busy asking Autark about how Jacob increased his potential and what they should expect. Only Autark would be able to tell, since it could sense Jacob's direction just as Jacob could, but it won't say anything since Jacob had already sent an advance notice about what he was going to do. Jacob appeared a few hundred meters away from the canyon, in front of the incoming river stream from the same canyon. The reason for Jacob selecting this place so close to the canyon was exactly this river stream. Jacob clearly remembered just how much water he needed to perform, water meditation up to just 2 hours mark, and how many preparations he had to do so that he couldn't end up drowning. At that time, he had no idea why all that oxygen was being sucked dry from the water, and he experienced that strange feeling in his body, but now he does. The only problem was, even with his current physique, he might not be able to hold under 720 G-force for much, and this wasn't the only problem, as he had to do it while holding his breath underwater for 72 hours straight. Nevertheless, Jacob was going to try first and see how well it went while performing water mediation in this river stream for a few hours, and only then could he decide how to proceed further. The river stream was 17 meters wide, while the water current was around 11 to 12 knots and 8 meter deep, which was something Jacob could handle. I have to do it sooner or later in this kind of environment, since I can't perform water mediation in a small pool or lake anymore, especially if I want to complete the 3 days and night cycle. I'll perform water mediation for 4 hours and then check the water affinity. If it really increases, I'll continue without holding back. I hope it will work, and I will be able to awake water-type magic and even explore the other 4 exercises. The art of nature clearly has no limit in place. There were just certain thresholds that needed to be done before one could move toward the second exercise. It might be a rare magic scripture for all I know, but the question still remains, how in the world it ended up in my old world. Is the Zodiac Plains connected with that world in some way? Jacob wondered. But then he stopped caring, as it would only waste his time to mull over this entire thing, as it was simply out of the realm of his thinking capability. He might be able to solve these mysteries once he becomes more powerful. Jacob then started to take deep breaths and then exhale deeply. He was going to go for 4 hours straight the moment he jumped into the river stream, even higher if he felt like it. Right now, he should be capable of holding his breath underwater for 10 to 12 hours straight, but matched with continuously increasing G-force, this limit could greatly plummet. Jacob didn't know just what kind of G-force his current body could handle and if he could last for 72 hours. But he was determined to find out. After following the same breathing patterns for 5 minutes, Jacob took a final deep breath before he jumped into the river stream without hesitation. But he kept wearing his clothes as he was afraid of an attack by some water magic beast in that river. This was the core area of the magic beast forest after all. With his powerful body, Jacob easily reached the riverbed. Then he sat in the lotus position and instantly started to perform the water mediation as his breathing started to turn rhythmic. The hour passed like a breeze, and Jacob was already in 10 G-force, which was nothing, and his position became firm. However, Jacob had no idea just over 50 meters above his head. A figure stood on top of a floating disc while a white projection light was in front of it, and on that projection, 10 red dots were moving toward a black dot with terrifying speed. 0326. Chapter 326, Starting the Attack. At nighttime, Jacob had been at water mediation for 3 hours, and he was quickly approaching the 4th hour. Not only was he completely fine under 30 G-force, he wasn't feeling any urge to breathe. On the contrary, when the oxygen starts to enter his body and pours on its own like it usually does, the suffocation of holding his breath no longer irritates him. Especially when the 3rd hour started, the oxygen's absorption was getting stronger. With his epic body, Jacob could feel it as clear as day that something was stirring inside him as he performed the water mediation. Furthermore, the water stream no longer even budged him as he was completely attached to the riverbed now. Just like that, 4th hour passed, and then the 5th, and finally it was the 6th hour, and now Jacob was under 60 G-force, and the water was now started to swirl around him as the oxygen absorption was now as clear as day, and even faint cold steam was starting to rise from the river stream. Now Jacob was finally starting to feel a bit under pressure, but it wasn't at that point where he felt like crushing. As for breathing, while the oxygen absorption increased, he felt like he didn't need to breathe at all, and it was a strange yet wonderful feeling. At some point, Jacob even forgot about where he was sitting as he got completely engrossed in the water meditation like a monk. However, in the sky where he was sitting, 10 figures were standing over discs, and all of them wore white robes with black hourglass symbols on their chests while their bodies were wrapped in black gauze. They were naturally the 10 Iron Puppet Assassins. Right at this moment, the 10 Iron Puppet Assassins turned their head in the same direction, and the very next moment thereafter, another disc rider stopped a meter away from them. It wore bronze-color robes with the same black hourglass symbol on its chest, while its body was also wrapped in black gauze. It was the Bronze Puppet Assassin. They all seemed to be waiting upon it. Then a strange scene occurred. The 10 Iron Puppet Assassins keep staring at the Bronze Puppet Assassin while the latter is the same. This strange staring contest lasted for about 3 minutes before they looked down in unison. Right now, in the middle of the river stream was revolving a small swirl while cold steam was rising from the moving river surface. The Bronze Puppet Assassin then moved its head and looked at certain Iron Puppet Assassins. That Iron Puppet Assassin then suddenly moved his hand, and suddenly he tore off a small fabric of his sleeve. It was extremely tiny, almost none noticeable. But the moment that small piece of fabric got torn off by its sleeve, it suddenly trembled before its size and shape started to contort, and the next moment, instead of a tiny piece of fabric, it was holding a dark blue scroll. Without hesitation, it instantly opened the dark blue scroll, and it started shimmering in dark light before all of a sudden turning into ashes. Thereby, a dark blue streak suddenly emerged right where the scroll had been incinerated, and it directly headed toward the swirl down like a lightning bolt. All the puppet assassins looked down, following the streak direction. However, something strange happened the very moment that streak came in touch with the water swirl. It turned into dark blue particles and then vanished without a trace, while the swirl remained the same. The Bronze Puppet Assassin's head remained in the same position for a while before it looked up and focused on another Iron Puppet Assassin. The Iron Puppet Assassin, like the last one, moved, and he also tore off a small fabric from its sleeve, and it turned into a scroll, but this time its color was gray, and it looked worn off a bit. It opened the gray scroll, and the next moment, the scroll turned into fine gray ashes before a glowing object surfaced in its place. It was a glowing gray sniper rifle that was 3 meters in size, and it looked like it was made with lines of gray neon light. Without wasting a second, the Iron Puppet Assassin moved to grab the light sniper rifle and instantly pointed it in the swirl direction and pressed the light trigger. It happened in 1 second. The next moment, a gray light released from the light muzzle and headed toward the swirl. But no sound was generated, and the light sniper started to vanish from the Iron Puppet Assassin's hands. But no one was paying attention to it as they all looked in the swirl direction where the bullet was heading. However, like the previous dark blue streak, the moment that gray light bullet touched the swirl, it also turned into light partials and vanished. Not one knows what kind of reactions those 11 puppet assassins were having right now, but they all kept their head in the swirl direction for a long while, and that swirl suddenly became more vigorous. The Bronze Puppet Assassin then looked up again, and this time he glanced at 3 Iron Puppet Assassins. Those 3 didn't delay as they tore off 2 fabrics from their sleeves, and they all turned into a scroll and a weapon. The next moment, the gray discs under their feet shimmered in ghastly gray light as they all dived toward the swirl while they activated their magic scrolls, and a thick barrier formed around them while they also achieved the stealth function of their discs. While one of the standing Iron Puppet Assassins also took out another magic scroll, but this was filled with magic runes. The moment the scroll was opened, it instantly headed into the sky, and an invisible doom-like barrier started to fall off in a 100-meter radius like an invisible curtain, while they all quickly took out their weapons and more scrolls. However, the Bronze Puppet Assassin remained the same from start to finish, and now that the attack had finally begun, the bronze-colored disc under his feet shimmered in black color before the assassin vanished without a trace. Join my Discord server, https://ggc.ggcdcdcd7ma327. Chapter 327, The Bronze Puppet Assassin. It was Jacob's 7th hour since he had started the water meditation, and he got completely immersed in it like he was drunk. However, at some point, Jacob felt a strange disturbance around, but it was so vague Jacob didn't break from that state. But right at this moment, the entire water swirling around him trembled, and he abruptly opened his eyes in befuddlement before clearly returning to what he saw made his heart sink. The water around him now continued, faint color was red. He then saw a mutilated hand holding a sword smacked on the riverbed when it entered the 70G gravity around him, and it was just the tip of the iceberg as more flesh pieces started to sink. When Jacob's eyes landed on the torn white robes worn by the mutilated body's owner, and a gray disc entered his vision, Jacob's blood ran cold as he instantly knew he was under attack. Jacob didn't even have the time to think about when the attack started or how those guys reached their current state. Without hesitation, Jacob's heart rate climbed, and the next moment, he directly entered the 20x acceleration state as he was afraid that it might be already too late to run. The 70G gravity instantly became non-exist when he entered 20x acceleration and directly jumped out of the water like an arrow cutting through the water. The moment he left the water meditation broke and the gravity on him as well, and so did the water swirl as the river quickly regained its normal state, but for some reason, it wasn't flowing anymore. However, Jacob didn't have time to pay attention since all his focus was on the 3 incoming blades from the front, and this time he could clearly see those guys as the eye sockets of his mask were now made with electromagnetic spectrum glass. This electromagnetic spectrum glass can help him see high and low electromagnetic waves or light, and this glass could not be created without plutonium. In his 20x acceleration state, Jacob could only see some electromagnetic waves, mostly high, but with this glass he could see almost invisible waves except for the gamma rays. Simply put, now those guys, despite their stealth and all the magic skills, were as good as naked in front of Jacob. Unless they exist in some other dimension, they can't hide. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that their attack formation seemed disrupted, and this gave him a chance to use the weapon he had drawn while the time he had jumped out of the water. They were blade handguns with long muzzles, and they were filled with magic patterns. I never thought you guys would find me so soon and even dare to sneak up on me, but I come prepared this time. Jacob's eyes were deadly cold, as well as fury shown in them as he almost got assassinated again despite his countermeasure against these guys. It hadn't even been a day and he was already under siege, which was completely unexpected as well as frustrating since he was extremely careful this time, but he still missed these guys' tails. Nevertheless, Jacob was ready for them, and he started to pull the trigger as those guys were only a meter away from him. The 3 guys in front were encased in blue barriers, but the moment black bullets from Jacob's gun hit those barriers, they blasted apart and the follow-up bullets directly landed on their shoulders and the next one on their heads. In 20x acceleration, Jacob was too fast, and for some strange reason, Jacob felt he had even more control over his senses. However, the danger was far from being over, as he clearly sensed 4 more people entering his god zone. The guns in his hand twisted at an impossible angle before Jacob pulled the triggers in successions. When the second passed, boom X42. 42 consecutive sonic booms rang in the vicinity while the bullet shells were falling into the river, and with those shells, lump bodies of those 7 iron puppet assassins with bullet holes in their heads and the discs. Jacob was still continuing to rise because of his previous jump, but the fight was already over. However, when Jacob thought exactly that, his heart palpitated as, without hesitation, he raised both guns in his head overhead like shields. The very next instant, a lightning fast black streak appeared out of nowhere and landed over his right gun muzzle. The sheer impact of that black streak was so high, not to mention sharp, that the advanced Type 1 Titian handgun blasted into pieces, and Jacob was sent flying like a broker kite. Furthermore, his mask also suffered a crack on its forehead. If he hadn't had those 2 things between his face, it would have been his skull that was either blasted apart or cracked. In both cases, he would have been dead. Still, it didn't mean he was out of danger, as his eyes quickly started to scan the vicinity where the black streak originated from while he tried to maneuver his body. He wasn't too injured since he didn't suffer direct damage. Only his hand was numb, and his wrist nearly got snapped. But he knew finding the attacker was more important, and this guy was not like those 7 who attacked him from close range. It was a long-range attacker. However, Jacob was in for another shock when his body was directly smacked into some invisible barrier. He knew these guys had again put up some magic barrier to keep him away from running. This also explained that part of the river was static, not flowing as it should be. Jacob finally noticed a lighting like infrared streak, and he knew he had found the attack, but he was too fast and kept moving like a fly. But it didn't mean he was going to let it have its way. Jacob quickly stabilized his falling body. The reaming gun in hand vanished, and as well he let go of the broken grip of the destroyed handgun. Another black gun appeared. It was a black shotgun, and holding it in between his hand, Jacob instantly emptied it on the moving, lighting-fast bronze puppet assassin. Jacob had no intention to hit or kill it, as a matter of fact. Instead, he wanted just to slow it down because the moment he fired shots from the shotgun, it had already vanished the moment the bullets were fired, and the Titan sniper had already replaced it. 32-8, Chapter 32-8. The streak breaker while falling, Jacob holding the Iron Titan sniper rifle, looked at the bronze puppet assassin who was agilely moving, leaving behind a red infrared streak. The shotgun round was filled with hundreds of tiny pins made with an intermediate Type 1 mineral called Black Razor Rock, and not only that, but they were coated with Jacob's explosive cocktail, which made them blow like tiny bombs the moment they came in contact with any hard surface. These rounds were invented by Jacob specifically for the agile enemies who were too hard to snipe, but he never released them to the public since it would draw too much unwanted attention to him. Now, however, these things were his biggest trump cards. They were also what he needed to buy only a fraction, and it will be over because of his sharpened reflexes and the rifle's insane speed. It was a combination of sorts. Jacob also knew this guy seemed to be a long-range attacker who needed to be stopped if he wanted to mount another attack, but he wanted to make him pause at his behest. Besides, the moment he reaches the ground, he will fall between trees, so he will again become a target of another attack, and that's what the bronze puppet assassin seemed to want as well. So, Jacob only had this 3 or 4 second window to end it. The bronze puppet assassin also never expected a lightning fast response from Jacob, as it clearly felt the incoming tiny pins that were fired exactly in the trajectory where he was about to fly into. Furthermore, those pins were giving it the feeling of strange danger, as if it was hit by it would not be pretty. So, the glowing black disc under his feet finally stopped for a fraction as it wanted to change its trajectory. But that fraction was all it took when the moment the disc was about to fly right, the bronze puppet assassin's head only moved in that position for a moment and was about to leave that position when it felt something sharp and hard touch its bronze hood. That was the last thing it could even think of because the next moment, its head blew like a water balloon. Boo, The sonic boom, which sounded like the gong of victory, came right after. Iron Puppet Assassins and Bronze Puppet Assassin have been killed by the target. Iron Class Kill Order has been terminated. 347 years Iron Kill Streak has also been ended. Streakbreaker Faceless Ancient has been marked and will be granted 20 years Iron Immunity period from all Class Kill Orders. The streak has been broken from the Iron Class Kill Order put up by the Iron Constant. 978,359 has to pay 100 times the initial Iron Kill Order price before he can put a new Kill Order again. Bronze Class Streak Breaker Bounty will start on the Faceless Ancient after the immunity period end. The electric voice buzzed in the entire secret library when Jacob killed the Bronze Puppet Assassin. However, the secret library was right now completely empty as there were no traces of the goblet or any bookshelves as a matter of fact. Only the reverse hourglass was there, but for some reason, the continuous sand was now slowly filling the upper section of the hourglass, and it was only a hair away from filling the entire section. But the moment that announcement was made, that tiny section was instantly filled before the hourglass suddenly started to contort, and the next moment, it was wrapped in space and vanished. No trace of the secret library or the hourglass was left, only an empty space. 10 minutes later, the restricted barrier around the river finally lifted, and the river started to flow again as if nothing changed. However, on the riverbank, Jacob was looking at the 8 headless bodies while a few mutilated body parts were lying beside them. There were also weapons and 8 discs on the side. These were all the things he had scooped out of the river while the barrier was still intact. After killing the Bronze Puppet Assassin, Jacob made sure that no more assassins were hiding, and only then did he stop using his fluid acceleration and stow away his weapon and start to collect the loot. Although he was perplexed about this massive assassin operation, this didn't mean he would let those precious meat and discs left so they could flow away. He needed to replenish his energy after all. Besides, as annoying and dangerous as these guys are, they were proven to be rather nutritious for his current needs. Especially the Bronze Puppet Assassin, who drew Jacob's attention in all this as not only was he dressed differently, but he was also on a different colored disc which was clearly superior to the gray discs. He also found a 2-meter purple sniper rifle which was actually not a mech rifle like his, but a magic rifle. But what are these mutilated body parts? How did they reach their current state? Jacob was most confused about those mutilated body parts. He could at least tell they belonged to these mutants and were part of their group, but someone they ended up in such a state mysteriously. So, he had 2 kinds of theories about those body parts. The first one was quite far-fetched in which someone helped him, while in the second they fought among themselves, which is an even more far-fetched situation since these guys didn't seem to have a mind of their own. Jacob has another notion that it might have something to do with the water mediation, but it is so absurd that he doesn't want to believe it, but still he won't ignore it. Because if it was true, then the art of nature might even be far more powerful than he could even imagine. The moment the barrier was lifted, footsteps rang in the middle of the night as they approached Jacob. Jacob didn't even react as he knew who it belonged to. It was the gnome who was naturally autarch who Jacob had summoned here. Jacob coldly spoke at this moment. Finish off the remaining alchemists by absorbing their memories and take the strongest one of them as a host. I was hoping to give you some time to adjust, but it seems we can't wait any longer and has to leave. After you're done, I want you to look into 10 storage rings, CH-329, Chapter 329, Skull Number A0 space rings somewhere in the inner region of the Magic Beast Forest. A bonfire lit a spacious cave. Jacob sat in front of the bonfire and chewed on a roasted leg while a small pile of clean bones was sitting beside him. Sitting on the opposite side of the bonfire was an 8-1-foot-tall purple-scale kobold wearing black armor, but his eyes were deadpan as he stared straight at Jacob without blinking. It was naturally Autarch who had changed its body from a gnome to a kobold who was the strongest in the alchemist group, bought out by Jacob despite being a Grandmaster rank potion alchemist. It's rude to stare at someone while they are eating. Jacob impassively said at this moment as he finished off the meal, which was quite fulfilling as he was feeling quite powerful, especially after eating that Bronze Puppet Assassin. Jacob had a feeling that his heart was more powerful than those Iron Puppet Assassins, and he probably gained far more with its heart than he did with all 7 of them combined. Still, it didn't mean he was happy about it. On the contrary, he was feeling quite apprehensive because if more than 10 of those bronze robe guys came after him, he might not escape without paying a steep price. He never thought the Killer Skull Society was hiding such a terrifying trump card under their sleeve. But he was also confused about why they were sending them in small groups, not all of them together, since it would be easier to kill him. This was the only thing he couldn't comprehend. I'm not staring, I'm just observing how Sir could eat so much since it's impossible according to my memories, and only a giant can eat this much, but Sir is clearly not giant. Autark emotionlessly stated. Although he can act like a normal being but in front of Jacob, he seems to prefer talking with his true self, which seems to have no emotion, and Jacob also prefers the real Autark. Like you, I also have special abilities which I can't tell you for your own good, Jacob coldly stated. Despite knowing Autark can't betray him, he still chooses to keep his abilities to himself since no one has seen the future. Understood. Autark nodded expressionlessly before he asked something again. Can I know why you were attacked and by whom, or were you hunting? Jacob scoffed. I was attacked by an organization called the Killer Skull Society, and it might not be their last attempt. Autark nodded. I indeed have a set of memories about the notorious Killer Skull Society. Then I don't need to explain it any further. All you need to know is they are my enemies and now yours as well. If in the future, if you find any news related to them, report it to me. Jacob ordered. Understood. Now, I need you to look into these space rings for me and tell me what is inside them. They are related to the Killer Skull Society as well. Jacob then flipped his hand. 10 space rings appeared. Those space rings belonged to none other than Skull number 80, who died by Jacob's hand, and in his mind, the Killer Skull Society was sending those mutants after him because of these space rings. Before, he didn't have any means to open them, nor did he trust anyone enough to ask them to open these rings for him. He could have even made someone open them and then kill them, but he decided to wait until he subdued Brain Hunter or awakened magic power of his own. What about the space rings you gave me to sort out before? Autark expressionlessly questioned. Jacob questioned in return. Are you done with them? Autark nodded. Yes, I was done in an hour. Do you want them right now? Jacob nodded without hesitation. Yes. If you don't need anything, I will be keeping them on me since you will be changing your body often and might even need to abandon it if this kind of attack happens again. So, these items will be safe with me. I want you to make an inventory list on the Star Watch about the items in those rings and then send them to me. But you may keep one advanced Type 1 space ring and anything useful to you for your personal use. Thank you, sir. But there is nothing useful in those rings for me. I'll keep a ring for convenience. Autark stated before he took off the ring from his ring finger before he took out another ring from it and handed it to Jacob. Jacob accepted it without hesitation and stowed it away in his pendant, as he knew now he didn't need to worry about running out of space as he could let Autark store anything in those rings. Then he handed Autark those rings he discovered on A0. Autark didn't waste any time and wore one of the 10 rings and tried to open it. The ring shimmered azure light before it returned to normal. Autark then looked at Jacob with a deadpan expression while Jacob was looking at him with anticipation since he wanted to know what was inside those rings, which made the Killer Skull Society so hyperactive. Autark impassively said, I cannot open it. It is inaccessible. I'm sorry. From start to finish, his expression didn't change. Jacob was startled, and then he frowned as he knew Autark wasn't lying. He didn't have the ability to lie to him, but this revelation was still hard to swallow. Why? My magic power was blocked by some barrier that is stopping me from probing into the independent space of this space ring. It's like some encryption has been placed on it, Autark replied. Try others, Jacob said with a clouded expression as he was feeling indignation and perplexed to the extreme. Autark, oblivious to Jacob's inner turmoil, did as he was told and started to wear those remaining 9 rings one after another, and each time like a robot it would say inaccessibles and move on to the other. Jacob's fury was at the boiling point until Autark's words were finally changed on its 8th try. This one is accessible. These 330, Chapter 330, The Sense of Crisis. This one is accessible. Those emotionless words of Autark's were music to Jacob's ears as he was really starting to feel like vomiting when he thought about his close shaves with death, and all for what? For a bunch of locked rings, which he didn't even know were locked a few moments ago. What is inside? Hiding his elation? Jacob asked calmly. First, this space ring's inner space is 100 cubic meters, not like the advanced Type 1 rings, which only had 10 cubic meters of space, which clearly made it a space ring above the Type 1 rank. As for the items inside, there are 82 magic scrolls, 3 spears, 4 magic guns, a ship, many different potions, and pills, and all of them are advanced Type 1, and some of them are even I don't recognize. There are also 19 books, a strange black cube, 23 more space rings, and lastly, there is a hexagram-shaped crimson token engraved with an unknown language which I didn't have any memory of. Most of the space of this ring is occupied by the 53-meter large blue ship, and only 14 cubic meters of free space remained, Autark revealed. Jacob's eyes shimmered with surprise when he heard just this ring alone was most likely to be a Type 2 space ring, and all those materials inside made him even more ecstatic. Because Autark's memories could rival a senior grandmaster, and even he seemed not to recognize some of those potions and pills which could only mean 2 things, they were either extremely rare or above Type 1 rank as well. As for those magic scrolls, Jacob had seen A-Double using some of them during his escape, and he knew the remaining ones would not be any less precious, and those extra 23 rings will be most likely hold even more wealth that A-Double couldn't store in this one ring alone. Just that ship alone was worth Jacob's absolute attention, and it would not be some cheap ship either, considering A-Double's status. All in all, Jacob was content with just this ring's treasures, and when he thought about those other locked rings, his heart raced slightly as he didn't dare to imagine what could those closed rings hold in comparison to this open one. The society is most likely after those locked rings as well, and that open ring should be that guy I killed. This made those locked rings even more precious than this one. Jacob thought with scrutiny. Can you open the remaining 2 rings? Jacob asked, as he didn't tell Autark to take out anything from that space ring yet, and instead, he wanted to confirm if the remaining 2 rings were open or also locked. Autark tried on Jacob's behest, but in the end, he shook his head. They are also locked like the remaining 7, only this one is open. Do you want me to look into the other 23 space rings in this one as well? Give me the lock rings. We'll find a way to unlock them eventually and go ahead with the remaining 23 space rings. Jacob nodded without hesitation. He stowed away the 9 locked space rings in his pendant again, as he had no intention of giving them away and seeking reconciliation with the society. Because Jacob knew he was past the point of seeking forgiveness from them, and even if he returned all that he took, they would not be going to let him off. At least he won't after suffering so much loss. After 10 minutes, Autark was finally done with the 23rd space ring, as Jacob didn't disturb him in the entire process and silently waited. Autark finally spoke. All of these space rings have 100 cubic meters of space. 19 of them are entirely filled with raw materials, and all of them are advanced Type 1 rank. Most of them are extremely rare, and some of them even I don't recognize. One of the remaining 4 is filled with all types of 9-star magic cores. The second one is filled with weapons, and all of them seem to be advanced Type 1. The third space ring is filled with all sorts of potions and pills, while the last one is 10% filled with magic scrolls, and the rest is empty. So much? Just how rich is the society, and did I really unknowingly cut off the snake's head? That person was that important Grace after all, and that's why the one contacting me was not him, but that woman, because he was dead. Jacob was astonished, as now it was almost confirmed that the person dying by his hands was really important Grace. Furthermore, he could imagine just what it means to have an entire filled space of 100 cubic meters with just raw materials, and there are 19 of them, and only someone with top-level authority could hold this much wealth in an organization. If Jacob was correct, then this entire wealth was akin to the entire treasury of the society in the rare plains, and it ended up in his hand. Then there were still those 9 locked rings. Jacob now started to get why the apocalyptic S would make the mistake of contacting him, even going as far as to threaten him outright instead of taking silent actions. There was something in those locked rings which was important enough to make her panicked, not the things in A0's ring. The more Jacob thought in this direction, the more he felt he was almost close to the truth. It seemed this entire thing was far more dangerous than I had expected it to be. I have another task for you. Jacob looked at Autark and solemnly started to give me different instructions. With a sense of crisis, Jacob meticulously made more adjustments to his plan of leaving the rare plains and was now even considering rejecting Hallberg since things were too dangerous for him alone. He can't babysit someone else. However, this was still only a mere thought as it wasn't an option yet. There was still time to make the final decision. I'll follow your will. Autark nodded in agreement after he heard Jacob's instructions. Jacob coldly said as he stood up, "Good, then let's waste no time. We need to find a bigger place to sort out everything in one night. We'll leave for the Wild Nation after you're done mastering this item. Furthermore, we can't move on the ground anymore or travel slowly." C331, Chapter 331, The Wild Nation 1. Under the cold morning breeze, Jacob stood in a small clearing of the trees. However, he seemed odd as he kept staring in front of him despite there being nothing but trees. At this moment, Autark's voice rang from the same spot where Jacob was looking. "It's as you predicted." The next moment, he appeared out of nowhere, and surprisingly, he was hovering above the ground as he stood on top of the same bronze disc that the bronze puppet assassin was riding the other night. Although this disc is a very powerful stealth treasure, even more powerful than the gray color ones. But the person who used it has to be very strong willpower because the more you channel magic into it, a strange mental power would try to attack your mind, making it less calm and more violent, and the effect is 5 times greater than the gray one. Especially if someone already has a weak mind or some deep resentment or anger issues, they will instantly lose control of their mind the moment they try to use these discs. Unless someone has my ability to control the brain to perfection and is almost immune to these petty tricks, it's very dangerous to use these discs. I wonder if it's possible to remove this mental power somehow, and then it would be completely safe to use for Sir. Autark gave his assessment with an emotionless expression. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding as well as coldness when he thought about what had happened in the Dark Castle, and he was even glad that it was Waterwave who tried this disc, not Hallberg, or it would be a huge problem. Since they dare to put up such a vicious trap on these discs so no one can use them against them, then this means those mutants might not have any effect on their brains at all. Nevertheless, it would be a problem to use these things unless I have the brain hunter's natural talent and mentality. Well, it might be a good trump card to escape in grave situations when I have no choice. But before any of that, I need to awaken the magic to use it. But awakening magic is becoming more and more cumbersome as every time I put my mind to it, something comes up and destroys my efforts. The rare plains, which seemed like safe haven, have turned out to be a wolf den. Jacob was really perplexed at his current predicament. He didn't dare to enter the water meditation state after his last assassination attempt. He didn't believe he would always be so lucky to avoid that kind of attack, especially if multiple bronze robe guys showed up. So, he de-iced to sort out all those things in ASO's space ring in one night with Autark's help, and he separated them all according to their use and those items they couldn't seem to identify, like the magic scrolls. Jacob put them into a separate space ring. It took both of them 4 hours to sort out those 23 space rings, and Jacob really felt like a rich businessman at this moment since those ZCs made with the items sold he left in the Dark City also kept coming. Afterward, he took out the bronze disc and let Autark master it, as well as test if this thing had some hidden effect on the user since the last time he almost made a blunder. Now things were clear. Jacob then asked, "What about magic consumption? I can use it for 2 hours with 9-star magic core capacity without using the stealth feature, and if I use the stealth feature, then only for 30 to 40 minutes. Furthermore, this body is continuing to regress as my brain devourer keeps absorbing the 3 primary components of this body. I need to keep absorbing 9-star magic core every hour to keep this body's magic core from the start dropping in its rank, as well as I also need rejuvenation pills or potions with the same effect to keep this body from starting to decompose in a few hours," Autark stated. Jacob nodded as he calmly uttered, "I guess we got all those supplies at the right time then. We have more than enough to last for a long while, and we can make just as much, even far more. But this will slow down your growth rate since you won't be able to change hosts more often. But the situation demands it, so you have to wait before I'm done with the rare plains, and afterward, you can have all the prey you want since there will be a long journey ahead of us. I'll follow Sir's arrangement. My advancement matters little in front of your improvement. I might not be able to survive without Sir's backing, so you are also my top priority," Autark said with a deadpan expression. "I'm glad you can understand that. So, let's not waste more time. How much weight do you think this disc can carry?" Jacob asked. "I try picking up a boulder about 400 pounds and fly with it, and you will be glad to know that its speed or agility was not effective at all," Autark replied. Jacob's lips curled up in a content smile. "Then it would be a breeze to attach another small plank on its back, and it can carry us both toward the wild nation. This will also save us the pain of crossing paths with the Dark Being army as well as huge time." Since this disc was as capable as Jacob predicted it to be, he wasn't going to shy away from using it. Furthermore, this disc only affected those who were using it, not the passenger sitting over far away from it. From the start, Jacob was planning on using this disc to travel and save tremendous time, and with Autark, it was going to be quite easy as well. So, Jacob quickly got to work, and with a tree plank, he carved out a thick rectangular plank, and from one side it was hollow, and there were many clips within that hollow. The bronze disc, like a wheel, easily fits in those clips, and then he binds them with a special material. Now, the bronze disc has been etched into a rectangular plank which looked like a straight board as Jacob sat at the back while Autark was standing on the disc. Jacob cared less about appearances as he commanded coldly, "Let us go toward the wild nation of the Dark Beings." 3032. Chapter 3032, The Wild Nation, 2. The journey from the Magic Beast Forest to the Freedom Plains was quite long, especially if someone didn't have a virtual map of the entire rare plains like Jacob. With Autark's special trait of never being tired as long as it has a fresh host body and Jacob's own unique endurance, they both didn't need to rest as they could continue to move. Furthermore, Autark could continue to replenish its mana with a magic core like a battery and maintain both the speed and altitude of the bronze disc. Right now, they were traveling over 1,000 miles per hour speed, and despite that air current, none of them seemed bothered by it because Autark was also using a mana barrier. Meanwhile, Jacob, who had nothing better to do since he left the navigation part to Autark, as he handed him the map scanner where the plutonium site's coordinates were recorded. He decided to go through all those books he found in A0's ring, as well as all the knowledge he got from all the storage rings he ever acquired in the rare plains. Most of the books in A0 Space Ring were about 9-star magic spells, or as a matter of fact, almost every book he acquired was about magic spells or some recipe that he wasn't interested in. First, those magic spells were of random elements, and those recipes or knowledge were too ordinary in his eyes. However, he does remember anything related to the water element since he knew he would most likely awake it. Because after his small section of the water meditation in the river, Jacob again performed the element aptitude scale test to see if his conjecture about the art of nature's hidden effect was right or wrong. In the end, his water affinity surprisingly increased from 3% to 4 to 1% after only spending 7 hours of water meditation. This burned away all of Jacob's doubt, and he knew he was on the right path, but this only made him more frustrated since he couldn't seem to find a calm and safe place to practice. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't dwell on it since he knew now that the method was in his hand. He would not be going to walk in circles. While browsing through those books, Jacobs discovered something surprising. He found 2 magic evolution scriptures. To his surprise, one of them was written in the language of the Dark Being, and it belonged to none other than the White Minister he killed in the Dark Ruins. His space ring was the first ever space ring he acquired in the Rare Plains. Furthermore, there were tons of knowledge in his space ring, as well as life crystals, which Jacob had no idea how he should use since they were true treasures for the Dark Being, but not for the living, so he kept them to the side for now. Anyhow, the magic scripture called Bloodlust Scripture of the White Minister was for the Dark Beings who have awakened the Dark Blood magic core. Furthermore, to start practicing the Bloodlust Scripture, a Dark Being needed the fresh blood of the living beings. The blood quantity and quality will continue to increase as one reaches the higher level of the Dark Blood magic core until it reaches 9-star. Jacob then stowed this scripture away as he expects nothing less from the Dark Beings, and this method was virtually useless to him or for any living being, as a matter of fact, because these types of magic cores could only be awakened by the Dark Being, not the livings. This was a strange rule, as the Dark Being also can't seem to awaken the element of light or healing and other special elements to the living as well. At least that's what the Type 1 Universal Beings Living in Dead book he bought from the Champion's Face described it to be. As for the Magic Evolution Scripture he got from A0, it was fascinating because it was magic evolution scripture for a peculiar element, illusion, and this was certainly an extremely rare element. Its limit was all the way up to the 1-star epic magic core. This means with this magic evolution scripture helps, anyone with an illusion magic core would be able to evolve its magic core into epic rank, becoming a real epic being. It's a pity I can't take advantage of this rare magic evolution scripture. Well, at least it will fetch quite a high price in the epic planes. I'm pretty sure those guys won't be as ignorant as the Rare Plains, Jacob thought with curled lips before he stowed it away after remembering it as well. Just like that, time passed, and one day later at night, Autark and Jacob were flying in the starry sky under the dim crescent moon, and only the faint light from the stars were barely illuminating the surroundings. Sir might want to see this. Autark suddenly spoke at this moment, and he spoke for the first time since they started their travels. Jacob, who was reading a very interesting 3-star water spell and continuing to expand his magical knowledge, suddenly looked up toward Autark, drawn by his voice. Then, he finally looked down. First, everything appeared the same on dark night. The forest down below seemed like a dark trench. However, with what Jacob was wearing, he could see quite clearly even with his own natural sight was like a night vision. What he saw made his eyes widen. The entire forest seemed to have come alive as it was crawling forward. However, upon closer inspection, it was not the forest that was moving, but thousands of skeletons and zombies. This was the incoming Dark Being army which was marching toward the Dark City while they were sweeping anything alive in their way, leaving nothing but wastelands. Just watching them march through those lively trees and almost instantly making them dry and rotten in their way made Jacob's skin crawl. Jacob's eyes then fall over the rider at the very front, who was riding a massive undead horse that has blue ghastly fire for its eyes. The rider was wearing pitch-black armor from head to toe and giving of appalled aura of death itself. It was the Lich King. Right at this moment, the Lich King, who was riding at the very front of the Dark Being army, suddenly moved its armored head upward. 3033, Chapter 33-3. The Wild Nation 2. Jacob instantly noticed the Lich King's hidden gaze on him the moment the Lich King looked up. But instead of getting alarmed, he merely scoffed. This guy's awareness is quite sharp, but he's nothing compared to all those mutants. Did Sir want to end the Lich King's cortege? Autark asked. Why do you think I would want that? Jacob questioned back. Because dark beings are the enemy of the living? Then let me ask you something. Will you risk your life for some stranger? Jacob questioned again. No, Autark replied. Jacob's lips curled up as he asked another question. Then what if someone proclaimed that the stranger is the enemy of everyone? Will you do it despite knowing that there is nothing in it for you, and there is even a slight bit of a chance that you might die? Autark thought for a moment before it replied, It seemed I was asking the wrong question according to all the memories and perspectives I have collected. It is not your fault to be curious. This is the only way an intelligent being can progress further. You were just asking me the same question that any living being would have asked me. I indeed have the power to end all this right here and now, but I won't because I will gain nothing out of it, and there is still a chance that the Lich King is hiding something. Or do you think he would have marched straight toward the Dark City after conquering almost half of the Rare Plains? This is no longer madness, but there is a hidden motive here that has nothing to do with me or you. Jacob impassively stated as he coldly gazed at the Lich King, who was still looking up as Jacob and Autark were flying over the Dark Being army. The Lich King then finally lowered its head as it continued to ride forward, no longer paying attention to the small flying object hundreds of meters high in the sky. Even if he wanted to do something about it, he simply couldn't, and it was going to be a waste of energy. After this small encounter, Autark and Jacob didn't encounter anything unusual except for flocks of flying magic beasts as they were migrating toward the deeper region of the forest or fleeing. The Dark Being army has left behind nothing but wastelands, and all those beasts on the lands were completely annihilated while only these aerial magic beasts were able to flee. Some vicious ones even tried to attack Autark and Jacob, but they were all met with the same fate as Jacob easily shot them down before they could even enter 10 meters close to them. As Jacob and Autark were getting closer to the marked location on the map scanner, the lands below were turning black and dry, and no living being could be seen there. Not even a dry tree could be seen. Another day passed, and they finally entered the Wild Nation borders, and what Jacob saw made him quite astonished. There were strange crimson tresses on the ground without any leaves but with multiple sharp branches which were filled with long, hairy, dark vines. Those vines were spread on the ground as far as those trees were going, and those trees were virtually everywhere. Furthermore, from the moment they crossed the Wild Nation borders, a strange stench and gloomy air were around, and the bright sky was now clouded as if the sun's rays were not allowed in this place. Everything was bleak and spooky as he could see some dark being walking aimlessly among those strange trees and veins like some mindless puppets. Just how did that guy, Mason, end up coming here and even finding the plutonium? And he did it without getting chewed by those things first as well, Jacob wondered. How much further are we from the location? Jacob asked Autark, who was navigating with the map scanner. According to this map scanner, we are still over 100 miles away. It would take around 20 more minutes to reach our destination, Autark statically replied. 20 minutes later, Autark and Jacob entered a mountain range surrounded by light green mist. Jacob frowned as a very potent stench entered his nose, and it even left behind a burning sensation. Autark instantly uttered, "The air is poisonous, probably because of that mist." The lungs of this body are already started to experienced decomposition as it is long past its limit because I kept using its magic orbits. I'm afraid now it won't last long. Jacob nodded with narrowed eyes as he looked at that green mist surrounding the mountain range. It seemed I underestimated the environment of the Wild Nation. Land us as close to the mountain range as you can. I'll take it from there. You played your part well by sending me here this fast. If I was traveling on foot, I won't be able to reach this fast here without getting exhausted a few coops of times or meeting those annoying corpses on the way. You were very helpful. Now all left is taking all that plutonium and then leaving this goddamn place for good. You should rest. It is what I should do. Autark impassively replied before he started to descend. Jacob didn't say anything as he knew this insect had no emotions of its own, or it was not evolved enough to have them, so showing appreciation was simply a waste of time. Still, he wants Autark to know his efforts were being greatly recognized by its master. After landing, Jacob stowed away the bronze disc with the board as a whole and directly summoned Autark back from the kobold's brain into his solar plexus. The moment Autark vanished from the kobold's body, the deadpan eyes lost the faint sheen from its eyes before its scales started to fall off as dark blood gushed out from all over its body as it fell on the ground. So, this is the fate of those who were being fully suckled dry by the brain hunter, Jacob thought as he looked at the mutilated body, which seemed completely fine a moment ago. Stowing away the storage ring Autark was wearing, he moved toward the mountain range while holding the map scanner as the poison mist had no effect on him except the burning sensation in his nose or that terrible stench. The marked location was only 4 miles deep into this mountain range. C334. Chapter 334 The Hidden Mine, 1 on the mysterious mountain range. Jacob cautiously walked toward the marked location in the poisonous mist. The deeper he goes, the deeper shade of green the mist becomes. In his estimate, this poisonous mist was even potent for extraordinary rank living, and probably the dark beings could walk freely in it. This made him even more curious as to how Manson was able to dive this deep into the Wild Nation, not to mention he was crazy enough to enter this poisonous mist. But one thing that Jacob was really content about was there were no dark beings around. On his way here, there were seldom 1 or 2 dark beings walking around aimlessly. He knew the Lich King had most likely taken the majority of his forces toward the Dark City and left this place without much security since there was no one left to attack it anymore. Furthermore, after experiencing the environment of these lands, Jacob was sure only idiots would want to live in this place as long as they didn't want to plague with stench and unknown illnesses. He even wondered why in the world the Life faction was fighting for such lands in the first place. Couldn't they really just build solid defense instead of try fighting the dark beings? Or were they so prideful that they couldn't just simply hide and chip away their forces instead of headbutting them on the battlefield? The dark beings would never stop attacking the living because they had a valid reason for it. But what about the living? What would they get by killing them except for some rare magic cores or their rotten corpses and bones? Furthermore, with how the dark beings from the other planes could send reinforcement from the other planes, like the Life faction, it was pretty clear they were as intelligent and advanced as the living beings. Jacob was confused and curious at the same time about the dark beings, and he knew the secret was most likely to do with the zodiac planes being so strange. Nevertheless, he was more inclined toward focusing on his present instead of worrying about the mysterious future. Jacob's footsteps suddenly come to a halt when a cliff wall appears in front of him within the mist, and if not for his mask and sharp senses, he would have smashed right into it. When he looked at the brightly lit scanner in his hand, it was showing a red marker in the center of it and kept on blinking. This is the place? Jacob frowned as he looked around, and everything was the same except for the cliff in front. If I were him and found a load of unknown materials, then I would do anything to hide it until I came back. Or if I knew where it was beforehand. In both cases, there is some hidden passage somewhere near here. Jacob stowed away the scanner since it was now useless, and from here he was on his own. He didn't get the chance to fully interrogate Mason since he thought he had only discovered the load by chance, so it might be in a quite obvious location. However, now that he had come here himself, he knew Mason was led here by something since this location was clearly not adventure-friendly, or that guy just had a knack for courting death. Furthermore, the Wild Nation hadn't been opened for all this time, and it's only been a few years since Jacob had cleared the trial of the rare plains, lifting the barrier on both sides. So, Mason couldn't be just wandering in this place by chance or again, and the Dark Beings were quite proactive right after the trials were over with their defeat. It was hard to believe some adventurer would come adventuring in a war zone teeming with Dark Beings. But the thing was, there was nothing within Mason's belongings that could confirm this theory, and only this map scanner was the only proof that leads here. Instead of searching aimlessly for clues, Jacob decided to take a rather direct approach which would save him quite a time. His short sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed the cliff in front of him as this was the most obvious location where a doorway could be, and the map scanner stopped right at this point. If it turns out to be a normal rock, then his sword would cut through it like a hot blade through butter, and if it wasn't, then he'll know right away by the difference in sound. Luckily, the moment Jacob slashed the sword, it cut like a sheet of paper, and instead of a solid surface behind it, it was actually hollowed. Jacob's lips curled up when he saw the darkness behind the fine slit, which was 3 inches deep in the cliff wall, and he knew it was the right decision to use this method. Then Jacob didn't need to hold back as he directly slashed his sword 2 more times, opening a dark pathway and entering without needing any torch. He found himself walking in a 2-meter tunnel passage that was surprisingly sliding upward, but this tunnel was clearly dug recently as he could still find markings of some digging device used to create it. This made Jacob's belief about Mason coming here with a clear purpose in mind even more reliable. If not for plutonium, he won't waste even a second of his time to come here, but now it was getting somewhat interesting. The tunnel was around quite deep as after climbing about 100 meters, the tunnel became straight again, and after walking another 20 meters, a sharp left turn appeared, which was over 100 meters long. Jacob finally reached the end of this long tunnel and stood in front of something he didn't expect. It was an old mine elevator that was going down to who knows where. Furthermore, this elevator was of extremely old design as it connected with an old pulley with 2 rusty metal chains, and there was a hand wheel attached in the center. Jacob knew this elevator was a type of hand elevator, and it looked in terrible shape, but he knew he was now almost at the end of his destination. So, after he checked it thoroughly, he finally embarked on it and started to turn the old metal wheel which made ear-piercing sounds. The elevator trembled slightly before it finally started to descend while making eerie noises. Why is this place hidden inside a mountain? Jacob's eyes shone with anticipation as he didn't mind the sounds at all and slowly made his way down. 3035. Chapter 3035. The Hidden Mine. 2. Turning the old wheel carefully, Jacob descended over a mile deep into the ground, and even he was shocked at just how deep this elevator was going. Not only that, but as he dived deeper and deeper, he noticed the air was getting heated up. Jacob's mask was also showing multiple color waves, and it was getting harder to see as everything started to turn brighter. I'm entering a high radiation zone, which means I'm at the right place, Jacob thought as he was very familiar with this kind of heat as well as all those color patterns appearing through the glass of his mask. So he decided to change the mask since now it was obstructing his vision instead of helping with it, and it was pretty sure there won't be more surprise attacks in this place. After the elevator was over 1,500 meters deep underground, it finally landed on its destination. The temperature of the place was also 10 times higher than the atmosphere outside, which made even Jacob feel the heat like he was standing in the middle of a desert. It's probably level 4 radiation, which can't hurt me. Jacob stepped out of the elevator and found himself in a large, dark cavern. There were some decayed rail tracks and rail carts lying there collecting dust, so it was a mine site in the distant past, but somehow ended up in this state. Jacob thought as he walked into the cavern while he followed the rail tracks going all the way into a mine tunnel on the other side of the cavern. As he entered that tunnel, he noticed a trace of light deep within, which was clearly unusual since has yet to find any trace of light whatsoever. This light source might be left behind by that guy Mason W.D. Mason, Jacob thought as he continued to follow the rail tracks. As Jacob went deeper into the mine, he found the heat was getting even more intense, although slowly but surely. There were also light stones recently installed on the old mine walls, which were clearly the work of Mason. After following the rail tracks for about 400 meters, Jacob finally stopped because in front of him were now 2 passages where those rail tracks were dividing. He noticed that one of the passages was lightened up with the light stones while the other was dark, which clearly indicates where Mason has gone during his visit. But Jacob's mind works in a strange way as he looks into the dark passage and thinks, if he was an explorer, I don't think he would leave this place without searching everywhere, so why is this passage dark and seems unexplored while the other one is completely opposite? That guy was greedy but no fool, so he might have prepared something in advance just in case someone like me entered this place. Jacob knew he could be wrong for all he knew, but he still liked to see himself, and a mistake in this place could be extremely deadly as he might get buried in there if Mason had installed some kind of explosives. So, instead of following what seemed right, he decided to do the opposite and went with his instincts and entered the second passage, which was dark. If it appeared as a dead end, he could always come back and goes to the other side. Furthermore, he was now even more vigilant of traps around, so he kept an eye out for any anomaly. After walking a couple of meters in the dark mine, Jacob noticed something completely unexpected and out of place. He spotted magic runes on the tunnel walls, and it was completely filled with them. As he moved forward, those magic runes were literally on every inch of the mine. Even I can't understand those runes despite my current attainment in the magic runes. Jacob was forced to stop as he no longer dared to move forward since all those runes were completely out of place, and he couldn't understand even one of them. However, the heat has increased threefold since Jacob entered the mine, which was also an indication that he was on the right path. But those runes were irking him in the wrong way, so, without hesitation, he de-iced to use his trump card, which he wasn't expecting to use in this place at all. Cursed Immortality. Jacob knew if some kind of terrifying thing was hidden in this place, then Immortality was the perfect warning siren. The moment Immortality appeared, it wrote, "Out of the pan into the fire. You really like to explore, huh?" Jacob didn't like those ambiguous words in the least bit because he could clearly see they meant nothing but trouble for him. It seemed the other side was the right passage after all, and that guy probably left this one alone for a grave reason. Jacob transmitted as he admitted his mistake and turned around without even an ounce of hesitation. He was only here for the mineral, not seeking death, and now he was even thinking of abandoning it altogether and leaving this suspicious place. Ha 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 ha, how decisive. I didn't even say anything, and you are already starting to walk away. Jacob sneered after seeing that line. The context behind your greeting was enough for me to walk away. I have learned not to ignore your ambiguous greetings the hard way, so even if there is nothing on the other side, I'm not going there without you giving me a proper explanation. Hehehehe, how amusing, you're finally starting to pay attention to little old me, huh? To show how happy I am about it, I'll reveal a very interesting fact about what those runes are engraved on those walls. They are the ancient magic runes used for sealing the treasures which are related to dark beings. Jacob's steps came to an abrupt halt when he read that last passage. Momentarily, greed flashed past his eyes before he started to walk away. What that treasure belongs to the dark beings have to do with me? Besides, if that treasure is related to dark being and its seal in this place for these years, then I'm pretty sure it should be better to leave it alone, Jacob coldly uttered. Despite his interest, he wasn't a fool that he would go back there into who knows what. The business of the dark beings has nothing to do with the living like him. Even a greedy person like Mason seemed to understand this much, and he left this place alone for a very serious reason, to begin with. Immortality then suddenly wrote something which made Jacob rooted in his place the moment he read it. Tusk, you're being quite compassionless lately, and there is no fun in that. Very well then, what if I told you that treasure back there can help you awake a peculiar magic core? Ha 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 ha, C336, chapter 336. Anything for immortality? See that treasure back there can help you awake a peculiar magic core? Jacob's eyes were affixed on those words as he ignored Immortality's usual impish laugh, which could go on and never end. Then he suddenly closed his eyes and took a massive deep breath before exhaling it out, and when his eyes opened again, they were deadpan as he had already taken a step forward again. He was again starting to walk away in the opposite direction of the runes. Even if that treasure can help me awake a magic core, I'm afraid I already have such a method, and it's not laced with unknown dangers either. So, I'm content with what I have and won't fall for this unless you tell me every detail about this treasure back there and all the dangers attached to it. Jacob expressionlessly uttered, "It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted by the allure of a treasure that can help him awake, a magic core which is a confirmed deal since even Immortality has spoken. It has never spoken such words about the art of nature, ever. But it didn't mean he would dive right into it like a greedy idiot who was blinded by his greed and completely overlooked the circumstances surrounding that treasure. It was quite clear that whatever was sealed back there was sealed for a reason, and it was related to the dark beings on top of that. So, it was quite strange on its own that it could be used by a living like him. Although he trusts Immortality's words, but following them blindly is another thing. Those days were now long past him, and he was no longer ignorant about the immensity of this place called the Zodiac Plains. Even the seemingly harmless rare plains to him was nothing but a sham. The mutants and this hidden mine were evidence of this. So, he won't take unnecessary risks unless he had to, and this risk was simply too massive. On the other hand, Immortality laughs even more manically before finally writing, impressive. For someone who longed for magic talent, you have proven yourself to be resilient. This is the last piece of information I will reveal, and after this I will be forced into a sealing state for 12 months because I'm going against my own rules this time, so you better make your choice here and now because there won't be another chance like this, period. This place is called the Vortex Dark Graveyard, which could appear in a plane when the dark beings suffer a defeat in a plane trial in their territory. But the chances of it happening is less than 1%, and you, of all people, finding it is even less than 0 because you are my inheritor. Yet not only the Vortex Dark Graveyard somehow connected this abandoned mine in the rare plains, but you even discovered it. There is really something wrong with your ridiculous luck. The treasure back there has no traps, and you can grab it easily. As for the nature of that treasure, it is a dark universal scripture that can help you get the true growth-type magic core related to me. Cursed Immortality suddenly vanished at this point, leaving Jacob flabbergasted as he stared at the empty space in a daze. Growth-type magic core related to Cursed Immortality? For the first time in a while, Jacob's heartbeat races on its own. This was no longer a matter of him taking risks and going toward the unknown. Now it was a matter of whether he could part with this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jacob knew what kind of entity the Cursed Immortality was, and anything related to it was not something he could ignore because it reflected directly on him. Who knows just how long his journey was and when he will get a chance to acquire a growth-type magic core related to a universal godly scripture? Probably never. Then why in the world it keeps saying it wasn't a magic book all the time, and why now of all the time revealing this fact about this growth-type magic core and take this risk? Is this universal scripture really that important? Jacob thought about all kinds of scenarios as he was now in a massive dilemma about how to proceed with this situation. This opportunity was really a windfall for him, and he might never have this chance again. Sigh, anything for immortality, I guess. Jacob sighed as he lamented at his own helplessness in front of the immortality. He didn't know how long this journey would take or where he needed to go, as only the path and light on this path was the Cursed Immortality. So, he needed to get all the tools he could get to walk on this dark path that had unknown obstacles. Jacob turned around with deadly resolve in his eyes and started to walk toward the rune passage again. Since Immortality took the risk of getting sealed for 12 months by revealing that information, he should be fine. As Jacob walked into the runic path, the heat started to intensify even more, and when he walked 100 meters into that rune-filled tunnel, Jacob was now sweating profusely, and he was even forced to take off his mask and windbreaker. Furthermore, a strange pain was now starting to develop over his head. But all of a sudden, when he walked 50 meters more, the heat suddenly started to turn down, replaced with a cold sensation. Jacob was startled by this sudden change, and when he looked around, he discovered something extremely ghastly. Unknowingly, he was now starting over broken bones, and the tunnel had now turned into a dark space with no walls of runes or anything. All he could see now was only 1 foot around himself, and his night vision was gone without a trace. This kind of spooky darkness sent several chills down Jacob's spine as he now had no idea where in the world he was or which direction he should go. But all of a sudden, a ghostly blue flame suddenly ignited in the eerie darkness, and like something was triggered, another blue flame lightened up, and then another and another. Like this, these blue flames suddenly formed a dark road between them, and they stopped right in front of Jacob like this road was made for him. But Jacob's eyes were affixed on the end of this pathway, where a book with a ghostly face etched on its cover was hovering. Wahi 337. Chapter 337. The Chained Altar. Looking at the ghostly book, Jacob knew his target was in sight, and there were really no traps. Even a pathway has been made for him. But he didn't dare to let his guard down because under his feet were bone segments, and they were clearly not fake. Furthermore, the mine tunnel behind him has also vanished, and so does his way out of here. So, now he had no choice but to take Immortaka's words for it and hope this was completely safe. He then finally took a step into the path between the blue flames. The moment his step fell, eerie sounds of bones being crushed under his foot rang in the pin-drop silence, but nothing except that happened. So, Jacob calmed down and moved forward, and the surrounding cold started to increase as he walked the path that led toward the book, hovering at the end of it. However, when Jacob walked hundreds of steps, he noticed something strange. The distance between him and the book didn't decrease at all, and it remained the same. Instead, the surrounding cold was already freezing, and there was something very wrong about it as well, because that cold seemed to be directly affecting his bones and wanted to freeze his blood, but it wasn't able to be because of his special heart, which seemed completely unaffected by that strange effect. This was the only reason Jacob was still completely fine and only feeling cold and some faint pain in his head. That pain was present since the moment he started walking into the runic tunnel, so now he was getting used to it. With a frown, Jacob continued to walk, but except for the increase in the cold, the distance seemed to have no decrease at all, and then when he turned back, he found that there were no flames behind him. Am I even walking straight? Jacob wondered and no longer tried to move forward. There was definitely something wrong with this place. He then tried to exit the flame path, but to his shock, the moment he tried to take a step outside the blue flame perimeter, all those flames around him suddenly churned violently before they started to burn brightly, and their flames increased in size. Jacob was forced to take his step back when he felt the horrified danger from those flames, and now he stood between the walls of flames, and the only path was the path forward that led toward the book. Even the path backward, which was empty a moment ago, now has been blocked by another blue flames wall. Now Jacob was really starting to doubt Immortalita's words, and he was clearly falling into some sort of trap here. Moreover, the surrounding cold started to increase even more with those flames raging around him. I guess there is the only way forward now. Jacob had no choice in this matter anymore, and if he didn't move forward, he might freeze to death. Although that cold was at his bearable level, it was increasing, and he knew it wouldn't be long before it started to affect him, so he had no choice but to move forward. This time, he used another approach and tried using his fluid acceleration to see any clues. But to his surprise, despite entering the 20x acceleration, nothing changed as everything was the same around him, which was a horrible shock. So, he then tried running toward the book. But the result was the same as before. The distance won't decrease at all. The cold was now finally starting to affect him. Even his eyes seemed to be freezing despite wearing the mask, which would have easily blocked cold. His speed also slowed down quite a bit as he continued to walk forward. Jacob then decided to put in a last-ditch effort, which was to escape the flame wall despite the danger he was sensing. In his fluid acceleration, he took out his sword and slashed on the flame wall to cut it open. But the moment those blades touched the flame wall, they turned incinerated without even phasing the flames. Jacobs finally felt despair as he looked at those walls around him, and he knew he had fallen into a terrifying trap. Soon, Jacob was now fully numb, as he was now freezing from the inside out, and there was nothing he could do about it. As a last resort, he tried to take out an atomic grenade to heat up the environment. He didn't care about getting affected by it all and just wanted some warmth. But the moment that the atomic grenade appeared, it started to turn into ice, and Jacob tried to press the button, but nothing happened. The atomic grenade he was so proud of was turned dud under this deadly cold. I guess I was fooled into a trap by that damn book in the end, Jacob thought as he lost all hope, but he didn't stop walking since there was still he might get out of it alive. But it was nothing but a false hope. At some point, Jacob was almost frozen entirely as he couldn't even feel his feet, much less move them. His eyelids were no longer open as they were turned into ice shells while his mind was freezing, and he slowly lost all the sensation over his body. The only thing which was still active in his body was his cursed heart. Never in his wild dream that he imagines that he could die out of greed despite having cautions. But he might have done the same because that greed originated from the immortality he wanted more than anything else. This was his goal for living this life and doing anything to achieve it. As Jacob consciousness slowly started to slip away into the darkness, his body stood in a walking position like a statue, no longer moving or breathing. Right at this moment, the blue flame rode and the book at the end of it starting to fade away like an illusion, and even Jacob's current position starts to change. When everything fades away, Jacob appears in a standing position, still in the runic tunnel. But in front of him was a pitch-black altar filled with unknown runes, and it was wrapped around with multiple thick crimson chains engraved with black symbols. A ghastly scene was taking place from the chained altar. A black devil face with crimson flames in its empty eyes were looking right into Jacob's blank eyes as they were now turned completely pitch black. Hi he 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 he. A hysteric laughter suddenly rang from the devil's face's empty mouth, and it was extremely eldritch and sounded like hundreds of voices were etched in this voice. The next moment, the devil face suddenly started to rise from the black chained altar, and an ethereal black figure without any limbs emerged, and its devilish face was only an inch away from Jacob's face. A living speck of dust dare to court the forbidden treasure of the dead? Now I shall punish you by devouring your soul and flesh. The devil's mouth started to expand, turning into a dark abyss. But before it could devour Jacob whole, something suddenly moved under Jacob's neck and penetrated the devil's ethereal figure. It was the infinity pendant. Ha 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 ha, got you. Immortalita's wanton, eerie voice sounded in the empty tunnel, which was even ghastlier than the devil. 3038. Chapter 3038, Cursed Path Glory Gem. The ethereal black devil's face suddenly churned the moment. Immortalita's eerie voice rang, and the infinity pendant was now hooked into its ethereal figure from Jacob's neck. Wait, what is happening? Who are you? How could you resist the Lord's despair spirit trap? Again, the eldritch voice rang from the devil's face empty mouth, and this time it was filled with terror as it tried to escape away from Jacob, but it failed. Immortalita's impish voice sounded, He, I admit this is a rather cumbersome trap, and only a few people could escape it. Even then, retrieving what is sealed inside the altar would be tough. But you idiots have no idea who this treasure originated from, nor did the person who asked your lord to seal it after not being able to control it itself seem to tell you that one day I might come looking for it. Ha, no worries, no worries. Everyone seemed to be underestimating me and forgot who I am just because I was playing by their rules. But, unfortunately, those rules are too dull, and now I'm bored out of my mind. This way, it is more fun and interesting. But it's a pity you won't be able to remain alive to watch any of it, and no one will know the so-called unbreakable seal of the dark beings has been broken, and the only thing that could bring doom to their existence has returned to its rightful owner. Immortalita's voice was extremely chilly at the end, almost sounding like death itself. Just who in the world are you? And how can you know this forbidden treasure belonged to you? No one can use it without getting killed. The devil's face shrilled in disbelief and unwillingness. No, this must be an illusion. No one is stronger than the Lord. No one can harm the dark begins. I will never die, never. He 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 he. What a loyal dog, and you also believe that a dark being like yourself can't be killed no matter what. As for controlling that treasure, you fools don't even know it's just a component of mine, and without me, it is nothing but a catastrophe. It is also the only thing in existence that can bring the downfall of the dark beings. I don't go through all those troubles to connect this place here, and now you will serve your true purpose, which is to become an auxiliary material to repair this component. And don't you worry, my little material, you will be the first of many to be turned into auxiliary materials to repair this component to its peak, which the dark beings broke in the first place. This is what they called it, you reap what you sow. Ah ha ha ha. Under Immortalita's hysteric laughter, the chained altar under the ghostly figure suddenly started shaking violently before cracks appeared on the chains. Unfortunately, even the altar wasn't any better, and those cracks were increasing. The devil face finally panicked as it yelled in horror. Why you lunatic, what are you doing? Stop this instinct, and you and your pet go or everything will die. However, his voice was utterly suppressed under Immortalita's horrifying wanton laughter, and both the chains and the altar were at breaking point as if something wanted to come out of it. Stop! Please stop, I beg you, just stop. My lord, I was blind, but please stop. If you release this seal, I'm speaking the truth. No one will be able to escape alive. I'll give you an entry to the Median Plains. Just stop, damn you. No reply was given, as if Immortalita wasn't hearing any of it, and right at this moment, boom, a terrifying explosion happened as the chain and altar were finally blasted apart, but no debris or tremor was raised except for the sound. Instead, after the explosion, the ethereal figure started to scream hysterically before it suddenly started to compress, and its antagonizing voice started to get fainter and fainter. The entire process was so fast that it didn't even get the chance to escape its agony and figure out what was happening, as it was entirely compressed into the darkly gleaming infinity pendant. The entire black chain around Jacob's neck was glowing darkly, and if looked carefully, tiny glyphs were starting to get engraved on the chain components. But surprisingly, only half of the chain was filled with glyphs, while the other half was completely empty like before. However, the true change was noticeable on the pitch-black, 4-centimeter vivid snake ring that was eating its own tail as its eyes were glowing in crimson. It seemed as if it had come alive. An even more eye-catching thing right now was within the snake ring. The white infinity symbol, which was completely empty before, was no longer empty, because mysteriously a crimson gem, which perfectly fits in one of the empty infinity symbol sockets, has appeared on the left empty socket. The crimson gem gave off an evil aura as it glimmered in a black hue. But it wasn't the end of it, because right at this moment, the clothes over Jacob's torso ripped into shreds, and the infinity pendant suddenly moved toward Jacob's left breast and stuck over right above his heart. After that, the crimson gem lit up even more brightly, and 36 tiny dark glyphs covered in crimson sheen appeared over Jacob's left breast. They were the same glyphs he had formed when he completed the Cursed Heart emergence stage. Now, the infinity pendant was placed right in the middle of those 36 glyphs, as the crimson gem seemed to emit some mysterious energy when half of those glyphs suddenly started releasing the same energy as the crimson gem. Right at this moment, within Jacob's cursed heart, like the infinity pendant, one of the empty sockets of his heart started to become active, and gleaming crimson energy began to compress in its center. Jacob would be over the moon if he were awake, because this is the process of magic core condensing. Immortalita's ethereal voice rang again as the process of magic core forming started. He's probably going to presume that the dream was some test or become even more paranoid, but this was the only way to protect him from coming in contact with that guardian. But he will be happy when he reads all those memories about the magic core he has awakened, so he might not suspect anything. Well, not pleased about all of them at least, especially when he learns that now he has to go against the dark beings as well. He will also know that the infinity pendant is incomplete, and another essential part is still missing. But that part will not be retrievable as easily as this one. It is not as nefarious as the Cursed Path Glory Gem and is in use by someone. But now I can detect its general location, which is not in the lesser planes. This will make it even more entertaining for me, he he he. Immortalita's impish voice trailed off with its laughter before completely vanishing without a trace. 3039, Chapter 3039, The Hex Magic Core. After an unknown time, Jacob's eyelids trembled before they sprang open, and his amber eyes were filled with bewilderment. When he saw the familiar runic ceiling, clarity started to return in them, and he finally remembered how he fell into slumber. Shock replaced his eyes, and he quickly tried to get on his feet. But then he instantly groaned in pain all over his body as if he had exercised like crazy and all his muscles were sore. What happened? Was it a dream or illusion? Jacob thought aloud in his hoarse voice, and he instantly felt thirsty as his mouth felt as dry as a desert. He then took a water jar and started to drink in a large mouth, and he chunked down the entire 5 liter of it, and only then he felt somewhat alive. Well, I'm still in the mine? Then, was that really just an illusion? It was simply too real. When Jacob thought about how real that feeling of getting frozen to death and completely helpless under that pathway was, gloom filled his heart. No matter how much he considered himself stronger, he was still not powerful enough to do anything in front of the unknown. Wait, what about the book? Jacob then quickly remembered the book in that illusion and looked around, and he was astonished. Because he was standing only a meter away from the end of the runic passage, and right beside the wall, there lay a pile of black ashes, and a crimson edge of something was sticking out from that pile of black ashes. However, Jacob didn't grab it as he was still feeling quite apprehensive when he thought about how he fell into that illusion, and not only was he fine somehow, but he appeared at the end of this passage. No matter how he looked at this, it was completely suspicious, and that pile of ashes also spelled trouble. But right at this moment, a sudden pain stabbed in his brain, and he groaned softly and instantly thought that he was indeed in a trap. However, Jacob was astonished because that pain originated not because of some mental attack, but because Jacob received many foreign memories out of nowhere. It took him a while to reorganize those chaotic pieces of foreign memories, but when he did, his eyes were blazing like the sun, and he quickly looked over his chest. When he finally noticed his naked torso and saw the infinity pendant, which now has a crimson gem etched into one of the empty sockets of the infinity symbol, he knew those memories were not fake. Furthermore, inside that crimson gem was a single black rune, and Jacob could fully understand it because that rune was actually written in the same language as the Cursed Immortality. That word was actually spelling a single word, common. In those foreign memories, there were detailed descriptions about this crimson gem called the Cursed Path Glory Gem, and how it is connected with the new growth-type magic core in his chest called the Hex Magic Core. The Hex Magic Core was actually the manifestation of the Cursed Path Glory Gem, and the common written within the gem was the current rank of the Hex Magic Core. In layperson's terms, without the Cursed Path Glory Gem, this growth-type Hex Magic Core can't exist. And to further increase the Hex Magic Core's rank, it can only be done by feeding the Cursed Path Glory Gem. By feeding means what it literally means. Jacob can't evolve the Hex Magic Core by some scripture or other method, but by only feeding it the dark being's dead flames. As for how he could collect the dead flames which can extinguish the moment the dark begins was killed, it was very simple. As long as Jacob was the one who killed a dark being, the Cursed Path Glory Gem would automatically absorb the dark flames. This was a straightforward method, but when Jacob saw the requirement to evolve the Hex Magic Core to the rare rank, he didn't believe it. He needed to kill 100,000 rare rank any tier dark beings, or 10,000 extraordinary tier dark beings, or 1,000 epic tier dark beings, or 100 unique tier dark beings, or just one legendary dark being. As for the magic related to the Hex Magic Core, it was not a fighting magic that can be used in direct confrontation, like the Brain Hunter. Jacob's Hex Magic Core was not made for fighting, instead, to use a nefarious type of black magic, the Hex Magic. Although Jacob got the method to circulate the Hex Mana from his Hex Magic Core from his body, he has no idea how to use it, except its nefarious properties. Not only this Hex Mana was useless when used without a proper spell, but its nefarious nature was also harmless to others in direct confrontation with other mana. Right now, Jacob only got one memory of a Hex Magic innate ability, the Slumber Hex, which can put anyone to sleep under the extraordinary rank, which seemed completely useless. But what made this ability fascinating, as it could be used as long as the target was under Jacob's sight and the distance seemed as far as he could see. This was evidence of how vile this Hex Magic was if Jacob knew its proper spells. As for the price of killing the dark beings to evolve it, Jacob felt it was completely worth it for his terrifying magic core. Lastly, the mana capacity of this magic core will depend on his infinity pendant space. Right now, the entire 25-meter space of the infinity pendant was filled with ethereal crimson fog. This was the Hex Mana, and as he used it, the mana within the pendant would decrease like a tank. By the way, this Hex Mana won't harm anything stored inside his pendant as it is completely harmless. But the main tricky part was replenishing the exhausted Hex Mana because it can only be replenished by the dark being's magic core of the same rank as the Hex Magic Core. For example, right now, since the Hex Magic Core is a common rank magic core, the Hex Mana could be recovered by common magic cores of the Dark Being or higher rank magic cores. But when it enters the rare rank, the common rank magic cores will no longer provide any mana recovery. Nevertheless, Jacob was very excited about finally getting the ability to use magic, and it was the magic that also originated from Cursed Immortality. But this didn't mean he was going to overlook the entire thing about how he got this magic core and what was inside that pile of ash. This is the magic core Immortality was talking about, but it said it was a book. No, it was cut off in the middle of completing its sentence. So, I got this gem automatically after dying in that place. Furthermore, if the infinity pendant's infinity symbol's 2 sockets are incomplete, then what about the other empty socket? Could it be there is one more magic core missing somewhere? Only Immortality can answer this question. Jacob thought with uncertainty as well as anticipation when he thought about the other magic core. It still appeared like a dream to him, another illusion, but very real at the same time. Especially when he tried to draw the hex mana from his pendant, he felt a foreign substance suddenly coursing through his body, and something close to his heart seemed to be moving. The very next moment, his palm started to glow red before flame, like ethereal crimson mana began to emit from his hand. This feeling was extremely novel for Jacob, and he felt he could get addicted to it. But he quickly stopped using it as he was wasting the hex mana from his pendant. Then his focus was again turned toward the pile of ash. C340, Chapter 340, The Mysterious Book. As fascinated and elation he was about getting the hex magic core, Jacob didn't lose his vigilance. For all he knows, this could all be an illusion, because, like before, he can't tell the difference at all. But deep down, he still wished that it wasn't, and up to now, he didn't think it was an illusion either. So, bending his waist, Jacob moves his hand toward the crimson edge sticking out from the pile of ash. This was the only anomaly left in this place that might be able to shed some light on what happened. When Jacob touched the pointy edge, it was icy, like he was touching liquid ice, but except that nothing out of the ordinary happened, and Jacob finally grabbed the edge and pushed it outside. To his surprise, he found that object extremely heavy when he wanted to pull it out from the ash. However, calling it heavy was still an understatement because that thing was like a mountain, unmovable. Jacob frowned at this moment and used more force, but it won't budge even a bit. So, he let go of being cautious and starting to remove the ash from the top of the crimson object. He wanted to see if this thing was restricted in some way or if it was even movable. However, when the ashes were clear from the top of the object, Jacob was astonished because it was 1 meter in diameter. Pristine rectangular crimson surface filled with black symbols which were outlining a horrendous devilish face. Jacob found this face quite familiar, and upon remembering, he was shocked to find that this face looked exactly like the face he saw on the book cover in his illusion. Only it was far more vivid back then, as if it was alive, yet now it was dull and appeared like a painting. Furthermore, Jacob spotted an empty socket over the forehead of this devilish face, and all those symbols seemed to connect with that socket as well. Jacob's eyes shimmered in astonishment when he quickly glanced over his neck and saw the cursed glory path gem had the same shape as the empty socket on the devilish face's forehead. Realization dawned upon him at this moment. No wonder, this is where the cursed glory path gem came from, and this is most likely the book Immortality was hinting at. So somehow, this gem was dug out from this cover when I was in that illusion, and that's why I was able to escape alive from it? Does the infinity pendant act independently? If it did, then just how powerful is this pendant and what are its true functions? Furthermore, it's still missing a component which means I might need to find it in the future. But since this gem was engraved in this thing before, then what of treasure could this be? Jacob's mind raced as he quickly cleaned the pile of ash around the devil-faced crimson surface. When the ashes were clear, just as Jacob suspected, it was a 1-foot thick book. While the folding of this book was pristine crimson, its pages were pitch black. But when Jacob tried to open it, he failed, just like how he failed to lift it before, no matter how much force he used. Don't tell me I don't even have the strength to open a single book, Jacob muttered under his breath with a dark expression. Even with his acceleration and multiplying his strength several folds, he wasn't able to budge the book or its cover even a bit, and this was now getting on his nerve. Then he suddenly thought of something when he was looking at the devil face and the empty gem socket. Since the Cursed Path Glory gem was engraved on this book, could it be that it might be some sort of key or an important component to open this book? Jacob couldn't help but think like this. All these clues were pretty much forcing him into thinking like this, and he wanted this book that had been holding the Cursed Path Glory gem and probably built around it no matter what. At least, not until he exhausted all his options. He just needed to lift it just a little bit from the ground, and he would be able to store it into his pendant, and then it will be his, and he knew someday he might be able to open it. He just needs to take it away. So, he decided to test his theory by grabbing the infinity pendant and trying to place the Cursed Path Glory gem into the empty socket on the book. The gem was now immovable from the pendant, so he had to do it with the infinity pendant as a whole. As for losing the pendant or something happening to it, Jacob would rather believe this unmovable book might get destroyed instead of that cursed book's living residence. But nothing happened, and no reaction was made by the book nor the gem in the pendant, so he could only wear it again. Is this really a matter of strength? Then just how powerful force do I need to move this thing, and it might be here when I got back. If this place is like some sort of spaceship which could travel anywhere and appear in any plane, it would take a miracle. Jacob was getting frustrated when he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten a very important thing. I have magic now. And this magic also originated from the Cursed Path Glory gem. Jacob's eyes shone in full of anticipation as he grabbed the unmovable book again. The very next moment, his hands started to emit crimson light, which was the hex mana, and it was also at this moment that Jacob felt the ice-cold book suddenly turn warmer the moment he touched it with the hex mana. The symbols that made the devil face on the book cover also suddenly started to emit a dark sheen, and these many clues were enough to let Jacob know that the hex mana was the true key. Jacob then tried to move it again, and this time it finally budged, so without hesitation he poured out more hex mana and started to envelop the thick book. As the crimson mana covered the book, it finally started to tremble under Jacob's hand, and when it was completely covered, half of the hex mana in his pendant was completely gone. However, Jacob didn't care about it as he tried to lift the book again. This time it got lifted without any resistance, and its weight was like a feather under his hex mana. However, Jacob's hex mana seemed to be running out at a terrifying speed when he lifted the book, and he didn't have enough to open this book, so reluctantly he stowed it away in his pendant. Over 80% of his hex mana was used just by doing this much. But Jacob was extremely thrilled to get his hands on that mysterious book, and as long as that book was in his possession, he could research it any time and at any place. Now, he had another goal as his eyes emitted killing intent and his lips lifted in a cruel smile. I guess I have no choice but to make the dark beings my #1 enemy, and I just happen to know where I can find an ample amount of them. Or C341, Chapter 341, Antagonizing the Dark Beings 1. 4 days later, after awakening from his slumber in the mysterious mine, Jacob stepped out from the tunnel hidden within the poison mist. As for why it took him 4 more days to exit the place, it was, of course, because he was extracting the plutonium from the other side of the mine. He naturally won't leave without that plutonium since he was here for it in the first place. Although the amount of plutonium wasn't as much as he was expecting it to be, but it wasn't small either. He got around over 3 tons of it, and Jacob knew it was enough to last him for a long time, and he would be able to create many of his deadly inventions. The biggest gain in this entire trip was naturally the Cursed Path Glory Gem as well as the mysterious book, and plutonium seemed nothing but dust in front of those 2 things. Furthermore, Jacob discovered another thing. After he checked his star watch, he had seemed unconscious for 20 days straight, and after all the time he took to get here and extract the plutonium, he only got around 25 more days before he had to meet with Hallberg. Now that he acquired the ability to use magic, he wasn't in a hurry to analyze the art of nature, but this didn't mean he had given up on practicing that mysterious exercise. Because after acquiring the Hex Magic Core, he checked his element affinity with the Element Aptitude Scale application and found that an unknown element with an unknown percentage had been added to that report, but his water affinity was still there. So, he has no reason to give up on the art of nature, and he will continue with it. But right at this moment, he wasn't that desperate and wanted to get familiar with his Hex Magic Core and how it would operate. Most importantly, he wanted to raise its rank. The common rank was nothing but an ant in his eyes, and he might not get another chance like this to increase its rank quickly like the rare planes. Jacob's eyes shimmered with ecstasy at this moment as a gray disc appeared in his hand. Now that I have mana, I should be able to ride this thing. But I have to be careful of this mental attack. Let me see if the mental attack of this disc is bearable. I might be able to ride it. It would make it very easy to do what I'm about to do. If it really affects my mind, then I can only give up. But I have to try this once. Jacob then tries to pour hex mana into the gray disc, despite only having about 19% available. He wanted to try this no matter what. The moment his man came in contact with the disc, it reacted instantly, and Jacob felt a strange connection forming with this disc as his mana was getting sucked into it. It was a strange feeling as he could control it with his mind, and just as he thought, the disc floated from his hand and then slowly floated down toward his feet. His eyes shimmered in excitement as he was controlling that disc with his thought while his mana was continuing to be used. Furthermore, Jacob noticed that no mental attack or any kind of pain affected his mind at all, and he was completely sane, at least for now. Uncertain but elated, he stepped over the disc as he had watched Autark fly on it for a while and wanted to try it himself. His feet instantly locked on the disc's smooth surface with his mana. With gleaming eyes, Jacob commanded the disc to float upward, and it followed his lead and started to rise up in the sky. So, this is how it feels to use magic. How wonderful, Jacob muttered as he was really enjoying it and seemed to become instantly addicted to this feeling. But he had little mana right now, but he knew how to replenish it, so without wasting more time, Jacob moved at full speed ahead while he vanished without a trace. He now moved toward the Magic Beast Forest, and his target was none other than the marching undead army. 3 days later, the massive Dark Being army, probably in millions, suddenly met with a very strange problem at their rear. Normally, the common and rare rank Dark Beings marched in orderly factions behind their extraordinarily Dark Being superiors in units of 25,000, 15,000 common rank, and 10,000 rare rank in 1 unit per extraordinary Dark Being commander. Then those extraordinary commanders followed the 1,000 Dark Knights, who were at the peak of extraordinary rank and were very close to evolving into either Lich or Wait. Each Dark Knight commands 1,000 extraordinary commanders. Those Dark Knights were the most deadly trump cards of the Dark Being army and only followed or listened to the Lich King's orders. Beside the Lich King were his most trusted advisors, 9 Wayminsters and 9 Lich Ministers. The number of the ministers used to be 20. But after Jacob killed the Waitminster and Lich King killed the other Lich Minister himself in his fury, only 18 remained. This was the entire force of the Wild Nation, which means the Lich King left no one behind to guard his nation at all, which was truly strange. As for the problem at the rare, someone was killing the rare-ranked Dark Beings in mass, and that person, or whatever it was, it couldn't be seen or detectable. In these 3 days, over 30,000 rare rank dark beings were killed, and most of the time, the killer only took their magic cores. The dark beings might have taken it as an enemy attack on a full scale, but the problem was the killer was only killing the dark being of rare ranks, not even touching the common rank or the extraordinary rank dark beings. This entire situation created chaos, and the march had to be stopped until they sorted out this strange situation. All the commanders of the dark beings were on high alert and started searching for the assailant. Even the Lich King was vigilant. However, even on the 5th day, the assailant was still in the wind, but the attacks had become more frequent, not to mention terrifying. 34-2, Chapter 342, Antagonizing the Dark Beings 2. A few miles away from the Dark Being army, which was now in disarray and currently going through a deep search, Jacob sat on a wilted, dry tree while he looked at the Infinity Pendant. The Cursed Path Glory Gem was the same, however the word common within was changed into another word, rare, 3 days ago. This was the result of the effort of 10 days he had been putting in killing the rare rank dark beings like crazy. Although the magic capacity of the pendant hasn't been increased after the gem was ranked up, however, Jacob Hex mana was now much more potent than before, which seemed to have increased the Hex spell effects. Furthermore, the moment the Cursed Path Glory Gem achieved rare rank, another set of memories entered his mind. It was another innate spell like the Slumber Hex, which, by the way, can now be used on extraordinary rank as well. Jacob was experimenting with this Hex spell of his, and to his surprise, it even worked on dark beings. This was nothing but good news for him, and this only made the Cursed Path Glory Gem even more precious in Jacob's eyes and a top priority to upgrade it further. The name of the new Hex spell was No Agility Hex. As the name suggests, this Hex spell can slow down any target below epic rank by 50%, and this was a truly powerful spell under someone as fast as Jacob's hand. After experimenting with the rare rank Hex magic core for 2 days, Jacob found an unexpected limit. It was related to the Hex mana used during the casting of these hexes. It was like this: whether he cast the hexes on common, rare, or even extraordinary rank, it won't increase or decrease. Meaning the amount of mana he would use will remain the same, as it doesn't matter if he cast it on someone stronger or weaker. Although, it was a good thing considering he won't have to waste extra mana on the higher tier beings. But the same amount of mana used on the lower level beings seemed a bit wasteful. Because right now, Jacob can cast either Slumber Hex or No Agility Hex with 25 cubic meter worth of Hex mana on 100 common rank dark beings, 50 rare dark beings, and 10 extraordinary rank dark beings, any tier. The amount of 100 common rank dark beings and 50 rare rank dark beings was the same amount he could cast the Slumber Hex on when the Hex magic core was still a common rank magic core. Moreover, while still being a common rank magic core, if he tried casting the Slumber Hex on the extraordinary dark being, it would always end up doing nothing but waiting for the Hex mana worth of a rare rank dark being. But in front of what he could do with those 2 hexes, this limitation seemed quite ordinary and not obstructive at all, especially when he thought about what he could do when he reached higher ranks. Slumber Hex only lasted for an hour when his magic core was still a common rank. But when its rank increases, so does the potency of the Hex mana, and the Slumber Hex also gained another hour in its duration. Right now, he can put his target into slumber or decrease their agility for 2 hours straight, and there is no escaping or overcoming these 2 hexes' effects. The Slumber Hex, unless there is a way to break the hex, even if the hex target was killed or their limbs chopped off while under the effect of the hex, they won't awake from the slumber. While during the No Agility Hex, even if they ate or drank some medicine or even used some sort of spell or ability, the increased agility will again be halved by the hex. As of right now, only Jacob seemed to have the power to break the hexes. As long as he thought of breaking it while imagining the target's profile, it will be broken instantly. Furthermore, he can use the hexes on multiple targets as long as they are in his vision and he considers the other party his target. If he has enough mana and can see the entire Dark Being army, he can put them all into deadly slumber or make them slow like turtles, which was truly terrifying. That's why this sort of limitation was not until Jacob was still weak, because once he became more powerful, his enemies would dread to even appear in front of him, much less face him. The other limit, which was the most annoying one, was naturally the requirement to upgrade the rank of the Hex magic core. At first, he didn't think much about it, but after starting to kill the dark beings, he discovered just how cumbersome this task was. Now he needed to kill 100,000 extraordinary tier dark beings or 10,000 epic tier dark beings, and so on. Not only he needs to kill those dark beings personally, but he needed to be within their 1 meter distance while killing them so the dead flames could be absorbed by the pendant. Just this requirement rendered his long-range weapons useless and turned this into a huge headache for Jacob. If not for the Grey Disc stealth ability, he might never complete the killing of 100,000 rare rank dark beings so quickly. Speaking of the Grey Disc, after using it for 10 days straight, Jacob still has yet to experience any mental attack. He even tried the Bronze Disc and still has not experienced any mental attack. He didn't think Autark was lying to him, so he mused this might have something to do with his special magic, or his mind was simply that terrifying. Whichever the case was, Jacob was quite content with this development. But he didn't keep using the bronze disc because he could only ride it while using its stealth function for 10 minutes and 30 minutes if not use it. At the same time, the timing got doubled when he used the gray disc, yet this was just the during when he was using it with common rank hex magic core. Right now, he can continue to use the gray disc for 3 hours straight while in stealth only for 1 hour. However, with 100 cubic meters worth of storage rings filled with Dark Being's magic cores and his pendant's almost instant mana recovery speed, as long as he fed the gem the magic core, he went on for days without caring about running out of mana. This was probably the biggest advantage of the hex magic core. I wonder if that Lich King would personally start to patrol the army after I started to kill his top commanders, the extraordinary Dark Beings, or he will just run away. Well, I don't think he'll just ditch them and run away. After all, he's someone with the title Mad Lich King. Jacob chuckled coldly as a devious smile rose on his lips before he hid the pendant inside his shirt. He stood up and was about to head toward the Dark Being army to start the killing spree again when he was stopped by an unexpected call. Upon seeing the caller's identity, his eyes shimmered with uncertainty because it was none other than the Hallberg, C343. Chapter 343, Antagonizing the Dark Beings. Jacob wasn't expecting Hallberg's call at this time when there were still about 2 weeks left before their arrangement. Furthermore, it wasn't a projection call but a voice call that seemed quite off, knowing Hallberg's character. Jacob then accepted the call, and Hallberg's jolly voice rang, "I hope I didn't disrupt your sleep or anything?" Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he replied, "No worries. Is there something you need to tell me?" Hallberg didn't waste time as he revealed, "The thing is, there's been a change in my plan of leaving the Rare Plains. As you already know that the Dark Beings are marching toward the Dark City, and somehow the higher-ups in the Epic Plains got wind of it. So, they contacted me and told me to secure the Dark City at any cost and defend it. They also made it pretty clear if I leave my post in a state of crisis, I won't be welcome in the Epic Plains. That's why there is no point in going there if I'm not welcome. So, I guess I owe you an apology for backing down at the last minute." In the end, Hallberg's voice sounded extremely bitter and helpless. Jacob's eyes were as cold as ice after hearing about the cancellation of that Epic Plains trip from Hallberg. In truth, he was still contemplating about backing down on this deal by making some excuse, since it might take more time to upgrade his magic core to extraordinary rank, but Hallberg had done it himself. This was a surprise, but not a particularly bad one either. So, he replied, "No problem, I can understand your plight as well. You have already done me a great favor by giving me all those materials and selling those watches. So, if you need me, I'll consider it if it's not an absurd one." Although Jacob welcomed this development, it didn't mean he would forget about what Hallberg did for him. So, if he asked for Jacob to help me with the Dark Beings, he would agree to kill the Lich King or get rid of the entire extraordinary rank line of the Dark Beings since it was now possible. Jacob offered this help after considering the current situation in the first place, and Hallberg won't ask anything else from him since Jacob has nothing else but his strength to offer. Sometimes, having someone with Hallberg's status owing you a big favor is a good thing, and this guy seemed to have deep pockets and contacts in the Epic Plains as well. However, what Hallberg said next made Jacob astonished. "Are you kidding me? That was hardly an inconvenience. Don't look down on this Earl or I'll be offended. On the contrary, I was wondering if you're still interested in going out to the Rare Plains. You see, all those preparations I made would go to waste now that I'm not leaving, and it might take a decade for me to plan this journey again. I'm pretty sure a man of your stature will not stay in a small place like Rare Plains for much longer. So, if you want to leave, you can go to the same meeting spot, and everything will be ready. But you only have time until the Dark Beings reaches the Dark City. So, are you down?" Hallberg asked nonchalantly. Jacob's eyes narrowed as this offer was simply too good to be true. "Are you serious? Don't you want anything in return, like killing the Dark Beings or defending the Dark City?" "Nah, that would be asking too much from you. That army is simply too massive, and I'm not someone who would shamelessly ask a friend to put his life on the line for me. Just consider it. You owe me a big one, and when I come to Epic Plains, you'll have to receive me. So, how about it?" Hallberg jollily questioned. "Is he really that much of a saint?" Jacob thought because he was simply in disbelief over Hallberg's generosity, which was irking him in the wrong way for some reason. However, when he thinks about how Hallberg has treated him to this day, and he has no reason to scheme against him or harm him, Jacob thinks he's being overly paranoid, just as Immortality always taunts him about. In the end, this offer was simply quite hard to reject because Hallberg's preparation would be flawless, and letting it go seemed to be a huge waste. So, he ended up agreeing. "All right, I'll take you on your offer. Excellent choice. Just text me a day before you come, and I'll arrange everything for you." After sealing the deal, the call ended, but Jacob was still mulling over this strange turn of events. "I wonder how he'll react when he finds the main forces of the Dark Beings have been annihilated mysteriously, and he stays here for nothing but to clear those small fires. But this offer is still too good to be true. I'll have to see first myself." In the northern star ocean of the Rare Plains, a small ship that seemed almost invisible on the water was moving at high speed, and for some strange reason, there were no ripples over the ocean surface at all despite the ship's high speed. On this ship deck, Hallberg stood as he gazed at the starry sky with an impassive look in his eyes before he said, "Call the rich winter lady." The star watch on his wrist shimmered before the cold voice of Lucy rang. So how was it? He took the bait. The ship will sail on the default route no matter what kind of new setting were reinstalled while showing a fake route of whatever the other person wanted to see. Hallberg coldly stated, I guess I owe you big time, sir. Dark Earl, Lucy's impassive voice sounded. Hallberg coldly sneered, I don't know what he did to make you pay such a high price to set up this massive death trap. But it's sure hell not the killing he did that time. I suppose it doesn't matter. Since I helped you as much as I can, now, whether he took that ship or not, you will pay me what you promised, or I'll make your life a living hell if you try to play any tricks with me. You should be well aware of my background. His tone was deadly cold as he threatened Lucy without caring about her status. Of course, a deal is a deal. I won't dare to trick you, Sir Dark Earl. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bug to crush. Lucy coldly uttered before she cut the call. Hallberg looked at the sky before a sigh escaped his mouth. No matter how much power one has, in the end, all it comes down to benefits. 3044, Chapter 344, Antagonizing the Dark Beings, 4. 3 weeks passed since Jacob and Hallberg's conversation. Many things have changed in these past 3 weeks, and the changes occurred in the Dark Being army. The biggest change was the once fully organized army of millions was now no longer organized as they were all scattered throughout the Magic Beast Forest. The second change was the army was no longer marching forward. Instead, they seemed to be too occupied by something else. The final change was all the high-ranking commanders of extraordinary ranks, once numbered over 100,000, were not shaved down to a measly little over 5,000, and right now, all of them were reinstated from their previous posts of commanding low-ranking dark beings. This was the sole reason for the army to be scattered, as they were without a proper commander. As for the Lich King, who once seemed valiant and without any fear moving toward the Dark City, he was the one who summoned all the extraordinary dark beings for his own protection. However, even when their numbers were over 60,000, they still suffered terrifying losses every day, and the assailants seemed to enjoy tormenting the Lich King by not making any move on the high-rank officers at all. The assailants seemed to be playing a terrifying game of despair by slowly killing the low-ranking extraordinary beings and then moving toward the higher-rank ones. It was a slow torture when you knew your enemy was terrifying to come and go as it pleases and you couldn't do anything about it, and then you also knew eventually it would be your turn when no one would be left. This kind of despair can make even the usually emotionless dark beings enter a state of restlessness, and the Lich King was going almost insane about this whole situation. However, as the Dark Being's ruler, he can't back down or run away because it simply wasn't the Dark Being's nature, and if he showed any weakness, he'd never be able to rise again, especially when reinforcement from the higher plane was coming. So, it was either do or die for the Dark Beings, and dying on the battlefield was what they truly lived for. At this moment, the Lich King with his 18 ministers were riding on top of his ghostly stead, and behind him was the reaming extraordinary being, and it was the time of night when the full moon was on its peak. It was also around the time when the attack would begin. The dark and ghastly aura surrounding those dark beings would make any living being suffocated just by standing in their presence. At this moment, the Lich King stopped in a big clearing, and everyone was behind him as well. The moonlight shone over the Lich King's ghastly helmet, and suddenly an extremely ghostly voice rang under that mask. I don't know who you are or what you are. He was speaking in the common tongue of living. But I must say, you are the only thing that has managed to make me and my children stop our conquest of doom. So, I'll presume you are a living being who wants to stop the eradication of life in the rare planes. However, even if today you killed my children and me, much more will come after me and keep on coming until there is no life left and death reigns supreme. But I'm not here to threaten you or prove anything. I have ruled the rare planes for over 2,000 years, and I only had one dream, which was to conquer the rare planes once completely, and in a sense, I've done it. So, now I think it's time for me to settle down and rest in the embrace of death. I was born as a king, and I want to die as a king while fighting for the death. Now, my nemesis, if you have any honor, I want to have a fair death duel with you, and if you can defeat me, my children will not retaliate and leave back to the wild nation. Grant me this honor, and I shall grant the living of this plain peace. The Lich King's emotionless yet grand voice rang in the vicinity like thunder as he spoke with majesty before silence returned. But the dark beings remained there without any movement and waited. At this moment, an icy voice rang from the sky, and the language was the language of the dark being. What moronic notion gave you the idea that I'm doing it for the living? No matters, you will die the same as the others. The Lich King suddenly looked up toward the bright moon as there wasn't anything there, but when he saw a very small object heading his way, boom! That was the only thing he saw because right after that, his helmet with his head inside blown away like a firecracker before a sonic boom rang from the sky. But this wasn't the end of 3 more gunshots that sounded as they all landed on the vital spots of the Lich King's body and completely blew him apart like some statue made of sand. It all happened so fast that those ministers or death knights only reacted when all that was left of the Lich King had broken shards of his armor, bones, and magic core. Jacob, holding the Titan sniper while he stood in stealth over the bronze disc, sneered at the Lich King, who was in pieces. What made him think any living being would care about the honor of some walking corpse? Now, I only need around 2,000 more of them before I can be on my way and finally rest. The next moment, the rifle vanished from his hands and his swords appeared, and the bronze disc under his feet moved like lightning as he headed toward the final unit of the Dark Beings, which would evolve his Hex Magic Core to the extraordinary rank. The quick death of Lich King was nothing but an assurance for Jacob, so nothing could go wrong at this final juncture. This night will be the final night of carnage for him and the Dark Beings. I-345. Chapter 345, Ray of Hope. A week later, Jacob, under the bright sky, was flying toward the waterfall canyon where the Dark City was located. His vigorous eyes no longer looked exhausted from the lack of sleep, because after constantly dealing with the Dark Beings for over a month, he slept for an entire week, which was quite a long time for Jacob, even though he hadn't expected it. Still, now he was at his full strength and even appeared somewhat stronger, as well as that dark aura around him after coming in contact with so many dark beings was also gone. Now, the satisfaction of finally achieving his goal was present in his eyes. After killing the Lich King, everything went smoothly as those high-ranking dark beings fell into chaos, and this gave Jacob a chance to complete his final tally of the extraordinary dark beings and rank up the Hex Magic Core to the extraordinary rank. Even though now he needed to kill 100,000 epic rank dark beings to upgrade it to the epic rank, or 10,000 unique rank dark beings, which wasn't achievable anytime soon. But after getting another new hex spell when the Hex Magic Core achieved the extraordinary rank, felt all those cumbersome killings were all worth it. Because not only now his hex spells will work on the epic rank, but their effects will also be far greater. He just needed to test them to be sure. As for the new hex, it was called Powerless Hex, which can decrease anyone's power rank by 3 whole tiers. Meaning, if someone were an extraordinary tier 6 after getting hit by the Powerless Hex, whether it was their magic core rank or their physical rank, they would instantly be decreased by 3 tiers. Not only that, but if someone, for example, was an E tier 2 after getting affected by the Powerless Hex, they would be dropped down to the rare tier 8 rank and will lose all the ability they had awakened on the extraordinary rank. This hex was truly powerful, and Jacob was very content with it. As for how long it will last, Jacob still has yet to figure it out. But he was pretty sure the timing would be the same as his other 2 hexes, because all his hexes seemed to be aligned when it came to their timings. Last but not least, since the potency of his hex mana has also been ranked up to the extraordinary rank, now he can ride the bronze disc for 2 hours straight while using the stealth function with his current mana capacity. Today, Jacob was going toward the meeting place where Hallberg and his meeting point were supposed to be. Even though he has gotten rid of the extraordinary beings and the Lich King, there are still millions of low-ranking dark beings roaming in the Magic Beast Forest. People would not notice the absence of the missing Lich King so easily. Or they won't directly assume that someone has killed over 100,000 extraordinary dark beings and the Lich King in a month. So, Jacob was sure no one would connect this incident with him, as he would be gone by the time people started to realize, or they won't, and this would remain a mystery to the living beings forever. Because the reinforcement from the dark beings was coming, and once they landed here, no one would be able to tell if the Lich King had gone missing since it won't matter. He was pretty sure in that reinforcement there won't be just 20 or 30 evolved dark begins. Only the dark beings would notice the disappearance of their powerful army, but they won't be kind enough to warn anyone as long as they weren't idiots. Jacob also wasn't planning on revealing this, as he has already drawn too much attention to himself from the Epic Plains despite not even stepping foot there. Now if those guys knew he could get rid of the dark beings in mass alone, then he knew those enemies of his won't underestimate him anymore. Lastly, even if, by some fluke, someone did discover the high-ranking dark being's annihilation, all the focus would turn toward the Dark City. It was more believable, and Jacob didn't mind giving the Dark City and Hallberg credit for his hard work and letting him enjoy the spotlight. When Jacob was a few miles away from the canyon, he finally decided to take out his Star Watch to send a message to Hallberg of his arrival. His Star Watch has been stowed away because he didn't want to get disturbed during his sleep. Albeit, the 1-week time was still something unexpected. Right when the Star Watch appeared on the wrist, an interface opened on its own, and Jacob was surprised when he saw it was a notification. But when he saw who this notification was from, his eyes winded slightly. Star Administrator Artificial Intelligence, SAAI. Congratulations, Faceless. Ancient for completing a hidden achievement of the Rare Plains by killing over 100,000 extraordinary dark beings and the ruler of the dark beings in record-breaking time. Achievement Reward 1. Ray of Hope, Honorary Identity Badge. Ray of Hope, an honorary title, granted by the Life Faction to those who devoted their lives to protecting their roots and prevailed. Honorary Identity Badge Effect. On equipping this badge, you will be exempt from any entry fees in the cities of Life Faction. You can enjoy a 2% discount on any item purchased with ZC by showing this badge from any city of Life Faction. Achievement Reward 2. Your Faceless Ancient Type 1 Star Privilege has been upgraded to Type 2 Star Privilege. Please open this section for more information about your Type 2 Star Privilege. Achievement Reward, 3, 1 million ZC and 1 all. Life Zone Scroll Type 2 All Life Zone Scroll Description, create a 10x10 Life Zone anywhere, and no dark. Being under unique rank will be able to enter the All Life Zone for 1 year. Jacob had to stop in mid-air to read this unbelievable notification, and when he confirmed it was really from SAAI and his bank balance had been credited with 1 mils in ZC, he knew it wasn't some pranked. But someone even more absurd happened the very next moment. Something out of thin air popped up in front of Jacob. It was a beautiful emerald scroll which was sealed with magic runes, and there was a title written in golden magic runes over it, All Life Zone. Jacob couldn't help but look at the bright sky with an appalled look because he didn't even sense this scroll's arrival, and from this notification, it was pretty clear he was being monitored, not to mention SAAI seemed to send items directly to him on a whim. This sent cold chills down Jacob's spine as he finally understood just how unfathomable the zodiac planes were, and his imagination was not enough to even measure its depth. 346. Chapter 346. Start of Epic Voyage. 1. After being abruptly surprised and spooked by SAAI's notification, it took Jacob some time to come to terms with this grave situation. First, if he was being monitored by the SAAI, despite his unique actions and traits, nothing ever happened to him. Second, when he thought about it more thoroughly, he reached a very believable conclusion, that this monitoring seemed to be done through the Star Watch. Because if the SAAI could monitor his every action and send that magic scroll to him from anywhere and any time, then why did it wait a week to send his rewards? He had finished with the dark beings a week earlier, and he had also stowed away his Star Watch so no one would disturb his peaceful sleep. However, he slept for a week, and his Star Watch clearly could not receive any sort of notification or call while it was being held in the Infinity Pendant. So, SAAI could only send him this achievement reward when his star account became active again and knew his position to send him that scroll somehow. Even though this conclusion was riddled with loopholes, right now, Jacob could only think of it like this. Because if it wasn't true, then whether he hid or not, it didn't matter anymore. This was a sort of feeling like being watched by a god all the time, and it was extremely terrible when so much was at stake. Nevertheless, Immortality never seemed to comment on this or warn him with its eccentric riddles. So, this was one of the reasons that Jacob was able to accept this fact with a grain of salt. On the bright side, now he had an ultimate protection charm against the dark beings, and his star privilege was also now Type 2. This meant that he would no longer receive unavoidable calls as long as the caller did not have Type 3 star privilege. Not to mention that identity badge, which was even more important than the 3 hegemonies' official member badges. This also opened Jacob's eyes to another perspective of the Star Network, which was that they all hated the dark beings, and that if someone really put an effort to annihilate them, they would be rewarded for their excellent services, like in the military. Another biggest perk Jacob received after he became a Type 2 star privilege holder was that the Star Information Sea had converted into the Star Information Ocean, and now he could buy more important information on the Star Network database. However, he still needed a Type 2 Star Watch to tap into this Star Information Ocean potential fully. That's why leaving the rare plains is still a top priority right now. Jacob then sent Hallberg a message when the Waterfall Canyon was right in his view. If not for this bronze disc, he won't be able to make this journey so quickly. RS? Dottis? Surprisingly, Jacob instantly received Hallberg's reply. Dottis, yes, 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 UECSEEUS, yes, 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 forting the upper level of the waterfall. Great Hallberg reply, ha ha ha. It seems you are even more eager to leave than me. It's a pity we won't be able to travel together because of those darn corpses. But I can't hold you back, my friend. I have marked the location of a basic Type 2 ship on this virtual map. It is a hidden underground bunker. Just find the hidden passage and enter the code NOR XXXXXX to gain access to everything there. The Type 2 ship is also code protected, and you need the same passcode to activate it under your ownership fully. If you do not enter the correct passcode within 10 seconds after connecting it to your Star Watch, it will self-destruct. So Godspeed, my friend. I bid you luck with your voyage and see you in the epic plains. Don't forget to send me some pictures. Attached file. A hint of surprise flashed across Jacob's eyes when he read Hallberg's reply. He was pleased to see that the ship Hallberg had prepared for him was a Type 2 grade treasure ship. I expect nothing less from the Dark Earl of the Dark City. But why is he giving this precious treasure to me? Is he really one of those rare people who put relationships over everything? If it were another time, I would have believed him. But he is clearly in a predicament with the dark beings, and yet he has said nothing about them. Now he is giving away a Type 2 treasure as if it were disposable, and he even gave me a time period when he stowed that ship in some bunker that is not exposed to the dark beings at all. Jacob felt conflicted whenever he thought about this point, and now he was even more dubious. But he had no reason to doubt Hallberg. It felt even more ridiculous to doubt the man who had just given away a priceless Type 2 treasure ship in the rare plains. Nevertheless, Jacob liked to be meticulous, especially after the recent events with the Cursed Path Glory Gem. He also trusted Immortal's words, and there seemed to be nothing wrong at that time, yet his experience was worse than terrible. Furthermore, this journey was not like going to some neighborhood but traveling in the Star Ocean for years. That place has no restrictions on power levels like planes, and it is filled with mysteries. That's why Jacob won't trust someone's face and goodwill when it comes to traveling the Star Ocean. Jacob then sent a thank you message to Hallberg anyway and opened the virtual map. He saw a marked location just a few miles away from the waterfall canyon. However, instead of changing his route and going in the marked direction on the map, Jacob kept flying in the same direction and quickly reached the waterfall canyon. He stopped right in front of the entrance of Dark City. Now that he already had the bronze disc under control, he could move freely in the Dark City. Not only did he want to confirm that Hallberg did not bear any ill intent, but he also needed to pick up some food for Autark, who had not seen the light of day since he entered that mine, before starting the epic voyage. 34-7, Chapter 347, Start of Epic Voyage 2. Descending from the bronze disc and stowing it away, Jacob stood in front of the black, smooth surface of the Dark City entrance and waited for Dark Rose to speak, as usual. However, a few moments passed and there was no trace of the AI. Everything was silent, which made Jacob frown with uncertainty. Then he touched the black surface. Still, nothing happened. There was no trace of Dark Rose. "I want to enter," Jacob said coldly. Still, there was no response. Now, he was getting suspicious and impatient. He was suspicious because if Dark Rose wasn't responding to his entry, it could only mean he was either blacklisted or Dark Rose wasn't present at the moment. Jacob was more inclined to believe that it was the former case. There was probably only one person who could blacklist him from Dark City without any reason, the Dark City Administrator, the Dark Earl. He was impatient because he didn't want to waste any more time here. He wanted to confirm if this was all a fa'ade and if the bunker was some sort of trap designed to deal with him. Hallberg seemed quite friendly, but Jacob had only known the man for a very short time. That's why he didn't blindly take his kindness at face value and came here to see for himself if Hallberg was really a saint as he appeared to be. The lack of response from Dark Rose was giving Jacob all sorts of bad ideas, but it didn't make any sense for Hallberg to directly restrict his entry if he wanted to deal with him, since it would only make Jacob more suspicious. Or maybe Hallberg never thought Jacob would come back, instead of greedily following the map to earn ownership of a Type 2 treasure ship. It might have been the case because any Rare Plains native would have quickly made their way toward the Type 2 ship first, instead of coming back to spy on the person who gifted it to them. Even Jacob might have done the same if he hadn't had the bronze disc and encountered the strange situation with the Cursed Path Glory Gem. Trap or not, forget it. I've got my own arrangement. I don't think it's a good idea to be greedy and save some time only to risk waking into a potential trap set up by the most mysterious person in the Rare Plains. Canceling the trip, then giving me his means of transport and a certain time to reach it, and now I can't even enter the Dark City. I should have known better. Jacob's heart was colder than ice. For a moment, he really thought that Hallberg might be a good guy worth having a connection with, but now he fully accepts the fact that there are no benefits without any price, and people's hearts are fickle. After all, he was playing Hallberg by not telling him about getting rid of the high-ranking dark beings and their ruler, so he wouldn't have to babysit him. But in the end, it turned out he wasn't the only one with a goal and hidden agenda. Without further delay, the bronze disc appeared under Jacob's feet and he vanished without a trace. His eyes were completely emotionless as he looked at the dormant entrance. As the disc started to lift off the ground, Jacob's lips curled up in an extremely devilish smile. A thought surfaced in his mind. It is double the pleasure to deceive the deceiver. Thereafter, Jacob shot toward the top of the waterfall without looking back. Above the waterfall was a wide river, which was also a branch of the Great Star River. Jacob started flying in the opposite direction of the water current. He also changed the map Hallberg gave him since he had no intention of going to the bunker and getting his hands on that ship. But this didn't mean he was going to leave just like this. After flying for half an hour, he changed direction and slowly flew above the rainforest as if he was searching for something. 3 days later, Jacob reappeared on the bank of the river. This time, a beautiful golden snake with white patterns coiled around his neck. It was an extraordinary Tier 6 gold poison viper. The viper was Autark's new host, which Jacob had found for him. He had also taken care of some important business, which was quite cumbersome, but he had to do it. Finally, we can leave this place, Jacob muttered with a hint of excitement. The next moment, a jet-black triangle appeared over the river current, unaffected by it. It was the stealth triangle he had bought from the Black Sea Company. Although he also has another ship that he found in the A0 storage ring, he prefers this smaller one. Jacob sat in the comfortable seat and quickly installed the route map given to him by Ellie in the ship's interface. He was not planning to take the exact route marked on the map, as he had studied it for a while and decided to take a slightly different path. The cockpit canopy of the stealth triangle slid over and sealed Jacob inside. The triangle then suddenly turned transparent and vanished without a trace. With this, Jacob's voyage toward the epic plains finally began. If Jacob had decided to force his way into the Dark City entrance, he would have been shocked. Because right now, behind that entrance was nothing but a dark, empty tunnel. There was no trace of previous stations, cable lifts, or even the door at the end of the tunnel. The most shocking thing was that the once bustling metropolis of Dark City had somehow vanished without a trace. Not even a brick was left. There were only empty, rocky fields. The entire Dark City has vanished from within the mountain. End of second volume, A Cursed Heart. I just want to thank everyone for their support. The second volume of CI is finished. Please feel free to tell me what you think in the comments or reviews. If you have any ideas for the story or anything you think I missed, please share them with me. I'll take them all into consideration. 3048. Chapter 3048. The structure of Epic Planes I'm making a significant but important change in ranks because many people still don't understand the ranks fully, and it only causes more confusion. I considered changing it for some time but decided to wait until the last volume was over because it would be quite confusing if I changed it in the middle of it. And I can't change it from the start either since it would be problematic for old readers. So, I would like everyone to take this inconvenience with a pinch of salt. I will no longer use the type rank. It will be changed with the normal ranks of common, rare, extraordinary, etc. But the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels will remain the same but for only materials, technology, knowledge, treasures, and such. The tiers will be exclusive for power rankings, nothing else. To make it even easier for others to understand where the basic, intermediate, and advanced stand with the power tiers. Just divide the total tiers by 3 and you'll have corresponding tiers with the basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. For example, the common ranks has 12 tiers, so the first 4 will be equivalent to the basic level of common treasure. The 4th to 8th will be intermediate, while the last 4 will be advanced. So now power, physical, magic, or evaluation ranks are common number 12 tiers, rare 9 tiers, extraordinary 6 tiers, epic 9 tiers, unique 9 tiers, and legendary with 4 states and a total of 30 tiers. As for their corresponding ranks, which have nothing to do with the aforementioned power ranks, they will be the same rank names but just have 3, basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. The type star authority and star privilege will now be simply 1-star authority or 2-star privilege. Likewise, the planes will be the same. I plan to use this straightforward ranking map up the legendary rank. I hope this will solve all the confusion about ranks. Thank you all, now on to the story. The epic planes were massive, and compared with the rare planes, the latter was but a fragment of these vast lands. Furthermore, unlike the ignorant masses of the rare Freedom Planes, the Aborigines were fully aware of the concept of the plane's trial, life plane, and dead plane. As for why, it was because the epic planes had no concept of nations, countries, or kingdoms. There was only one concept, either they belonged to the life faction or the dead faction. All the living beings belonged to the life faction, and all the dark beings belonged to the dead faction. It was that simple. The territories of the life faction were known as the alive planes. Furthermore, the 3 hegemonies fully controlled the alive planes without any leeway, and that's why the alive planes were divided into 3 massive regions. The first and most powerful region, the Zodiac Warrior Alliance region, is where most of the people or the fighter races who have talent in the path of a combatant live. The second and most magical region, the Alchemy region, was controlled by the Alchemy Guild, which was the home for the wiser races with talent in the path of magic. The third and richest region, the Universal Zodiac Taurus Bank region, is the home of the Universal Mercenary Agency. These 3 regions represent 3 hegemonies and have their own unique specialties. There were no restrictions on the members from entering another hegemony's region. People were free from any restrictions. As long as they won't cause trouble, they can enter any place in the alive planes. Because the 3 hegemonies represent the life faction, and so long as someone was alive, they could enter the alive planes and any region and even choose to live wherever they wanted. Of course, only if they can afford the living costs because it was not that simple. Anyhow, the 3 hegemonies were in place to nurture those people so they could fight against the dead faction in the epic planes. That's why the hundreds of cities present in the 3 regions were simply known as Alive Alliance cities, Alive Alchemy cities, or Alive Bank cities according to the region they belong to, and they all have unique numbers. Any alive city under 3-digit numbers, 1 to 99, was known as Large City. The medium-sized cities were those within the range of 3-digit numbers but lower than 4 digits. 100 to 999, at the same time, the small-sized cities all have numbers above 3 digits. What a strange way to distribute these cities, and these numbers seem to have more than what the information I was given. In the middle of the deep blue ocean, a black triangle was floating over clear water, and a long silver-haired, devilishly handsome man was muttering to himself. At the same time, he looked at the virtual map shining over his wrist with scrutiny. His emotionless but focused emotionless eyes shimmered as he wondered, I guess when so many different races are involved in this alive planes, there is bound to be discrimination and racism. I don't believe, despite having a common enemy, those guys from the Life faction would be so united. The Killer Skull Society is proof of it. This man muttering to himself was none other than Jacob, who was studying the map of the alive planes given to him by Ellie for the 5th time. It's been 10 months since Jacob embarked on the voyage toward the epic planes. The journey in these 10 months was relatively peaceful and without any hitch as Jacob followed the map Ellie gave him. However, today, he has to stop in the middle of nowhere because he was autarch run out of hosts for his abortion. Before leaving the rare plains, Jacob had filled with pendant with all sorts of small magic, extraordinary magic beasts. It took 10 whole months for Autarch to devour them and increase his physical rank to the peak of rare rank, and now he can finally go on with his magic core ranks. But Jacob's pendant was the only thing that could stow living things into it, so he had no choice but to stop here to find new hosts for Autarch to raise his own magic core rank. Furthermore, Jacob also needs some fresh air and movement after traveling for so long. Sigh, Jacob sighed as he closed the Star Watch interface and looked into the deep ocean. Despite the sun shining at its peak, the Star Ocean seemed infinitely deep, and Jacob only stopped in this place because, on the map, this area was not marked dangerous. Furthermore, in a week, he would enter the epic boundary, which means from that point on, the weakest threat he would encounter would be an epic, and that was where the actual danger lies. Jacob was still over 3 to 4 years away from the epic plains, so he had to be extremely careful from unknown dangers lies ahead. 349, Chapter 349 No Return Zone. The Noborn 1 Alive Bank City of the Universal Zodiac Taurus Bank region was the headquarters of the Universal Mercenary Agency, and only the bigwigs of the agency were allowed to enter the Noborn 1 Alive Bank City. In fact, this was the case for all the number 1 alive cities of the 3 regions under the 3 hegemonies, and these cities were located in the very heart of each region. Anyhow, the person in charge of this city or the entire region was a well-known character among all the people living in the epic plains. Bank manager Lucy was one of the 3 top figures of Alive Plains. She was also quoted as the most perfect and beautiful woman of the epic plains, despite only a handful of people actually seeing her true appearance, and she was known as an art lover. Whether any of it was true or not, one thing was true and undeniable: she was number 1 when it came to wealth. Right now, Lucy, in a white veil, was looking at a projection of a long hair, burly man with bronze skin and strange tattoo markings on his face. "Where are we with the task I gave you?" Lucy emotionlessly uttered. The burly man replied respectfully, "I have already set up perimeters in all possible entrants in the Star Ocean that leads toward the epic alive plains, except the ones on the northern side of the epic dead plains and those that lead to the no-return zones. No one will be able to enter the alive plains without an identity check by us. However, there is something strange going on. I have seen at least one scouting party of the alchemy region in the same areas." Lucy coolly replied, but her voice was filled with malice. "Ignore them, you just focus on your mission, and if you fail, you better be prepared for the annihilation of your Bronze Barbarian tribe from the bank region." Done declaring, the projection of the Bronze Barbarian vanished just a moment after he showed a warped expression. Another projection appeared in front of Lucy's emotionless eyes, and this time this was a projection of a map, and there was a small black arrow pointer moving toward a map zone colored in red. Lucy muttered with a hint of disdain. In the end, greed is still the bane of everyone. "After all that performance you put up, I was worried about a moment, but you only amount for this much. Mr. Jacob Steve, let me see if you can survive this unknown no-return zone of the Star Ocean and live to see the extra preparation I put up for your arrival." Lucy's oceanic blue eyes shimmered with ridicule and contempt as she watched the black arrow moving in the direction of the red zone. On the other hand, in the number 1 alive alchemy city, the Alchemy Guild president, Nelson, was tending to his herb field while humming a mysterious tone when his Star Watch suddenly vibrated. Without even looking at the Star Watch, he uttered, "Receive." "Old man, what the hell are you up to? It's been 2 years since our guy vanished from the rare plains, or should I rephrase it for you? Someone had uprooted the entire Alchemy Guild branches, and we only knew about this when our people arrived. Yet you not only let me not contact Faceless Ancient, you even forbid me from investigating the disappearance of our branches in the rare plains, or coming in contact with anyone from the rare plains. Are you going senile? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll find out myself even if you demote me." Ellie's spiteful voice rang, filled with indignation. However, Nelson's lips curled up in a gentle smile as he teasingly said, "My lovely little girl, for a change, don't you want to know if your daddy here is living happily or feeling lonely and eating well? Your life is even more tenacious than the king of dead." "Cut the act and tell me why in the world you made me place that bet, then you didn't even let me monitor the dogs we're betting on," Ellie coldly questioned. Nelson's smile didn't vanish at all despite his daughter's tone, and he seemed like a masochist who enjoyed these sorts of insults. "My darling daughter, I've taught you to remain patient even if you're stabbed by someone. Remember, as long as the person didn't kill you on the given a chance, then there is a possibility that the person wants something from you, and this means you have a chance to escape death by taking advantage of the other party's desperation. But you have to remain calm and patient to notice this, or you'll die." Nelson smilingly stated, "You may be the only father who teaches his 1-year-old daughter by giving this sort of example. Now if you don't tell me what I want, then I'm going to take action," Ellie threatened in exasperation. Nelson sighed ruefully. "I really miss my innocent little girl who loved to make drawings of us holding our hands together. Goodbye," Ellie's furiously roared. All right, I can't even feel a little nostalgic despite my old age." Nelson clicked his tongue and glanced at his watch, and when he saw Ellie hadn't really cut the call, he smiled slyly. He said, I stopped you from making contact because there wasn't any need to waste your time in this matter at all, and I was already on it, so I didn't want to trouble my little girl. As for why I didn't let you contact the Faceless Ancient after you made that bet, it was because too much contact will make a rose goes bad, and the same goes with our friend the Faceless Ancient. His personality is something I want you to have, but you can't have everyone, can you? If you keep contacting him, he would have sensed something amiss from it or even spooked away from coming here at all. Now, we both didn't want that, could we? I've been on him since the first day you bring him up, but only a spectator from afar, and this is the only way you can keep an eye on this sort of person. After what I'd saw, I have this feeling that we have over 90% chance of winning this bet. 33050. Chapter 350, Captain Freesword. The Star Ocean was the home of mysterious existences, which were born in the Star Ocean. Just encountering only one such existence was akin to a death sentence for those who were not equipped to deal with them. Then the Star Ocean was also a place for those exiles, vagabonds, criminals, outlaws, and such. There were no rules or laws in the Star Ocean, and it was infinitely large, and finding someone was like finding a yellow speck of dust in a vast golden desert. These types of people were known as Star Pirates, and encountering them was something nothing but bad luck. Because these Star Pirates were fully equipped with resources that were made to fight in the Star Ocean, and they were all notorious groups who didn't bat an eye before killing and plundering anyone they fancied. But if they encounter a problem, they will not hesitate to run away without even thinking twice, and they are very good at it. Another fact about the Star Pirates, as they were always fighting among themselves when there were no one else to fight. Today, the sky was covered in inky clouds as they rumbled with powerful thunder and poured rain like mad. The ocean was raging under the heavy rain, and powerful waves were rising and crumbling down in the ocean, creating even more chaos. All of a sudden, like a blink, a massive gray ship with a figurehead of a hideous monster on its prow appeared out of nowhere 10 meters above the raging ocean and then splashed, creating a massive water spatter. Ha 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 ha! We escaped those bastards' trap! A spiteful, booming laughter rang from the top of the ship. The voice was so powerful that the entire water body around the ship churned. Hail Captain Freesword! Hail Captain Freesword! Hail Captain Freesword! Loud cheers soon followed after the booming voice filled with ecstasy and respect for this Captain Freesword. On top of this massive ship dock, a giant brawny figure around 5'3" meter tall stood laughing like a maniac. His skin was emerald color. His eyes were completely black without any irises or pupils, while long, sharp fangs like a snake were escaping from his mouth filled with saw-like teeth. There were also a few scars over his face, and he only had 2 tiny holes for ears and has a bald head covered with black scales. With a black spike over his forehead, it made him look monstrous and terrifying. Surprisingly, his appearance matches the figurehead on the prow. He wore a tight black leather outfit with a massive bronze broadsword sheathed around his waist belt. He was the Captain Freesword. In front of Captain Freesword, there were 24 more giants hailing his name with mirth, and all of them had the same racial features as Captain Freesword, but there were also 9 more people with different racial features than the giants. But they were still cheering for Captain Freesword like others. Captain Freesword's maniacal laughter abruptly halted as his eyes went deadly cold, and he raised his hand. Noticing the signal, everyone stopped laughing and looked at Captain Freesword with solemn expressions as they knew the time of celebration was over. Today, we nearly got trapped by the Zodiac Warrior Alliance ambush. They were clearly waiting for us on that spot, as if they had prior knowledge of our impending arrival. If I haven't used the precious Amity escape scroll in a timely manner, we'll be robbed of our lifelong accumulations and many brothers. Nevertheless, this magic scroll was too costly and one of its kind, which means we don't have another means to pull this sort of escape anymore, and I have no idea just where in the world we've been teleported to. So, without further ado, I'll ask the traitor to step forward, and I'll promise a painless death, and we'll be on our way to figuring out where in the hell we are. Captain Freesword's icy-cold eyes scanned his crew, which was now paled as ghosts, and their hearts were in their throats when they felt those blades like dark eyes falling over them. A mountainous pressure also started to ooze from Captain Freesword and enveloped everyone. Despite those giants being from the same race, they were all trembling under that pressure, and one after another, they fell onto their knees and panted heavily. They all knew today's event was completely happening out of the blue, and Captain Freesword's doubts were called for, as even they also felt that there was a traitor among themselves. If Captain Freesword hadn't used that precious magic scroll, they would have lost their ship and all the treasures stored in it, which they had plundered for years, and some of their lives would be also been forfeited. After waiting for a while, no one spoke or stepped forward, as they were all just kneeling and enduring that terrifying, crushing pressure of Captain Freesword. They have all known each other for a very long time and are close as a family, so they have no idea who could betray them. No winner, huh? Captain Freesword coldly uttered with squinted eyes. Very well, I'll use another precious magic scroll, and once I find who the traitor is, I'll make sure you will regret even being born in this world. A crimson scroll filled with inky veins like nerves appeared in Captain Freesword's hand, which that scroll gave an extremely dark and nefarious sensation. Captain Freesword was about to crush it when one of the crew members suddenly blurted in a horrified tone, it's me. Captain Freesword and everyone's eyes fell over the voice's owner. It was a 2-3 meter tall handsome elf, but his skin was dark and he had long inky hair with purple eyes. It was a dark elf. Almost instantly, when everyone was surprised by his confession, the dark elf vanished from everyone's view. He had made a run for it. However, Captain Freesword's lips suddenly curled up in a cruel smile as his sharp fangs were fully on display, and bloodlust was leaking from his eyes as he uttered, "Old Viley, you shouldn't have done that." The very next moment, Captain Freesword also vanished from his spot, and 5 seconds later he reappeared again on the same spot. But this time, there was a dark elf struggling with its might to escape from his giant grip. Chapter 351, Deceiving the Deceiver. Jacob was sitting inside his ship while a 2-foot red crab was sitting on the other seat, and he was reading something on his Star Watch in a comfortable position. Surprisingly, the red crab also had a Star Watch interface in front of it, and it was surfing the star net, which was quite a strange scene. Rumble, Jacob looked up at the transparent shade and saw the inky sky and rain pouring down. He muttered, "It's been raining like this for 4 straight days." Then he gazed at the Stealth Triangle's control interface, and after confirming that they were still on the route and weren't affected by the storm at all, he went back to his reading. Half an hour later, Jacob suddenly received a call from someone named Barbarian King 3452. Right now, only someone with either 2-star privilege or someone in his friend list can send him a call, and this Barbarian King 3452 was the latter. The crab on the other seat also looked toward Jacob. Jacob grunted when his reading on the spell structures was disrupted, but he still accepted the call, and an extremely urgent voice rang. "My lord, I'm trapped." Jacob's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he asked, "What do you mean you're trapped? Did you not follow the map I've given you?" "I did. I can swear upon the barbarian god's honor and name that I strictly followed my lord's instruction to the very last detail, but somehow I suddenly entered a hazy zone. I thought it was still part of the map, so I didn't think much of it and let the ship go in the same direction. However, it was 9 months ago, and I still haven't escaped this mist, and there is no concept of day or night in here. That's why I dare to disturb my lord. Please shed some light on this." Jacob's lips suddenly cured up in a very cold smile. "Are you sure you installed that map in that ship I left for you in that bunker and didn't change the route?" Barbarian King 32452 replied horridly, Yes, I do as my lord commands me to, and only stop to restock some food when necessary. But now I ran out of food and water. The ring you left is also empty. Please help this servant out. He was pleading like crazy. I'll contact you in a moment." Jacob uttered, and without waiting for a reply, he cut the call and then opened the interface with Barbarian King 32452's ID and tapped on block. Now that guy won't be able to contact him ever. Jacob then looked at the crab, which was Autark still going on with its absorption of magic cores, which was going to be complete after this crab, and his final requirement will also be revealed. As I suspected, that ship was a trap, and it was the right thing not to take it despite the initial surprise when that Yahoo found the ship in that bunker and didn't manage to blow himself up. Jacob coldly snickered. When he was leaving the rare plains, Jacob decided not to take the ship arranged by Hallberg after the strangeness surrounding it. But it didn't mean he wasn't curious about if that was really a trap or just his paranoia. There was only one way to confirm it, that was for someone else to go to that place and check it out. So, Jacob first found a wild barbarian tribe living in the wildness above the waterfall while he was actually searching for an intelligent magic beast or some orc tribe. But the barbarian tribe was also fine, and then he subdued their chief, who was a middle-aged barbarian and very ambitious. When Jacob offered him a way out of the rare plains, he instantly accepted it. Jacob then gave him a Star Watch, a common rank space ring, even making him dress like himself and instructing him to follow his commands very carefully, and that barbarian quickly learned. Then he just sent him the same map and codes that Hallberg sent him about the bunker. And Jacob himself left the rare plains while instructing the barbarian to report him the moment he got the ship, and only then will he give him the map toward the epic plains. First, Jacob thought that the bunker was some sort of death trap and that the barbarian who had unknowingly taken Jacob's place would be most likely dead. But to his surprise, that guy really found a ship there, and it was a basic epic treasure ship as well. However, Jacob was still not convinced and thought it was some sort of trap, which was not related to the rare plains but the Star Ocean instead. When he thought about it more, Jacob was even more sure that it would make perfect sense that Hallberg won't risk attacking him after knowing his prowess, so the easiest way was to drag him into the Star Ocean and then act. So, he thought that the ship was bugged and trackable, but he didn't tell the barbarian and even give me the same map that Ellie had given him and have him report to him if any trouble came his way. Now, after 3 years and 8 months, something finally happened, and Jacob's conjecture turned out to be spot on. There was something wrong with that ship, and it had to be something to do with this strange area the barbarian had entered. OndusNovel.com furthermore, now he was sure that that ship was findable, and whoever was keeping an eye on it will be now under the impression that Jacob was a goner. This will deceive the deceiver. If I ever saw that dwarf again, he'll be your meal. I'm pretty sure he has some very healthy memories for you, Jacob declared with killing intent in his eyes, and then returned to his study. However, 3 hours later, Jacob and Autark suddenly jolted in their positions, and the next thing they knew, the stealth triangle suddenly tore apart, and they both fell on a rock-hard surface. This happened so fast that even someone with epic rank relaxed wasn't able to react at all, and when he did react, he found himself in front of an emerald-skinned giant with a long black spike over his forehead sitting on his massive throne as he had a hideous smile over his giant face. The giant spoke at this moment. "Welcome, fellow wanderer, to my beloved ship. I'm the captain of this ship. You may call me Captain Free Sword, C-352, Chapter 352. The horned ogre Jacob was in complete bafflement about all this. Everything happened so fast and abruptly that before he knew something was even happening, he was looking at Captain Free Sword's malicious, smiling face, while the stealth triangle was lying there in 2 pieces. Jacob's first reaction was naturally to retaliate in full force, but the moment this thought came into his mind, and he tried to move his body, he left with nothing but horror because his entire body went stiff as a ghastly pressure suddenly descended on him. The pressure was heavy, Jacob felt a mountain crush down on him, and he tried to use his fluid acceleration to escape from it. Still, the gap in power was simply too much, and he was only able to resist for another moment before he fell over to his knees. Now, Jacob was finally spooked as he panted heavily under that pressure, and the first thing that came to his mind was to run away in any way possible, but he couldn't even breathe properly, much less move at full speed. Ho-ho, he was able to last 1 second under Captain's pressure despite being only an epic. What a powerful ant. A sneering yet heavy voice chuckled in derision. Only now, Jacob got to know that there was more than just one person present around, and he didn't even notice them until he spoke. Now, Harold, this is not how we speak with guests. Captain Free Sword smilingly chided the other giant standing a few meters away from kneeling Jacob's side. Right at this moment, the pressure on Jacob suddenly vanished, and he could finally breathe properly, but his entire body was filled with cold sweat. He was now feeling true fear which he hadn't felt since the time he was reincarnated into Decker's lab. The most flabbergasting thing was Jacob didn't even know who in the world he appeared here, and his stealth triangle's radar system didn't pick anything at all. Then this could only mean these people were terrifying, and the technology they had was far superior to anything he had ever seen. I hope now you will understand that any and all of your efforts will be meaningless, and they will only make your life far harder. Right now, you are my esteemed guest, and you really want to keep it that way because if you become my prisoner, I can assure you I have no pity for my prisoners like I respect my guests. Captain Free Sword coolly spoke. So here is what we are going to do. I'll give you respect, and you will show me equal courtesy as your host. If you understand, then tell start by revealing your face and introducing yourself. Cursed Immortality. Jacob instantly summoned Cursed Immortality while closely listening to Captain Free Sword. He knew he was in very big trouble right now, and he needed to know just who he was dealing with before he could react appropriately. Furthermore, he finally thought about Autark and instantly summoned him back, and no one seemed to notice or care about the crab lying there, so his retrieval went quite well. The moment Cursed Immortality appeared, without even Jacob asking, it wrote without any of its usual jokes. It seemed all that luck of yours finally ran out. The huge log in front of you is a unique Tier 8 combatant, Horned Ogre, and he is a direct descendant of a legendary rank, Demonic Ogre. There are 24 more Horned Ogre present in this place, and all of them are unique rank combatants. Then there are also 9 more unique rank sorcerers. All in all, you are in a huge mess, so you better think twice before you open your mouth, or else it's been nice knowing you, hehehehe. Jacob's heart sank to rock bottom because he was really in huge trouble right now, and he didn't even know how in the world he encountered so many unique rank experts while being so close to the epic planes. Now, he finally understood why he and his stealth triangle ended up in this state because he simply didn't stand a chance against someone of unique rank with unique technology under their command. As for why Immortica was calling them combatants or sorcerers, it was related to a species evolution that they took after they entered the epic rank. The species who were good in close-quarters combats and powerful physiques embarked on the path of a combatant and had a very high affinity with combat magic, which required mostly weapons and close-quarters battles. While the wiser spices would walk the path of sorcerers, which is the path of pure magic, with powerful long-range spells, more mana, high-level comprehension abilities, and special innate ability. However, unique species were even more terrifying because their magic cores were no longer called the Star or Epic Star magic cores, but either Combatant Unique Magic Cores or Sorcerer Unique Magic Cores. There was a reason for this, which was a unique magic core holder could etch one corresponding rank magic spell on their magic core with each successful new tier, which then allows them to use those magic spells with a simple thought. It was the same ability as someone with innate magic spells like Jacob or Autark, and that's why unique rank beings were so terrifying, not to mention their superior physical traits. Even an epic Tier 9 being can't last much longer against a newly advanced unique Tier 1 being. Furthermore, if it was a combatant species, then you are dead because their bodies can match unique rank treasures. Right now, Jacob's physical power is equivalent to an epic tier 2, and with his fluid acceleration he can match those with an epic tier 5 combatant or maybe tier 6 if he gives it his all and the other party doesn't have to practice a scripture. At the same time, his biggest advantage was his unrestrained hex magic on the epic ranks. However, when it came to a unique rank, he was as helpless as an ant. 353, Chapter 353, Slave Rune. After understanding the grave situation he was in, Jacob decided not to try anything that he would regret. Preserving his life was more important than anything else right now. Thereby, he took off his mask while his long silver hair wasn't hidden because he wasn't wearing his windbreaker while sitting on the ship. The mask was on his face so he could see any incoming danger, yet it seemed to be not worked out in front of unique rank at all. However, when Jacob's mask was removed, he noticed something instantly. Captain Freesword's eyes went wide in astonishment while Harold, the right-hand man of Captain Freesword, blurted in bewilderment. Fairy human? Now it was Jacob's turn to be shocked because it was the second time he had heard this name, and someone even recognized him, and it was a unique expert on top of that who recognized him instantly. Could it be this body really belonged to the unique planes? Then how did it end up all the way in the common planes? Jacob thought, but he had better control over his emotions, and he knew this might be a chance, but also a disaster. Thereby, he calmed his nerve and greeted Captain Freesword. I am Jacob Steve. It's nice to meet you, Captain Freesword. Captain Freesword looked surprised at this moment while Harold pulled a strange expression. He can't be one of those conceited bastards who took pride in their name, and he's too weak to be called a fairy human. But we can't be too sure now, can't we? Captain Freesword stated before he turned his focus on Jacob again as he smiled, which now contained deviant intent. Then something magical happened. Captain Freesword's wrist suddenly shimmered in crimson light, and under Jacob's astonished eyes, a 2-meter white virtual cube suddenly formed around him, which seemed completely harmless. At this moment, Jacob felt his Star Watch suddenly heat up, and when he glanced at it, he was shocked because it became active on its own. Thereby, a familiar voice rang from the virtual cube, which made Jacob's blood run cold. Star ID, Faceless Ancient Star Privilege, 2-star warning, Faceless Ancient is an honorary member of Life Faction. This scan cannot be continued. It was SAAI's voice. The next moment, the virtual cube instantly shattered in front of Captain Freesword's shining eyes as if he had found a treasure. On the other hand, Jacob had nothing but a bad feeling about it. Go and call Masha. We might need her, Captain Freesword ordered, and Harold quickly vanished to fetch this Masha. Then Captain Freesword's focus appeared on Jacob's cold face, and he pulled a big nasty smile. Mr. Steve, you see, I like honesty, and something tells me you are not being honest here at all. Then I'll ask one more time, what is your name, and what are you doing in this place? Now your answer will decide how I'll treat you further, so please, for both of our sake, reply with honesty. Ha 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 ha, trouble is coming. This is so much more entertaining than I thought, Immortality wrote in mirth, which only made Jacob rageful, yet there was nothing he could do. I told you my true name, I don't know why you do not believe it, but it is the truth, Jacob uttered with as much sincerity as he could muster. It has been a very long time since he wanted to sound so convincing to someone. However, Captain Freesword merely chuckled in disdain and said, It seemed you don't like my sincerity at all. Just as his voice trailed off, Harold reappeared in the hall again, and this time there was a 3-2-meter tall woman in a black dress that was quite revealing. She has pale gray skin, small ears, and strange rune symbols carved over his forehead and jawline, while her blue eyes were glowing in gentle blue light. She was ridiculously beautiful and had a unique charm that could charm almost anyone. Oh, an Unwavering Tier 4 sorceress from Charm Siren race who is proficient in charm magic and has a terrifying talent for magic runes. Another race with second-generation legendary bloodline of Siren race. Jacob didn't find it helpful. Instead, it only made him more apprehensive, while the Cursed Book seemed to enjoy the show thoroughly. Furthermore, that woman was simply too beautiful, and even he felt a strange desire arousing within him. It's a fairy human? Masha's charming blue eyes twinkled when she saw Jacob as if she had just found a rare testament which gave Jacob chills to his spine, and keeping his calm was getting harder. Captain Freesword coldly smiled as he said, Dear Masha, would you be so kind as to engrave him with a slave rune? Masha's eyes shimmered with ecstasy as she looked at Captain Freesword. Can I really? When do I ever lie to you? Captain Freesword chuckled. Jacob's expression was now as dark as inky clouds, and he knew things were going south now and that slave rune was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. He was pretty sure that slave rune wouldn't be as simple as those parasite gems, and he had too many secrets to protect, while the biggest secret being the Cursed Immortality. If these guys even get wind of the godly scripture in his possession, he can forget about living. Just when he was about to use every means necessary to stop this, Immortality wrote something. Just let them have their fun. Nothing in your possession is strong enough to escape from them, so you will only be making things worse for yourself. On the other hand, if you use your acting skill, you will be able to escape one day. The slave rune they are talking about is a very powerful magic rune. Only a rune artificer at a certain level can learn, and then etched on a living being with a tier weaker rank than itself. which then allowed the rune artificer to take full control over the victim's mind and body and follow its every command without any restraint. However, in your situation, they can only control your physique for the time being, but not your mind or magic or free will because of your hex magic core. This means if your acting skills are good, this game will be quite fun to watch. I can't wait. 354 Chapter 354 Enslaved Again. 1. Jacob stared at Immortalita's suggestion, and he had no choice but to stop his action. Over 2 years ago, when Immortalita's so-called slumbering period was finished, Jacob summoned it and questioned it about what happened that day when he acquired the Cursed Path Glory Gem. However, Immortalita brushed everything off by simply telling him its signature line, "What are you talking about?" and then started laughing wantonly. Exasperated yet helpless, Jacob had no choice but to drop the topic. Immortalita did make something clear though. The Infinity Pendant was indeed incomplete and still missing another component, and Jacob might need to find its whereabouts in the future. That was how Jacob's inquiry came to an end, and after that day he summoned Immortalita today because it was the first time in his entire voyage that he fell into trouble. Furthermore, this trouble was something he couldn't even hope to overcome with brute strength. He could easily tell that Captain Freesword's change in behavior was because of his racial identity, and he probably wanted to confirm or want something from him. But becoming a slave was something he never wanted to experience again ever. Yet, just as Immortalita stated, he really can't overpower so many unique rank experts who could easily kill him in a blink of an eye. Not to mention Captain Freesword was someone close to the peak of unique rank, so panicking won't do him any good. Now that Immortalita assured him only his physique would be enslaved and his mind would remain the same, this was his only chance of getting out of this alive. So, what if he becomes someone's slave again? As long as he has a way to overcome this situation, he'll be free one day. Besides, it wasn't like he hadn't done something like this before. At this moment, Masha, after receiving Captain Freesword's confirmation, finally turned toward Jacob and smiled evilly, showing her sharp teeth. "I never thought I would get a chance to work on a fairy human in my life. Just your perfect face made me want to mess it up more and more. I guess we both are lucky." "Don't worry, I'll be very gentle, but only if you want it to be gentle," she maliciously stated while flaunting her deep cleavage. "I'm not what you're thinking me to be, and I don't want to die either. That's why as long as you guys won't kill me, I'll be your slave or dog, whatever you want me to be." Jacob submissively stated, "Are you sure he's one of those self-centered fairies?" Masha strangely asked Captain Freesword, just like Harold does. Captain Freesword merely chuckled. "Won't we find out after you work your magic?" Although he said that, a hint of uncertainty was present in Captain Freesword's voice. "I guess you are right." Masha quickly agreed with Captain Freesword and then turned to Jacob, who was now standing there without moving, and evilly said, "What a pity. I personally prefer to be rough." "I guess gentle it is then. Expose your torso and turn around." Jacob took a deep breath and removed his shirt, exposing his sharply ripped masculine pale white torso, which made Masha lick her pale gray lips. Ignoring her reaction, he turned around and exposed his demon face back. "I hope you're right about this." Jacob coldly transmitted his voice to Immortalita. Ha. When have I ever lied to you? Look on the bright side. You're going to be enslaved by a charming woman this time, not an ugly goblin. Enjoy yourself while you can. Ha. Jacob rolled his eyes and remained still as he no longer spoke with the eccentric book, which would only make him pop some nerve if he continued to talk. Masha didn't delay either, as an exquisite silver brush suddenly appeared in her hand with a black head. The next moment, 6 materials suddenly appeared, levitating in front of her under a blue sheen. One was a 3-centimeter ladybug-like creature which had a black shell with crimson runes, while instead of a head, it had a sharp black claw. Out of the remaining materials, 3 appeared to be herbs with ugly appearances, while the last 2 were marbles that glowed in an emerald hue. They were actually magic cores. However, these magic cores were vastly different from the star magic cores because a star magic core only had a crystal-like appearance with white glowing dots in it. Yet these 2 magic cores were perfectly shaped marbles, and if one looked closely, there seemed to be unlimited stars in these small marbles, like the starry sky. They were actually unique rank magic cores of a sorcerer. The brush in Masha's hand lit up in blue light as golden runes started to surface on the brush. Almost instantly, she started to mutter gibberish as she stroked the brush with a strange move between the materials, and magically they started to melt in the air under Masha's graceful brush movement. It's always a feast for the eyes whenever I look at a rune artificer's techniques. Truly fascinating, Captain Freesword praised, and Harold nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Jacob, who was feeling nothing but chills behind his back, had no idea what was going on since he was told to look on the other side. But from Captain Freesword's words, he could guess Masha was preparing to carve that salve rune, and she seemed to be quite proficient in rune artificer techniques, which he also had learned but never practiced. Within a minute, all those materials vanished without a trace, and what was left in their place was a small glob of crimson liquid in the air, and Masha dipped the brush head in that liquid glob at this moment. Like a sponge, the brush started to suck that liquid, and its silver surface also started to turn into the same color as the crimson liquid until it was shining in crimson color, and the liquid was finally gone. Masha smiled impishly while holding the fully crimson brush as she looked at Jacob's wide back like she was looking at a canvas. Alright, this going to sting a little, Masha gently warned before she moved her hand and stroked strongly on Jacob's back, leaving a crimson brush stroke. However, the moment that brush touched Jacob's back, he felt like a burning blade, and the worst part came after the brush stroke was fully manifested. It was like someone had poured molten lava right above that same wound made by that burning blade. 35 Tive. Chapter 35 Tive, Enslaved Again, to Jacob. Despite experiencing the excruciating pain from the cursed immortality, this pain was still not something that he could take with a grain of salt. Furthermore, Masha wasn't just done after making only one stroke, but she was just getting started, and she even had this crazy sadistic look in her eyes as she stroked Jacob's back, and watching him tremble and groan in pain gave her pleasure. She was not different from an evil witch at this moment. However, as painful as it was, Jacob endured with everything he had and focused all those pain on his hatred for being so powerless despite everything he had done to reach to this point. Despite enduring so much pain and being so much meticulous, he still ended up captured by a bunch of outlaws, and now to survive, he needed to be a slave. He never wanted to experience this sort of feeling after Decker's lab, but here he was, forced to walk on the same road again. He wasn't angry at anyone but himself for still being so powerless. Yet, at the same time, Jacob learned a valuable lesson. In this place, emotions or feelings were nothing but a hindrance. If you are powerful but have remorse and feelings, you will only end up dead, while the person who was ruthless to others and himself will survive in any scenario. In this place, if you are not flexible, then you are dead. That pain and suffering was something that Jacob would never forget, and this will always remind him what will happen to those who can't fight back, and this was the fate of the weak. Maybe there were some good people, but Jacob has yet to encounter one. Even if he did encounter them, he would never be the same after what he's been through or what he'll go through in the future. After a total of 48 strokes, Masha finally stopped as she looked at the crimson diagram filled with rune symbols on Jacob's back, which now was totally red. At an unknown moment, if he hadn't been held by the blue mana around his shoulder, he would have been kneeling since all that pain was too much for him to stand still. Masha nodded in satisfaction as she admired her work, while Captain Freesword and Harold had cold smiles on their faces without any hint of pity in their eyes. "Do you want to do the honor, Captain?" Masha spoke while she looked at Captain Freesword smilingly as she was inditing toward the final step of this salve rune competition. Captain Freesword shook his head and replied, "I'm not into pretty boys. You can keep him. Besides, if he turns out to be a fairy, he will be very precious, and you are the best person to keep an eye on him. Albeit, I'm pretty sure you want to have some fun with a fairy, so you can keep him and fulfill your desire until we find our way back home." "Thank you, Captain. You are so good to me." Masha, like a little girl, ecstatically exclaimed, completely different from her sadistic self. She didn't waste more time, afraid Captain Freesword might change his mind, and quickly cut open her finger, and purple blood gushed out. Without hesitation, she splashed the blood over Jacob's back on the crimson diagram. The moment that blood fell over the diagram, a strange reaction happened. The crimson diagram suddenly started to emit smoke, and started twisting on Jacob's back, which sent another volley of even more intense pain. The purple blood was fully absorbed by the crimson diagram, and it completely changed its shape. What was left of that diagram were dark runes shaped like chains. Magically, those chains suddenly started immersing into Jacob's skin before fully vanishing, leaving nothing but Jacob's red back. Jacob, at this movement, suddenly feels all those feelings getting distant as he slowly loses the feeling from his limbs, and this phenomenon spared all the way up to his neck before stopping. Except for his face, he couldn't feel any of his body, yet it was still there, but he couldn't control it anymore, as if he needed some sort of power to control his own limbs. It was a very strange feeling. He might be only feeling this way because he was now far stronger than when he was under Decker's enslavement. However, this time, his face was completely under his control, and his cursed heart was also the same. Not to mention, he could easily circulate his mana as usual. It was just as Immortality said, only his body was enslaved, not his mind and free will, and his magic were also not restricted, nor his ability. Now it's game whether you can hold off your blinking or not, because the moment you blink or even twitch a muscle without her command, Immortality wrote impishly at this moment. Jacob knew it had really come to his acting skill, and how masterfully he could control his facial expression now. "Turn around, my little slave," Masha commanded at this moment with a voice full of ecstasy. The moment Jacob heard Masha's voice, he suddenly felt he got all the control over his body back, but to his astonishment, he could only move back, not anywhere else. Still, he pulled an emotionless face and turned around as Masha had already retracted her magic power, which was holding Jacob up. Hence, his movement was still clumsy because of that lingering, hellish sensation on his back. Now, he faced the three giant figures without any emotions on his face. "Now, you have to answer Captain Freesword's question with nothing but the truth," Masha commanded coolly before she turned toward Captain Freesword and said, "He's all yours." Captain Freesword was very satisfied with Masha's performance and asked Jacob, without beating around the bush, "Now tell me your name." Jacob knew if he wanted to trick them, he needed to speak some truth first, so he replied emotionlessly and finally revealed his full name after a very, very long time because he abhorred the last name of his father and always used his middle name as a surname. Jacob S. King. Ch. S. 3056. Chapter 356, A Misunderstanding? What was the truth? This was a question which has a simple answer, but at the same time, it was as complex as a paradox. The truth should be when someone believes something to be the truth. However, they could also be wrong at the same time because what they believed was the truth could be false as well, and they were beveling a lie their whole life. When someone corrects that believable truth with solid evidence, that truth will turn into a lie in the same person's mind who believed it to be the truth the very instant it was corrected. Then, even if that person doesn't admit it despite knowing that it was a lie all along, which he believed to be truth, it won't change the fact that the person now knows in his mind that it was a lie. Yet at the same time, both persons might not know the truth at all and everything was false, yet they believed it to be truth. So, would this false still be the truth as long as someone wholeheartedly believed it's the truth? This was the paradox of truth and false. The human body was something that could react differently in different situations despite the fact that the consciousness didn't want it to be, especially when a human was lying or telling the truth. Even a master of lies can't control his body to such an extent that whatever lies he spat would turn out to be the truth. It was impossible to make a lie into truth as long as humans could have control over every cell in their bodies. Jacob right now has lost all control of his body, and only his brain and heart are under his control, and he had no idea if Masha would be able to tell if he was telling the truth or lying by how his body reacts to it. That's why he wanted to tell the whole truth first to make sure that if Masha could sense his body's reaction to such a degree, because if she does, then the moment he spoke a lie, his cover would be blown and that would spell death for him. So, keeping this in mind, he had no choice but to reveal his full name, which was not something he was proud of or liked, and that name was buried with his mother when she died in that gang fight. However, the name was something that was the hardest to lie about because it represents someone's entire existence and makes them unique. The surname King was the only proof he had of his father, the man he never knew all his life, nor did he care to search for him even after he came into power. He buried it in the depth of his mind, because he abhorred it and never spoke about it to anyone, but as long as he can't fully forget about it, the fact won't change that this was also a part of his identity. Now that it was questioned of his survival, he let go of his past stubbornness and finally spoke his full name. He knew in front of survival and living forever, this last name was something meager to reveal. But when Captain Freesword heard the name, he frowned because he clearly wasn't expecting it, and he looked at Masha with scrutiny. Masha nodded with also somewhat pale expression, and she looked at Jacob and coldly uttered, "Tell him your true and full name." Jacob uttered again emotionlessly, "Jacob Steve King." "He's not telling any lies, Captain. His body didn't react at all." Masha told Captain Freesword with a solemn expression. Captain Freesword frowned deepen. "What is your race? Human?" Jacob again replied without even blinking. Jacob was blurting whatever came in first in his mind because only truth would come into his mind first, the truth he believed. Being a fairy human didn't change the fact that he was a human first and never considered himself part of this race or even from this world to begin with. Jacob always believed that he was still Jacob Steve, who died of old age and then reincarnated in this ghastly place. He was alone and had no family or any ties with anything here. That is what he always believed. Captain Freesword narrowed his eyes. Humans or fairy human? Human. Masha spoke at this moment with a hint of uncertainty. Could it be he's a mixed blood, a hybrid? This could also explain his spineless behavior, unlike the true fairy humans. Captain Freesword also thought like this now. "Do you know any fairy human? Who is your father and mother, and what is your background?" "I don't know my father and only know his last name. My mother was a human, and she died when I was still young. My background was very humble, and I have no idea what or who fairy humans are." Jacob emotionlessly uttered. Now he was telling the truth, but not in detail, which made the others think that he was talking about the Zodiac Plains. "Where you hailed from?" Captain Freesword frowningly asked as he was looking quite dissatisfied. "Earth." Slap. A powerful slap landed on Jacob's face, which came from Masha, who had this ugly expression on her face, and a dark red palm imprint appeared on Jacob's face. But his expression didn't change at all. "He means which plane, you fool," Masha maliciously uttered. "Ha ha ha ha, what fools, he was waiting for you to say that. You should have said, which worlds ha 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 ha," Immortica wrote in relish. Jacob replied, "Common planes. Is that slave rune even working?" Harold couldn't help but ask with uncertainty. "It's working. Why don't you try to make an advanced unique slave rune if you have doubt about my capability?" Masha coldly retorted, and she looked at Captain Freesword and seriously said with a hint of panic, caption, "There is nothing wrong with the solve rune. If you don't believe me, I can draw another one, and this time you can imprint him with your blood." Captain Freesword glanced at Jacob's emotionless face, which now had a deep palm imprint, and then looked at Masha, who seemed to be quite afraid that Captain Freesword would not believe her. He then smiled. "I believe you, Masha. I don't think you are like Vili. It seemed we have a huge misunderstanding regarding Mr. King here." Ha ha ha, this misunderstanding is going to cost them dearly. I-357, Chapter 357, Price for Freedom 1. Jacob, after hearing Captain Freesword's words, knew he was out of the wood about his true background. However, this didn't mean the water was under the bridge, not by a long shot. Now that it was quite clear that he was not a fairy human, which aroused Captain Freesword's interest in the first place. This again brings them back to the fact why Captain Freesword captured Jacob and what he wanted from him. Captain Freesword then asked another question: how do you acquire your honorary badge then? I had killed the ruler of dark beings in the rare plains and stopped their invasion, Jacob stated the ambiguous truth again. Another reason for Captain Freesword's interest in him was his honorary status as well, and by his reaction, Jacob could guess that this status was quite a big deal among the living beings. How noble of you. It seemed I owe you an apology for taking you for something else entirely despite your honesty. You see, I've been having some trust issues with people recently. Captain Freesword sighed ruefully. Anyway, that slave rune was quite expensive, and even your life isn't enough to repay for that, so I won't be taking it back, but I'll give you a chance to buy your freedom. Then he looked at Masha and commanded, give him full control. Masha also appeared quite dissatisfied since she was so motivated because she thought Jacob was a fairy human, but he turned out to be just an ant of common plains who got lucky. Still, she does as she was told. You can move and speak freely now. Jacob was finally able to feel his body and looked at Captain Freesword and lowered his head while saying respectfully, thank you. Captain Freesword chuckled. As I said, I'm not an unreasonable person, and since it was my fault this time, I'll give you a full shot at buying back your freedom. I'll do anything. Jacob nodded. Very good. I don't know how someone from the common plains can achieve power like yours, but I'm pretty sure it might have something to do with the way you look and your connection to a terrifying race. But since you're not one of them, I'm not interested in it in the least bit. So, this brings us to the reason why I even bothered to use a teleportation beam to take your puny ship to this place. I'll be straightforward with you. We are from the unique plains and want to return. However, unlike the ocean routes between common, rare, and epic plains, the ocean routes leading toward the unique plains are very special. All you need to know right now is, we can't travel to the unique plains as you can do with the 3 plains with some marked maps. We need something called a unique star-ocean medallion, and only then can we set sails toward the unique plains, or we won't even know how we all die. That's why you are here, Mr. King. All I wanted was for you to be our spokesperson in the epic plains in exchange for very lucrative rewards for you and whoever helps us in the epic plains. We can't contact or even enter the plane boundary, nor can we connect with the Epic Rank Star network here because we are not supposed to be here, so that's why we needed a spokesperson. But as you know, we met with some misunderstanding, and now all I can offer you is freedom as long as you help us in this venture. Now that you know the situation, what do you think? Captain Freesword calmly asked despite knowing what Jacob's response should be. He had already noticed that Jacob didn't want to die, so this made him a perfect puppet to control as long as he held Jacob's lifeline in his hand. Even if they haven't had that misunderstanding, Captain Freesword won't be just sending Jacob away without any assurance like the slave rune. However, it won't be that excessive, at least. Because they had many other ways to control an epic and were less expensive, the slave rune was something made for a unique, and its materials were really not cheap, as all of them were unique grade. Despite Captain Freesword's massive wealth, which he had plundered all his life as a star pirate, he was a very stingy and ruthless person and did not suffer losses so easily. On the other hand, Jacob was astonished when he heard that unexpected information and realization dawn upon him. He finally understood how and why these uniques were wandering so close to the epic plains. Encountering Jacob was nothing but a terrible coincidence, and they seemed to have no other choice but to grab someone from the epic plains and make them do their bidding, and Jacob was the one who drew the short straw. Nevertheless, this was Jacob's chance to get away from them and then figure out how to get rid of that slave rune. It might be impossible for others, but for him, it was just a matter of time and resources. He wasn't fully under slave rune's control to begin with, and also knew how to make it go away. But Captain Freesword didn't know that, or he won't be taking this all so lightly. Jacob pretended to be surprised before he asked, as I mentioned before, I don't want to die, and I don't blame anyone for what happened. I'm willing to do this for my freedom. Where can I find this unique star-ocean medallion? Captain Freesword grinned maliciously as he said, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough because the unique star-ocean medallion can only be acquired from one place in the entire epic plains, and that is the Epic Championship. Jacob's eyes widened slightly as he wasn't expected this at all, but Captain Freesword clearly wasn't pulling his leg because he didn't need to lie to an ant like him. 3058, Chapter 358, Price for Freedom, to Jacob pondered grimly, as this revelation was also very important to him as well. If this is true, then didn't this mean if someone wanted to go into the unique plains, they also needed this medallion at all cost? Event these uniques didn't dare to venture toward the unique plains without it? Nevertheless, right now, all that matters is escaping this terrifying group and then finding a way to break free from their clutches, and then he can be relieved and think about anything else. Jacob asked with scrutiny, Then Captain want me to seek help from the three hegemonies. He knew only those three powers who ruled the entire alive planes of the life faction could pull this off, if not a single individual. But this was also a good thing for him since Captain Freesword didn't ask if he was capable of such feat. Captain Freesword would never have thought that the person in front of him was a sole champion of a plane trial, because it was already miracle enough for someone from the rare planes to have an honorary badge. The moment Captain Freesword confirmed Jacob wasn't the person he was thinking him to be, all that interest vanished and was replaced with his own motives. Captain Freesword nodded with a cunning smile in response. Of course, only those guys can stand a chance in Epic Planes trial. In the norm, it should have been a problem, and you had to do some more groundwork. However, you had an honorary badge of the Life faction, which made you a sort of celebrity among the three hegemonies of the Epic Planes. I can bet there aren't even 10 persons who might have honorary badges in the entire Epic Planes. Because every plane generates only one honorary badge after each reset, and almost every prominent individual will do anything to acquire it. But it's far easier said than done. That's why you are extremely lucky to have acquired that badge in the rare planes. Or I should say, we also got lucky to find the only person who had acquired an honorary badge in the rare planes, and even managed to travel all the way to the Epic Planes. You might have some well-wishers in the Epic Planes already, which made you even more perfect for infiltrating their ranks on our behalf before stabbing them in the back. Captain Freesword burst into delightful yet evil laughter while both Harold and Masha snickered with malicious looks on their faces. However, Jacob also wanted to laugh at them in disdain because, contrary to having well-wishers, he had enemies instead. After what happened with Hallberg, he might not trust even his own kin anymore. In a sense, Jacob was like these pirates who could betray anyone when it came to wealth or their own benefits, and the only difference between them was his goal was not wealth but immortality, which also made him even deadlier than them. I understand. I'll follow your orders and do as you tell me to. Jacob agreed with a reluctant look on his face as if he was unwilling to take that risk, yet he had no choice. This only made Captain Freesword even more assured that sending Jacob on this mission was the right choice, because only those people who cherish their lives are most motivated when their lives are on the line. Captain Freesword was such a person himself. Now that Jacob's freedom was in his hand, he didn't doubt for a second that Jacob would even think of doing anything which jeopardized it. Very good, Mr. King. You're indeed a very admirable person, and if you perform well, you'll not only get your freedom, I might even take you with us to the unique planes to broaden your horizon, Captain Freesword promised. Jacob pretended to be elated and quickly thanked Captain Freesword. I won't disappoint you, Captain Freesword. Masha, I'll be handing over Mr. King to you so you can implement certain conditions on him. I shouldn't need to tell you the specifics, right? Just the usual staff. Captain Freesword coolly asked Masha. Masha nodded in understanding. I know what I need to do, don't worry. I know what you want, Captain. Nodding in satisfaction, Captain Freesword then looked at Harold, prepared for Mr. King's departure tomorrow according to the Retaliation Plan 3, just to grade it to the Epic Planes. Oh, and prepared an advanced Epic rank full-body combatant set for Mr. King. This will assure his survival in the Epic Planes even further and keep our confidant safe. Then he turned toward Jacob again and said, See? I'm going to prepare everything for you, Mr. King. You just need to follow my plan and you'll be free in no time. Now, you can enjoy your stay with Masha. Try to charm her, if I might suggest. She's a very lovely girl, and you might earn your freedom much sooner. Ah, Captain, can't you do the same yourself? Masha didn't mind Captain Freesword's joke and played along coquettishly. Dear Masha, you are a lovely woman, but the fact remained the same. I'm not a masochist. Captain Freesword candidly chuckled. Tisk, tisk, no fun for me, I guess. Masha clicked her tongue, pretending to be heartbroken. All right, follow me. Masha then didn't waste any more time and commanded Jacob. Jacob, who wasn't taking that conversation as a joke, felt his body starting to move its own the moment Masha's words fell into his ears, and he started to walk behind her. Then Jacob suddenly thought of something. Tell me, Immortica, if I can't hear her voice, will my body be free? Jacob knew how those parasite gems worked. The parasite gem had two components to make it work. The parasite gem, which was like a responder that responds to anything that will be commanded through its receiver. It was another gem normally embedded in jewelry. But to give the receiver the command, two things were essential, the life signal and the voice of the life signal owner. If any of these two things were missing, the parasite gem wouldn't react. So, if the same rules apply to these slave runes, then if he could stop his hearing sense, then any command Masha would give would be nullified. 359. Chapter 359, A Chance. Although Jacob's logic was reasonable, it should have worked with the parasite gem. Do you really believe this method would have such a flaw? So what if you can't hear her words? As long as she has intent, the slave rune will fully comprehend it and directly implicate it on you. So it didn't matter if you were blind, deaf, or mentally disabled, puppets don't need these things in the first place. Immortica pours cold water on Jacob's hope. Can you be at least a little helpful? Jacob fought his strong urge to unsummon the cursed book in his spleen. Nevertheless, if not for Immortal's assurance, he knew he might have suffered even more, and in times of crisis, the eccentric book always helped him despite its nasty attitude, so keeping it around was still better than nothing. Jacob finally noticed where he was when he exited the hall and appeared in a hallway with many rooms, which Masha was leading the way without any intention of speaking. Masha led him to the 5th room in the hall, and when he entered it, his heart sank because it was a lab with all sort of equipment and glass cells filled with strange creatures. Of those creatures, some of them were missing their limbs and attached with completely different ones, while some of them were missing their eyes, half of their faces, skins and such. It was the sight of a horrible nightmare. Furthermore, there was a large shelf with collections of body parts in glass jars filled with the same transparent liquid. But what truly made Jacob feel chills was a man crucified on a large stone table, and his entire torso was opened like a book, while his face was handsome, but his eyelids were completely cut off, showcasing his entire bloodshot eyeball with purple irises. Suddenly, those eyeballs moved in Jacob's direction. He's alive. Jacob felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Masha with even more apprehension. He suddenly felt glad that Captain Freesword needed him and didn't just hand him over to this sadistic witch. But he also felt a sense of urgency to get away from these monsters as soon as he could. Masha suddenly turned around toward Jacob with a sadistic smile on her alluring face. "This is my home, and if you don't behave, you'll be permanently got to stay here with me just like little Wiley over there. He dared to betray the captain, so Captain gave him to me so I could make him regret ever being born in this world, which is my specialty actually. It's a pity you're not a fairy human, or you and I have a very good time and we'll be good friends. Whatever, you are still someone related to them, which makes you a rare specimen nonetheless. Once you are done with your mission, you and I will have a very good time, and only then will I grant you your freedom. Tell me, do you agree to spend 1 year with me before you'll get your freedom? If not, then I'll have to do many things just in 1 day's time, and trust me, Captain won't mind either. However, in doing so, you'll lose a limb or two, and even your mind won't function properly if I'm in a rush. So, tell me, do you like it now and be all rough with me, or play it safe? This sadistic bitch." Jacob never felt so disgusted and afraid of a woman in his life, but now Masha was top of that list. "I'll gladly dance with Mistress once I'm done with Captain's task, but I need my mind attached if I want to complete this mission, so this has to wait," Jacob emotionlessly replied. "Tisk tisk, no one likes it rouge nowadays. I guess little Veli has to do then." Masha clicked her tongue in annoyance. "All right, you can stay at the corner beside Viley while I'll draw a list which you have to follow if you don't want to be next to Viley," Masha dismissively ordered before she headed toward her workbench, was filled with all sorts of notebooks and devices. Jacob did as he was told and stood beside the corner of Viley's table since he had no choice in this matter and had to endure that potent stench in this place. Masha picked up a paper and started to jolt down who know what. Jacob was quite curious about the identity of this pitiful guy, so he asked Immortality. "That's a unique dark elf of tier 7 rank, and he's completely immobilized. What a fate, I must say. If you could just take his heart, you'll probably enter 12% from 5 to 2%. What a pity indeed." "He he he," Immortality teasingly wrote. Jacob also felt it was a pity because this boost would be massive to his strength, but the problem was that the witch would not sit still if he tried anything funny, much less killing her plaything and eating his heart. As long as he didn't want to be that dark elf, he didn't dare to mess around with that woman. Then he suddenly thought of something as he looked at Masha completely guardless, and his eyes started to shimmer darkly as his eyes were locked on her ears. "Immortality, can she fight against Autark if he directly infiltrates into her brain? Can she counter it?" Jacob quickly asked as he knew this was the only chance he would get to use Brian Hunter on Masha while they were alone, and she wasn't paying attention to him. Furthermore, if he could subdue this witch, then he could easily get rid of that slave rune because she controlled it. Not to mention, all her knowledge would be Autark's and then his. Ha 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 ha, who knows? "I'm not your personal advisor, and I can't speak out of my boundaries," Immortality subtly stated before it started to laugh maniacally. Jacob's heart raced at this moment because Immortality doesn't directly reject him as it does before, but it was very risky, and if his gamble didn't pay off, he would lose both Autark and his life. Lee 360, Chapter 360, Taking Risk. The more Jacob looked at carefree Masha, the more that urge to release Autark right into her ear grew. But when he thought about the power gap between their levels, he hesitated and fell into a dilemma, and he knew this was the only chance he had. "Autark, as long as he infiltrates a unique rank brain, will you be able to control it?" He then transmitted his voice to ask Autark's opinion since Immortality wasn't helping, but that was the exact reason he wanted to try it. Whenever Immortality refused its help, it was always when the situations were something he could handle on his own, so that's why he thought that this situation was also one of those. Autark replied emotionlessly, "I also have a pressing matter related to this exact matter, sir. I had just unlocked the special prerequisite that I needed to enter the extraordinary rank, and it just happened to be to devour a unique being." Jacob's eyes dilated in surprise. "I thought that process was disrupted when I unsummoned you back there." "It was already been completed for a few moments, and Sir was busy reading, so I don't want to disturb you. But then everything happened, and this matter was put on hold. Autark emotionlessly explained. You're too polite, Autark. You should have told me about this important matter. Nevertheless, it seems we both are in luck then. I'm staring at a unique rank right in front of me, and she's completely off guard. But the thing is, if she noticed you, we were both going to die. But if you pull this off, then there will be countless opportunities for both of us. So, I want you to tell me what your instincts told you. If you have even a sliver of doubt, I want you to tell me right now. Jacob solemnly transmitted as he noticed Masha was already starting to write on a new paper. I can do it, but the process will be very slow as I have to slowly corrode her senses before I start to devour her brain, and once I've started, there will be no stopping me, and once she realizes what happened, it will be too late. Autark replied. Jacob knew Autark didn't know how to joke or lie to him, and after reaming with him for over 3 years, he knew how terrifying Autark was once he entered someone's brain. Besides, that special prerequisite was something he could only overcome by either completing it or by many Titan tears. If it were any other time, he would have naturally gone with the latter option, but now, this opportunity was something that was connected with his own freedom. Despite having a way to overcome his status already, having a backup wasn't a bad thing. How long will it take? Jacob asked coldly. Around 5 to 10 years, but I won't be able to any of help to Sir in these years, Autark stated. Jacob's expression remained the same, but inwardly he was extremely content. All right, I'll send you right into her ear in 3 seconds. Jacob made up his mind as his eyes fully locked on Masha's exposed earhole. The 3 seconds passed in a flash, and Jacob's eye spasmed slightly, and the next moment, a tiny Autark appeared right into Masha's earhole, and like a flash of lightning jolted inside. Masha almost noticed instantly and darted her head behind and looked for Jacob, but when she saw he was just standing there like a puppet, she frowned. Thereafter, a blue hue suddenly enveloped her body as she closed her eyes, and Jacob's heart was almost in his mouth despite his every effort to keep it under control. It was simply too nerve-wracking, and he almost summoned Autark back while he still had the chance. However, that light on Masha faintly lost its luster before vanishing completely, but a faint frown still remained on her face. What did you do? Masha asked with scrutiny and killing intent. I'm just standing here as Mistress ordered me to, Jacob replied expressionlessly. Did he do anything? I didn't see anything. Masha's frown deepened when she thought that Jacob didn't have the power or means to resist her at all, so he was the last person in this room who she would suspect. However, for some strange reason, she was now feeling extremely uneasy and couldn't put her finger on it why. Then suddenly thought of something and glanced at Jacob. Give me your storage ring and any other treasure you have on you. After knowing Jacob was from the rare plains, no one was interested in anything on him, so they overlooked the storage ring he was wearing. But now Masha knew she felt something, and that strange feeling was also a sign that she didn't want to ignore, so she had to be completely sure now. Jacob's hands move on their own and start to take off everything he is wearing because he is clad in treasures for obvious reasons. When Jacob's hands started to move toward his neck, his heart sank because he was going to grab the infinity pendant, which, despite his naked self, goes completely unnoticed by everyone. The reason for it was very simple. After he collected the Cursed Path Glory Gem and mended it into the infinity pendant, it became like Cursed Immortality. Now it was only visible to Jacob, who was the inheritor of the Cursed Immortality. Even he found out about this new trait of the pendant after Immortica revealed it to him, and it was nothing but good. However, now his hand was moving toward his seemingly empty neck to take off the infinity pendant because it was a treasure, and he couldn't stop it. Masha also noticed Jacob's strange movement around his empty neck, as if he had taken off something, but she clearly couldn't see anything. At the same time, Jacob has already put the infinity pendant on the top of his clothes and presented them to Masha. These are everything. Jacob tried to be as ambiguous as possible, as things were not looking good. What did you take off at the end? Masha questioned with squinted eyes. Jacob replied impassively, It was an invisible pendant which I always believed to be there like a lucky charm, and it is the most important treasure I have. 36-1. Chapter 36-1. It's time. Jacob replied impassively, It was an invisible pendant which I always believed to be there like a lucky charm, and it is the most important treasure I have. Jacob's reply was extremely strange to Masha. What do you mean, invisible good luck charm? Like a ritual or something? She asked coldly as she took the treasure from his hand. However, she didn't feel any sort of pendant on the pile at all because the pendant instantly vanished from the pile when it left Jacob's hands and reappeared back on Jacob's neck, which was not even expected by Jacob himself. Ha 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 ha, why so surprised? From day one, I told you this pendant can't leave you even if you want to leave it. Not to mention, after the Cursed Path Glory Gem was returned, it will never be going to leave your side even for a split second. Immortica's words made Jacob astonished as well as elated because this meant he didn't have to worry about anything at all. Yes, something like that, Jacob replied Masha with complete ease and no longer worried about her finding anything. That storage ring was already changed with superficial rare treasures and all the important stuff was in his pendant. Furthermore, this storage ring was specially prepared for this sort of situation by him. Autark's voice rang in his mind at this moment while Masha disdainfully sneered at Jacob's childish mentality and started inspecting those treasures. Very good. Take your time. I want you to impersonate this woman even if I wasn't here. And then, Jacob started to give keen instructions to Autark while Masha was still skimming through his things. Now that Autark was in play, he no longer worried about anything else, and he could already see his freedom. Furthermore, this was a chance that will be going to cost Captain Freesword dearly, and Jacob would have his revenge if everything went as planned. Masha knit her brows tightly as she didn't find anything but trash inside Jacob's storage ring, and she looked at butt-naked Jacob standing there expressionlessly. But that uneasiness only intensified. Nevertheless, Jacob was now completely clear, and his status as an aunt gave him massive leeway, so she threw those things back at him and coldly stared at Wahi, who's been looking at her this whole time. Get dressed and then remember these conditions. They should be enough for someone like you. They are laws that can't break no matter what, and the moment you break them, you have to alert us with no expectations. Now, get out of my way. It seemed little Wahi still had some tricks up his sleeve. Masha coldly uttered with killing intent in her eyes and stood up from her chair, making her way toward Wahi. She didn't even spare a second glance at Jacob because she was now fully convinced that Wahi was trying to do something to her so he could escape, and she won't allow it unless she wanted to end up like him herself. Jacob felt a massive boulder lifted from his shoulders when Masha finally shifted her attention, and he was snickering in his heart maliciously as he picked up his things. Never underestimate even an ant, as it can be extremely deadly if it manages to find some tiny crack in a massive building, Jacob thought with killing intent. Then he picked up that list which was filled with all sorts of rules, such as he had to report every week to them about his progress, or he couldn't even think of asking for someone's help or telling anyone that he was a slave. This was like an air-sealed contract without any loophole, which also showed Masha's experience in doing this sort of thing. Although Jacob was mentally immune to these so-called laws, his bodies weren't, and he had to be careful what he did, or even he won't know when his body betrayed him. The most cumbersome condition was the moment he stepped on the epic plains. He had to continue to work toward getting his hands on that unique Star Ocean medallion, and his every move and action should be related to it. This was going to be the biggest obstacle in free movements. But it wasn't that hard to overcome either, because as long as he believed he was working on getting that unique Star Ocean medallion, it would be fine. H-H-H-H-A-A. He suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream from behind, and he knew from the sadistic snickering that Masha was having a go on the Dark Elf because she should be feeling quite uneasy after an incident with Autark. This was proof of how superior a unique rank expert's reflexes were, and if Autark was a tad bit slower, both of them would have been in that Dark Elf place. Jacob pretended to be unbothered by whatever was happening and continued to read those conditions. 14 hours passed, and Jacob was now really marveling at Masha's sadistic nature as she continued to torture that Dark Elf without any break, and she was even more excited than ever. The strangest thing was that Dark Elf's stamina, as he didn't give in and fell unconscious after suffering so much torture. Or should it be one of Masha's tricks to keep him sane so he could feel pain and couldn't die? At this moment, a knock was heard on the locked door of the lab before Harold's voice rang. It's time. Masha finally snapped out of her mirth as that strange and uneasy feeling had now vanished, and she finally felt at ease again. But the poor elf was now looking like a vegetable while his organs were filled with cuts, and blood was oozing, yet he was still alive. Masha then quickly straightened her disheveled appearance and yelled, "Coming! If you remember every word, let's go!" She coolly uttered as she moved toward the closed door, and Jacob's body moved again. Jacob now only had one thought after spending those dark hours with Misha. I can't screw up a single thing until this woman is not out of the picture. C362, Chapter 362, Star Hackers. Captain Freesword appeared the same as half a day ago when Jacob saw him. The only difference was there was 2 more horned ogre present in the hall, and no matter how he looked at them, they all looked the same, and only by their scars could one tell the difference. Captain Freesword smiled, seeing Jacob, and said in greetings, "Mr. King, I hope you have a lovely evening with Masha. But all good things had to end, and we must move on. It's a pity, really." "Don't worry, Captain. This gentleman won't be gone long." Masha snickered playfully while Jacob remained the same. "I have no doubt, Masha, I have no doubt." Captain Freesword laughed in a pleasing manner before his candid smile vanished as he looked at Jacob. "Mr. King, I have arranged many things for your mission this time, so make sure you keep all of them safe and only use them when the time is ripe. Harold, give Mr. King his goodies." Harold nodded in response, and before he handed a white space ring to Jacob with a cold smirk. "The first thing I need you to understand is you can't contact us through your Star Watch because we are no longer connected with Star Network, because this is Epic Planes, and we all have unique rank life signals. So, I have Harold prepare a special device called the Universal Communication Radio Transmitter, also known as Vermin Transponder. As for why it is called such, it is because it will allow communication in places where it isn't allowed as long as you have a unique frequency code of the Vermin Transponder, like the trial planes for example. Moreover, it is illegal to use it since it is made by star hackers. Captain Freesword grinned evilly. It was Jacob's first time hearing about such a device, and he was also astonished when he heard there was something that was illegal. Furthermore, the name Star Hacker also sounds like trouble, and various thoughts come into his mind about what a Star Hacker would be. Captain Freesword wasn't done explaining as he continued. Mr. King, if you don't know about Star Hackers, then it's about time you know about them since you might encounter them in the Epic Plains. Like us Star Pirates, who are a bunch of outlaws and don't like restrictions, the Star Hackers are even more excessive as they believe that the Star Network is the biggest threat to everyone's privacy and a dictator of sorts. That's why they directly declared all-out war with the Star Network itself. Can you imagine the guts of those guys? But the most interesting thing is they are making terrifying progress in this seemingly hopeless war and making noises that have started to irk the three hegemonies and the mighty Star Network itself. As to how much it irks them, you can imagine that the Star Network has never cared about anything happening in the plains, yet it had exclusively put lavish bounties on any and every Star Hacker's whereabouts, identifies, even their heads, as long as someone can prove it, they can bask in unimaginable riches. However, to this day, not even a single actual Star Hacker has been found, and only those small fries. Why they are hunted like this because of their groundbreaking inventions and ideas, and they can even hack into the Star Watches of anyone below 1-star privilege. This is what truly made them earn the irony of the Star Network as well as the respect of people like us. This vermin transponder is the evidence of their advanced knowledge, and there are rumors that they are making more such discoveries even as we speak. As for the reason I'm telling you all is that you have to be very careful when you take out that vermin transponder while you are in the Epic Plains. SAAI can watch everything under the boundary of a plane, and that vermin transponder will raise many red flags. Even if you're a holder of an honorary badge, once you're found out using the black technology of the Star Hackers, you'll be a fugitive, and the entire Star Network will do anything to hunt you down. But don't worry, I got your back, Mr. King. You'll just need to envelop it with your mana within a second after you take it out from your space ring, and you'll be fine as gold. Oh, and inside a trial, you don't need to be careful at all. Captain Freesword revealed with an ugly grin on his face. Jacob was really speechless after he heard about these Star Hackers and their war with the Star Network. As someone who knows about the Zodiac Will, which might be behind the Star Network, he felt those guys were nothing but clowns trying to anger God. He wanted to have nothing to do with those guys who were nothing but trouble, especially if just using their technology could make the entire Star Network his enemy. That would be a huge disaster since almost everything was controlled by the Star Network. Even the three hegemonies can't operate without the Star Network. Nevertheless, this information was something he should have sooner than later because he might unknowingly shoot himself in the foot. Afterward, Captain Freesword explains his so-called general plan, which Jacob should use to infiltrate the three hegemonies' forces when the trial plane emerges. Truth be told, after listening to that entire plan, Jacob was feeling quite apprehensive because he knew if he went through with this plan, whether Star Network hunted him or not, the three hegemonies would, and there would be no place for him in their ranks. He will be no different from these outlaws. But no other choice was given to him, and he was just a puppet that Captain Freesword could manipulate as he pleased, and he clearly didn't care about what sort of damage it would do to Jacob's own reputation. At that time, even if he had his freedom, he would have to live as a rat. See 36T3. Chapter 36T3, Another Traitor? After Captain Freesword laid down the entire general plan, he looked at Jacob with a sly grin as he said, "So, Mr. King, what do you think of my plan? You are free to make changes, but you have to follow the foundation since it is the only way forward. This entire plan is nothing but social suicide, and if I had a choice, I would rather not follow it at all." But I have to admit this guy really planned it well, and the success rate is quite high, Jacob thought before he spoke emotionlessly in ambiguous words. I think it's very practical, and no one would see it coming. Captain Freesword's lips rose in a content smile. I'm glad we see eye to eye, Mr. King. You and I could be great like-minded friends. So, what will be your approach? I personally suggest you should choose the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, since it would help you remain closer to the action. Jacob knew Captain Freesword wanted to know which of the three hegemonies will he chose to backstab, and the Alliance was really the best choice in this scenario, but it was almost impossible for him at the same time. But he can't tell Captain Freesword about his small feud with the Alliance Chairman Gunner now, can he? It would instantly put him in a very sensitive position if Captain Freesword thought that Jacob had too many enemies in the Epic Plains, and it was not worth investing in him. Jacob couldn't let that happen, as he needed to get away from this damn ship and its crew. A wise suggestion, Captain, but for me, I'm afraid it's impossible. Jacob stated impassively, and he instantly spotted a faint wrinkle on Captain Freesword's shinning forehead, so he explained, I'm actually a 1-star epic alchemist of the Alchemy Guild, and it's too late for me to join in the ranks of the Alliance. Masha looked at him with a hint of surprise, and so did everyone else. Fascinating, you don't strike me to be someone who had a brain for alchemy. What is your forte, and which rank are you at? Masha questioned, and Captain Freesword remained silent as he approved of it. Magic smiting and gunsmithing, Senior Grandmaster. Jacob impassively replied, but he only told the rank of the magic smiting, not his unmeasured gunsmith rank. Besides, he knew to move in the ranks of the epic alchemists of the Alchemy Guild, he needed to be proficient in at least 3 Elder Grandmaster rank professions. The Elder Grandmaster rank was divided into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels, and the basic Elder Grandmaster lasted until 3-star Epic Alchemist rank. A 4-star Alchemist was an intermediate Elder Grandmaster, while from 7-star, an Alchemist would be known as Advanced Elder Grandmaster. This was also the peak rank of the Alchemists and their profession-related knowledge in the Epic Planes. If Jacob says anything about him having the skills probably at the level of an Advanced Elder Grandmaster in gunsmithing, he'll be considered an alchemist genius, which would not be good in his current situation. Not bad. Forgive my previous ignorance and look down on you, Mr. King, since I pressured you to be a combatant like your predecessors. But it seemed not only your species different, your evolution path is also different. I've made a fool of myself. Captain Freesword sighed ruefully. Nevertheless, you got potential. Mr. King and Alchemy Guild are not bad either, since all the medicinal supplies and weapons, as well as strategies and information network always under the control of the Alchemy Guild. You can say the Alliance and the Bank are the swords, while the Alchemy Guild is the brain of those swords. This position is not bad at all. I'll leave it in your capable hand then, since what matter is our end goal. With this meeting coming to an end, and Harold was told to escort Jacob toward his new traveling ship, and only Captain Freesword, Masha, and 2 ogres were left in the meeting hall. Captain Freesword finally spoke after making sure Jacob was gone. Masha, what do you think? Is he capable of pulling this off? Masha smiled charmingly, but it was extremely evil as she replied, I have shown him what would happen if messed up even for an instant, so I have no doubt about his motivation. Furthermore, with all those rules restricting his actions, I don't think there is a chance to fail with your ingenious plan. Captain Freesword smiled darkly as he nodded. Your words are quite assuring, but there is something strange about him that I can't put my finger on. I think he accepted the fact of him being a slave of ours too easily, and despite you giving him the freedom to speak, he seemed too calm. Masha knew what Captain Freesword was implying and replied matter-of-factly, You're worried too much, Captain. That hateful Viley's betrayal had left you with a deep mental scar. After all, he was one of the founding members of our carefree Sword Star Pirates, and no one has thought he would be the one who betrayed us. Killing intent flashed past Captain Freesword's eyes as he nodded. You are right. That's why I handed him to you. I want you to keep him alive until we go back and torment him every day until I find his entire family and then torture them together. Only then will I be able to quench the burning anger in my heart. Masha nodded with a sadistic, cold smile. Of course, I'm giving him my best treatment, Captain. Excellent. You are excused, and don't forget to check on our little pet every once in a while. Use that expensive slave rune to the fullest and report to me post-hastily if something unusual comes up. Although I hardly believed it would, we have invested too much in him, Captain Freesword commanded sternly. Masha didn't dare to reject Captain Freesword's command and quickly agreed before leaving the hall as well. Captain Freesword then suddenly spoke to those 2 horned ogres standing there all this time without speaking a word and merely observing everything like statues. There is one more traitor among us, which even Viley isn't aware of, and I want you 2 to find it. That traitor might try to use some means to contact the Epic Planes as well, and that's when we'll catch that bastard red-handed, and that slave is going to be our trump card while doing this. 3064, Chapter 364, In Dire Straits, 1. Jacob sat in a small gray ship that looked more like a spearhead, and there was only 1 passenger seat in the cockpit. Furthermore, after connecting it with his Star Watch, he found that it was an advanced epic rank ship with stealth features and insane speed. But Jacob didn't seem happy about it at all, because this ship was arranged by Captain Freesword, and when he was thrown into the ocean with this ship, he found that he couldn't even see the main ship of Captain Freesword at all. It was as if it never existed, and if he hadn't been able to sense Autarch's general location, he would think it was a ghost ship. This made Jacob gloomy about the prowess of Captain Freesword and his crew, not to mention the technology under their control. He still vividly remembered how easily he was captured by them, but his biggest headache and the thing he was most depressed about was that his hands were moving on their own as they controlled the ship and headed in the direction of the Epic Planes. This was the very first task he was entrusted with, entering the Epic Planes. It took me around 4 years to reach the Epic Planes, and there should still be around 2 years left before the trial plane is formed. This means I have 2 years of freedom to do the groundwork before my own body drags me into those planes, even if I don't want to. I just hope Autarch can quickly take control of that bitch. It's going to be a long, long wait. Jacob thought ruefully as he looked at the route on the ship's interface screen, and with his current speed he would enter the boundary of the Epic Planes in half a day and be able to see the lands again. Half a day later, Jacob's Star Watch suddenly vibrated as he received a notification. You, Faceless Ancient, have entered the Epic Planes. Congratulations on successfully making it to the Epic Planes. The Life faction welcomes you with open arms and hopes you will be victorious against the forces of the dead. Your star network has successfully connected to the Epic Planes, and it will be available again in 30 minutes for you to use. Jacob cocked an eyebrow as this was his first time receiving this sort of notification, and now he was starting to feel that the Epic Planes should be quite a big deal to the Life faction, since they clearly didn't care about both common or rare planes. Meanwhile, the moment Jacob received that notification, Ellie's star watch also vibrated when she was going through some guild paperwork. Your amiable monkfish, bronze invitation holder, faceless ancient, has entered the epic planes from the rare planes. According to the bronze invitation benefits, BIB, 100,000 ZC will be rewarded to you by the Alchemy Guild for nurturing an excellent alchemist. Keep up the good work, Alchemy Guild. Ellie kept staring at that notification for a while before she snapped out of her daze, and a sharp glint flashed past her eyes. He reached here far earlier than the old man's prediction. But this also means it is time to make our move and let that old bitch bleed till she dies. Without hesitation, she quickly contacted her father, Nelson, as this matter was of utmost importance. After over 30 minutes were over and his star network was successfully upgraded, Jacob was going to check the star news of the epic planes when he abruptly received a call, as if the other party was just waiting for his network to be available again. Amiable monkfish wanted to send you a projection call. Jacob frowned as this timing was simply too implacable because this woman hadn't contacted him all this time, yet the moment he appeared in the epic planes, she did. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed fishy. Yet his damn hand moved on its own to accept the call because he had to build a good relationship with the higher-ups of the three hegemonies, and Ellie perfectly matched that description. Jacob scoffed annoyingly as his windbreaker and mask appeared on his face. Although his body was now not reliable, his magic and mind were perfectly under his control, and he was going to keep his appearance a secret like he always does, especially now. Ellie's projection appeared again, but this time she seemed to be standing in the open, and behind her were herb fields with herbs that Jacob had never seen before. "What do I owe the honor today, Miss Vice President?" Jacob impassively greeted. "Cut the nonsense. Where are you in the epic plane star ocean? Give me your coordinates, and I'll send my people to escort you into the alchemy region." Ellie coldly demanded, and her tone clearly indicated that she wouldn't take no for an answer. But Jacob was not just anyone, and he was alarmed by Ellie's words. How did she know I'm in the epic plane star ocean? Can she track me? Jacob was quite grim about this new development, and from Ellie's tone she seemed to be quite hasty, as if she couldn't wait to get her hands on him. "How do you know I'm in the epic planes?" Jacob coldly asked, as this question was more important. Ellie squinted her eyes and coldly said, "You are not in a position to ask me this question. I'll repeat it again, and more clearly this time. If you don't give me your position, you'll be under siege by the entire mercenary army of the bank, and they will do anything to make sure you die before you can take a single step on the soil of the epic planes." Jacob's eyes narrowed as his heart went cold because he didn't think Ellie would reveal this sort of thing, and she clearly didn't have a reason to lie to him either. He also knew about Lucy and the damage he inflicted on the bank in the rare planes, so he was prepared for their retaliation. But he never thought it could come as soon as he just entered the epic planes. E365, Chapter 365, In Dire Straits. 2. Jacob suddenly thought that his situation was simply too fishy, and Ellie appeared dubious no matter how he scrutinized this. First, the moment he appeared closer to the epic planes, Ellie somehow knew and contacted him post-hastily. Second, she somehow seems to know beforehand that Bank is after his life, yet she only decides to reveal it after he comes to epic planes, not in a 4-year time when he was still traveling. You say I'm not in a position to ask you this question, but I say I am because it appeared to me that you were afraid of me dying, which is quite a surprise since we don't know each other that well, nor I'm someone worth caring about. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call Miss Bank Manager and see if I can make her give up on killing me. If not, then I'll take my chance since it appears I can't trust anybody in this place, Jacob coldly replied while he was looking at Ellie like a hawk. Although he sounds arrogant, and it even appears he is not going to listen to Ellie at all. In fact, he was just fishing for clues about this entire situation. After meeting with Captain Freesword and his crew, Ellie and the epic planes seems quite insignificant in front of the true terror of uniques. Furthermore, he now has an advanced epic ship, which was more than enough to preserve his life. If he had that rare ship, then he might have agreed to Ellie's help and won't dare to offend her. But right now, his only goal was to enter the epic planes and then take full advantage of those 2 years to prepare for worse. While his body might not react in the same manner as his mind does, but it can only screw him in some special cases, and as long as the mind was not under anyone's control, everything was salvageable. Ellie's eyes narrowed as they were icy. She uttered, "You'll regret it." With that, she cut off the call without even bothering to hear his reply. Just when she cut the call, she looked ahead of herself, and Nelson was right there smiling slyly as if he just won some sort of prize after cheating. How do you know he'll react in this way and won't take my help?" Ellie asked with pursed lips as she looked at her father, who always gave her the creeps with his ability to predict almost everything. Nelson's smile widened. "Little girl, I told you, if you want to be like your old man, then you have to be patient and study hard. Oh, and also spend ample time with your old man. But you refused, and now you have lost the bet and have to spend 5 days with me doing father-daughter bonding." Ellie's eyes went sharp like blades. "If you dare to do anything silly, I'll leave." "But he didn't do one thing you say he would. He's going to contact that old bitch." Nelson chuckled as he shook his head. "He won't. He was just testing the waters. He wanted to know if you have some way to know his position, or anyone else, as a matter of fact. He won't take the risk to alert his enemy as long as he wasn't sure if Lucy also had the ability to know his position. And if you hadn't cut the connected call when you did and continued to talk, he would have sensed that you might have something to do with this entire situation he's in. Now, he'll just presume whatever he wants to without any hard evidence and might hold some grudge and vigilance toward you, but so what? In the end, all we need him to do is come to the Epic Plains and we'll be strangers. If he dies, then we won't lose anything, and if he succeeded, then we'll get everything. Now that you have alerted him, he'll make sure to keep an eye out for those scouts sent by dear old Lucy. All we have to do is make sure she won't find out about his entering the Epic Plains Star Ocean already, or she'll do anything to make sure he won't stop foot on the lands. Just give our scouts a signal to interfere the moment they sense something out of the ordinary going on, and if nothing goes wrong, you'll have the scripture of blank by the end of this week, Nelson confidently declared without any hint of doubt. Ellie's eyes shimmered with a hint of ecstasy. Let's hope you're right. But what do you want to do with him when he comes to the Epic Plains? You know, if he found out that we have played him like a fiddle, he'll hold a pretty solid grudge against me. Nelson's smile suddenly turned cold as he uttered, he's just a lucky commoner who has no idea just how deep the waters of Epic Plains run. Besides, with how careful he has been, I'm sure he'll know his place. In Epic Plains, without the spot or 3 hegemonies, no one can evolve and reach the apex. He's already banned from the Alliance, and once Lucy suffered that terrible loss because of him, she would rather kill him personally than let him join the mercenary agency. So now you tell me, if you just happened to kick him out from the guild as well, do you think he has any way to flourish in the Epic Plains? Nelson questioned with a dark smile. Ellie's eyes went wide slightly as she suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, old man, now I understand why even that old bitch Lucy didn't dare to show her arrogance around you and appeared all vigilance. You are simply too evil. Now, this is not a way to call your daddy. I'm nothing but a humble old dad who's looking after his little girl. One day, you'll understand once you have your own children and my grandchildren. Nelson grinned teasingly, which made Ellie instantly fly into a rage. 36-6, Chapter 366, In Dire Straits, 33-6, In Dire Straits, 30 You'll regret it. When Ellie abruptly cut off the call, Jacob's expression warped because this didn't go as he expected it to. He cursed furiously before a bitter expression appeared on his face. His luck was getting worse ever since he'd come to the Epic Plains, and he started to doubt that it was all the result of that good luck in the rare plains. Nevertheless, he quickly calmed down and started to think about how he should proceed now with the bombshell Ellie just dropped on him. The first thing he did was stowed away his star watch in the pendant since he wasn't sure anymore about not being monitored, especially when he thought about those star hackers he learned from Captain Free Sword. As for calling Lucy to reconcile, he was not going to do it since it might expose his whereabouts. He was just bluffing to get some sort of reaction out of Ellie, and he even thought it was her who was going after his life under the pretext of Lucy. But it doesn't go as he planned, and now he can only presume and prepare for the worse. Come on, damn it, what are you so afraid about? Remember, epics won't stand a chance against your hexes anymore. Jacob chided himself in a loud voice as he didn't know why he was feeling so afraid of those epics. But he knew it was all because of the psychological effects those damn uniques had left on him, and he was now afraid of everything. Jacob's biggest trump card against the epics was his extraordinary rank hex magic core and the 3 innate hex spells he has acquired from it in the rare planes. Slumber hex, no agility hex, and powerless hex. After traveling for over 3 years, Jacob was fully familiar with his magic abilities. With the 25 cubic meter worth of hex mana in the Infinity Pendant, he can use any hex on 100 common rank dark beings, 50 rare dark beings, 10 extraordinary rank dark beings, and 1 epic rank being, any tier. As for the time limit, it was now 3 hours for any rank being. Right now, what limits Jacob the most is the mana limitation, because the book he took from the graveyard also required a tremendous amount of hex mana to open it. Jacob has once tried to open the book, but even with every ounce of mana he couldn't only lift the cover by a few centimeters before all the main ran out. So, he had no choice but to give up on studying the book for a later date when he had more mana. The only way to increase his mana was to increase the space of the Infinity Pendant, which he could only do by making progress. That was what he was planning to when everything started to derail after he bumped into the Star Pirates. Now he was hearing the news that one of the 3 bosses of the Epic Plains wanted him dead at all costs, so it was only natural that he would act like this. Jacob then quickly calmed his mind and put those Star Pirates back in his head since they were no longer his concern, and he was far away from them now. His sole focus became the Epic Plains and how to reach it in one piece. Furthermore, the moment Jacob's thoughts become clear, and a clear goal appears in his mind, he regains control of his body again. With a tranquil expression, he looked at the surrounding calm waters. A flash of killing intent surfaced in Jacob's eyes. Since everyone here wanted to push me around, I'll make damn sure to let them know I'm not a pushover. Jacob activated all the stealth features of the ship and approached the lands of Epic Plains. 3 hours later, Jacob finally saw something else besides the water. A massive fleet was lined up in a formation, blocking off the passage toward the Epic Plains, which were now vaguely visible under Jacob's eyes, but they were still far away. It was just that their size was simply too massive, so it was quite hard to miss them even from this distance. But those fleets were clearly not there just for show, and he spotted a golden symbol imprint on those fleets. It was a golden bullhead with a white blazing sun shining between the bull's horns. It was the well-known symbol of the universal zodiac Taurus Bank. This also proved that Ellie was speaking the truth about Lucy being bloody for him, and those fleets were all epic treasure ships. He could even tell that the commanding ship of this fleet was in no way inferior to the ship he was controlling right now. If Captain Freesword knew that there was such a welcome waiting for Jacob just at the entrance of the epic plains, he might have never selected Jacob for this job at all. Jacob stopped the ship a few miles from that perimeter as he didn't think for a second that those guys won't have powerful scanners to pick up on his ship. If Lucy was investing so much to get rid of him, then he needed to think like she was coming at him with everything she had in her arsenal. Then Jacob took out something from the advanced epic-grade space ring he was given by Captain Freesword, which contained all the things prepared for him just for this endeavor, and its space was 250 cubic meters, which were larger than the basic epic-grade space rings he got from A0. What he took from it was a black Zenati suit which looked extremely normal and nothing but a plain thin fabric. If Jacob wasn't told that it was an advanced epic-grade skin body armor, he might have thought that the captain was duping him. When Jacob undressed and tried to wear it, he was astonished because the moment the body armor draped over his body, a cold sensation suddenly rose from the cotton-like fabric, and it started to shift over his body, making itself fully attached to his skin. Before he knew it, the armor was completely wrapped around his body like his skin, and the next moment it started to change color, and under Jacob's astonished eyes, it turned just like the color of his skin. Now no one would be able to tell if he was buck naked or wearing advanced epic-grade armor, no one but Jacob himself. Verse 36-7, Chapter 367, In Dire Straits. 4. Donning the epic armor, Jacob wore his mask, and the next moment he stowed away the epic ship and directly splashed into the cold ocean. Jacob's plan was quite simple. Since those guys were blocking the surface, he should just go past them from underwater. Furthermore, it would also increase the chances of him being detected by their radars, and he can already hold his breath underwater for hours, so it was his best option to escape their trap safely. However, Jacob soon found just how wrong he was when he had been. When he was swimming like an agile fish in the 600-meter depth of the Stat Ocean, he was stopped because he found there were small submarines patrolling the underwater. Since I can think of this, then why not them? Jacob bitterly thought as he was forced to enter even more deep water. The Star Ocean was simply too deep, and during his voyage, Jacob once tried to use the art of nature. But he was shocked to discover that he couldn't find the ocean bed even after diving 3 to 4 miles into it. This instantly made him drop that notion, and he returned since the deeper he went, the darker the Star Ocean became like an abyss, not to mention chilly and a feeling of unknown hidden danger. However, right now, Jacob's situation is quite special. He didn't want to alert Lucy of his arrival and silently entered the epic plains and kept a low profile. As Jacob dived deeper, the colder and darker the water became while pressure was also rising, which was not a concern of Jacob right now. After diving for over 1,500 feet, Jacob moved forward again, but after he moved for about 50 meters, he suddenly spotted a faint glow, and he knew the enemy was also patrolling this depth as well. However, this time, he didn't spot more than 5 lights, which also meant he was getting further away from their patrolling area and decided to go even deeper. However, when Jacob was over 2,000 feet deep into the ocean, he was surprised when he suddenly bumped into a hard surface, and upon focusing, he saw he was at the ocean bed. Don't tell me the ocean around the plains has a definite depth, while the Star Ocean out of the Star Ocean boundary is either depthless or simply too deep for others to explore. No wonder they called these oceans around the plains with the plain name. The more Jacob thought, the more he thought it made sense. Still, this didn't mean he was out of the woods. Although he hadn't spotted any patrols around this place, he couldn't be sure. Furthermore, he has to be mindful of getting attacked by some ocean creature, and the chances of it happening on the ocean bed are even greater. Jacob then swims a few meters above the ocean bed and moves forward again. On the ocean surface, within the main ship of the Bank Fleet, the bronze barbarian named Wilder, who was the captain of this ship as well as the overseer of the task handed to him by the bank manager Lucy, was practicing a special fighting technique in a training room. At this moment, the metal door of the training facility slid open, and another bronze barbarian appeared with a solemn expression. Wilder stopped his punch and looked toward the entrance and smiled, seeing the other barbarian. "Mason, do you have something for me?" Mason nodded with a solemn expression on his tattooed face as he spoke respectfully in his raspy voice. "Captain Wilder, our senses scattered in the ocean bed just sent an unusual signal back. There seems to be a movement." Wilder's eyes flashed with coldness. "Do you think it's our target or some ocean beast?" "It's hard to say, but our men have cleared every such creature in our perimeter, and if it comes from the Epic Plains side, the sensors would also trigger from that side, but the sensor has triggered from the other side, which is the red zone. So, we have to take it seriously, even if it's just a stray. We have to kill it to make sure no one goes past us without our knowledge." The bank manager's instructions were quite clear about this exact point. Mason solemnly replied, Wilder nodded in approval. I can always count on you, Mason. You never lost sight of our goal, and that's why I trust your judgment the most. This time we can't mess up even for a moment, or we'll suffer a terrible fate. Send our killer subs to investigate, and whatever is crawling in that place, I want it killed and its body delivered to me by the end of the day. Mason solemnly nodded. I shall see to it myself. He then quickly left toward the command center to follow up on the captain's order post hastily. Wilder couldn't help but sigh ruefully after Mason left and the door was closed again. He muttered with a depressed expression. Just what in the world is the bank manager guarding against? She put so many resources into it, and with the trial looming overhead at that, isn't she afraid that the bank would question her if they found out all those resources were being used on her personal ventures? In the end, he smiled bitterly. Who I'm kidding. That old fox always has 10 countermeasures in place for such occasions. I should feel pity for whoever has offended her. Jacob swam for about 15 minutes without finding any patrols. But instead of getting confidence and relief, he was getting impatience and feeling a strange unease. Because when he thought about how those guys were patrolling the depth of the oceans, why would they leave the ocean bed alone? Jacob then thought about something, and the bronze disc appeared right under his feet. He activated its stealth, and his speed also increased quite a lot. As for why he didn't use it on the surface, it was because, according to his estimate, this disc was only a basic epic grade, and those guys would clearly have measures for such objects as well. So, going under the ocean gave him a fair chance, and with this darkness, the stealth of this disc was even more flawless. Just as he took out the bronze disc and activated it for about 2 minutes, he suddenly spotted many faint lights coming right in his direction. 368, Chapter 368, In Dire Straits. Sive, 368, In Dire Straits. 5, Sive, hate it when my intuition is right. Jacob grimaced as he saw those faint lights drawing nearer. Although those lights weren't coming exactly his way, they weren't far from his position that much. This at least made one thing clearer to Jacob. Those guys on the surface seemed to have the means to monitor even these depths of the Star Ocean, and that's why they didn't bother to place any patrols. Since they were not coming in his direction for now, Jacob wanted to keep it that way and moved very slowly so he won't create commotion in the water. The team sent to the bottom of the ocean contained 8 submarines that were shaped like a shark and even designed that way, but their color was black and blue. These submarines were advanced epic, ranked killer submarines, and they were the bank's biggest trump card, and each of them could cost an arm and leg. Only the top powers within the 3 hegemonies have limited numbers of them, and they were built specifically to battle and travel within the Star Ocean. This time, Lucy has sent these 8 killer subs to make sure nothing got passed by the boundary she had made Wilder set. The 8 submariners of these killer subs were all at least Epic Tier 7 or Tier 8 rank Universal Mercenaries, which made them at least A-class Epic rank Universal Mercenaries. The mercenaries' ranking system was quite straightforward as they strictly followed the strength and skill of an individual. There were 5 total ranks: D-Class Epic Tier 1 and Tier 2, C-Class Epic Tier 3 and Tier 4, B-Class Epic Tier 5 and Tier 6, A-Class Epic Tier 7 and Tier 8, and S-Class Epic Tier 9. The S-Class Epic was the most powerful force of the bank, and even Lucy can't dispatch them on a whim as they stand at the very top of the Epic Plains food chain. Only Wilder among this fleet was an S-Class, and he was only following Lucy's every command because he was a bronze invitation. Furthermore, this entire fleet was filled with loyal men under Wilder's command. Any S-Class Universal Mercenary would have this sort of force under them, and they were not to be taken lightly as well. But these guys were all guns for hire, and as long as it paid nice, they were willing to put their lives at risk. This at least gave them the freedom to do whatever they wanted. Albeit, only after stepping into the waters will one actually understand just how deep they are, and it was the same case for any hegemony. Just like right now, Wilder and his crew, built solely on bronze barbarians, were virtually doing all this work for nothing but Lucy's grace and to keep their tribe safe. Although it appeared, there was no racial factor included in the Epic Plains. In truth, no one can change one's love for their own kind, and only those absolutely cold-blooded individuals can let it go, and the barbarians' race rarely had such individuals. Tell me, Killer 4, do you find our rat? A barbarian with a bald head questioned while he surveyed the pitch-black depth of the ocean. Negative, Alpha Killer. But this sure is the place where the sensors picked up the last movement of our rat, awaiting your further command. A deep voice rang from the killer sub's interface controller. The bald barbarian frowned before he instantly made a decision. We are using the Net 4 formation in an 8-kilometer radius. Keep an eye out for changes in water current. If this rat is still alive, I want it found, and if he's dead, I want his corpse. Roger. 7 voices rang in unison after hearing the Alpha Leader's command, and those 8 killer subs started to head in a straight line. When the 8 of them were a mile apart from each other, a virtual map was built in each of the subs' interfaces. Alright, let's find this son of a bitch and go back and have drinks. This place is damn suffocating. The Alpha Killer chuckled with a cold expression. Heh, it seems Alpha Killer has finally decided to be generous for once. A woman's voice rang in a joking manner. Everyone laughed while the Alpha Killer merely snickered and started to control the sub and move forward, and the 7 others moved in sync with him. As they all moved forward, the virtual map kept blinking. Jacob was now over a mile away from those killer subs and suddenly noticed they were all coming his way, but they were no longer together. So, he didn't think much of it since the closest killer sub to him was over 100 meters away from his current position, so he thought it would only brush past him, but he still underestimated the advanced epic technology under the three hegemonies' control. The moment that killer submarine aligned with Jacob's slowly moving figure, the virtual map within all the subs suddenly showed a red dot. The Alpha Killer's eye flashed with derision as he sneered, "We have eyes on the prize, everyone. What a sneaky little rat. Let's suffocate him to death." Another one chortled in disdain, "Let's not alert the cunning fellow. I have locked the life radar on his life signal. Let's cage him following Formation 4 and then end it with Kill Maneuver 2. I don't want any problems, or it will be me and your ass." The Alpha Killer scoffed with a joking tone. They were all close as family, so they always joked around with each other, and now that they had found their target, they were completely at ease, as if it was already under their control. However, they have no idea what or who they're dealing with. Their carefree attitude was also because they all, or everyone in fact, knew that within the Epic Star Ocean, nothing but Epic could enter. Since this unknown being could enter the Epic Star Ocean, then this means it was Epic, and they didn't need to worry about him at all, for they were 8, and they had terrifying firepower under their thumbs. C369, Chapter 369, In Dire Straits. 6. After a few minutes, Jacob suddenly noticed something. The light of the submarine suddenly went off, and all of a sudden, he felt a faint change in the water current around him. What are they up to? Jacob was fully alert as he knew this was simply too strange, and a strange fear suddenly gripped his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly summoned Immortality since this was exactly the situation he was saving it for, and quickly asked about who was around him. The answer he got was something he clearly didn't want to see. Isn't this the same situation where you escape from the frying pan only to find yourself in the middle of a fire? There are 5 Epic Tier 7 and 3 Epic Tier 8 Bronze Barbarians completely surrounding you, and they are closing in fast, and I must say they mean business. Ahaha, I've been discovered. With a nasty expression, he used fluid acceleration to intensify his reflexes even more. He was finally able to see a vague light in this darkness, and not only just one but 3 more, and they were all slowly moving in none other than his direction, just as Immortality stated. Alarmed, Jacob had no idea just how they were able to spot him too swiftly, and he felt even more fearful of those subs. Nevertheless, he knew it wasn't the time to mull over this, and he had to find a way to escape this situation, and quickly. Since they can detect me despite the bronze disc stealth in this darkness, then I need more than speed to throw them off my tail. In the end, I was still not prepared enough, or should I say I made a terrible enemy, Jacob thought bitterly, but he was quickly able to calm down. He has no regret for what he did in the rare plains, and as long as he can, he will do it all over again if his life is threatened by someone. Now Jacob thought of his other option. Now that I'm running out of options, I should make a move first before those guys. Jacob coldly thought before he selected the closest submarine to him and moved towards it at full speed. The killer submarine's crew naturally saw Jacob's sudden movement, and the Alpha Killer sneered coldly. Killer 5, the rat is spooked and now coming to bite you. You have permission to use the rat killer. It seems this rat is not our normal gutter rat, but a more cunning house rat. But I also don't care about destroying the entire house to kill it. Killer 5 coldly snickered, and everyone else also laughed. They were now thinking that it was already over and soon they would be able to head back. However, the Alpha Killer's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he quickly commanded, "His speed is still increasing. Don't let our guard down. Don't worry, Alpha Killer, even if a small meteorite hit the killer sub, it can still handle that impact." Someone confidently declared, and others also agreed. Jacob was finally able to see the shark-like killer submarine, and he instantly spotted 2 heavy machine guns and 8 small missiles on 2 of its fins. Furthermore, they were all locked in Jacob's direction, and without any warning, the machine guns suddenly started to spit fire, catching Jacob completely off guard. Water magic bullets? Jacob wasn't a fool, as he was instantly able to spot the purple sheen on those incoming bullets. He was very familiar with the magic bullets, and he knew these bullets were extremely deadly in special environments. Like right now, in water, a water element magic bullet can hit a target without losing its velocity because of the water mass. Simply put, they will work inside the water like they worked out in the open. Furthermore, those bullets were at least intermediate epic grade, and Jacob couldn't dodge all of them, especially when he was in the water. Not to mention, each of those machine guns was firing 200 bullets per second. Even with Jacob's reaction speed, it was already too late to use some countermeasure, and those bullets hit him, and he was only able to save his head by blocking them with his hands. However, something completely unexpected happened. Even though those bullets managed to penetrate his advanced rare-grade windbreaker and close easily, they weren't able to pierce through his skin. The advanced epic-grade armor. Jacob instantly rejoiced when he remembered the skin armor he wore before diving. However, the force behind those bullets was no joke. They instantly pushed him back, not to mention, despite not getting penetrated by those bullets, they still hurt like a dog bite whenever they hit on his skin. Jacob almost suffered this sort of pain for 2,000 rounds, and he felt his internal organs were all completely jumbled up, and even blood started to trickle from his orifice. However, he was still alive, and that's what mattered to him the most, or if he hadn't worn that armor, there would be thousands of holes in his body. All he wanted to do was to come close enough to the sub so he could see the pilot because it was necessary to cast a hex. But he never expected this kind of firepower awaits him the moment he got closer, and now he was barely conscious, and every single part of his body hurt like hell. Furthermore, he was out of breath as well, and with all those injuries his situation was quite critical. At this moment, he saw the submarine coming closer toward him, probably coming to check if he was dead or alive. No, I can't just die or be captured again. Jacob gritted his teeth as he endured and tried to keep himself stable as possible and let the submarine come closer. I think the rat is exterminated, just heading there to confirm. Oh, I want to ask, will the leader mind if we delivered a corpse filled with holes? A young barbarian with short hair questioned jokingly as head toward Jacob's floating body. However, his confident expression suddenly crumbled when he flashed a light over his body, and his eyes dilated in shock. 1 370, Chapter 370, In Dire Straits, 7. However, his confident expression suddenly crumbled when he flashed a light over his body, and his eyes dilated in shock. Because the moment, the corpse was holding a sniper rifle with a long barrier, which looked more like a slender cannon barrel, and it was pointing at the submarine, and he was just done loading the magazine filled with glowing bullets. Before Killer 5 could react after snapping out of his initial shock, Jacob had already pulled the trigger and shot the first atomic bullet from the Iron Titan sniper rifle. The distance between the sub and the rifle barrel was around 3 to 4 meters, and the atomic bullet landed directly at the pointy head of the shark-like killer submarine. Boom! A massive explosion happens underwater, and it creates powerful water waves which send Jacob flying like a broken kite. He was barely able to stow away the rifle and take as less damage as possible, and it was all because he was still in the depth of the ocean. Nevertheless, that atomic bullet was something at the level of an advanced epic magic bullet, or even more powerful. After firing it from that distance, Jacob felt all the organs in his body jumbled up even more badly. After vomiting a huge mouth full of blood, Jacob was now completely out of breath, and he couldn't hold it anymore, so without caring about anything, he used the bronze disc. He started to pierce toward the surface while barely holding on to his stubborn will to live. On the other hand, the crew also heard the massive explosion as they could clearly feel the shock waves pushing their subs behind. The formation also seemed to be broken of this, and they all lost sight of Jacob. However, they were more concerned about their comrade, Killer 5, because when the explosion happened, they lost the signal of his sub. Killer 5, what is your current status? What happened just now? Answer me, damn it. Alpha Killer had a very ugly expression as he never expected this sort of situation to arise. Furthermore, by that explosion's aftermath, he could tell it was not just any random explosion but a terrifying one created with technology on par with killer submarines. Now he no longer dared to underestimate the enemy they were hunting, and it was even more clear that it was not just any random sea beast either but an intelligent being like them. I'm fine, just slightly dizzy, and my body aches all over. Killer 5's grunted in a hoarse voice at this moment, and the connection was re-established again, which made Alpha Killer sigh in relief. What just happened? He coldly questioned with a hint of killing intent. I was shot at by a powerful bullet, and it has to be an advanced epic grade, and so was the gun, because it left a crack in my sub, and if I was shot again in the same spot, I'm afraid I'll be nothing but a roasted lump of meat. Killer 5 stated with a hint of fear. Not only that rat managed to escape alive after taking the full volley of my machine guns, but he even played dead and waited for me to come closer before using that trump card. However, I don't think he's in that good shape either, especially after taking that sort of explosion without any cover from that closer. Not to mention he should be at least wounded by my previous attack, or he would have stayed to finish me off. I think he had taken advantage of the explosion and fled. We need to finish him off. Moreover, I think this is the target we've been searching for all this time. Alpha Killer's eyes were deadly cold as he nodded faintly before he stated in a grave voice, "Sent the red goal signal back to the main ship. Let's show this prick it's not easy to run away after wounding a barbarian." Jacob had no idea what was coming as right now, what he wanted was a breath of air, and he was still over a mile away from reaching the surface. Nevertheless, his bloodshot eyes were completely opened as he was moving upward while leaving a faint crimson in the clear water. Jacob knew he needed to treat himself, and to do it, he needed to remain conscious when he reached the surface, or it will all be over for him. He was also sure that those guys would be coming after him with their full force now. If he had known that Killer 5 escaped alive after he used the atomic bullet, he would have been even more agitated to escape the ocean quickly. On the surface, Wilder, followed by Mason, entered the main ship control room after he received the news about the potential target's appearance in the depth of the ocean, and he even managed to escape the killer subs while almost destroying one in the process. The operators all looked at Wilder with cold eyes like hungry wolves who were ready to go on a hunt. They were all aimlessly wandering in this place for almost 2 years now. Now that their potential target has appeared, this means as long as they can put him down, they can return to the comfort of their families and also earn a huge lump sum in the process. Wilder solemnly looks at his people, who have been following him for years now, and they are all loyal to him. He coldly declared, "I know you all have already heard what happened down there, so I don't need to tell you just what kind of person we're dealing with. But I also know no one here is afraid of the danger. But you all are all worried about our wounded comrade's safety and well-being, and want to make his assailant pay the bloody price. No one had ever managed to escape after assaulting a Bronze Barbarian League member, and I'm planning to keep it that way. Because now it's not just a mission, but it's personal. Let's start this manhunt without ado and blast this son of bitch into a million pieces." 3071, Chapter 3071, In Dire Straits. 8. At this moment, with a large splash, something shot out from the ocean, but strangely no physical object could be seen. It was naturally Jacob in stealth, but his condition was extremely terrible as he panted crazily while, with every breath, blood mixed with water gushed out from his mouth. Without hesitation, he entered 20x acceleration and started to eat anything with high nutrition value in his pendant, mostly healing pills and potions they had prepared for this sort of situation. Combined with his acceleration, his body heals at a very high speed with high digestion, and he starts to feel rejuvenated. While healing, he also takes out the 9-star rare magic core of the dark beings he had acclimated in the rare planes and started to replenish his mana. Jacob was doing all this because he was being surrounded by large ships, and he knew his invisibility was nothing but a joke against those high-level anti-stealth apparatuses. But he didn't stop using it anyway because no one can see how fast he was recovering both physically and magically. It was common knowledge that no one could recover mana directly from a magic core without processing it into a magic gem first. This ability seemed to be only common within the holders of growth-type magic cores like Autark and Jacob, or it might have some more depth to it, and Jacob can't be sure until he has more data on it. Within a few moments, Jacob had consumed over half of his precious medicine reserve, and he was finally able to breathe normally, and his body stopped itching. However, the pain from the inner organs was still there, but not as bad as before. How many? Jacob looked at Immortality and coldly asked while he looked at the surrounding ships. There were around 40 in total, and all of their cannons were locked right on him. Do you really want to know? Well, let's go with too many's for you right now, Immortality wrote. Jacob didn't ask again, as that too many was already enough to tell him just what kind of situation he was dealing with. Wilder's cold voice suddenly rang from the biggest ship at this moment. Show yourself. We know you're using some stealth spell or treasure, but I'm afraid it's not enough to hide from our detectors. I'll give you a chance to state your name before I kill you with everything I got here. You have 5 seconds to decide whether you want to die like a nameless dog or like a warrior. In truth, Wilder wanted to confirm Jacob's identity and matched it with the target's description because there was still a possibility that this was not the target, but some other unlucky fellow who was spooked by their perimeter and wanted to pass through them stealthily. But he can't be sure unless Jacob stops using the stealth, since all they can see is Jacob's red silhouette in their advanced epic-grade anti-stealth scanners, not his true appearance. Nevertheless, even if Jacob wasn't the target, those bronze barbarians won't spare him because Jacob almost killed one of their own, and their kind was very protective of each other. Now, aren't you being too unreasonable with an innocent passerby, Leader Wilder? A snickering voice as imposing as Wilder rang in the vicinity, and the next moment, multiple submarines started to appear around the bank's ships. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he spotted the familiar symbol of the Alchemy Guild on those submarines. Why is she helping me? What I'm missing? Jacob was even more perplexed about this whole situation. First, Lucy was coming for his life too strongly, as if she wanted him dead at all costs, despite the fact he didn't offend her that badly. Unless he had killed her close, kind, unknowingly in the rare plains, this whole situation didn't make sense, and he knew the chance of it happening was very low, but it was still there nonetheless. But what truly made Jacob perplexed was Ellie's involvement in this, as she clearly had ulterior motives of her own, and she seemed to be equally motivated to make sure he won't die at Lucy's hands. Now those reinforcements from the guild were evidence of it, and Jacob was sure there was something extremely wrong going on with these two powers clashing with each other like this, and for some unknown reason, he seemed to be the cause of it. Nevertheless, Jacob's top priority was to escape this damn place, and he didn't trust the guild at all with it. Furthermore, after what happened down the ocean, Jacob had a pretty good idea of how he could pull this off. Although this plan was extremely dangerous, he was willing to take the risk because this was the only way, and he got confidence from the advanced epic-grade armor he was wearing. On the other hand, Wilder and crew suddenly wore nasty expressions when they heard the jeering voice, which was simply too familiar to them. Ephraim, what is a bibliomaniac like you doing in the middle of the Star Ocean? Shouldn't you be closed in your lab and crafting magic scrolls for your guild? Wilder coldly uttered with a hint of killing intent in his voice. Within the submarine, a graceful elf with pale white skin and blonde hair was holding a wine glass in his hand while he sat in the captain's seat in the main control room. He was Ephraim, one of the few advanced elder grandmasters present in the Alchemy Guild. Hearing Wilder's grim voice, he couldn't but smile disdainfully and responded, My, Wilder, are you still angry about yours truly banning your bronze barbarian race from acquiring any magic scroll crafted by yours truly? But you can't blame me since you guys are simply too unreasonable, not to mention unethical and old-fashioned. A thick vein popped out on Wilder's forehead when he heard Ephraim's disdainful voice, and the other bronze barbarians were also fuming with hatred at this moment. However, before he could reply, a barbarian suddenly shouted, "Leader, the target has started moving," but before that he had dropped 4 small objections in the ocean. Just his voice trailed off. The entire ship suddenly rocked forth and back before the calm surface of the ocean suddenly started to climb. 372, Chapter 372, In Dire Straits. 9. When the two groups were busy shouting insults at each other, Jacob took full advantage of this situation. He knew these people no longer considered him a threat and only a caged animal who they could kill or release on a whim. However, he was more like a ticking time bomb, and unless they had a crew like Captain Freesword or completely suppressed his movements, they couldn't fully subdue him, and he would not remain sitting and do nothing either. Jacob throws some more pills into his mouth, and the magic core has already been turned into a pile of sand in his hand after replenishing his mana for 10% capacity. The next moment, 4 glowing atomic grenades appeared in his hand, and with deadly intent in his eyes he activated them all and then threw them down. Without hesitation, Jacob used full power to fuel the bronze disc and started to fly upward. He knew better than anyone that just one of those atomic grenades was enough to blow up a city around 100 miles radius into oblivion, and he had used 4 of them at once. Furthermore, each of those grenades was highly radioactive. Jacob had created 10 of them for just this sort of situation, but he never expected to use 4 of them all, not even in the epic plains. Nevertheless, this was his only chance to escape these people, because he noticed that when the atomic bullet hit the sub, the explosion had thrown their tracking off, and he was sure it was because of the radioactive waves generated from the plutonium. Now he wanted to achieve the same thing, but on a massive scale and for as long as possible, and if he had to take the risk of being the center of this madness, he was willing to do it. On Jacob's body, another full-body black outfit appeared. It was covering his face as well, and not even a strand of his hair was out in the open. This outfit was made with lead PB82, just to protect himself from this sort of situation where he can't handle the radiation. After just 5 seconds of Jacob dropping the 4 atomic grenades into the ocean, a massive brightness suddenly went off in the blue ocean, followed by an instantly strong sonic wave, and then it was like an apocalypse had arrived. The water level instantly rose, but it was being incinerated at the same time because the temperature instantly rose like a volcano. All the ships present in the vicinity were completely overturned by this unexpected situation, and it was just a split-second detail of what happened. Because with a second, the brightness had already started to cover the water at a terrifying speed while the thick smoke was still rising higher and higher. Even Jacob, who has a head start, was almost instantly enveloped by the insanely high-temperature green smoke cloud, which has nowhere near its peak state yet. Jacob had naturally never been in the middle of an atomic explosion of 4 atomic bombs before, and he only presumed everything by his knowledge. But only after when he caught up in the explosion did he understand just how terrible this idea had been. Because even with all his preparation, he was thrown off his course by the sheer shockwave, and the lead outfit he was wearing started to melt. Now Jacob was just like a hair in the middle of a lavestorm. Meanwhile, the explosion was so massive that it could be heard from even thousands of miles, and the rising mushroom cloud was so enormous that it could be seen by the natives of the epic plains who live closer to the coastal areas. Even faint tremors started to run through the lands before massive tilde waves started to rise, and the situation was just starting to escalate. Captain Freesword and his crew also experienced the aftermath more than anyone since they were not that far away from the epic star ocean. They even thought they were under attack. But when they all saw the glowing mushroom cloud on the horizon and massive tilde waves coming in their way while the temperature was rising with every second, they were alarmed. Captain Freesword's expression was extremely solemn as he said to Harold, "Someone has just used a unique grade radioactive explosive. Find out if our spokesperson is still alive or not." He better be wearing that armor, or without it, it would be a huge waste of resources. If he's alive, have him investigate who has this sort of explosive might under their control and why they used it in this place. It seemed we have underestimated the epic plains, and it won't be easy to achieve our goal. His lips suddenly rose in a ghastly smile as he saw the massive tilde wave fully enveloping his ship without any hint of panic. This place might be worth plundering as well. Just as his voice trailed off, the tilde wave fully swallowed the ship, but just a moment before that, a dark blue barrier appeared around the ship. The authorities of the epic plains were also alerted by this massive explosion and its repercussion, and they quickly launched an investigation. But 2 parties have some idea what this explosion might be and where it has happened. Lucy wore a grave expression as she was looking at her star watch, and a recording of the coastal areas being ravaged by the tidal waves and a massive mushroom cloud covering the entire sky was being posted on the Star News. "Did that old pervert take action personally?" she muttered with a hint of trepidation. But Lucy didn't know even Ellie and Nelson's expressions were not much different than hers right now while they were also watching the videos on the news. Ellie muttered in bewilderment at this moment while she looked at her equally startled father and asked, "D, did you sell one of your bombs to that bitch behind my back?" 3073, Chapter 373, A Strange Mystery, 1. A week after the mysterious explosion has gone off in the boundary of Epic Star Ocean. Thereby, both the ocean and surrounding areas were filled with poisonous smog, and the climate was also changed, and it was still escalating towards the other areas. This change also started to affect the people living closer to the Star Ocean, especially anyone below the rare rank. A meeting was being called between the three hegemonies' upper echelon to discuss this matter, and everyone wanted to know just what caused this explosion and the reason behind it. In the end, the statement published by the three hegemonies was that it was the work of the terrorist organization, the Killer Skull Society, which has been quite proactive lately, and they will do everything to uproot them for their heinous crimes against the people. However, on the same day, the Killer Skull Society condemned this statement and called this a sham of the three hegemonies to mislead the common public and put the blame on them for hiding their own dirty business. The people could feel the tension suddenly starting to rise in the alive planes, especially when the plane trials were going to descend on them soon. Within a spacious room, Lucy, in a black dress and veil, was sitting on the edge of a triangular table while on the other edge was Nelson. Lastly, on the last edge, there was a massive giant sitting in a massive chair with iron-colored skin, and a terrifying aura was emitting from him. He was Gunnar, the Epic Plains Zodiac Warrior Alliance chairman. Gunnar wore a grim expression on his giant square-shaped face, which had battle scars that gave him an even fiercer look, and his long bronze hair was draped over his arm shoulder. His dark gray eyes were filled with exasperation and fury as he looked at the other two, who seemed to be in some sort of staring contest. "Now, I want to know why I helped you cover that incident up." His heavy voice rang at this moment, and there was powerful oppression behind it. Nelson wore his usual jolly smile as he looked at Gunnar and said coolly, "Dear Chairman, it's not like I want to hide it from you. It's just that I don't even know myself." "Humph," Gunnar snorted, creating a small shockwave in the air before he coldly said, "Do you take me for a fool? Do you both think I don't know about all the people you two have been putting in the boundary of Epic Star Ocean lately? And now the explosions seem to be also originated from there as well. Although I don't care about a little skirmish between us, or even a small occasional battle. But this time you two have gone too far by using a radioactive explosive, and this has affected almost all of our operations near the Star Ocean." Lucy finally spoke in her melodious yet impassive voice. "I can assure you, Chairman, that explosive wasn't used by us at all. Instead of doubting me, you should question President Nelson here, who is proficient and in control of all the radioactive weaponry." Nelson didn't even flinch after Lucy's acquisition and smilingly replied, "Don't twist the words, Miss Manager. It's nuclear power, not radioactive weaponry. And I can prove that I'm not the only one who has been researching nuclear power alone. Miss Menger here has a fully operative nuclear research center, and she also seemed to be the one developing this so-called radiative weaponry there. If you want, I can show you, Chairman. It's been quite a while since we had a stroll in the Forsaken Swamp." Lucy's expressionless eyes suddenly shimmered with shock before killing intent flashed past them as she looked at Nelson's smiling face, who appeared to be more like a devil now. Gunnar couldn't help but say in exasperation, "I'm not asking about the development of the weapon, but I'm asking why it was being used and in such a massive quantity on top of that. If the news reached the authorities' ears, we all know we'll be under massive heat from our affiliated powers. I'm not interrogating you both, but inquiring as an old friend and associate. But if you don't make it clear right now, I'll treat it as discretion and a threat to my own power. And I don't need to tell you, for both of you know how I handle threats." He squinted his eyes before a mountain-like aura suddenly emitted from him and bloodlust filled with air as he icily uttered, "Now tell me, are you both threat to me?" Despite Nelson and Lucy's arrogance and their wits, they didn't dare to underestimate the giant sitting with them, as he was not a pushover, not by a long shot. Gunnar was in his position as the Alliance chairman not because of his wits but his brute strength, and his title as the strongest living epic wasn't for show either. The Alliance only respected strength. Gunnar was respected and revered by his peers in the Alliance, and even the guild and the bank didn't dare to get on his bad side. "Ha ha ha, you haven't changed, old Gunnar. But as I said before, I don't know what happened there at all. The only thing I managed to know from my people present there at that time is Miss Manger's people seemed to be blocking someone's way and pushing that person too far, and he ended up taking drastic measures. If you don't believe me, you can interrogate Ephraim yourself. He should be here by the next evening. I guess Miss Manger's people would also be back, and she's the one who can tell us about the entire picture." Nelson sighed helplessly as he turned the gun barrel toward Lucy again. Gunnar looked deeply at Nelson and then at Lucy with a stern expression. Since Nelson has given him the authority to interrogate someone like Ephraim, one of Nelson's students, then he was most likely telling the truth this time around. Lucy really wanted to strangle Nelson to death at this moment, as this wily old bastard could always talk his way out of such situations and even appear like a victim. She finally spoke in an icy tone. "I'm bound by Zodiac Oath contract and can't reveal much, but I didn't use any radioactive weapon. You can also check with Wilder for more details. I only know as much as present in here. Ether 74, Chapter 74. A Strange Mystery. 2. After the meeting between the three peak individuals was done, Gunnar left, and Nelson was about when he was confronted by Lucy. Miss Manager, you are blocking my way so sneakily people might have some misunderstanding if they saw us, and at my age, I don't want any rumors about us going around, Nelson righteously stated. However, Lucy wasn't having the wily old fox's fake yapping and cut him short in a cold manner. Cut the crap and tell me, was that faceless ancient? Lucy was really going mad about thinking how Jacob was able to escape her trap so quickly, but she couldn't be so sure since no one had managed to see that person's face because he was using some stealth spell or technology. But if it was indeed him, and she was about 70% sure that it was him because of the Alchemy Guild's interference, then not only he appeared so close to the epic planes, he even had atomic explosives on him. If she had known earlier that Jacob was this capable, she wouldn't take that bet even if someone threatened her life. Nevertheless, the danger now seemed to be over since no one who had taken that kind of blast without any solid protection like the advanced grade ships and multiple magic barriers would have survived it, even if it was a peak rank epic. Of course, even if there were a chance of survival for a peak rank epic, the beasts within the ocean or mere suffocation would finish them off. That's why the atomic weapons were treated so carefully by the epic planes, and the guild was not very keen on giving away this technology to the epic planes right now. The knowledge they had was all bought by the champion shop in the past, and Nelson was the biggest winner since he was the only qualified person to use that knowledge. Just for this sole reason, Nelson was dreaded existence by the likes of Lucy. Yet now someone other than Nelson appeared to be in possession of the same technology, which could literally cause massive destruction and disrupt the entire alive plane's peace. That was also why Gunnar was on edge, and Lucy was no different. But she was even more worried about this mysterious person being the faceless ancient since if by any god forbid change he'd survived, she won't be able to sleep with such an enemy walking around freely. She was also sure Nelson wouldn't give away that sort of weapon to Jacob so that he could win that bet because it was in the contract that Nelson couldn't interfere in this entire bet, nor he can use anyone or anything. So, this could only mean Jacob's rise from the common planes was not normal, and he might have stumbled upon some sort of legacy that also seemed to have the knowledge of atomic weapons. Last but not least, if this person was really Jacob, then he was not only her problem, but also Nelson and Ellie's because he would hold as much grudge against them as he does with Nelson and Ellie. Although it looks like Nelson doesn't care about anyone else but himself, Lucy knows it is not true at all, and the only weak spot he has is Ellie, his daughter, and he will do anything to make sure no harm will ever reach her even if there was only a remote chance of it. Nelson naturally knew better than anyone that the person was indeed Jacob, and despite not showing it on the surface, he was already fully alert by this nobody's capability. Even he had underestimated him, and if he knew Jacob held such knowledge or weapons, he would have made friends with him instead of treating him like a puppet. But alas, it was too late, and the chance was gone, and now it was time to become serious. But Lucy was not included in the list of the people he cared about, so he won't reveal anything to her. He smiled before he said meaningfully, "What faceless ancient? I'm not familiar with any person named Faceless Ancient. I'm just a retired old man who you people refuse to let go of." Sigh. My life is really full of misery, and I'll die one day for the greater good of all being. Sigh. He sighed ruefully before he walked away without caring about Lucy's reaction, which was as dark a pit. But she didn't stop him or say anything as she already got her answer. He was not going to reveal anything to her. Nevertheless, this didn't mean she had run out of options, and it was still unclear if that guy was even alive or not. Although it looks like she had summoned back her people, it was just a half-truth, on an unknown location of the epic planes. S0, behind her mask, was looking at the projection of a masked man who was wearing a dark cloak and hood. "Why is the result of your investigation?" she asked impassively. "Truth be told, my lady, this entire event is too strange. The three hegemonies had never acknowledged us before and didn't bother even to call out our name, but now they have put all the blames for that explosion on us. I'm sure something is going on with the explosion, and it might be just the thing we need to have some influence on the epic planes. But the problem is even our top spies have no idea what is going on, and this seemed to be between the three leaders of the hegemonies," the masked man replied respectfully. S0 squinted her eyes before she coldly asked, "Then what about the other matter I have assigned you?" This time the masked man lowered his head and said meekly, "After our last attempt had been disrupted by someone, we haven't been able to find any traces of him. I'm afraid the gap caused by the unknown disruption was too big, and our target might have already left the rare planes." 3075, Chapter 3075, Death Will Never Stop Following Me. The epic star ocean was now filled with faint green mist, which was not natural but toxic, and the closer someone went toward the boundary of the star ocean, the thicker this mist would become. Even the marine beasts were avoiding these areas and migrating toward the clear and radiation-free waters of the epic star ocean. At this moment, something invisible seemed to be flying within the radioactive mist, leaving behind strong after waves. They were heading toward the western coasts of the Alive Plains and only 100 miles away from it. This person was naturally Jacob in stealth over the gray disk. However, if someone sees him right now, they would definitely take him as a toxic zombie. Because his skin was greenish, crumbly, and charred, not even a trace of hair was present on his face, which now has no skin as if it was peeled off by removing something, and he looked extremely spooky without any eyelids, lips, nose, or ears, even worse than a zombie. Even his amber eyes were now filled with green and red veins. But the strangest thing was his body looked still fine as he still wore his windbreaker and pants. However, Jacob knew better than anyone that the skin of his hands showing right now was not his actual skin but the armor's layer. His actual skin was just like his bald head right now, but not as bad. Although he managed to escape alive from that explosion, the price he had to pay for it was something he wasn't expected. Not only every other clothing, included his mask, has been melted within a few minutes of that explosion, but it almost took his life as well. If not for his fluid acceleration to continue to function his body system at high speed and turn those medicines into nutrition, he won't have come out of that explosion alive after only being poisoned and losing his face skin. Nevertheless, his will to live was as tenacious as ever, and he didn't lose consciousness that day and continued to try to escape because if he did, he'd never wake. The only thing he lost that day was the bronze disc, but he didn't care and started to chunk down everything and anything he had in his space rings or pendant. He had prepared and always replenished his supplies, and now it has come in extremely handy and become the main factor in keeping himself alive. But the problem was, with fluid acceleration and his cursed heart, he could only hold back the poison from killing him for some time. The only good news was that he had been able to hold off this long because his cursed heart seemed to be completely fine from the radiation poisoning. Yet the rest of his body wasn't at that point yet, and his skin and eyes, as well as his internal organs, were at the breaking point, and if he didn't find something to get rid of the poison fully, he'd die sooner than later. This poison was also the main reason his body wasn't healing properly. If it were under the capacity of his healing capability, he would have been already healed with how much he had consumed already. Now, he was already on his final stash of food and medicine, even herbs, and he was sure he wouldn't get any help the moment he arrived at the Epic Plains. Instead, he didn't dare to contact anyone or use his Star Watch anymore because he was afraid of getting found out again, and he was in no condition to face or use the same method to run away again. So, the only method that came to Jacob's mind was another suicidal method which might or might not work at all, but this was the only shot, and at least worth trying. Looking at the lands grow closer and closer, Jacob's greenish eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. I've become someone's slave, and then almost committed suicide just to live. All this for what, just to reach those damn lands? Heh, no amount of preparations can beat the unknown, and no amount of happiness can get rid of the mental scar of the past. Jacob felt extremely calm despite the pain and suffering he had been experiencing for days now. In fact, he sensed becoming indifferent to that pain, and his mind was getting colder and calmer the more he felt it. Now that he was dancing on the edge of life and death, he experienced that running away from death would only make it come faster. But that was his goal, that's why he needed a new approach, and a strange feeling started to rise in his heart and mind. Although he has no idea what sort of feeling this was, but at least he could tell his humanity was slipping away, and he didn't want to stop it. Instead, he wanted to embrace it and turn it into an empty vessel that could be filled with anything at his own behest. Death will never stop following me, and I will not stop running until I have the power to confront it. But before that, I need death to be somewhere I can see it, but at a safe distance so it won't sneak up abruptly. Because of Jacob's skinless face, it was hard to tell if he was sad or happy or just lamenting at his own thoughts. But he knew if he managed to survive this, he'll never be the same, and once he returned, he'll be the death of those who made him this way. When Jacob was over 10 miles away from the land, he stopped and looked down at the ocean again, which was still raging with strong waves. This much depth should be enough. I hope the water can help me push the poison out, or at least provide me with pure oxygen to fight it. I always end up being distracted from completing the water meditation for some strange reason. But this time, it's my only hope for survival and prolonging my life, just like it once was in the past. With a hint of nostalgia, the gray disk under his feet vanished, and he directly dived into the water before vanishing in its depth. 3076, Chapter 3076, The Kingdom of Doom. Opposite to the Alive Plains were the Dead Plains, and unlike the Alive Plains, which were ruled by 3 hegemonies together, the Dead Plains were ruled by only one power or one dark being, to be exact, the King of Dead. The distribution of the Alive and Dead Plains solely depended on the strength of both factions. But any intelligent being is comparative by nature, especially if the comparison is with the arch-enemy. That's why both sides maintained a delicate equilibrium and controlled half of the epic plains each and didn't let each other further increase their territories. However, for dark beings who basically live and grow by feeding on the living, peace was the least of the thing they wanted. That's why they always try to invade the Alive Plains no matter what and slaughter everything that has life. It was the biggest reason the 3 hegemonies always needed manpower and strong forces to protect their borders. The dark beings were especially proactive during the time when the life and dead zones were still deactivated and they could easily invade the other side. It was a sort of period where they accumulated as many resources as they could before the plane trial descended on the plains, and they were no longer able to enter the life zone. It was especially the case right now when there were only little over 2 years left before the trial planes were formed, and all the dark beings were restlessly attacking the borders of the alive planes and killing anyone who came out of it by either force or their overwhelming numbers. The 3 hegemonies were no pushovers, and they were called the hegemonies for a reason. The epic planes were quite important to the life faction, and they put ample resources so they could win the trial planes. Nevertheless, the dead have no fear as they fight them day and night, and that's why they are so terrifying. The dead plains were filled with gloomy and cold atmospheres all year long, and they were more like wastelands and filled with strange but deadly landscapes, and no one dared to venture into this place without being absolutely prepared. The dead plains were also known by another name by the natives, the Kingdom of Doom. In the center of the Kingdom of Doom was the Doom capital, and in the very center of this capital was a magnificent dark palace enshrouded by faint mist, and here resides the King of Dead, Onyx. The King of the Dead, Onyx, was dreaded by everyone. Even a person like Gunnar didn't dare to face him head-on, especially in the Doom capital. Right at this moment, within the dark palace, there was a space filled with crimson mist, and 2 giant black flames were flickering brightly, giving off a horrified feeling. The terrifying flames seemed to be focusing on the dark projection of a dark-cloaked being that had a ghost-like face with empty eye sockets, and there was no nose or mouth, and its skin was ghostly pale. This concludes my report of recent strange events of the alive planes, my liege. An eerie voice filled with reverence sounded from the ghost's face before it bowed its head in front of the dark flames. Because those dark flames belonged to none other than the King of Dead, Onyx, and this ghost face was Onyx's close aide, the Prime Minister of Dead, Draven. After what happened in the epic Star Ocean on the side of the alive planes, even the dead planes were being effective, and unlike the alive planes, those poisonous substances in the air and water were quite a welcoming thing for the dead, especially for the zombie race. But this didn't mean they won't investigate what the reason for this sudden change was, and it was quite easy for them to find out as well, as long as they grabbed a living, and they also had another source of information. Draven could be said to be the mind of the Kingdom of Doom, and his reputation was no lower than Nelson's. But unlike Nelson, who was only loyal to himself, Draven was completely loyal to Onyx and also had the king's full support. Furthermore, the King of Dead was not a pushover either, but an extremely vile and willy fellow himself. The giant dark flames continued to flicker for some moment, as if Onyx was mulling over something while Draven remained silent like a statue and waited patiently. Finally, Onyx's corporeal voice, which sounded like a mixture of male and female, sounded curious. It seemed those livestocks had been fighting among themselves, but I'm also somewhat concerned about this weapon that has caused this mass destruction and changed nature itself. I will remember to inquire about it from the high beings. In the meantime, send out Dark Legion number 8 and have them launch a full-scale attack on the western border. Let's give them even more headaches. What is the situation in the rare plains? Did we find who annihilated the previous overseer? Onyx questioned. Draven thought for a bit before shaking his head. We still don't know about that strange event. It should have been easier after he conquered the living of that place, and then all that was left him to do was to perform our mission. Yet he and his entire upper-level forces ended up dead. Even the living has no idea about this, and the Dark City was long gone when the reinforcement arrived at that place. Right now, the 3 hegemonies have taken more than half of the rare plains, and our armies are suffering. But it's only a matter of time before everything falls into place. Then what about the target? Onyx questioned again as the black flames flickered madly. Draven trembled slightly before he kneeled down and prostrated in front of Onyx and dreadfully said, I'm ashamed, my liege, but we have lost the target, and he might not be on the rare plains at all. The crimson mist around the space churned violently before the black flames burned brightly. Onyx's cold and furious voice sounded, It's not your fault, but that incompetent thrall who had lost our assets. 377 Chapter 377, A Distant Memory, closer to the western shorelines of the epic alive plains. Because of the radioactive mist, no one dares or wants to wander around the ocean anymore. But if anyone were present, they would have been shocked because a massive whirlpool within the raging ocean had suddenly emerged a few hours ago, and for some reason, it kept growing. Right now, it was around 500 meters wide, and the green mist above it was also turning into a whirlwind. However, the most shocking thing was at a depth of over 200 meters. A naked person was sitting cross-legged, and he was at the epicenter of the whirlpool. But not only was he not being effective in the least bit, his body and his skin seemed to be covered with ocean blue sheen. It was Jacob who had been under the water meditation for over 24 hours and under 240 G-force. When Jacob starts the water meditation, he only does it for the sole purpose of either squashing the poison out of his body with water pressure and oxygen continuing to pump into his body, or at least lessening the effect to buy him more time. But to Jacob's surprise, as the hours passed, more pressure started to build. More and more oxygen started to gush into his body, and he felt the poison in his body slowly starting to lose effect. However, when he hit the 12th hour, a strange phenomenon occurred. All of a sudden, he felt suffocated, and the reason for it was the clothes and armor he was wearing. Jacob quickly reacted and stowed away all the clothes, even his armor, into the pendant, and only then he felt that suffocating feeling goes away. But what happened next was what truly shocked him. Because this time, including oxygen, another thing started to seep into his body which was icy, and he knew it was hydrogen. When both element energies entered his body, he visibly felt the poison elimination become even faster. As time passed, Jacob's pain, exhaustion, and anxiety started to fade away, and his mind was immersed in a strange state where he felt extremely comfortable. Moreover, the more he meditates, the pressure or urge to breathe becomes distant from him. Now 24 hours had passed, and Jacob was now completely immersed in meditation, fully unaware of the ocean blue sheen or the massive whirlpool around him. Furthermore, right now, two types of energies have changed into only one comfortable energy, which was strongly coursing through his body. Lastly, almost all his injuries, scars, skin, and hair has been mended, and Jacob was completely unaware of it. At this moment, when he crossed the 24-hour threshold, a distant memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Within an office, a stern old man wearing a black suit was looking at young Jacob in his early 20s wearing a casual outfit, and another handsome blonde-haired young man wearing a white attire. The old man looked at the young man in white, who had this peculiar smile on his handsome face, and spoke. "Sir, Leon, are you sure you want your friend to join the underground fighting arena? Since he's your friend, I don't need to tell you the risks involved in this. Even his life will be in danger." The young man named Leon chuckled as he replied casually, "Don't worry, Mr. V. My friend here knows the risks, and you might not believe it, but he's a very talented fighter. It's just that he's a little bit rough. You could say he's a diamond in the rough despite his age. Furthermore, he's a stubborn fellow, and despite me offering my help, he won't take it. So, I have no other choice but to take him here. With your establishment, not only can he raise some cash, but I'm also hoping that you can take him as your martial student and teach him proper techniques and see how much he can learn." Mr. V's old eyes narrowed slightly as a strange glint flashed past his eyes, and he glanced at Jacob, who was silent this whole time and wore a solemn expression, and he looked at Leon again. "It seems you have finally found a worthy friend, Sir Leon. But despite my respect for your family and your grandfather, I can't just take anyone as a student. How about this? If your friend can win 10 straight fights in the arena, not only will I teach him martial arts, but also my deceptive sword style if he's as talented as you claimed him to be," Mr. V declared. Leon's smile didn't vanish, but instead widened as if he was expecting it, and then looked at Jacob, who had this determined look in his eyes. "What do you think, bro, Jack? Mr. V here is a hidden master who is one of the top 5 fighters in our country, and if you can learn from him, you'll be able to become a force to be reckoned with. But I'm warning you, this will greatly disturb your studies in the university, and you might not even be alive to repay your debt. So, I'm asking you again to take my help and repay me when you can. You should know money is merely a number for me." Jacob looked at Leon, and he was really moved, but still, the determined look in his eyes didn't vanish, and he said, "I'm very grateful for your help, Leon, but you know me, I won't take it unless I exhaust all my options. You have already done me a huge favor to introduce me to this, sir, and I won't lose face for you." Then he looked at Mr. V, who was calmly looking at him with a peculiar glint in his eyes, and Jacob said, "Thank you for giving me this chance. From my childhood, I always wanted to learn the art of martial arts, but my circumstances were not optimal for it. Nevertheless, I have learned by watching some documentaries, and I have never failed in doing what I wanted, so please arrange the fights. I want to complete them all in 30 days. Leon was smiling on the side while Mr. V couldn't help but look at Jacob deeply before his lips rose a little, and he said, "Then let's see what you got, little punk." 3078, Chapter 3078, The Water Meditations at Completion. Oblivious to the passage of time, Jacob was fully immersed in water meditation and crossed the 48-hour threshold. Now the whirlpool around has been expanding up to a 1-mile radius, and the ocean blue sheen around his body suddenly starting to expand away from his body like a translucent bubble. When that translucent ocean blue bubble was around 1 meter in diameter around Jacob's body, the water within the bubble suddenly started to turn into a sublime blue haze and instantly simmered into Jacob's body. As the blue haze was entering Jacob's body, the water around the bubble instantly gushed into the bubble and relished the haze at a terrifying speed. Within Jacob's body, the infinity symbol-shaped cursed heart was pulsing in a red glow, and within its one socket was resting the hex magic core like a tiny crimson sun. However, at this moment, the glowing red pulse of his heart suddenly contained a hint of blue, and just like a starry sky, the moment this blue glow appeared, ethereal starry nerve channels suddenly started to light up in Jacob's entire body. If anyone from the Epic Plan saw this phenomenon, they would instantly recognize it because these ethereal starry nerve channels were magic orbits. Normally these magic orbits remain invisible, and only by special means can they be revealed or even peered into. Typically, these magic orbits would only appear when a being of star rank core was about to form an epic star core. Because to further increase the rank of magic, one needed to activate the magic orbits in special sequences and even create special pathways within the magic orbits to reach higher ranks. Magic orbits were also known for their complexity, and they were said to be as complex as reality itself. The deeper one understands them, the more one would gain power and tap into unknown latent treasures. That's where the magic scripture comes into the picture. However, if anyone right now saw Jacob's magic orbits, they would be dumbfounded because his magic orbits were crimson, and right where his heart was located, a glowing crimson star seemed to be connected with all the orbits. Not only that, but a tiny black hole was on his solar plexus, and those magic orbits seemed to be avoiding it. But the shocking thing was, at this moment, those crimson orbits starting to turn into ocean blue, and expect the crimson star, they all turned blue. Normally, if someone already had a peculiar color of magic orbits, it was almost impossible to change unless they were a blanker or used some extremely precious elixir or scripture. But one thing was the fact that there could never be more than one type of magic core present in one being. Even if someone wanted to form a new type of magic core, they needed to destroy the old one, which was akin to suicide if not done properly, yet there was still a chance to become a magic cripple for life. However, what happened afterward within Jacob's magic orbits was unheard of because a few inches below his solar plexus where the black hole was located, just under the spot of his belly button, an ocean blue vortex started to form and started to shimmer brightly. Although it was still tiny, it just seemed like the crimson star on his heart spot, and it was becoming brighter and denser by the second, albeit slowly, but it was happening. This was actually the process of the formation of a magic core. But it should be impossible because the crimson star was none other than Jacob's hex magic core, yet despite its presence, a new magic core was being formed, and the hex magic core wasn't bothered by it, or the new core by it. As the ocean blue magic core was being formed, the water around Jacob started to swirl even more, and a strange aura started to emit from Jacob. After the 48-hour mark, with every extra hour, Jacob continues to meditate. The translucent bubble around him grows by an inch, and the blue haze becomes denser. By the time Jacob was only a few minutes away from reaching the 72-hour mark, the bubble had already been expanding by 23 inches from its initial size, and the whirlpool was now 10 miles in size. Not only that, but if anyone stepped anywhere near the area around the whirlpool, they would feel a massive change in gravity, and the closer they got, the more crushing pressure they would fall under. At this moment, Jacob's entire body seemed to be covered in sublime blue crystal, as he looked like a meticulously carved crystal statue, and only the infinity pendant on his body was completely unaffected. When the final minute of the 72 hours started, the bright sky above the ocean suddenly experienced massive change as dark thunderclouds appeared, and almost instantly, it seemed, stormy night had arrived. The whirlpool suddenly started to shake, and the land around as if something was going to come out by tearing the ocean. When the final second was over, the blue bubble suddenly churned, and almost instantly, it burst apart. But the moment it burst apart, a strange, terrifying phenomenon occurred at the very same time, and like the bubble, the entire ocean around the radius of the whirlpool suddenly blasted into the sky, unveiling the ocean's surface. Jacob's figure, who now appeared like a pristine crystal statue, has been completely unbothered by any of these changes happening around him, was also revealed. The moment his statue-like figure came in contact with air, a terrifying aura rose, which was calm as water and deep like the ocean, and the membrane of crystal around him crumbled like a thin layer of glass and revealed his figure. Jacob's looked even more sublime than he ever had been, and his demeanor seemed to have also been undergone a strange change. His bright silver hair was now as long as his body, and the same goes for his beard. His eyelids suddenly trembled before they sprang open, revealing cold amber eyes which now contained a tint of fleeting blue color. Jacob looked at the massive crater within the ocean and the incoming water wall, which wanted to cover the abrupt void in the ocean body. Suddenly, his lips curled up in a cruel smile before his tiny figure was crushed by the water wall. 379, Chapter 379, The Zodiac Oath Contract. At this moment, standing in front of multiple projection screens, Lucy's cold eyes were filled with uncertainty. "So, none of you found anything except for some broken bronze pieces?" she coldly questioned while looking at the 5 people on the screens, and she did not sound satisfied at all. Those 5 had a helpless expression on their face, and then one of them with a reptile face and dark gray scales replied with a helpless tone, "Please forgive my insolence, Lady Manager, but if you want to search for someone's body after that sort of explosion and in the middle of Star Ocean at that, I think we are wasting our time. I think that person who caused this explosion is long dead, and even if he had survived, unless he's a marine beast, he would have suffocated in the ocean, and there are very high chances that some passerby ocean beast has already eaten him." A woman as beautiful as an elf with ebony skin also spoke in agreement with the statement made by the reptile face man. Not only her, but the Reaming 3 also fully agreed because they all think this entire investigation was a fool's errand, and what they should be doing instead is preparation for the upcoming trial. But Lucy didn't even seem to hear what they just said and questioned coldly, "Tell me, did the Alchemy Guild still there?" Wilder, who was also present in one of the projections, replied, "Yes, they are also searching like us. Wilder wanted the answers more than anyone else because his crew would have almost got annihilated that day if that mysterious person had used 2 more of those explosives. But not only did he not get an explanation from Lucy, he even got berated and called incompetent by Lucy. In the end, he had to swallow his anger since Lucy didn't do anything to his tribe or crew. Even she knew it wasn't their fault at all. Nevertheless, they were all still curious about why in the world both the bank and the guild insisted on finding any clues about this guy. It was like they wanted to fully confirm whether he was dead or alive and won't breathe a sigh of relief until they knew exactly that. But searching for a dead body that should be blasted apart by that terrifying explosion in the middle of the Star Ocean, which was so close to the boundary of the boundless Star Ocean, was like searching a particular needle in the entire universe. Right at this moment, before Lucy could say anything, the 5 projections abruptly vanished, and the next moment, a glowing red interface appeared, and golden words were written in that red interface. SAAI's static voice rang at this moment as she read those golden words for Lucy, who was looking at them like she had just seen a ghost. Zodiac Oath Contract between Lucy Gabriel and Elliot Elliot has been concluded. According to the clauses set by both parties, if the entity, Jacob Steve Star ID, Faceless Ancient, made it to the Epic Planes alone, Party A, Lucy Gabriel, will have to hand over the complete and without any alternation and original copy of the Scripture of Blank to Party B, Elliot, within 24 hours. Party A or Party B then no longer tell about the Scripture of Blank to anyone or any content of this bet to anyone under any case. The moment any party showed intent to violate any of these clauses, SAAI has full authority to terminate them on the spot without any prior warning. As the overseer of Zodiac Oath Contract, I hereby order Part A, Lucy Gabriel, to fulfill your part of the contract within 24 hours, or it will be taken as an act of violation of the Zodiac Oath Contract. Lucy was rooted in her place. She continued to stare at the red interface and golden words for a long, long time in utter disbelief. At the same time, Ellie also got the same message, and unlike Lucy, she only fell into a short-term daze before ecstasy ran wild in her entire body. I finally beat that bitch, she screamed, full of mirth. She never expected that she would be the one who came out on top in this bet, and so quickly at that. Furthermore, she wanted to see Lucy's ugly mug more than anything right now, but first, she quickly found her father, Nelson, to give him this joyous news of her triumphant victory against her loathsome enemy, but when Nelson heard the news, he didn't seem that much thrilled as she expected him to be. Instead, he sighed and said gravely, although we won, it also meant that the Faceless Ancient had managed to escape that ghastly blast and even reach the shores of the Epic Plains within 2 weeks of the blast. This could only mean that he is far more terrifying than we all have expected him to be. Truth be told, I wanted him to be dead and get the Zodiac Oath Contract getting null instead. This victory is not joyous until he is alive, and there is a chance of him finding out about this whole bet thing of yours. For someone who likes to joke with his daughter very much, his worried tone is evident in how much he takes Jacob seriously. Ellie also knew where Nelson was coming from in all this, but she didn't want to ruin her victorious feeling. She retorted, "Why are you so gloomily? Even if he has some means up his sleeve, he's still a nobody of the lower planes. Besides, the one who attacked him and pushed him this far was that bitch, and I was the one who wanted to lend him a helping hand. So, he will go after her, which is by all means nothing but good news for me, and I even approve of it." Nelson sighed again, shaking his head. "That's the thing, my little girl. Your involvement in this is simply too striking, and if he's as intelligent as I think he is, he will not be going to forget about it. I think we need to work with the bank this time around to contain this contingency, whether you like it or not." 3080, Chapter 3080. Stepping into Epic Plains. On the western shores of the Epic Plains, a tall person suddenly walked out of the water in a leisurely manner while his long bright silver hair was dragging behind him before suddenly stopping a few meters away from the ocean. He looked at the lands with his cold yet relieved amber eyes and suddenly inhaled deeply with his beard mouth, without caring about the faint radiation mist in the air before exhaling it out in a steady manner before a raspy voice rang, which sounded like a roar of ecstasy. "I finally reached the damnable Epic Plains." This person with long hair and beard was naturally Jacob, as he was looking robust even more than before, and he was even 3 inches taller, and his body was even more refined and pristine. After his initial excitement and letting his pent-up voice out, he feels much better and returns to being tranquil. There was a strange difference about him. His breathing seemed to be extremely faint, almost non-existent, and his eyes were far calmer and colder than they had ever been. The next moment, Jacob looked at his ridiculously long silky beard, and his short sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, he moved his hand, and his speed was nothing but terrifying. Within 2 seconds, the beard on his face was gone, revealing his peerless icy face, and he also cut off more than half of his hair and only kept about shoulder length, and finally worse, his armor and clothes. This time Jacob clad him in soft blue armor, which fit his body perfectly, and only then did he feel whole. He suddenly smiled, though, as he looked at his hand, and the next moment, it shone in a faint blue sheen before blue water suddenly gushed out of nowhere and then stopped. Just as I suspected, the art of nature, water meditation, really helped me form a water magic core. Not only that, but I managed to form it despite having a core already, and I don't sense any conflict at all while I circulate my mana from either the hex magic core or the water magic core. How miraculous. Just what is the art of nature, and could each exercise help me form a related element of the magic core? If it's true, then didn't this mean I would have 6 magic cores? Jacob couldn't help but feel his mind blowy just by thinking about this possibility. Not only he managed to form another magic core, but that magic core also seemed to be a tier 1 epic magic core completely compatible with his physical strength, and the mana was even more potent than his hex mana, which was quite a big boost to his overall strength. Furthermore, the water meditation effect didn't just end with this magic core formation, but now, Jacob seemed to have gained the ability to breathe underwater and can move like he was moving on the lands. It was quite strange and magical at the same time. This was probably his biggest gain from the water meditation, and he knew better than anyone that this was just the start, as there were still 4 more breathing exercises, and the water meditation didn't just end with forming the water magic core. Now, Jacob fully believed that the art of nature was some extremely rare magic scripture. As for how it ended up in his old world and its full depth, it was him to find out. Nevertheless, he's going to continue practicing it and didn't plan on stopping until he found out its true depth and even origin, not to mention this can give him a serious power boost, just like now. He could use this sort of power boost every once in a while with how difficult and demanding the Cursed Immortality's path is, and he needed everything he could get to complete the godly scripture, and the art of nature was a massive windfall. Now, I wonder if my magic core is suitable for combat or sorcery. Like my hex magic core is pure sorcery type, there is no doubt since there is no physical damage to speak of. My knowledge is still quite lacking in this department, but now, not for long, I guess. And speaking of which, I have quite a lot of debts to settle. A dangerous glint flashed past Jacob's eyes when he thought how he was enslaved and almost died just to reach this damn place. But now that he did, he wasn't planning on wasting all his effort, not to mention making his enemy's life worse than animals. However, his thought process was disrupted when his back suddenly started to burn, and then a sharp pain attacked his head. Shit, this damn slave rune. I was supposed to report when I arrived at the lands of the epic plains. Abominable. Jacob's ecstasy was completely gone with smoke as he was going insane with sharp pain and the burning sensation spreading throughout his body. Previously, he was able to meditate in peace because he needed to recover, which he was allowed to do as long as he was gravely injured. But now that he was fine and on the epic plains, the slave rune was now showing its true colors again. Now, if he didn't take out the vermin transponder and then contact Captain Free Sword, he would die a tragic death, which would be such a shame after everything he had endured to reach here. Jacob ground his teeth before a small black bead appeared in his hand, and without any delay, he quickly enveloped it with blue mana because he still remembered Captain Free Sword instruction of using this vermin transponder with absolute care when he was in the epic plains. The moment he did so, the pain and burning sensation suddenly gone like it never appeared in the first place, and this only made him grimace even more. However, he didn't have time to resent his situation because he suddenly felt his mana getting sucked by this small bead the moment it appeared. There were no displays or buttons or anything, as a matter of fact, attached to this thing. It was like a smooth, small bead. But when he heard the familiar voice, he knew it was working as it was supposed to. Mr. King, how fortunate to finally hear from you. You have us worried for a moment here. E381, Chapter 381, Vile Witch Valley. Over 50 miles in the south from the eastern shores of the epic Alive Plains, there was located a mountain range known as the Vile Witch Valley. The Vile Witch Valley fell under the rule of the Alliance region because this place was filled with powerful magic beasts and was also one of the biggest hunting grounds for battle-hungry Alliance members. There were 5 medium-sized alive sites in the Vile Witch Valley, number 543 in the outskirts, number 500 in the inner, and number 492 in the core. The Alliance member normally adventure in this place and took going from the Alive Alliance City, NO543, to the number 492 as a sort of challenge and practice. The Zodiac Warrior Alliance ranks were divided between Zodiac Combatant and Zodiac Sorcerer, and both have epic tiers to differentiate their ranks. Normally around the medium-sized city, only those around the epic tier 3 Zodiac Combatant or Zodiac Sorcerer venture on an adventure or complete their Alliance-related missions. In the Alliance region, these alive cities were built exactly for those who were capable of reaching them, and there were no shortcuts or any protection on the roads. The Alliance followed a strict rule of strength above all, and that's why their members were far stronger and more daring than the other 2 regions. Anyhow, the Vile Witch Valley was also flooded by these Alliance members because not only was it rich with resources, but there was a legend that in the past there lived a Vile Witch in this place and her inheritance was buried somewhere. People only took it as a legend before until a daring fellow found a strange key with a parchment, and after translating it, it turned out to be the key to the Vile Witch's lair. The arrogant fellow instantly posted this news on the Start Network, and afterward he vanished with the key and has been missing ever since with the key. Nevertheless, it sparked a massive public interest in the Vile Witch Valley, and many came here to search for the witch's lair. But to this day, no one has ever found any clues about it, and some even believe that the guy who found the key has already taken the treasures and fled the epic plains. Still, this place was quite popular among the treasure hunters, and the Alliance reeled in massive profits from these golden lands. Today, a lone wanderer wearing a cloak was making its way towards the number 543 city by simply following the signboards left behind by the Alliance members. Those signboards were more like simple clues to where the city was located, as there were no paved ways. Instead, tropical forests surrounded the entire Vile Witch Valley. At this moment, a cloaked figure suddenly stopped before it looked above the tree, and the very next moment, a few wood spikes suddenly shot toward him with a terrible speed. But the cloaked figure was able to detect them just in the nick of time and able to quickly lunge to the side before those wooden spikes could blast holes in its body. However, the hidden attacker seemed quite unhappy about its prey successfully evading its sneak attack. The very next moment, just after the cloaked person blocked the killing blow, the surrounding trees suddenly seemed to have come alive, and the next moment, their branches shot toward it, weaving a deadly web around it. This time, two short swords appeared in the cloaked person's hands with strange rings on their hits, and all of a sudden, his speed suddenly increased by many folds, and like a meat grinder, it instantly sliced through those terrifying tree branches and jumped over the trees and headed in a certain direction swiftly while dodging those trees like an agile monkey. At this moment, a strange movement suddenly occurred where that person was heading. A small tree bark suddenly seemed to have come alive and started to flash past between trees agilely, and its speed was nowhere inferior to the person who was chasing it. Humph! A raspy grunt was heard from the cloaked figure before the swords in his hands vanished, and a black rifle appeared in his hand. The next moment, a torrent of powerful bullets shot toward the fleeing tree bark, and anything that came in those bullets' way was blasted apart. An ear-piercing shrill suddenly rang before all those trees obstructing the cloaked person's way turned back to normal, and it then landed on the ground again while holding the black rifle over his shoulder. A few meters away from him was a trail of dark green liquid, and following it closely, it found its bleeding assailant, who was on the verge of death. It was a 3-4 feet monkey which appeared like it was carved with tree barks, but the dark green blood seeping out of the bullet hole was evidence of it being alive. It was an epic Tier 2 impish wood monkey, belonged to the sorcerer species, and its wood magic was terrifying while its body was not so much. "I guess I'm eating a monkey tonight," a raspy voice rang from the cloaked person, which belonged to none other than Jacob. Jacob was traveling without using his star watch for over a week now, and he was finally able to make his way into the Vile Witch Valley. He didn't dare to use his star watch because he was still not sure if those bitches were tracking him somehow. Furthermore, he wanted them to think he was dead and gone in that blast while slowly accumulating his strength, and when they forget about him, it would be the time when he would be truly free. But freedom was something he had no luxury to have, not until he was still affiliated with the slave rune. He was still a puppet of Free Sword, and he needed to proceed accordingly as he ordered, or he would be in a world of pain. 3 more days passed after his encounter with the impish wood monkey, and Jacob found himself staring at a massive iron wall that was over 200 meters in size. He finally reached the Alive Alliance City, number 543. 38-2, Chapter 38-2, Bad News. The thick and tall iron walls of the Alive Alliance City number 543 were normal for any medium-sized city. These walls were made with special ores to stop the dark beings from invading the city or from some random wild beast stampede. There was only one city gate to go inside or outside, and it was heavily guarded and monitored all the time. However, Jacob didn't move toward the city gates because he was still mulling over his options to enter it like everyone else or try to jump the walls sneakily. If he goes with the former, then he has to show his identity proof to enter the city, which would again expose him to the possibility of getting exposed to the Alliance chairman, and then Ellie or Lucy would be on him in no time. He still clearly remembered how Gunnar sold him out to Ellie and then even exposed this to Lucy. He was still not too keen on using his Star Watch either after what happened in the Star Ocean. But the second option was also quite risky in other ways. Because these alive cities were protected by powerful figures, especially medium and large-sized cities, there were countless other measures placed to expose someone who wanted to enter them sneakily. The biggest obstacle was SAAI itself, because even Captain Freesword had told him that SAAI has full authority to monitor everyone, and he had witnessed it himself when he got the title Ray of Hope. These cities were at least as advanced as the Dark Cities, and everyone knows the Dark Cities were nothing but terrifying when it came to upholding rules and protecting themselves from intruders. Speaking of the Dark Cities, like the other planes, its location was still unknown, and one had to either find it on their own or need someone to guide them to the hidden location. Jacob has neither the time for obvious reason nor the person who could lead him there, so he was on his own. So he was pretty stumped about what to do, as both options led to many dangerous possibilities. Well, if I use my Ray of Hope badge, I might be able to enter the city without needing to expose my identity. Isn't that ogre wanted me to do the same thing to attract fame then earn the trust of the 3 hegemonies so I could be at the center of everyone once the trial started? Jacob thought gravely. His initial plan was to simply do his own thing while keeping a low profile until the trial arrives, since his body now only reacts against him when he either tries to sabotage Captain Freesword's plan or when it would be time for him to enter the plane trial. Now his Ray of Hope badge was the only thing that could help him move around the epic planes. His biggest advantage was no one had ever seen him, and this was what he was going to use. So, without further ado, he started to change his appearance, which was cutting his hair short and dyed them in black, and then changing his facial features and ears. He was naturally going to impersonate an elf since he looked like them the most. Furthermore, in the epic planes, there were tons of species living together. Even the elves have more than 15 kinds. But the most famous ones were the ones capable of reaching the epic planes. In this place, the potential was measured by how much a race could grow by just relying on their bloodline, and only those who showed promise would be selected by the three hegemonies to nurture further. The city gates of the city number 43 were colossal, just like the city walls, and they were guarded by 2 guard posts, and many people seemed to be going in and out. Almost all of them were Alliance members. Jacob walked within the crowd wearing blue armor and mantle, but his head was exposed, and he wore a half-white mask that covered half of his face and eye while the other half was exposed, and a deep scar was over his eye. This mask was specially made by him just in case he needed to appear different from his known self. Besides, he was going to play a completely different character and wanted to hide his true identity as long as he could, at least until he was strong enough not to care about their schemes. No one paid him much attention as he walked toward the gates. Once in a while, someone would throw him a curious glance before minding their own business. Do you hear the announcement made by the bank and the guild? At this moment, Jacob's ear perked up when he heard a troll talking with his fellow teammate in full of ecstasy. Are you talking about the bounty they just placed on the person who was responsible for the terrorist attack over 2 weeks ago? It's all over the Star News, the other troll sneered. Yes, that one. It appeared that Guy was one of the top members of the Killer Skull Society, and whoever gave his whereabouts would be rewarded with tons of riches. I guess those guys were not kidding around when they said they would not sit still until they found the culprit. I'm more interested in those rewards. Even the big wigs were drooling when they saw them. Whoever this faceless ancient is, he better pray that he will not get found out by any of those bounty hunters, or he will regret even being born in this world. They have even given his portrait, and he seemed to belong to the Golden Elf clan, and now they are going to suffer big time. While the trolls and some more people were energetically talking about this same topic, no one seemed to notice that the person wearing a half mask and blue armor had vanished before he could reach the city gate. Jacob appeared again in the wildness, and his expression was extremely dark and filled with killing intent. This time he didn't care and took out his Star Watch, and the moment he did, his expression went even darker. 38.3, Chapter 38.3, Infamous. In Epic Plains. When Jacob's Star Watch appeared on his wrist, a torrent of messages appeared. Most of them were from Ellie, and a few of them were from Lucy. Not only that, but there were the mysterious Apocalyptic S, Gunner, and even another unfamiliar star ID. This was the first time he had used his Star Watch after entering the Epic Plains, and this result was quite unexpected as well as grave. However, when another notification popped up and he read it, his eyes went widened with disbelief before thick killing intent and fury surfaced in them. Alchemist Guild notification. We hereby inform you with a heavy heart that you, Faceless Ancient, have been kicked out from the Alchemy Guild by your Bronze Inviter, Amiable Monk Fish, Vice Guild President, and thereby banned from the Alchemy Guild unless you have a golden invitation. Ha 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 ha. Jacob suddenly burst into eerier laughter filled with murderous fury. Excellent. The next moment, he stopped, and his eyes were extremely tranquil and icy. Closing the notification, he checked the Epic Star News. He now wanted to confirm if what those trolls and many others were talking about was really true, and if it was, then why did those guys think he was a golden elf? The moment he opened the Epic Star News, his expression went even chilly when he saw the very first news post. 1. Star News by Rich Winter Lady. Epic Bank Manager, Star News. We are finally able to identify the culprit behind the terrorist attack on all living beings. He is one of the upper echelons of the notorious organization Killer Skull Society. His star ID is Faceless Ancient. Tri-Wanted Order. The three hegemonies have officially launched a Tri-Wanted Order against this terrorist Faceless Ancient, and all the alive cities are hereby on high alert, and the authorities there has full permission to detain and investigate any suspicious individual. So, we humbly ask for your cooperation, and we can assure as long as you do nothing wrong, no harm will befall you. This Tri-Wanted Order will have remained until the terrorist Faceless Ancient is dealt with according to the law of the Life Faction. Epic Plains Bounty Order. Picture of Faceless Ancient, attached picture. 1. 100,000 ZC for terrorist Faceless Ancient whereabouts. 2. 1 million ZC for terrorist Faceless Ancient dead body. 3. 10 million ZC for terrorist Faceless Ancient alive. Bounty can be claimed after the information or death of the target, or his detention is confirmed by the three hegemonies. 2. Star News by Might of Destruction, Epic Alliance Chairman. Star News, same as Rich Winter Lady. 3. Star News by Amiable Wizened Monk, Epic Guild President. Star News, same as Rich Winter Lady. 4. Star News by Servant of Epic S. Star News. The three hegemonies are slandering us by calling us terrorists, and Lord Faceless Ancient has never done something like this, and we will fully support him until his grand name is clear of these false accusations. Anyone who dares to go after Lord Faceless Ancient is the enemy of our Killer Skull Society. Jacob looked at the top 3 news, which was the same, about him and how they were planning to hunt him from all fronts, not to mention the bounty placed on him was simply too lavish for anyone to ignore it. However, he couldn't help but sneer at the 4th trending Star News, which was posted by some minion of the Killer Skull Society. Since they couldn't find him the hard way, they were probably trying to lure him using a soft approach. Anyone would be swayed if the 3 hegemonies were hunting them like mad hounds. But Jacob was no longer concerned with any of this because he had suffered so much that he now felt numb to all this. In the end, he just sighed and then closed the Star News since he had already seen enough and also confirmed something else. The picture attached to the bounty was him in his golden elf disguise, and it was taken when his eye was maimed. Furthermore, it was extremely simple to guess where and who had taken this picture because he had only shown his face like when his eye was maimed when he was at Dark Earl Castle. Realization dawned upon him at this moment, so, that conniving dwarf had sold me to either Lucy or Ellie after he received some sort of bone from them. No wonder he put up that trap and even gave this picture of mine of them. Now it all made sense. Jacob didn't find it news that Hallberg had sold him out since he had already made him his enemy the moment he pulled the ship trap on him. If anything, it only confirmed that the connections of the Epic Planes run too deep, and no one was trustworthy in this place except for himself. Afterward, Jacob saw the messages from the mighty figures of the Epic Planes. Most of them were about the warnings and even threats that he should surrender and resolve it peacefully, and as long as he handed over his knowledge and became their loyal dog, there was a chance his life would be spared. Even Gunnar was guaranteeing his safety as long as he silently surrendered to him. At the same time, the threats were from Lucy and even Ellie before she kicked him out in a fit. The most interesting one was from the Apocalyptic S, though, just as he suspected it to be after he saw their Star News post. Apocalyptic S reply: if you are willing to hand over those rings, I can shelter you and even let you join the Killer Skull Society for the price of that technology you used to put those 3 pretentious hegemonies in their place. Remember, only I can help you now, and all your paths have been blocked. Then there was the new ID that Jacob had just found out its origin. Amiable Wizened Monk new message. I never thought I would have to message you in this sort of circumstances, and I personally prefer to meet you face to face before. But alas, fate is sometimes cruel, and our mistakes made us fall from grace even quicker than it took us to rose. I think Vice President has failed to appreciate your talent and even has a fault in your current situation. She even kicked you out without consulting me first, and this pains me deeply. So, to make amends for her mistakes, this old man is offering you a helping hand, and any time you want and anywhere. I really hope this all could have been avoided, but I can't watch a talent like you destroy yourself. Although I'm going with the flow since I'm pressured by the bank manager and alliance chairman, I'm still willing to help in any way. You know how to reach me. Jacob looked at Nelson's guilt-ridden and couldn't help but scoff with killing intent. I'll be a fool ever to believe you guys. Chi 384, Chapter 384, Reawakening of the Emperor. Jacob finally closed the Starwatch interface before a rueful sigh escaped his mouth. Just how in the world did things escalate to this point? He wondered with a hint of confusion. He never intended to make 3 hegemonies into his enemy, and neither did he want to be haunted down by the entire Epic Planes when he was still not strong enough. Right now, he was probably the hottest commodity and topic of discussion in every household in the Epic Planes. Nevertheless, the ship of regret was long sailed, and now was the time to counter. Looking at the Starwatch and the remaining time he had to prepare for the plane trial, a cruel yet very practical idea surfaced in his mind. I never thought I would take this path in this world again, but since they're calling me a terrorist, I'll give them a goddamn terrorist and make sure they will regret making an enemy out of me. Jacob's eyes glistered with a dark, ruthless glint. From all the messages he received and the massive bounty placed on his life, he knew those guys didn't have the nuclear technology, or it was so precious and rare that the Alchemy Guild didn't share it with the Epic Planes yet, or it was simply dangerous to fall in the hands of Epic Planes. Whichever the case was, Jacob was pretty sure that those guys were after his nuclear knowledge, and they were probably doing all this for that knowledge. This gave him the idea of walking again on the path he never thought he would take in this life since it was no longer his primary goal. Yet here he was, back to a corner, and the only thing that came to his mind was the same path that made him known as the Emperor of Weapon Industry. With this dark look in his eyes, he opened the private star servers section, and right now, it was completely empty since he was being kicked out of the Alchemy Guild as well. However, today he was not here to surf any server. Instead, he was going to use another option. Make Star Server. Jacob clicked on this option without hesitation, and a new interface appeared with multiple options, and without hesitation, he started to fill them. After a few moments, an entirely different interface was in front of Jacob. Star server name, Ancient Artifact Industry. Star server category, business. Star server visibly. Private server Starlink needed to join this server. Star server owner, Faceless Ancient Star Privilege. Star server level, 2-star, equivalent to 2-star privilege of Faceless Ancient. Note, 2-star server has 3 unique privileges. 1. 2-star server privilege, entry fee. You have set the entry fee to maximum 10 ZC for your star server. 2. 2-star server privilege post type. You have selected auction post type for your star server. 3. 2-star server privilege trading generated by business category. You have selected an auction trading system for your star server, and you will get 2% of any trading activities in your star server. Star server description, Ancient Artifact Industry offered all the weapons crafted by Faceless Ancient, which includes the large varieties of guns, bombs, missiles, atomic bombs, atomic bullets, atomic, star server post privilege, win-win. Only by purchasing an item from the Ancient Artifact Industry will you gain the right to make auction posts. Markinisavel.cm rules and regulations. Do you want to continue with these settings and create the star server and generate your unique invitation Starlink? 2. Star server. Creation fee after discount 92,000 ZC continuous. Markin a ZC, continuous no. Looking at the server creation cost, Jacob peers into his current balance. Current balance 2,274,923 ZC. This was the final amount he made after selling all those star watches and the weapons in the rare planes through the Dark City and Alchemy Guild trading channels, and the 1 million he got with the plane achievement towards the end. However, now he had to pay 92,000 ZC for making this 2-star server, whose actual price was 100,000 ZC, and only after deducting his discounts from his title and the bank account he had to pay this much. Jacob can also lower this cost by simply deactivating the star privilege and creating a 0-star server. However, he needed this exact server to serve his need. In those few years in the Star Ocean, he was very familiar with all these options. The star server was probably the biggest surprise when he saw just how much beneficial it was for someone like him who holds the star privilege of 2-star. But he wasn't interested since it would take too much time and effort to manage it. Not to mention he had no interest in selling his trump cards to others while making him vulnerable in the process. However, now that he was already getting so much hate under the pretext of a terrorist and people now also quite aware of what sort of weapons he had and was capable of creating. So, this star server was going to be his moneymaker as well as making those 3 hegemonies regret ever daring to go after him. He knew better than another just how hypocrites those powers could be when it came to gaining an advantage over each other, especially when weapons were involved. That's why this business was so popular in any era or place. The only difference this time was he was going black with his trading and selling his weapon to anyone who paid him the most. Knowing the gravity of his weapons and what kind of damage they could cause, those 3 hegemonies wanted to make sure they won't fall into the wrong hands, while some extremely ambitious fellows would also do everything to get their hands on those weapons. The Killer Skull Society was one such example that wanted to rival the 3 hegemonies. Lastly, with the trial planes on the horizon and all the free publicity Jacob was getting right now, he knew he was going to make a lot of ZC, while he was also going to tip the power scale in the epic planes, while causing so much chaos that no one had any chance to pay him any attention. Furthermore, once those common or suppressed folks under the 3 hegemonies fully gasped and had a taste of what Jacob's weapons could do, they would do anything to make sure he would remain alive so he could provide them with even more such weapons. Yet this was just the tip of the iceberg. With an extremely dark smile, Jacob clicked on Continue and then opened the Star Network News and clicked on Create Star News, which he never thought he would do before. E385. Chapter 385 Star News by Faceless Ancient. Within an inferno-like environment, a giant naked figure was sitting cross-legged as a faint red sheen was emitting from his burly masculine body. It was none other than the chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, Gunnar. At this moment, a static voice rang within the inferno environment. Chairman, Sir Vice Chairman, Andrew has an urgent message to rely on. Gunnar's eyelids suddenly trembled before they sprang open, revealing his fiery eyes lit in fire, and he grunted with a hint of dissatisfaction. It better be worth interrupting my training. Connect him. Connect him, Daki Desvel, Daki Desvel. The next moment, a raspy yet hurried voice rang. Sorry to intrude, Chairman, but you're really going to want to see the Star News right now. Gunnar's eyes narrowed as he knew his second in command, and this guy never sounded so uneasy unless something big had happened, so he knew the matter was serious. What, did someone find the whereabouts of our guy? He snorted coldly before he moved his wrist, and then a faint ripple appeared before a projection appeared. I'm afraid it's worse than that. Andrew's bitter yet uneasy voice sounded in reply. Gunnar merely grunted before the Star News was opened, and the moment he saw the trending news at the Numbort 9 spot, his eyes contracted in disbelief and bewilderment. 9. Star News by Faceless Ancient Star News. Greeting everyone. I think I don't need an introduction after all. The three leaders of the hegemonies were kind enough to introduce me to you all, but still, it would be unethical for me not to give a personal introduction. My name is Faceless Ancient, duly known as a terrorist who was behind the bombing over 2 weeks ago in the boundary of Star Ocean. Today, my reason for posting this Star News is to make some things clear for everyone, as well as give my thanks for all the support you are giving me. I'm really flattered. Foremost, as all of you should know by now, that I'm a very vile person who has technology far beyond your wildest imagination, and that powerful show was a mere fragment of what I can do. In fact, that was, as I mentioned earlier, a greeting to draw the attention of you all and the three kind leaders, and now that I managed that, I think it was a success. But I'm not a bad terrorist, instead a very practical one, because if I wanted, I could have easily put that little power show on the lands. Instead, I chose the faraway place in the boundless Star Ocean. This should be enough to prove my previous point. Second, my true purpose. Most of you people should know talent like mine are usually suppressed by the three leaders and have to bow their heads if they want to continue with their research or keep their lives. But as a terrorist, I beg to differ since rebuilding is in my nature, and I don't want to be suppressed by anyone, true freedom, if you say so. That's why I went into hiding, and now I'm back because I'm finally capable of keeping my freedom. Third, now that I have achieved my freedom, I have an even more, grander ambition. I want everyone to be like me and have control over their own lives, not just live like puppets or in fear of three unreasonable leaders. These guys are no longer fit to lead us, if you believe me. But who am I to decide, right? However, I'm here to give you all a chance to see and decide for yourself if I'm wrong or not, because I have created this Star server where I would be selling my advanced weaponry to anyone who has a vision like me. This includes the same bomb I'd used in the little power show the other day, and many more such goods will be available from time to time. So, my people, you all are invited to my humble Star server, and I promise you anonymity, as my Star server is a 2-star Star server, and you all can choose a random name, and your actual profiles will stay hidden from our mighty three leaders and their minion. Star link of my humble Star server, XXXXXX. I welcome you all. What utter nonsense is this? Gunnar finally snapped out of his daze and roared furiously, and the flames in the inferno trembled violently. Andrew's uneasy voice rang. This Faceless Ancient has shown strong animosity toward you and the other two leaders, but not toward the three hegemonies. He's playing a very dangerous game by taking full advantage of his current notoriety. I'm afraid even Sir Nelson hadn't seen this coming. This guy has completely turned the tables by using the same move. He had only posted this Star News post less than an hour ago, and now it is already trending in the top 10. Furthermore, he's receiving more and more members in his server by every minute. I never thought the allure of those dreadful weapons would be this compelling. Thick veins popped up on Gunnar's temple as the giant was seething in a fury. I can guess all this on my own. But what I want to know is how in the Zodiac's name did he get a 2-star privilege in the rare planes? He's already equal to us in star privilege. Andrew's voice grew grimmer. This is the main reason for my worry as well, Chairman. I'm afraid we might have been dragged into mucky waters by the President and Miss Menger. Now, if this guy really managed to sell those weapons in mass numbers, there is no telling how it will affect the power quo, not to mention the trial will be even more unpredictable. Gunnar's expression grew even nastier as he also knew the gravity of the situation. If he had known this would have happened, he would have never agreed to issue the bounty or the wanted order. Furthermore, his biggest regret was the day when he sold out Jacob for a measly 1 million ZC. If he had known Jacob was so capable, he would rather have become an enemy with Nelson and Lucy instead of handing this wild trump card to them. But now, there was no point in regretting it, and it was time to suffer from the terrorists they all created. 38.6, Chapter 38.6, The Entrance. After posting the Star News, even Jacob was astounded by just how quickly it became viral and started to climb within the sea of Star News, and before he knew it was already trending within the top 100. Furthermore, many people were joining his Star server despite the ridiculous entry fee of 10 ZC, and he thought that this fee was simply too small for these rich bastards. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't lose his composure since money wasn't his main attraction, and what he wanted was to cause chaos, which seemed to be going quite smoothly. Furthermore, as the member stream was steadily increasing, and his Star News was still climbing toward the top 10, he knew the three leaders of the three hegemonies won't sit still. But the thing was, they were as helpless as him when it came to the Star Network, and this place was free for anything. Those guys would soon realize that they had shot themselves in the foot when they decided to reveal his identity. Now, he was even more famous than the three hegemonies leaders, and the damage he could cause by selling his radioactive weapons was something everything known by now. So, to prevent those weapons from falling into others' hands, they would pay any price to possess them, and Jacob wanted exactly that. He never thought that one day he would make money out of his infamy, and somehow he felt a strange elation about it. Still, Jacob knew it wasn't the time to start the next phase of his plan since it was just the start, and he stored away his Star Watch because he knew many people would be going to try reaching him, and he couldn't be bothered by them. Now I need to enter that city. I guess it will play in my favor that those fools released my picture when I was impersonated as a golden elf and my eye was maimed. But I can't pose an elf any longer, even some other element elf. Then I should go with the next race, which looks closer to the humans, Jacob thought, and it wasn't hard selecting another race that has human-like features. Night descended on the eastern wall of city number 543. Jacob appeared wearing a cloak and looked at the towering steel wall. Although he knew his plan was quite crazy, he now had no choice but to go through with it since he was too infamous now, and just one mistake and he will be surrounded by enemies in all directions. The gray disc appeared under his feet, and this time he used it with the water mana of his epic water core as the hex mana was too precious as it needed the dark being's magic cores to be refilled. Meanwhile, the water magic core could be refilled with simple magic gems, or as long as Jacob was using breathing, exercise from the water meditating, it didn't matter if he was outside the water or inside. The only difference is, in water, his mana recovers 50 times faster. Jacob had done all sorts of experiments with the water magic core before he headed in this direction. Now all left was to find a water element epic magic scripture and water-related epic rank spells to walk in the path of combat or sorcery. That's why he first needed to figure out which path suited him the most. However, his initial plans went down the drain after he reached this place, and now he was no longer a member of the guild, nor could he join the alliance anymore. The hegemony which he wasn't blocked from was the bank, and it was also a no-go for him. Now he had no backer, but this didn't mean he was helpless. Not every door has been closed for him yet. Since the orthodox path no longer helped him, he chose the unorthodox path to pave his way further. At this moment, the gray disc shimmering in faint blue light started to rise upward, and Jacob's figure slowly blended into the darkness. Jacob's eyes went sharper and sharper as fluid acceleration started to climb with his heart rate, and when he was in 20x acceleration, he saw the wall covered by strange magnetic waves. When he reached the top, he saw the same electromagnetic waves covering the entire city like a massive doom, and his eyes went cold. No flying over it from the start was the right choice. I'll probably be detected the moment I touch those electromagnetic waves, and their color is nothing like I've ever seen before. Welcome to Epic Plains, I guess, Jacob thought bitterly before he canceled the fluid acceleration. The dark golden waves vanished from his vision as the illuminating metropolises, and it was even more massive than the dark city of the rare plains. Well, here goes nothing. A cruel glint flashed past his eyes as the disc under his feet started to rise higher and higher. Now he could see a few patrolling guards on the massive wall, and there were many weapons installed in it as well. When Jacob reached the highest point where the dark golden waves dome ended, he started to head deeper toward the city, carefully flying a meter above the waves. Soon, he was a few miles inside the city and had long left the city wall behind. After carefully observing the situation down below, it was a busy street filled with all sorts of people walking like ants. -Daxavel.cmm. The next moment, the gray disc under his feet shifted, and like a shooting bullet, he started to descend. The very next moment, Jacob crossed invisible the dark golden waves, and alarms started to ring in all sorts of places in the Alive Alliance city numbered 543. Every combatant and sorcerer present in the city was alarmed, and they quickly sprang into action to discover the reason for that alarm. It has been a long time since this sort of alarm has been rung in the Alive Alliance city. 38.7 Chapter 38.7 Jacob's Dark Plan. As the entire city suddenly started to buzz in alarms, Jacob dived, knowing that something like this would happen, and he knew he had little time to act before the most powerful people present in the city would be on his tail. However, while he was heading down, he took out something from his pendant space and then let it go. With his fast speed, Jacob quickly touched the ground while the public was still in a stupor about the whole alarm situation. The next moment, the disc under his feet quickly vanished, and he merged into the massive crown. However, the very next moment, alarming cries started to appear from the sky, and they were becoming clearer and clearer as if something or someone was falling down. The people in the vicinity quickly noticed, and they happened to see a 3-meter black-winged eagle falling from the sky with one of its wings badly injured. However, no one dared to take it lightly as that eagle was a Tier 1 epic rank magic beast, and in that state, it was even more dangerous. However, the city was filled with combatants of much higher ranks than the eagle, so it wasn't that big of a deal either. But one thing became clear in everyone's mind: the alarms were probably ringing because of this eagle who tipped off the city's alarm system when he suddenly fell down. No one paid attention to a blue-armored barbarian who walked slowly in the opposite direction where the eagle just fell. It was Jacob who chose to fill his face with barbarian-like tattoos, since those guys were the closest thing to humans after elves. ISSSSSSSSS. Furthermore, the barbarian race was one of the strongest races present in the epic plains, unlike the rare plains, where their kind only had the potential of rare rank species. Lastly, now that everyone thinks he is an elf, it is even more convenient for him to turn into a barbarian, and this identity will be perfect for hiding in plain sight, and he can do what he wants in City No. 543 Jacob. landed in some sort of market area as there were many shops in the street, and at this moment, the alarm around the city finally stopped ringing, and nothing out of his expectation happened. This was the sign that using the black-winged eagle as a scapegoat was a very wise choice, and now he was a fish in the ocean. Jacob then looked at those shops which were affiliated with one of the three hegemonies, because only the member of the hegemony can open a shop in medium-sized city, not unaffiliated folks. Then Jacob's attention was suddenly drawn by a very high-tech shop which has a Star Watch hoarding lit in lights. With his sharp eyes he spotted a phrase line and was surprised. Epic Star Watches, control them with your thoughts and magic. Maximum protection from the Star Hackers is guaranteed. Jacob was intrigued by those words, as he didn't expect the epic rank Star Watches would run on magic and could be controlled with just thoughts. But he wasn't going to buy it, even if he wanted to, because he had to pay with his bank account, and that would undo all the things he had done to protect his identity. Furthermore, he was still not sure if those three leaders could track him down using his Star Watch, so he would not be using it at all until he was sure that it was absolutely safe. Not to mention, he was going to have more Star Watches for what he was about to do. Cursed Immortality. He summed up the cursed book with a grim expression. Oh, you're still alive? I thought I would be lonely in the ocean bed for a long time, but you really know how to race someone's heart, huh? It's not like I'm complaining though, since I don't have a heart, ha 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 ha. Looking at the usual impish words, Jacob wasn't impressed or even felt annoyed anymore since he was used to Immortica's eccentric behavior. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I summoned you because I want you to tell me which spices I should go after and who could give me a large percentage in cursed blood condensing stage. Jacob coldly questioned. Oh, are you planning on hunting within the city? I must say you have developed some backbone, and day by day you are doing things that are far more dangerous than they're worth. Are you sure you are following immortality, not death? He. I've just recently learned the hard way that in Pursuit of Immortality I have to learn how to evade death, and the easiest way to do it is to keep it at a distance where I can see it coming. It's far better than dying unknowingly. So, cut the crap because I know you're having a blast, and just give me the damn names, Jacob stated coldly. He fully understands that Cursed Immortality was there to gild him on the way to immortality, but not help him along the way. On the contrary, he was even vigilant of its help now, and that's why he was not planning on asking it, since every time it helped him, he always found himself in some grave situation soon after. Even though he was alone and wasn't as powerful as the other people present in the city, he wasn't helpless by all means. Instead, as long as he was targeting a single person, he was deadlier than anyone in the entire Epic Plains. TSK, when was I become this obvious? Nevertheless, since you are planning to give me a show, I'll happily provide the stage for you. From what I've observed, this city is filled with elves, barbarians, orcs, and giants races and their subspecies. The good news is, those races have legendary ancestors, but the bad news is, they are too far apart in generations from them. They can't even become unique without external help. So, I'll give a roundabout estimate of how much you could increase your cursed blood in case you kill 3 people from each of their subspecies present in this city. Let's just say it should be around 30%, which will make you equivalent to a Tier 3 epic, physically. 38.8, Chapter 38.8 Eavesdropper? Jacob looked at the estimate presented by Immortica and Mull, 3 people from each subspecies present in this entire city, huh? No bad, I guess. At least I need to massacre their entire tribes, or that would be too cumbersome. I also needed a pawn who could help me buy knowledge of the water magic, materials, and a place to open up a lab so I could practice with my runecraft. Sizavel.cme, since the Alchemy Guild had closed its door on me, I just have to barge in uninvited. I need to be a full-fledged Elder Grandmaster Rune Artificer before I enter that damn trial. Even though Jacob has the knowledge of an Elder Grandmaster Rune Artificer, he never really practiced with it since the rare planes didn't have tools or sufficient materials for it. Even in the epic planes, the Rune Artificers were highly sought after because of their attainment in the magic runes and language. Furthermore, Jacob didn't need to have Elder Grandmaster level knowledge of gunsmithing because he was already at that level or even higher. As for the magic smiting, he also has Elder Grandmaster level knowledge, and with some practice, he'll be at the top of that level in no time, so what was left was the Rune Artificer. Jacob's ambition was quite high when it came to these 3 professions, and he wanted to combine them into one, but he knew it was far more difficult, or someone had already achieved it in the higher planes. Nevertheless, as a researcher, he knew better than anyone that this path was limitless, one just needed life to walk on it. I guess we are done for today. Jacob coolly told Immortica as he didn't have anything else to ask and unsummoned it. He wasn't in the mood to endure endless sarcasm and impish laughter today. Jacob then started looking around as all the people walking around were now alive meat slabs for him, but he wasn't going to hunt like this as he didn't even have a place to dress them. Furthermore, he was now somewhat tired of eating everything raw and thinking about changing it. Hello, can you tell me where the Alchemy Guild is? Jacob asked the dog's face orc politely. What, you don't even know this? Are you new? Wait, don't tell me since I don't have time to waste. The Alchemy Guild is... The orc hurriedly gave directions before leaving without giving Jacob a chance to thank him. Jacob found this scene a little nostalgic as he remembered his own old world. The streets were just this crowded, and everyone seemed in a hurry. Afterward, he followed the orc's directions and headed in the Alchemy Guild's direction. He suddenly stopped in front of the alleyway because he heard something interesting. What do we do now, big brother? That damn faceless ancient is charging a whopping 10 ZC just to join his server. Did he think he is the fourth hegemony? An angry voice of a female sounded filled with indignation. We'll join, of course. Don't forget that despite the massive entrance fee, tens of thousands of people have already entered there, and I'm afraid we have to pour all our wealth to win one of his weapons. A stern voice of a male rang, filled with helpless. But can that weapon really open up that door? What if we waste our money? It's our life-saving, you know, the female retorted, clearly reluctant to spend her money. Don't worry, that weapon is at least made by an advanced Elder Grandmaster explosive expert, just like the legendary Alchemy Guild president, or why do you think so many people are joining his server? The president had never sold his weapons, and no one had ever attained his level in explosive as well. But now, all of a sudden, someone probably even more superior has appeared, and he's willing to sell those destructive weapons to anyone who paid him. That's what makes it even more alluring. So, we are joining. If we were able to open that damn door, we'll recover our losses and profit big time, the man resolutely stated. Jacob, who was hearing their conversation, was quite intrigued by it, especially when he heard about Nelson's specialty. But he was far more intrigued by that door those two wanted to open by using his atomic grenades. However, he didn't make a move on them and walked away because he could sense those two were probably Tier 7 epics, and he was nowhere near strong enough to handle even one of them without causing a massive scene. Nevertheless, he got to hear that his server was literally booming now, and he never expected it to be such a massive hit. I should thank those fools for giving me such an opportunity to make easy money. Jacob's lips curled up as he walked towards the Alchemy Guild. Within the same dark alleyway, two giants in dark cloaks were standing. They were the same male and female whose conversation Jacob had heard. Ho? That eavesdropper left. The male voice rang in a sneer. Heh, what do you expect? He only has an epic Tier 1 magic core, and it was a common one at that. Just some curious fellow if he had dared to enter this alley. Hee hee, the female also disdainfully scoffed as lighting suddenly flashed past under her hood. Oh well, I was hoping to release some pent-up frustration, but that ant knows when to retreat. Anyway, back to the topic. Even if we aren't able to get any weapon from that server, we can always seek Mom's help. She will not reject us if we ask nicely, little sis, the male said with a hint of longing and love when he said, Mom. However, the female giant coldly rejected, no, she will just lock us up again like some jewels. I wanted to prove to her that we are not children anymore, and what could be a better way to do it than raiding the true lair of the vile witch? 38-9, Chapter 389 Commission, an Elder Grandmaster? The Alchemy Guild only has a large piece of golden land in the central area of the Alliance City, and except for that, if an alchemist wanted to open a private shop, they had to pay massive rent, and no one can buy properties here except for epic Tier 4 and higher rank Alliance members. The Alchemy Guild was also constructed in a towering building with at least 300 floors and one of the most massive skyscrapers in the city and quite hard to miss. Jacob looked at the familiar symbol of the Alchemy Guild with icy eyes and headed inside the building. The first 10 floors of this building were merchant floors where the Alchemy Guild sold their goods, while the above floors were exclusive for members only, and there were all kinds of high-tech workshops available in this place. But Jacob was not here for any of it. He entered the luxurious interior, which was filled with showcases, and all sorts of people were browsing through the available goods. As a former guild leader himself, he knew how this would all work, and he was least interested in those inferior goods the Alchemy Guild sold to the public. He knew better than anyone that only a member of the hegemony could truly buy high-quality goods. He headed directly towards the crystal counter where a blue-haired elf was standing with a smile as she also wore a Grandmaster Alchemist badge. She seemed to be working as a receptionist while in the rare planes. She would be a member of the guild's upper echelon. Seeing the barbarian coming her way, she put on her best professional smile and greeted him. How may I help you today? Do you want to buy here or browse in private? The meaning of the question was quite straightforward. If Jacob chose the second option, he would have to show his hegemony badge, and then according to his rank in the hegemony, he would be exposed to hidden goods exclusive to the high-ranking member of a hegemony. While a high-ranking member of the Alchemy Guild could buy for more, even raw materials which were seldomly sold to other hegemonies members for an absurd price. However, Jacob can't show his badge in any case, as his star ID would instantly expose him. I'm looking to commission a basic Elder Grandmaster, Jacob coldly stated. But his words caused the elf to widen her eyes in shock because there was only one basic Elder Grandmaster present in the entire Vile Witch Valley region, and she was in the Alive Alliance City number 492 and was the regional guild leader. Even the Alliance City lords can't afford to commission her and have to treat her respectfully, much less this random barbarian. As for an intermediate or advanced Grandmaster, this level of alchemists were assigned in large cities under the guild, not outside. Furthermore, none of these basic Elder Grandmasters assigned out of the guild cities were rune artificers, as those guys were treated as geniuses and weren't allowed to be sent out of the guild region. Nevertheless, an Elder Grandmaster, whether it was basic or advanced, they do not accept petty commissions from just anyone. I think I heard wrong. The elf smiled unnaturally as she replied. Jacob, however, knew what he was doing and replied with a straight face again and repeated the same words. You didn't hear wrong. I'm looking to commission a basic Elder Grandmaster. Just tell them that I have a Rune Artificer legacy, and if they helped me, I'd give it to them. They can confirm it in person. The elf's eyes widened even more when she heard his last words, and she felt her mouth run dry as she didn't know how to react. At this moment, Jacob suddenly comes closer to her as he says in a whispering tone filled with temptation, Think about it. If you can help the Elder Grandmaster get this legacy, you'll no longer be just an attendant and might become her disciple. Or you can tell this to this city's guild leader, and all that credit will be claimed by him. But for your trouble, I can give you a Master Rune Artificer rank legacy in private if the Elder Grandmaster accepts my offer. This will be a win-win for both of us, and this will also be our little secret. The more the elf heard Jacob's tempting words, the more she felt her heart beat wildly. She didn't know if this barbarian was telling the truth or not, but if he were, then her entire life would be changed. Just as Jacob said, even if she doesn't become the Elder Grandmaster's disciple, as long as she can become a Rune Artificer, she will soar. That's why she couldn't risk it by kicking Jacob out. It would be akin to kicking her own bright future. I'll rely on your message to the guild leader. Please wait. She quickly replied and hurried toward the secret stairway behind the wall. She knew something like her could never reach the Elder Grandmaster, and only the guild leader had the means to contact her. So, she wasn't greedy enough to play tricks, and she was content with just the master rank legacy promised by Jacob. She knew if he played any tricks, the guild leader won't let him off, so there was no reason to test his claims further, as the guild leader would do that for her. Looking at the hurried elf vanishing behind the wall, his lips curled in a cruel smile. Well, that was easy. Jacob wanted to meet this Elder Grandmaster for 3 reasons. The first was because of his slave Rune. He needed to come in contact with a high-ranking member of any 3 hegemonies within 3 months after his arrival at the Epic Plains, or he will regret it dearly. The second reason needed the first reason to be completed. As for the third reason, it was to turn the first and second reasons into his own advantage and solve his current predicament. Thereupon, the elf appeared again with an ecstatic expression and told Jacob, The branch leader wants to see you. C390, Chapter 390, Mr. Nobody, One Inside. A luxurious room, Jacob sat in front of a 4-meter-tall giant who had a senior Grandmaster Alchemist badge on his chest. He was not burly and had a lean-built look like a scholar. He was the guild leader of this branch, Curtis. It was his first time seeing a giant as an alchemist, since these guys mostly like to fight, but it didn't mean they were muscle brains. On the contrary, the giants were very intelligent, and if they put their minds to something, they would never give up until they achieved what they wanted. Furthermore, having an aptitude to be an alchemist means this giant's element fall under sorcery, which was quite rare for a giant. Nevertheless, Jacob wasn't here to mull over how a giant was an alchemist, but he was here to convince this guy to summon the basic Elder Grandmaster here for him. The elf alchemist was also standing on a side with an anxious yet anticipation expression on her beautiful face. How may I address you, mister? Curtis politely spoke while looking at the barbarian with a scrutinized gaze. He was shocked when he heard this barbarian had a Rune Artificer legacy and wanted to exchange it for the help of Elder Grandmaster. It would be a lie to say he was thinking Jacob was a scam, but he knew it was also highly unlikely because this wasn't a place where a scammer could come and go as he pleased. So, he decided to see for himself if this guy was the real deal, and if it turned out to be a bluff, this barbarian would regret his very existence. I'm nobody. You can call me such if you like. Jacob coolly replied without any hint of apprehension on his face despite sitting in front of an epic Tier 5 giant. Curtis didn't dwell on the topic since it didn't matter and got right to the main point with a stern look. Very well, Mr. Nobody. It came to my attention that you have a legacy of Rune Artificer. May I inquire where you get it? You do know that only a member of Alchemy Guild could have this knowledge, and any non-personal will be dealt with by the law of Alchemy Guild for having this knowledge and not handing it back to the guild even if they found it in wildness. Jacob didn't even flinch and coolly replied, I'm going to say it one time, don't try these tricks or trust me, you will regret it your entire life. If you still want to talk law, how about we call White Sage and let it read clause number 509 and 820. But at that time, I will leave, and you will never be able to find me again. So think carefully about what you say next. Your entire future depends on it after all. Curtis's expression instantly warped when he heard Jacob's words, and a hint of shock flashed past his eyes. Is he a guild leader as well? Then why did he need my help to contact the Elder Grandmaster, and he's even sharing that he has the legacy of Rune Artificer? Curtis clearly knew what Jacob just implicates by clause number 509 and 820, but this also made him even more confused since these clauses could only be available to a guild leader of a branch or a senior grandmaster. But if this barbarian was really a senior grandmaster, then why was he hiding his identity to meet him? He could just directly go to the Elder Grandmaster, and he was sure she wouldn't reject a meeting with me after hearing what he was offering. Yet he was finding an intermediary instead and even offering the same legacy as compensation. He found it extremely absurd and thought this guy was a lunatic. But when he looked at those cold amber eyes, he felt a strange fear creeping into his spine. As a giant, his sensitivity toward danger was top-notch, and this barbarian gave him the highest dangerous feeling that only top combatants could give. So, he knew messing with him would not be a wise choice, and like the dumbfounded elf, he decided not to become greedy and take what he could get. He then smiled stiffly and said, "Very well, I will rely on your message to regional guild leader, but I need some kind of proof, or the guild leader might punish me for talking nonsense. You can understand this, right, Mr. Nobody?" Jacob was expecting this. Call her on projection, and I'll handle the rest. My time is precious. Make it quick. This arrogant. Curtis cussed inwardly, but he wasn't going to do just what Jacob asked like a lackey. About my compensation? This was the main thing he wanted, as he knew once Jacob came in contact with the Elder Grandmaster, he might no longer need him, or worse, the Elder Grandmaster might not even let him have a part of that legacy. He was doing all this so he could get a piece of that legacy, as he already knew what Jacob had offered that elf to contact him, so he was sure Jacob would do the same because this looked nothing but an act of desperation. "Oh, compensation? You also want the knowledge of Rune Artificer, right?" Jacob coolly asked. Curtis's eyes shimmered with longing, and he nodded, "Yes. And I can even pay you for acquiring the knowledge up to the Elder Grandmaster rank." Jacob's lips curled up in disdain. "Heh, what can you offer me to buy Elder Grandmaster rank knowledge of a profession like Rune Artificer? Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Curtis was really lost for words, as he knew Jacob was stating the fact, and he never expected he would feel jealous and inferior to a barbarian in his life. "I'll give you Grandmaster-level knowledge and her Master-level knowledge. This should be enough for your trouble. Now don't waste my time and contact the Elder Grandmaster," Jacob coldly stated. Curtis felt somewhat regretful, but he knew if he pushed his luck anymore, he might really not get anything, and he was getting that knowledge virtually for free. If anything, he seemed to be the one scamming the barbarian, so he quickly contacted the Elder Grandmaster and didn't notice the hidden ridicule in Jacob's eyes. 39-1, Chapter 39-1, Mr. Nobody 2. Under Jacob's impassive eyes, Curtis controlled his Star Watch, but he didn't touch the interface, and everything was happening like magic. Jacob instantly understood that the Star Watch was the same one he saw on his way here. He's not just controlling it with his thoughts, but mana is also in play here, Jacob mused, as now he could feel the faint undulation of mana in the atmosphere, especially after he formed the epic water core. At this moment, a half-projection appeared. It was a woman clad in a violet dress, and she was 1 to 9 meters tall and had black hair. But her most distinguishing feature was her foxy ears covered in white fur, and her foxy eyes were icy and astute. She was a demi-human and the Vile Witch Valley's regional guild leader of the Alchemy Guild because of her status as a basic Elder Grandmaster, Sophie. "Guild leader Curtis, did something happen for you to call me so abruptly?" Sophie's icy voice rang as she looked at Curtis. If she wasn't the regional guild leader and Curtis hadn't been working under her, she would never have bothered to pick up the call of a senior grandmaster so easily. But it didn't mean Curtis could disturb her whenever he wanted. Curtis didn't dare to waste Sophie's time as she knew this bode nothing but bad news for him, if he displeased her, and quickly stated, "I know you are very busy, Elder, but this gentleman claimed that he has a Rune Artificer legacy which he's willing to trade for your help." Sophie's cold eyes finally widened in disbelief as if she just heard something absurd. "Are you messing with me?" she coldly stated. "I won't dare. Please hear him out. He's right here," Curtis quickly stated before the projection suddenly revolved toward Jacob and stopped when Sophie was facing him. Sophie squinted her eyes when she saw the barbarian looking at her impassively. "Is there any truth in guild leader Curtis's words?" Jacob smiled meaningfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Elder. You should know we barbarians don't like to lie, nor do we have a tendency to cause trouble for others or ourselves. My time is also precious, and yours is even more, so let's get this over with. You can judge for yourself if what I'm telling is true or a lie by seeing this." Jacob then flipped his hand, and a white parchment filled with inky rune symbols appeared, which were shaped in a formation and profound words. Not to mention the elf and Curtis, even Sophie's eyes went wide after a moment of seeing that parchment, and they all seemed to be immense in it. Right at this moment, the parchment in Jacob's hand vanished, snapping everyone out of their focus. "Now, do you want to continue this conversation?" Jacob asked with a meaningful smile while sitting comfortably in his seat. He just showed a part of the entry-level formation blueprint he has. He knew as long as Sophie wasn't an idiot, she would know what it was and believe his words because these blueprints could only be bought by a senior Grandmaster rank Rune Artificers. Sophie's eyes shone with greed at this moment as her heart raced. "What do you need my help with?" As an Elder Grandmaster, she knew just how big this opportunity was, and, unlike Curtis, she didn't beat around the bush as she knew only something with ample confidence would dare to reveal that he had a Rune Artificer legacy or a complete idiot, and Jacob struck her to be formed. Furthermore, she didn't think this barbarian would try to trick her or run away because if the fact were revealed that a barbarian has an entire legacy of Rune Artificer to the public, the entire barbarian race would become a target. Everyone knows just how much these barbarians care about their own. Jacob knew the fish had taken the bait and said, "I want you to concoct 200 basic epic rank pills. I will provide the formula and all the materials, and I also want to monitor the entire process. Sophie narrowed her eyes but didn't reply right away, as if she was mulling over this while Curtis and the elf were holding their breath since this deal would also affect them as a whole. Jacob didn't rush Sophie as well since he already knew what her answer would be. He was going through all this trouble so he could make Sophie come here on her own accord. In the end, she agreed with a nod. Very well, come to the Alliance City NO. But Jacob suddenly cut her short. I think I failed to mention that you need to come here. For a personal purpose, I can't come to you, or do you think I don't know where you live and had to go through so much trouble to contact you? Why can't you come here? Sophie inquired with scrutiny as she found this extremely strange. Even Curtis was the same. They were all wondering about this exact thing, and now it seemed there was more to this than met the eye. Jacob coolly replied, I'm not obliged to answer that question. I think Rune Artificer Legacy is enough to make you come here, is it not? You and I both know you're getting it at a very cheap price, so stop asking meaningless questions. You will make those pills in the guild, so you don't need to worry about me running away after we are done or having malicious intentions towards you. We all know that only a fool would try to do anything to an alchemist within the alchemy guild. Sophie didn't find any falsehood in Jacob's words, as she knew better than anyone that it was a fact. But this also made her think something else. Could it be he wanted those pills for something else? And that person can't leave the city, so it needed to stay put to actually make him trade that legacy. A peculiar glint appeared in her foxy eyes, and for the first time she smiled, which was extremely alluring. Very well, I'll be there in 3 days, and in the meanwhile you will be my guest, and until I come, guild leader Curtis will entertain you on my behalf, mister. Sorry, I didn't know your name? Jacob dismissively replied while looking deeply into those astute eyes. I'm nobody. C392. Chapter 392, Magic Practice. After the deal was made, Jacob was given a guest room within the Alchemy Guild to live, while in truth it was done so he couldn't run away until Sophie's arrived, and Curtis was in charge of making sure of it. However, what both Sophie and Curtis didn't know was Jacob appreciated this lodging and didn't mind resting for 3 days. He was tired of the ocean and continuously avoiding one after another danger. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, there was no rest for the wicked. Both Curtis and Elf were quite eager to get their end of the deal, but Jacob delayed them by telling them that he would pay them once his deal with Sophie has fulfilled, and they had no other choice but to wait. Thereafter, Jacob made sure there wasn't any monitoring or listening device planted in his lodging, and then started to focus on the water magic. Even though he didn't need a magic evolution scripture for his mana core because he mused as long as he continued to do water meditation in a massive water body, his magic core would evolve. But it was still not clear because, for some reason, he was only able to recover mana from water meditation, not gravity force field was created again. Jacob mused that he needed to complete the reaming 4 exercises to the completion before moving forward with the water meditation. However, it wasn't the time to start another breaking exercise from Art of Nature because he didn't have the environment suitable for the next one, nor he has mastered the epic water magic core yet. His hex magic core was only good with hexes, and there was no physical advantage. But the water magic core was an entirely different story. That's why he came to the Alchemy Guild instead of going to the bank or the Alliance. He wanted to know which category his water core was and then acquire that category of magic knowledge. Meanwhile, he was still learning the basic he had remembered from the Universal Magic Manual, as well as he was using his knowledge of the fabled magic from his old world heard from stories and lore. In his final years, he studied rituals and lore like his life depended on it, which actually were, and that is why he always wanted magic to try those theories. Furthermore, after becoming a magic smith, he has some idea of how to proceed with magic like water. On the other hand, he was not able to apply those theories on the hex mana because it wasn't corporal at all, and its nature was completely supernatural, so he could only give up on it. But the water was an entirely different case. But the problem was, the Universal Magic Manual only had spells from 1 star to 9 star, and they were all very basic, and their chanting sequence was quite long, and Jacob knew he would be long dead before he could complete those chanting. So, he decided to use another approach, the experimental approach. The silent casting exists in this place, but in the form of scripture, and scripture is what we use to alternate our magic orbits. But what about imagination? Jacob thought as he looked at his palm and tried to imagine shaping the water. His hand suddenly glowed in blue sheen, which meant he was channeling his mana out of his body, which was the very basis of magic use. However, no matter how much he tried to think about it, the blue energy didn't even flinch and remained static. Not to mention shaping water, he can't even convert his mana into physical water. Why can my mana turn into water when I'm inside water, but not when I'm outside the water? Jacob frowned as he had already experimented with this, but it bodes no result. He thought it was because he was agitated or not doing it right, but now it was pretty clear the magic was far more than just imagination and thinking about the casting. Since it was not working, he tried chanting a 1-star spell called the Water Bullet. The moment he uttered the magic runes for this spell, he suddenly felt something invisible inside him stir. The very next moment, the calm mana over his palm suddenly churned and changed into water. And suddenly a 9mm bullet appeared in Jacob's mind, and the water instantly shaped into that bullet. Jacob was astonished as he looked at the 9mm bullet, but all of a sudden he felt something strange as the blue water bullet was hovering above his palm and ready to fire on his behest. Then Jacob pointed it toward the metal door and thought of it shot toward that door, and with a swishing sound, that bullet flashed toward that door and burst into water droplets after colliding with the special metal door. 1-star water spell can't even scratch that door's surface. However, Jacob didn't care about that at all because a sudden realization dawned upon him. That feeling deep inside me? Was that my magic orbits? But why did I imagine a 9mm bullet instead of a 99mm? Jacob's mind raced as he again chanted the same spell, and then another bullet started to form. The process was the same, but this time he imagined a large caliber bullet. However, the very moment the bullet was about to form, the 9mm bullet appeared in his head again, and the water changed into a 9mm bullet again. How can this spell force me to imagine a 9mm bullet? Jacob was really startled as it turned out it was the spell, not him. But then it didn't make any sense as he didn't seem to be forced, but just that it felt like a 9mm bullet was the optimal choice for this spell. Don't tell me, this 1-star spell is also limiting my imagination. Or is it just that the mana converted into water is not enough for the higher caliber bullet? If so, then as long as I can learn how to change my mana into water freely, didn't this mean I can form higher caliber bullets? Jacob felt that a bombshell had just gone off in his brain when he suddenly stumbled upon the concept of magic element conversion. See 39.3, Chapter 39.3, The Troubles of a Slave 1. 3 days passed in a flash, and on this day, the same elf named La Lily came to Jacob's lodging and knocked on the door. Truth be told, La Lily was still in disbelief that she would get a master-level rune artificer legacy, and the guild leader Curtis also started to treat her differently. If it were before, the moment the guild leader found that I have acquired a rune artificer legacy, he would do anything to take it. But now, he is like me, afraid of the elder's interference. But as I know, guild leader won't just sit still, and I'm probably still fine because of this exact reason. He might want to use me in case the elder tries to shut us up after getting the legacy. That's why he let me hear all that conversation and even met the elder. However, the elder came with Z. Suddenly, her thought process was disrupted when the door was opened, and Jacob appeared with the same emotionless expression on his tattooed face. La Lily yelped softly as she was caught off. Jacob nodded and walked out of the room, and La Lily couldn't help but steal a peek inside his room, and she was startled when guard because she was not paying attention. Right, everything depends on this person. Just who is he? She wondered a curiosity but didn't dare to show it. Is she here? Jacob impassively questioned since he wasn't disturbed for 3 whole days, and now they were finally approaching him, which could only mean the Elder Grandmaster Sophie had arrived. Why, yes, please follow me. The elder invites you for a meeting. La Lily quickly replied. For some reason, despite being an epic tier 3 elf, she still felt a strange fear of Jacob as she had never felt of any barbarian. Jacob nodded and walked out of the room, and La Lily couldn't help but steal a peek inside his room, and she was startled when she saw everything was wet. However, the automatic door got closed after Jacob left, so she thought she saw it wrong and quickly led Jacob toward the meeting room on the top floor. But she saw nothing wrong as Jacob had been practicing magic for 2.5 days tirelessly. However, the result he achieved were nothing but depressing because he still didn't figure out how to manipulate his own magic orbits independently like the spells. But he does understand 3 steps of how a magic spell works. The first was the mana conversion, which changed the ethereal mana into corporeal form. The second step was the visualization, which shaped the mana. The third step was the release of that mana. Jacob didn't know if there were more steps, but these 3 were quite clear, so he decided to focus on them for now. Afterward, he experimented with higher rank spells. But he didn't go past 3-star spells because any higher and he would have alerted the authorities. Nevertheless, just those spells were enough to give him tremendous insights, and he finally discovered the problem, or the wall which was blocking him and limiting him. It was the first step of the mana conversion. No matter what he tried, he couldn't freely convert his mana into water form, and it was all related to the magic orbits. In the end, Jacob mused that he needed an epic rank magic scripture to further research this topic and then solve this problem. There was nothing inside the Universal Magic Manual. Jacob also made another massive discovery, which was related to the magic rune. They seemed to contain a strange commanding power on the magic and could instantly manipulate the magic orbits if spoken in a certain sequence. This was another approach that he might take if he didn't succeed with the first one. This was the path of creating his own spells, but he knew it was a pipe dream to achieve it in the little time he had, and he needed deeply research the magic runes. Nevertheless, the rune artificer was the study of magic runes and their practical uses, so he was hopeful of finding something when he started practicing them. All in all, Jacob needed Sophie to achieve all of this and also made sure that Captain Freesword won't interfere with his preparation. La Lily led Jacob to the highest floor, which was a luxurious hall, and the walls were made with transparent glass, and one could see all the city by standing there, which was quite a view. In the center of this floor was a large rectangular table, and at this moment, on the head chair, Sophie in a white dress was sitting there, and Curtis was on the first chair on the right while on her left was another woman with the same racial traits as Sophie. She wore a yellow flowery dress and had a senior grandmaster badge on her ample chest, and she looked at Jacob with a grouchy expression for some reason. However, Jacob ignored the other woman like she didn't exist and directly walked toward the only seat at the other end of the table and sat down right in front of Sophie like he owned the place. This made Curtis frown slightly while the other woman was shocked by the barbarian's insolence, and La Lily was sweating profusely as she felt the atmosphere was extremely grave. Sophie looked at the unafraid barbarian with curiosity since it was her first time seeing him in person, and she had to admit he didn't seem afraid or anxious about her at all. Did I judge wrong? She thought grimly. But outwardly, a smile formed on her enthralling face as she said, "Mr. Nobody, I hope you enjoy our hospitality. It was okay, I guess. Now that you are here, can we finally get on with our deal? I'm in a hurry, and I'm sure you also can't leave your position for much longer." Jacob coolly stated without beating around the bush. Sophie nodded as she fully agreed with Jacob's statement. She has come here by leaving her own private lab alone, and for an alchemist of her caliber, it was extremely uncomfortable. If not for that legacy, she wouldn't have come here. Very well, to make things faster, I brought my disciple with me. At this moment, Jacob coldly cut her short. I made myself clear before, I need only your skills alone. Or there is no need for hiring you if I can just hire a few senior grandmasters for a far cheaper price. 39.4. Chapter 39.4. The Troubles of a Slave 2. Sophie's eyes narrowed coldly after hearing Jacob's rude remark, but she didn't refute it as Jacob was just stating the fact. He had hired her for her skills, and this could only be applied when she did everything herself. If a new pair of hands meddle, then it will be lost its meaning. Who do you think you are? The grouchy disciple of Sophie's named Daisy finally couldn't take the barbarian's aloof attitude. Everyone revered her master, and she also received everyone's respect wherever she went. Yet today, a barbarian was talking to them like he owned them. Jacob finally glanced at Daisy, who was fiercely showing her sharp fangs, and her pupils turned into narrow slits. Since I'm hiring you, I naturally have the right to speak up when I find something dissatisfying. Sigh, it seems you guys didn't know what it means to do business at all and only think with the status quo. Very well, I'll take my business somewhere else. Jacob shook his head in disappointment, and his words left everyone flabbergasted. Just as he stated, these guys were too used to other people's respect and had forgotten how to treat the common people. That's why he didn't want to show any respect or appear weak in front of them, because he knew the moment he did, they would take him as a pushover and he would not achieve the result he wanted. He was behaving like a customer, and since these guys wanted his money, they needed to show the goods. It was a simple concept, and they only understood it when Jacob stood up. Wait, Mr. Nobody? Daisy just spoke out on impulse. It's her fault that Jacob was really leaving, and it appeared suppressing him by their status will not work at all, and she should apologize. Sophie finally spoke when she understood that Jacob was really leaving, and it appeared suppressing him by their status will not work at all. Daisy was also shocked by Sophie's reaction and looked at her in disbelief. It was her first time seeing her master yielding so much in front of a nobody. Sophie gave her a death glare. Apologize for Mr. Nobody right now. Daisy felt a chill run down her spine and bit her lips, and was about to speak when Jacob did first. I don't need apologies. If you want to continue, then let's go to the workshop and start with the process. I've wasted enough time already, he coldly stated while looking directly into Sophie's eyes. From the moment he knew these guys were desperate to get their hands on that legacy, he was the one who controlled the flow however he wanted. Now that he showed his impatience, he was sure they would no longer try to waste more time. Very well. Sophie finally nodded before she looked at Curtis, who was sweating. Did you prepare the workshop? Curtis belatedly nodded. Of course, the guild leader workshop is all yours, Elder. Then I'll be there with Mr. Nobody. Make sure no one disturbs us, or I'll personally kick them out. She sternly ordered Curtis before she looked at grouchy Daisy and meaningfully said, You will reflect while you are here and help guild leader Curtis handling the matter of the guild. Is that understood? Daisy nodded with wronged expression, but a hidden flame of hate for Jacob had been ignited within her heart. Sophie then looked at Jacob and smiled. Shall we? Afterward, Sophie led Jacob to a floor below which was actually the biggest workshop within the Alchemy Guild building, and only the guild leader could use it. Jacob's eyes shimmered as he saw all those high-tech tools and felt he had come into one of his own world's labs. Are you also an alchemist, Mr. Nobody? Sophie suddenly asked at this moment. Indeed, but I'm not as skilled as you, Jacob replied impassively. He was only Elder Grandmaster rank or higher in gunsmithing and basic Elder Grandmaster Magic Smith, while he had the knowledge of Rune Artificer up to the basic Elder Grandmaster rank. If Ellie hadn't stabbed him in the back, he could have been one of the most talented alchemists present in the entire Epic Plains. But here he was, hiding from everyone. I'm curious, really, if you are a member of our guild, then why you appeared in the region of Vile Witch Valley when you could go to a region with large alive city and hired an advanced Elder Grandmaster. By any chance, you need those pills to save something? If you don't want to, you don't need to reply, Sophie questioned with a chuckle. Jacob's lips curled up slightly. You indeed belong to the fox race, Elder Sophie. Then, does this mean I'm right? Sophie looked at Jacob deeply. Jacob didn't reply. Instead, we better start with pill creation. Oh, I want you to turn off this workshop surveillance system for 5 minutes. I don't want my pill formula to be recorded in the White Sage's records, and I hope you can keep this private as well. You are indeed something of the guild to know so much. Sophie wasn't surprised by Jacob's demand, as anyone who knows how the guild words would put this demand. White Sage, please turn off the surveillance footage and sound recording for 5 minutes on this floor. Sophie then ordered while her wrist shimmered in a white glow. It's done, she stated while looking at Jacob in a cool manner, but her eyes suddenly dilated when she saw a red sheen in Jacob's eyes. Slumber Hex. Jacob instantly activated the hex spell the moment Sophie turned off the entire floor's surveillance system. Within that instant, the entire hex mana within his pendant was exhausted, and Sophie's shocked eyes suddenly turned lethargic before they got close, and she fell right into Jacob's arms. Looking at the delicate body of Sophie, Jacob has nothing but coldness in his eyes. He knew he had succeeded in tricking Sophie, an Elder Grandmaster, into handing her entire being to him. Without wasting time, he threw her body on the floor, and then a space ring appeared on his finger. It was the same space ring Captain Freesword had handed him, and only after completing a certain condition can he take something out from it just like he did now. C395. Chapter 395, The Troubles of a Slave. The 3 Jacob took out something from the space ring given to him by Captain Freesword. It was a 1 centimeter black triangular gem, and inside this gem were dark gray veins. It was an advanced epic rank parasite gem that can't be bought in the open market. Jacob was given many of these gems so he could enslave high-ranking members of the 3 hegemonies and turn them into Captain Freesword pawns just like he had become himself. Furthermore, he was even given a quota he needed to meet before the start of the trial, and that's why he was desperate to start this as soon as possible, or his body will start moving on his own. But this didn't mean he couldn't use this thing to his own advantage. Captain Freesword had no idea that Jacob's mind was not under Mosh's control, or he had hex magic which was perfect for this kind of task. Now that everyone was hunting Jacob, this cumbersome mission had become his main priority, and this was his only chance to prepare and move without being noticed by anyone. Nevertheless, there were just as many coins as they were pros, and if he messed up even a little bit, Captain Freesword would not let it slide. I can only use 1 hex on 1 epic being before I need to refill the pendant again. How bothersome. Sighing at his troubles, Jacob decided to put his attention on the matter at hand and looked at the parasite gem and then unconscious Sophie. According to the introduction given by that other ogre, Harold's Herald, first, I need to let this parasite gem absorb a drop of my blood, and then I can implant it into the target's head like the normal parasite gem, and I'll be in full control of the target's life. This epic-grade parasite gem is far more malicious and potent than the parasite gems in rare planes, Jacob thought with a cruel smile, and then his short sword appeared in his hand. He didn't waste time since the security measures in this place would soon be activated again, and if Sophie remained unconscious, he would be in a world of trouble. One of the reasons the alchemists don't make deals or work outside the guild building is because of the secret measures placed in the guild building. Any sudden movement and White Sage will alert everyone, even seek help for the bank and alliance members, and they were obliged to help the guild members because the benefits they would get afterward were no joke. That's why no one dares to mess with the alchemy guild despite most of the people here having weak physiques than the combatants. However, Jacob also knew the loophole to undermine this security measure because of his old status, and that's why he was confident in tricking a fox like Sophie. Jacob then made a small cut on his fingertip, and a drop of blood, which now seemed to be far more crimson than normal human blood, dropped on the triangular gem, and it was instantly absorbed into the gem like a sponge. The next moment, something magical happened. The gray veins within the dark gem suddenly dyed in crimson color, and then Jacob felt a strange connection established with that gem in his hand, just like he had with Autark, but it was far less complicated than that. With astonishment, he squatted down and made a deep cut at Sophie's glabella as blood gushed out, spreading all over her pale face, but Jacob's expression remained unchanged. Then, storing the short sword away, he stabbed the parasite gem into the opening, and once that gem came in contact with Sophie's skullbone, those crimson veins suddenly grew out from the gem and started to take root in her skull. Jacob was even more shocked when he felt the parasite gem coming alive, and he let it go. Thereby, that magical connection became visible and strong as he started to feel a strong control over the unconscious Sophie. It wasn't completely like his connection with Autark, but in some ways it was the same. He could now order the parasite gem to kill her whenever he wished, and her mind was now under his control. The parasite gem took a few seconds before it took complete root in Sophie's head, and Jacob could feel that now it was ready. So, without wasting much time, he cancelled the hex, and Sophie's eyes abruptly opened, and she instantly groaned in pain. Stop speaking. Jacob's cold voice rang, and the next moment Sophie's lips were tightly sealed as her eyes widened in horror as some of her blood was now seeping into her eyes, making them look bloody. She felt like a huge force controlling her actions, and despite wanting to open her mouth, she couldn't, no matter what. And then she felt all the control of her body was no longer hers either. It was like someone had entrapped her consciousness in a cage within her own body where she could only see but don't do anything, and this horrified her more than anything. Stand up and deal with the cut on your forehead. I don't want to raise any alarm from your bleeding. Jacob ordered again, and like a robot, Sophie sprang into action with plain expression. She quickly took out a pill from her storage ring and then ate it, and the very next moment, the wound on her forehead started to close, and afterward, she headed toward a water source in the workshop and washed her face. Sophie watched herself moving without her control and felt goosebumps and horror. As an alchemist, she knew what tragedy had befallen her. He enslaved me? She wanted to scream, but no voice came out, and all she could feel was infinite coldness and horror. She had never thought she would be fell victim to slavery so easily and right in the place which she thought was the safest place for her. As she watched herself washing her face and then walking toward the barbarian again, who now appeared to be smiling, giving her the vibes of a horrifying devil who was about to consume her very being. C396, Chapter 396, The Troubles of a Slave. 4. Jacob looked at the stoic Sophie in front of him and was quite pleased and completely relaxed since he had achieved his goal. Open the surveillance footage, but turn off the sound system until I say so, he ordered. Sophie did as she was told and manipulated the Star Watch with magic and then nodded. It was done. Jacob then sat down on a chair and told Sophie, sit. And she sat right in front of her like a statue. All right, you may speak freely, but only speak nothing else. If you try to scream, shut up. If you try to relay a hidden message, shut up. Jacob gave a long string of commands to make sure Sophie won't play any tricks. He was quite familiar with these sorts of tricks and loopholes as he was thinking about them all the time because of his own status as a slave. Sophie's stoic expression finally cracked into a horrified and then hatred surfaced, as if she wanted to kill Jacob with that look. But because of Jacob's command, she can't speak specific words, scream, or even curse. Her body would instantly react, and her lips would be sealed the moment she even thinks of going against Jacob's command. In the end, it took her quite a while to arrange her thoughts and calm down so that she could speak. But only one word came out, filled with hatred. Why? Jacob knew what Sophie was feeling right now, too well. He sighed and replied, you should know, in this place, strong prey on weak. For what it's worth, my target was not you, but your status. This is the only explanation you will get from me. Sophie ground her teeth so hard as her gums were on the verge of breaking. Jacob's meaning was clear. She was just unlucky and weaker than him, nothing else. Jacob then said, I will give you freedom if you do as I told you. You should know better than anyone that there is no way of removing the advanced epic rank parasite gem unless you become a unique or are willing to die trying. Even if by some miracle you survived for only turning into a vegetable, I don't think it's worth it. Cherish your life and do as I say, and you'll be free once I achieve my goal. If anything, I can promise you I won't put your life in danger. I think it's worth it for freedom, right? Jacob's words pierced right into Sophie's messy heart. She knew her fate was sealed now, and even if she didn't want to, Jacob could easily make her do his bidding. She could either do it willingly or forcefully. That was the fate of a slave. At least she might become free one day, which she clearly didn't believe, but hope was something that could make anyone do things they couldn't even imagine, and Jacob just gave her that hope. Calming her chaotic emotions, she said, Who are you, and what is your purpose? She was still clueless about how easily Jacob had subdued her and even had an advanced epic rank parasite gem, which meant she was someone with a massive background and probably far more powerful than he was showing. She heard there were some extremely rare scriptures that could hide one real magic prowess, and Jacob seemed to be using it, or, my identity is not important and my purpose is something you won't understand. Let's just get straight to your purpose. First, tell Jacob's aura was only of someone with a 1-star epic magic core. My identity is not important and my purpose is something you won't understand. Let's just get straight to your purpose. First, tell me, can the 3 leaders of the hegemonies track someone with their Star Watch? I want nothing but the truth, Jacob sternly questioned. Sophie didn't expect this question, but she had to reply, I don't know about what kind of authority the 3 leaders enjoy with their status. I only met the vice president once, but never the president. In fact, those 3 rarely made public appearances or met someone. However, as far as the matter of Star Watch goes, the Star Network would never disclose this sort of information like live locations. Or do you think all those criminals like the Killer Skull Society or enemies of the 3 hegemonies leaders would boldly condemn them on the Star Network? All they can do is place bounties or keep an eye out for their Star IDs. The Star Network is completely safe. Even if there exists such a method, it should be related to Star privilege, and even that in case the target's own Star privilege is far lower than the privileged user. I think so as well. Or those guys would be searching for me now in this place after I posted that Star News. Jacob thought as he was quite sure his Star privilege might be equivalent to or slightly below the 3 leaders' own privileges. So how could the Star Network be biased towards them? Then how did that wily bitch know I was in the Epic Plains the moment I appeared? This was the only thing he didn't understand. But he also had a suspicion related to this as well, and now that it was confirmed the Star Network was not giving away his location, he asked about it. What is a bronze invitation that the Vice Guild president could use? Jacob's voice contained killing intent when he asked this. Sophie replied with uncertainty, I don't know much since only the Vice Guild president or guild president had the authority to use them, but I do hear gossip once, and there were also some rumors about them on the Star Network as well. According to them, a bronze invitation can help someone directly join any 3 hegemony without any test or skill. But the Bronze Invitation Inviter would also become eligible for something called a Bronze Invitation Benefits, BIB, once the Bronze Invitation Acceptor would step into epic level ranks of any hegemonies. One of the Bronze Invitation benefits is, Inviter would receive 40 to 50% of the acceptor's earnings, future achievement, and some other benefits from the guild as well. The Inviter might also have other rights, like they might be able to kick someone with epic ranking in their organization, which is impossible unless you have committed an unforgivable crime against the organization and someone can prove it. But they are just unprovable rumors, and only the 3 leaders or the 3 vices would truly know what other functions these invitations had. Jacob's expression was clouded after hearing about those facts about the Bronze Invitation, and a murderous urge was rising within his heart as he thought, "Don't appear before me, Vice President," or 1 39:7, Chapter 39:7, everything set. On the 10th floor of the Alchemy Guild, Daisy was looking at 5 robust men with an extremely dark expression as those men had their heads down. She spitefully said, "What do you can't find anything about that barbarian? According to my master, he should be here with someone who needed that medicine he commissioned my master to make. Just how hard it is to find a sick or injured person. I think you guys don't want my master's favor at all. Lady Daisy, we searched high and low, but all the injured or sick had a solid background, and no one had ever seen that barbarian. We even showed his image to the barbarian community, and they told us they had never seen him, even had gone as far as to threaten them, and they are not lying." A man with horse-like features replied hastily, "But how is that possible?" Daisy grits her teeth and refuses to admit that she won't be able to find Jacob's weakness and then exploit it and pay him back for the humiliation he caused her 3 days ago. There is no need to go on a ghost chase anymore. At this moment, the door of the workshop was sided open, and Sophie walked in, followed by frowning Curtis. Daisy was momentarily surprised, seeing her master appearing all of a sudden after 3 days. Furthermore, she somehow found her and coldly ordered, "You 3 wait outside." Those 3 didn't dare to disobey and left after bowing at her first. Strange for some reason, but couldn't put her finger on it. Daisy quickly snapped out of her dazzle and asked, "Are you done, master?" Sophie didn't reply right away, but instead looked at the 3 men and coldly ordered, "You 3 wait outside." Those 3 didn't dare to disobey and left after bowing at her first. Now, only Sophie, Curtis, and Daisy remained in the room. Sophie took a seat before she spoke impassively. "There is no need to search for Mr. Nobody's companion. But why? Didn't you suspect that he had far more than just that legacy, and if we could find his weakness, then we could get all of it? He certainly gave hints that he wanted those pills desperately despite his dog-like attitude." Daisy couldn't help but retort strongly. Even Curtis seemed to be agreed with Daisy. "How can I tell you that we all had been led by the nose by that deceitful bastard? He wanted us to believe that he was desperate, so we all think we had a chance to acquire his treasures without needing to resort to violence." Sophie wanted to scream this, but she couldn't as her face remained stoic, and she replied, "Mr. Nobody and I have reached an agreement, and he agreed to give me all the inheritance and his treasures. There is indeed someone he wants to save, but I need to stay in this place for at least 10 months, and we need tons of materials. And trust me, what I've seen, 10 months are nothing in front of it, not to mention that fellow is extremely cunning, and he had hidden all those treasures before coming here. So, don't ask questions and do as I told you, and everything will be ours, and we'll be able to move to a large alive city in no time." Curtis and Daisy were in disbelief when they heard Sophie's words. "Elder, do you agree to a new deal?" Curtis asked with a frown. Although he also wanted a bigger part of the pie, this entire situation seemed to be fishy. Because Sophie was the one who added him to her scheme to rob Jacob of his treasures by grabbing his weakness. But now she was telling them to stand down? Even Daisy felt something was wrong, but her master was hiding her expression too well, and she didn't think anything would have happened in the Alchemy Guild. Sophie didn't wait or care about their reaction as she handed them a list. "Gather these materials as much as you could from the entire Vile Witch Valley region. Use my authority, and don't hold back, or you'll be answering to me. Oh, Daisy, give me your Star Watch." Daisy was flabbergasted by this sudden order, especially the last one, and couldn't help but question in a stupor, "Where's yours?" Jacob, in the guild leader's workshop, was playing with his new Star Watch as it shimmered around his wrist like his very skin was glowing. This was the Star Watch that he had pocketed from Sophie, and after connecting with it, he found just why it was so expensive. Not only this Star Watch was connected with his brainwaves, he could use mana to operate it, and other people won't even know it. Although this Star Watch was only an intermediate epic rank, it was far more useful than the advanced rare rank one. As for the advanced rank variant, according to Sophie, only the top figures of the 3 hegemonies can buy them. Even this intermediate one was only available for elder grandmasters like Sophie and can't be found in the open market. Nevertheless, after getting the hang of this Star Watch, he saw thousands of messages in his inbox, and all of them were there because of his Star News post. Furthermore, only 2-star privilege holders could message him now or his friends. So, these senders were at least someone with 2-star privilege holders and probably the peak figures of the epic planes. Upon closer inspection, he saw those thousands of messages were sent by 29 different start IDs, including the IDs from the 3 hegemonies leaders and Apocalyptic S. Jacob's lips curled up in an icy smile. At least 29 more people who had 2-star privilege other than me. They are far more than what I've been expecting. Well, at least all of them seem to be interested in my business. This means it was a massive success, and now I have also acquired a base of operation. Let's start with the chaos. Now that he was sure that the Star Network hadn't sold him out, he could be at ease and stick to his plan. Jacob then opened his bank application to see how much Zodiac credit he had collected from that absurd entry fee he had put on his server, and he was really surprised when he saw the number. Current balance, 14,719,063 ZC, C398, Chapter 398, stirring the masses, over 1 million members joined my server in little over 5 days. Jacob was astonished as he gazed at those ZC and then quickly opened his Star server. Star server name, Ancient Artifact Industry. Star server category, Business. Star server visibly, Private server Star Link. Needed to join this server Star server owner, Faceless Ancient. Star server member O's, 1,271,919. Epic Planes. Star privilege, Star server level, 2-star. Equivalent to 2-star privilege of Faceless Ancient. Note, 2-star server has 3 unique privileges. 1. 2-star server privilege. Entry fee. You have set the entry fee to maximum 10 ZC for your Star server. Change. 2. 2-star server privilege. Post type. You have selected auction post type. You have selected auction post type for your Star server. Change. Post restriction. Server owner only win-win post privilege apply. 3. 2-star server privilege. Trading generated by business category. You have selected an auction trading system for your Star server, and you will get 2% of any trading activities in your Star server. Auction trading system restriction. Anonymous usernames. Numerical. Only the Star server owner can see the actual name of server users. Star server description, Ancient Artifact Industry offered all the weapons crafted by Faceless Ancient, which includes the large varieties of guns, bombs, missiles, atomic bombs, atomic bullets, atomic, Star server post-privilege, win-win. Only by purchasing an item from the Ancient Artifact Industry will you gain the right to make auction posts. Rules and regulations, although Jacob's server was empty since he had set up the Star server post-restriction with the second unique privilege help, all those members who had joined were naturally there for his weapons. Furthermore, he saw his Star News post was now second on treading just below his own bounty post, and millions of people had liked it. Infamy is the fastest to draw attention, and the lust for power is the strongest desire, Jacob thought with a dark smile, as this result was better than he had anticipated. Now he was fully equipped and ready to start his business in the Zodiac Plains just like he once started in his old world. It was a feeling of nostalgia as well, that once-in-a-lifetime excitement of starting his own business. He never thought he would feel that sensation again and sighed in melancholia when he thought about how he was going to discard his every principle. In the end, the principles were dead, and he was no longer the same person anymore, nor his goal. So, without hesitation, he posted another Star News before returning to the server and started to create his first auction post on his server with a cruel smile. Within the Alchemy Guild's headquarters, Ellie suddenly received a notification she had specifically set for a certain server, and when she read the content, a twisted expression appeared on her face as well as a hint of uneasiness was present in her somewhat anxious eyes. She quickly contacted her father, and before she could even speak, Nelson's gloomy voice rang. "I know. Sai, we quickly need to deal with this monster we created unknowingly." Within the headquarters of the bank, Lucy was staring at her Star Watch with a complicated yet murderous look in her eyes. "We can't let this abomination destroy our authorities, not when so much is on the line." Gunnar was intensely staring at the giant projection with another giant present in the luxurious training hall. The other giant said with a deep frown, "We have made a terrible enemy, Chairman. He was the vice chairman of the Alliance, Andrew. There is no point in regretting. Let's just salvage what we can and stay out of this mess. He has yet to do anything against us. Suppose we reach the wrong conclusion. We might drag into these muddy waters as well. I want to see how those 2 willy wretched fellows will come out of this mess. If anything, I think this is an opportunity to threaten Nelson's hidden power. Since this is a fair auction, let's treat it like one. This guy is helping us by giving us all these deadly weapons before the trial." Gunnar replied with a cold scoff. In her hideout, S0 was also looking at the Star Seaver with a nasty expression. She muttered with intense killing intent. "So, not only did you not surrender, but you even chose the path of no return. Since you have come to the Epic Plains, I'll make sure to take your everything, including your life." At an unknown location, a magnificent dark castle was located. A masked being was sitting over a dark throne, giving off an unfathomed feeling of superiority. Below the throne, there were a few more masked figures sitting in a respectful posture. One thing common about them was they were all looking at a massive projection of a Star server in front of them. At this moment, the masked being sitting over the dark throne spoke. "Dark Earl, Hallberg, did this person reject this Marquise's kind invitation?" The voice of this person was almost static, and it was hard to tell if it was male or female. A small figure sitting over the third seat respectfully replied at this moment. "Respectful Dark Marquise, it appeared he didn't see my messages at all. The Rare Plains' mysterious Dark Earl Hallberg was speaking so respectfully that all the people would take him for a lackey. Furthermore, his voice was filled with regret when he just replied, as well as a feeling of foreboding. "Did you not claim that this person was your acquaintance from the Rare Plains?" The Dark Marquise's static voice sounded again. "I speak nothing but the truth with my lordship, but we were merely acquaintances, so it is understandable that he no longer cares about it. Moreover, his current situation might have played a certain part in his indifference towards me," Hallberg replied respectfully. The Dark Marquise remained silent for a moment before speaking again. Logical indeed, since he didn't reply to other Earls' invitations as well. How insufferable yet resourceful fellow. "Dark Earl Hallberg, I don't know why a person of your caliber could not see a potential like Faceless Ancient and didn't take him with you, but I'm not a person who likes to dwell on the mistakes of the past. Since he is not in the right mindset, let's not antagonize him further. If he reached out, I want to hear it post-hastily. This sort of diamond in the rough should belong to the Dark City, not those insufferable buffoons. Meanwhile, let's partake in this bidding. I want that weapon so we can reverse engineer it. The others would also have the same though. More importantly, this will also open a possibility of revealing his location, for he had to deliver that weapon, or the Star Network will get involved." 39.9 Chapter 39.9 First Auction Post 1-Star Server Ancient Artifact Industry Auction Post by Faceless. Ancient Star Server Owner, welcome everyone. Foremost, everyone, I can't thank you all enough for the support you all have shown me, and I'm feeling extremely humble. I'm still feeling surreal that so many people understand and appreciate my talent and hard work while some narrow-minded nincompoops wanted to suppress me, even kill me, so that they could stop this revolutionary industry. Today will mark the day when the ancient artifact industry will launch its first product, and whoever paid the most will be able to buy it, fair and square. There are also perks like win-win post-privilege which will allow you to do business in my server freely, without being worried about your identity being revealed to anyone or someone's suppression. This is a hub for the common public and shall remain for as long as I live. Auction item name, atomic grenade, item type, weapon explosive item rank, at least advanced epic rank, item properties, subatomic, no magic, item quantity, 1 item description. Atomic grenade is a consumable explosive just like any grenade, but its area of range is thousands of times more, not to mention its damage and after effect are its biggest deadly features. With a range of around 100 new 200 miles, it is a weapon of mass destruction. However, its true terror lies in its after effects. I'm sure all of you must have known about the poisonous mist surrounding the Epic Star Ocean. But for those who didn't know, let me summarize it for you all so you can understand what I meant by after effects. First, the area where this atomic grenade explodes will be filled with powerful radiation and turn into heaven for dark beings, meaning the lands would become completely infertile for centuries to come. Second, absolutely no common, rare, or weak extraordinary rank living thing could survive the radiation, and even if they did, they would never be the same, at least not their descendants because this is also a biochemical weapon. Last but not least, never try to reverse engineer it because I have installed an anti-theft component in my cocktail, and the moment anyone even remotely tries to open the grenade or analyze it with any sort of technology, please prepare your own coffin beforehand as well as the people surrounding you. Don't complain that I never warned you. Starting opening. Bid price, 1 million ZC reaming time before the auction end, 05H1049 M1038S. Current highest bidder, Anonymous 84322, Star ID, Great Hallberg, bid from Anonymous 84322 to 1 million CC. Jacob looked at the auction post he had posted just 10 minutes ago and the real ID of the anonymous bidder, and his expression were frosty. He didn't have any good feelings toward Hallberg since that guy clearly sold him out, and then he shamelessly sent him messages to recruit him. In the end, Jacob completely ghosted him because there wasn't any need to say anything when his action could speak louder. He no longer had any goodwill toward any of these massive organizations of the Zodiac Plains, not even the mysterious Dark City. Since he had opened his own industry again, he naturally has plans to exploit it fully, and these people will be his stepping stones. Nevertheless, the bid for just 1 atomic grenade has reached his wildest imagination. But when he thought about how novel and alluring the atomic grenade was, and people had already seen its destructive might, it didn't seem surprising that people were desperately fighting for it. Furthermore, the animosity Jacob's star server provided gave everyone even more courage to bid freely. But this animosity was only for others, for Jacob could see their star IDs freely. Lastly, Jacob's server suddenly surged with even more members because before posting this bid, he had posted a star news post to draw more attention, and he achieved that quite easily. However, despite the bid reaching 21.5 million ZC, it hasn't stopped at all, and few people were still bidding, and a few of them were like Hallberg, the people Jacob hates. New bid from Anonymous 1939-3 Star ID, Apocalyptic S 2152,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 145839 Star ID, New Star of Dawn, 21,600,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 218 star ID, Amiable Monk Fish 22 million ZC. New bid from Anonymous 1000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 132 star ID, Might of Destruction 25,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 130 star ID, Rich Winter Lady 25,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 1 star ID, Giant Disdain 25,000 5,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 297,000 star ID, Poor Pot 25,000 ZC. New bid from Anonymous 4 star ID, Amiable Wizened Monk 30 million ZC. Jacob looked at the bigwigs who were actively partaking in the bidding, and those numbers represented the ranks they all had joined the star server in. The three leaders had all joined his star server before it could even reach 1,000 members. Especially, Nelson was the fourth one to join the star server. Nevertheless, Jacob was paying more attention to those other guys who were bidding against those bigwigs, and all of them were someone with 2-star privilege IDs. He knew because these people had sent him messages before, and now they were all rivaling the three leaders. Just his was enough proof that there were many hidden snakes coiling in the darkness, waiting for a moment to cause upheaval, and Jacob had provided the platform. Maybe he wasn't the only one who held a grudge against the leaders of the three hegemonies, or who they had wronged in their time of rule. But the one who turned this hate into profit was Jacob, and this also freed him from the trouble of collecting enough ZC before entering a plain trial, because last time he was as poor as dirt and missed out on many things from the champion shop. Now that he was going there again, and he had no choice but to win, he would naturally go poor at least, and if he ended up winning, he didn't need the three hegemonies to seek adequate knowledge, skills, and scriptures. He can get them all. Jacob then looked at the bidding post again, and it abruptly stopped at the 30 million bid Nelson had suddenly placed. It was already a staggering amount, and just one grenade wasn't worth that much. But Jacob heard that this guy was also a famous explosive expert, and he knew why he didn't want this weapon to fall into someone else's hand. Nelson was even sending him messages to stop this and calls, but Jacob ignored them all, and Nelson wasn't alone. Nevertheless, now no one could send him a forced call or message anymore, which made it pretty clear that no one had the 3-star privilege, which was nothing but a relief for him. At this moment, a new bid was placed, which greatly surprised Jacob. New bid from Anonymous 1, star ID, The Society Killer, 40 million ZC, use 400, chapter 400, first auction post 22. Jacob looked at the bidder's ID with scrutiny because he felt like he had seen this star ID somewhere, and with his excellent memory, it won't take long for him to remember where he had seen it. In fact, he still had a document saved in his personal data, which he had bought from the Star Network, and the owner wrote that document had that exact star ID. Now, this is out of my expectation. I had bought the information on the Killer Skull Society's brain chips from this guy's article in the Common Plane, but I never expected him to be from the Epic Planes, and he was even the first person to join my star server. Furthermore, he hadn't sent me any messages yet. He appeared to be quite rich. This could only mean he's not a 2-star privilege holder or not after me like the others, Jacob thought, as the Society Killer greatly interested him since he seemed to have quite a deep enmity with the Killer Skull Society to have that kind of name. Nevertheless, he won't be going to seek him out to quench his curiosity, because if the Society Killer wins the bid, then he can chat with Jacob using the Star Server inbox. Once the bid is concluded, Jacob will receive the final bidding price, which will be automatically deducted from the bidder's account. The Star Network didn't just allow anyone to bid, as one could only bid the amount present in their Zodiac accounts, no more, no less, and the moment the auction is concluded, that amount will be directly transferred to the item owner. However, this didn't mean the owner could then run away with that money, not by a long shot. Because, just like the bidder, the post owner's account was connected with the Star Network as well. Once the auction post owner receives the money, the Star Network will give a grace period after calculating the distance between the bid winner and the item owner. Thereafter, the owner has to deliver the item to the bidder within that period. Fail to do so, and the item owner would be in massive trouble. Because despite receiving the amount, the post owner can't use it or transfer it to another account before delivering the item. If the item failed to reach the bidder within the grace period, then that amount would be automatically returned to the bidder with an extra 10% penalty equivalent to the final bid. If the owner can't pay that penalty, then the Star Network will make that person a Class 1 star criminal, which will make that person's life very difficult. Because a Class 1 star criminal can no longer purchase, send, or receive any kind of call or message until that person pays the penalty with an extra 40% on top of the actual penalty. That's why no one dares to mess with the Star Network, because becoming a star criminal would directly strip them away from the ability to buy or contact everyone, not to mention it was just the punishment for a Class 1 star criminal. Like, if a person is found to be affiliated with a star hacker in any way, they will directly be claimed to be a Class 4 star criminal, which will make life a living hell because the Star Network will do anything to hunt that star criminal down, and the only way to get rid of that status is a guarantee from a very high star privilege owner and a hefty penalty. That's why the moment Jacob put that post, he needed to be able to deliver the atomic grenade to the winner, or he would be losing a large amount of ZC. Nevertheless, the Star Network also had a measure placed just in case the bidder deliberately tried to cheat the system by claiming it hadn't received the item, and that's why Jacob started this auction. If anything, Jacob was quite impressed by the Star Network's strict rules and regulations, and countermeasures when it came to the business-type Star server, and was no longer worried about getting found out. Although it was still dangerous, at least not as much as he had to leave the Vile Witch Valley, and now that he was hiding in plain sight, he would be fine even if someone found clues of his whereabouts. After the 40 million ZC bid from the Society Killer, no one followed suit. Instead, some of the bigwigs were flooding his inbox. Since there were still a few hours before this post would be over, Jacob decided to close the server and check once there were only a few minutes left. All in all, his online industry was a massive success, and he wasn't going to just stop with one atomic grenade. Excluding the raw plutonium I have, with just the weapons I had created in the rare planes, I'll be a billionaire in no time. Thereafter, I can make far more improved versions of those atomic weapons with this workshop. I'll have them know just who they have provoked. But first, I should be focusing on assimilating the Rune Artificer knowledge until my stash from the rare planes runs out. Also, now that I'm in the epic planes, I need to figure out how to open those 9 locked space rings I got from the Clown Society's dog. Maybe that guy might know how. Well, I'll only decide after this bidding is over, Jacob decided as he quickly started to revise the knowledge of the magic runes in his possession while Sophie was collecting the tools and materials he needed. Over 5 hours passed in a flash as Jacob stopped his revision and then opened his Star server as there were only 2 minutes left before the bidding would be over. He had received a ton of notifications at this time, but he had ignored them all. Looking at the top bid, he was surprised. Reaming time before the auction end, WH1001M12S current highest bidder, Anonymou 500 Star ID, Rich Winter Lady, bid from Anonymou 500 46,980,001 ZC. Jacob couldn't help but sigh ruefully. I guess I had underestimated these guys' wealth, especially this bitch from the bank. Nevertheless, let's see if you can buy all of my weapons, he snickered darkly. However, just when a few seconds remained, a new bid appeared. New bid from Anonymous.